Chapter 83. Riddle obeyed, and his brother once again sought him out. "Tom, you are half-blood." Merope's voice suddenly softened. "I trust that with your intellect, you cannot truly subscribe to the archaic notion that only pure-blood wizards possess the most unadulterated magic and the greatest talent, can you?" Indeed, Riddle would never fully endorse the so-called blood purity theory. It is merely a tool, a banner, a convenient excuse to rally those arrogant yet foolish pure-blood families to his cause. His sole desire was to bring everything under his dominion. He harbored disdain for his father's ignoble status and the wretched abandonment he endured. He merely sought a noble lineage to embellish his identity, and the title of Slytherin heir served as the most exquisite adornment. The handsome young Riddle cast his eyelashes downward, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling beneath his gaze, while Merope continued to appraise him nonchalantly, her words drifting from her lips as she slightly tilted her head. "However, in a certain light, your father's flight does have its own rationale," she remarked languidly. "After all, he was ensnared by my love potion, deceived into eloping with me. If she had traversed to this time, and that man had remained in a state of lucidity, his flight would have been entirely justifiable given the circumstances." Merope was acutely aware that her act of luring a man away with a love potion marked her as a despicable individual. Yet, Riddle remained silent for a moment before coldly articulating, his arched brow sharp as a blade. "That is also his honor. If it were your mother, even if she had used a love potion to abduct him, once he regained his senses, he ought to be grateful and dutifully remain by your side, attending to all your needs." "Merope, you are somewhat grasping at straws." However, Riddle perceived no flaw in his reasoning. Intimidation and threats. A man like him, possessing nothing but a handsome exterior yet utterly cowardly, would submit completely with just a modicum of torment. Nevertheless, he still believed that man was wholly unworthy of his mother. "It matters not, mother, for you still have me." Riddle softly approached, attempting to grasp the sleeve of her garment. "I shall continue to accompany you on the path to unparalleled glory." "If you truly despise blood purity," he seamlessly shifted his tone, confident that most pure-blood Death Eaters had grown to fear him to their core, and a slight intimidation would suffice to ensure their compliance, "then I shall no longer cling to it. As long as you—" His words were abruptly interrupted by Merope. "So, will you heed my words?" She regarded him coldly. Would he willingly relinquish this diary to her, abandon his current scheme, and follow her without reservation? "Aye," Riddle stammered, but his words faltered midway. He would not. Everything he had meticulously orchestrated was on the brink of culmination. He intended to resurrect and restore Ginny's pitiful soul, while conveniently eliminating Harry. This was the most efficient approach, and he had nearly accomplished it all. He had merely utilized a fragment of memory to expel Dumbledore from Hogwarts. Countless mud-blood students petrified, lying in the infirmary, their fates uncertain. He was on the verge of success, poised to reclaim the title of Voldemort. He was undoubtedly confident in his ability to achieve this. "It appears that you will not." Merope's words drifted down lightly afterward. Riddle dully lowered his head, observing the expression on his mother's face. There was no disappointment or anger, only an unfathomable tranquility. The sleeve slipped from his palm, and a cold voice emerged from Merope's lips. "So, would you mind if I cast some spells upon your diary? The child before me is undeniably disobedient. It is imperative to impart some lessons upon him to ensure his complete compliance." Suddenly, Merope's figure vanished into the pristine white space, and Riddle instinctively reached out, only to grasp a void. Her soul began to detach, reinserting itself beside that tender second-grade girl. As her stature diminished, the young girl clenched her wand, standing resolutely before the desk, her gaze calm and fixed upon the diary. With a flick of the wand, dazzling and intricate silver runes adorned the diary's opening page. Gentle, protective patterns enveloped it, and this formidable, dark, magical artifact offered no resistance whatsoever. Merope connected this diary to an object within her dormitory, and in the next moment, a figure abruptly pushed open the door. Creak! Merope paused momentarily. At that moment, the runes completed their disappearance, and she turned to gaze at the girl who had entered the dormitory. With a pale complexion, disheveled hair, and deep dark circles shadowing her eyes, the girl's soul was frilier than paper. "Did I not tell you to dispose of that diary?" Merope remarked casually, striding toward the trembling Ginny. Placing her palm upon Ginny's slender shoulder, her obsidian eyes leisurely scanned the girl's alarmed brown ones. "How was it that I heard from Harry that you stealthily retrieved it once more?" "Harry!" Ginny exclaimed, her head snapping up in surprise. "He knows?" "He knows. He does not know," Merope interjected coolly. "He merely mentioned that someone had stolen his diary, but I could deduce it was you in an instant." Ginny seemed to be suddenly drained of all strength, sagging weakly. A torrent of breath escaped her lips, as the girl before her had already been thoroughly tormented by Riddle. Merope casually brushed back her sweat-drenched hair and retrieved a vial of soul stabilizer from her pocket. "However, if possible, I still advise you to dispose of the diary," she mentioned nonchalantly, allowing her hand, which had been brushing Ginny's hair, to slowly slide down her shoulder. As her posture shifted, Merope brushed past Ginny and started toward the dormitory door. Ginny tightened her grip on the soul stabilizer Merope had given her and whispered, "Understood." Of course, she knew it was best to rid herself of this diary. Yet, the diary before her was an immensely powerful dark magical creation, entirely foreign to her. Flushing it down the toilet would not suffice, tearing it apart was futile, and even fire would not consume it. Not even her efforts to muffle its cries with earmuffs while it listened to the Mandrake's wails would prove effective. What means did she have to obliterate it? What means did she have to cast it aside? If she merely discarded it, it would inevitably be found again by Harry or someone else, and the diary would unveil all her transgressions, revealing the absurdly embarrassing moments she had endured. Merope's peripheral vision captured every nuance of Ginny's expression as she unhesitatingly shut the dormitory door. She was well aware that Ginny would ultimately choose to retain it. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and tense, yet the petrification incident could not obstruct the impending final examinations before the semester's conclusion. Even with professors tightening their vigilance, enthusiasm among the four houses, particularly among the young witches of Ravenclaw heading to the library to study, remained fervent. Merope sat alone in a secluded corner by the window, engrossed in her studies, while Mrs. Pants and patrolling professors guarded the premises, when a tall figure quietly appeared beside her table. "Merope." It was the long-absent Nereus, his demeanor grave, his fingertips resting upon her desk. "I believe it is time for us to have a conversation." Chapter 84. Brother, let Merope teach him Parseltongue within the hushed confines of the library. It was evidently not an opportune moment for discourse. Merope maintained an expressionless demeanor as she observed Nereus deftly elude the dazed watch of Professor Trelawney, guiding her silently to a secluded alcove. The door was drawn shut without a sound, and the flickering candlelight cast a warm, dim glow, illuminating the cramped space that barely accommodated a small table and 2 chairs. Nereus's cerulean eyes remained as tranquil and detached as when they last met. "Since you are not my sister," he stated coldly, tugging at the hem of his garment, as if it were a thin layer of ice covering a lake, "you need not return this summer. I shall devise a pretext to inform our uncle and aunt of your absence." He averted his gaze in disgust, turning toward the trembling shadows on the wall, hoping she would come to understand the gravity of the situation and advising her to keep the truth from their relatives, that their true daughter may have been swapped. Following their previous discordant conversation, reason had long since quelled Nereus's fury. He reflected repeatedly, confirming that until he personally saw his sister board the Hogwarts Express, she was undoubtedly his sister. The journey from platform 9 3/4 to Hogwarts was arguably the safest passage and destination in the entire wizarding realm, where powerful dark wizards or specters attempting a covert body takeover would find it nearly impossible to do so undetected. Unless, of course, it were merely an accident. From his subsequent observations, it appeared that this entity occupying his sister's form was not acting out of malice. However, that did not imply he would acquiesce. He resolved to investigate the matter himself, determined to uncover the truth by any means necessary. He should care for his sister, not only because it was his duty, but also because his upbringing had instilled in him the belief that looking after her was the most natural obligation. More importantly, she had always offered him unwavering trust and warmth, gentle, vibrant, and steadfast. Shortly after his adoption, the couple who had taken him in, having struggled with infertility for years, unexpectedly welcomed a daughter. There was an inherent difference between blood relations and those who were adopted. Yet, this little girl had always been perceptive and wise beyond her years, subtly balancing the affections of their uncle and aunt between their biological daughter and their adopted son. Nereus sincerely wished for her future to be filled with prosperity, excelling academically, thriving in her career, and enjoying a blissful family life. and, ideally, she should remain oblivious to his darker side. As for his adoptive uncle and aunt, they were merely ordinary muggles. Revealing the truth to them would serve only to exacerbate their anxiety and sorrow, rendering it futile. Upon hearing his words, Merope lowered her gaze and replied succinctly, "Very well." Although the words spoken by the individual before her lacked politeness, she indeed had no reason to continue the life of the original owner. In the cramped confines of the alcove, Merope cast her eyes downward, beginning to assess the potential paths the original owner might have taken. Generally speaking, for a soul to forcibly occupy and stabilize itself within the body of a living person, it must possess a formidable and precise magical power capable of completely suppressing or expelling the original consciousness. This method was exceedingly complex and, as of now, largely resided within the theoretical realm of dark magic. Yet, when Merope traversed into this existence, she felt no struggle or resistance emanating from the original owner's consciousness. The restricted section of Hogwarts housed a vast array of tomes, and as someone who had once thoroughly subdued Lockhart, Merope could effortlessly procure a note granting her access to the restricted texts. Within these ancient volumes, most successful and unconscious cases of body occupation involved entities occupying soulless shells. Unconscious, possibly amnesiac specters suddenly taking possession of a person's body, often bewildered and unable to comprehend the reason behind their actions. Therefore, it was highly probable that the original owner's soul had long since faded into oblivion, and she had fortuitously appeared at that moment, inadvertently filling the void. If that were indeed the case, the original owner may have already. Merope's expression darkened as Nereus's voice suddenly yanked her back to reality. "Then, what was your original name?" His eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, the already cramped room becoming even more constricted by the clutter that filled every available space, compressing the distance between them to an extreme. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the dust that had clearly evaded the attention of the house elf tasked with cleaning, revealing even the tattered cobwebs hanging in the corners. The fine particles of dust stirred by Nereus's footsteps swirled into the brighter candlelight, causing his golden locks to shimmer in hues of orange, warming his handsome visage, lips pressed together in contemplation. Merope remained still, allowing the shadow cast by the relatively tall Nereus to envelop her completely. She met his gaze without flinching. "Merope Gaunt, just like your sister." No, Merope's heart jolted. Her method of occupying this body differed fundamentally from that of an ordinary specter. She had been thrust through an inexplicable torrent of time, abruptly catapulted from her own era into this one. So, what state was the original Merope Gaunt in at that moment? Was it obliteration, fusion, or something else entirely? A chill coursed through her, and the flickering candlelight seemed to momentarily dim. Merope cast her eyes downwards. She had to uncover the truth behind this transposition, no matter what. She must find a way to return and clarify the situation. Nereus appeared to be momentarily taken aback by her words. His perpetually serious expression cracked, and in the next instant, he lowered his head, silently grasping Merope's wrist. "By the way, there is one more thing." His tone grew urgent, his body nearly enclosing Merope completely. "Are you not the heir of Slytherin? Merope, teach me Parcel Tome." Chapter 85. A thirst for knowledge, a chance for brother to duel? The tone was commanding, insistent. The grip on her wrist caused Merope to furrow her brow slightly, as she slowly raised her gaze. Nereus's pupils had transformed into a tumultuous sea, the candlelight occasionally reflecting in his eyes. The waves of desire surged with an intensity that burned fiercely within him. In recent days, due to the successive revelations of Merope's and Harry's identities as Parselmouths, Nereus's status as Slytherin's heir had become precariously tenuous. He possessed no substantial evidence to substantiate his claim to the title. The facade, the concealments, the false evidence he had previously relied upon to validate his identity, now seemed utterly trivial in the presence of a true Parselmouth. If only Merope were the sole Parselmouth, he might still have been able to present tamed snakes or those under the influence of the imperious curse, feigning command over them with hissing sounds. The foolish adult wizards were entirely unaware that muggles could also train snakes, while the young, inexperienced wizards never recognized that he had quietly cast the imperious curse upon the serpents. They would only cheer and marvel at his unique ability, and he would simply remain in place, listening to the adulation from those who revered blood purity and dark magic emanating from Durmstrang. Then, he would graciously express his gratitude, engaging in the back and forth of polite exchanges, enduring their scrutinizing gazes. A repetitive cycle. However, what if another student, equally adept in Parcel Tongue, were to appear at Hogwarts? Potter would undoubtedly discern his issues. After all, this is Hogwarts, not Durmstrang. Moreover, he is no longer the cautious first year who timidly entered the magical world. The tempest in his eye seems to have gradually calmed, the azure returning to an unfathomable tranquility, yet Nero's tone remains devoid of warmth. His pale fingers continue to grip Melope's wrist tightly, and suddenly, Nero softens his inflection. I understand that this vast and magnificent world is replete with knowledge. Exceptionally abundant and dazzling. People often meander through the ocean of knowledge, stubbornly pursuing truth. They marvel at the intricacies of mathematics, are awestruck by the wonders of magic, and envy the unique gifts of seers, lamenting their own lack of such talents. Nero shakes his head. Yet, I have never subscribed to this notion of innate talent. In my view, knowledge must adhere to certain principles and rules. If one approaches it from a fundamental perspective, deducing from the essence of all things, one can certainly discover the means to master it. Though Parseltongue is a unique gift of Salazar Slytherin and his heirs, at its core, it is merely a language. Nero states gently, as long as I wish to learn, I can do so from the very beginning, akin to a babbling infant. Their gazes lock, intertwining completely. With Nero's stare unwaveringly intense, his grip tightening around her wrist as he coldly reiterates. Therefore, Melope, I require you to teach me Parseltongue. In the dimly lit room, a spark suddenly falls to the ground with a soft thud. Melope raises her other hand, her cool fingertips resting upon Nero's hand. It is neither a push nor an invitation, causing Nero to instinctively flinch. Her obsidian eyes fixate on him, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. She seems on the verge of acquiescing. How enchanting her dark, alluring eyes are as they rise to meet his. Her ink-black hair cascades down, and as she tilts her head back, her pale cheeks shift slightly, pushing aside the unruly bangs, her pitch-black pupils glimmering with mesmerizing hues in the golden light. In the next moment, silvery threads suddenly envelop him entirely. Ugh! The young man emits a muffled grunt as this formidable force violently topples him to the ground, his back crashing against the cold floor, stirring up a small cloud of dust that stained his robes. As early summer approaches, Nero's attire is naturally lighter than last winter's. The fabric of his outer robe is delicate and drapes casually over him. Following the fall, the hem of his robe sprawls messily, revealing the neatly pressed white shirt beneath. Melope steps closer, her shoe tip nearly brushing against the edge of his fallen robe. She leans down, extending her hand, her fingertips playfully lifting Nero's chin, compelling him to look up at her. From this angle, every subtle expression is laid bare. Oh, is that so? Melope's voice drips with teasing mockery as she scrutinizes Nero's visage, a pretender of Slytherin lineage seeking to learn Parseltongue from a true heir. It sounds like a rather clever disguise. But, dear brother, her tone suddenly softens, brushing against his sensitive ear. Is this the demeanor one adopts when seeking to be taught? The corners of her lips curl upward, and she suddenly tightens her grip, an inexorable pressure bearing down on Nero's back, forcing his body to bend painfully, nearly submitting to the ground. Yet Melope's hand continues to resolutely elevate his chin. Her pale fingertips caress him, the youthful vigor of the boy's form just right. In the confined space, Nero's light golden hair is now damp with sweat, his expression etched with defiance, thin lips pressed tightly, the azure depths of his eyes burning with stubborn fire. Melope observes this spectacle impassively. Just months prior, she had hurled such insults at him, she leisurely reminds him, her fingertips grazing his jawline, causing a faint shiver to ripple through him. How dare you come to me months later, as if nothing happened, without even a basic apology, daring to expect me to teach you Parseltongue? If it were merely those earlier demands, perhaps it could be understood, given that she occupies the original host's body, albeit not with deliberate intent. Yet Nero forces the words through clenched teeth. What else would you expect? Are you not the thief who has taken over my sister's body? His facade of calm is shattered, his handsome mask torn away in embarrassment and rage. Nero gasps for breath, a flush creeping across his cheeks. The binding vow he had sworn still holds, preventing him from attacking Melope in any manner, his eyes twisted with fury. And then there is this vow of yours. Without its constraints, I would have long since seized my wand to duel you to the bitter end, forcing you to retreat in disgrace. Is that so? Melope raises an eyebrow lightly, as if she has heard an amusing joke, her lips curving into a smile, and the previous constraints seem to vanish entirely. The silvery threads that entwined him dissipate in an instant, the invisible pressure on his back lifts, and even Melope loses interest in continuing to elevate his chin. Nero is caught off guard, his previously taut body nearly losing balance as the magic is released. He stumbles to his feet, lowering his gaze to mask a moment of embarrassment, discreetly adjusting his disheveled robes, concealing an irregular heartbeat. In the next moment, Melope steps back and draws her wand. Since you yearn so desperately for a fair duel, she nonchalantly points the tip of her wand in Nero's direction, a deeper smile gracing her lips. Then, my dear brother, I shall grant you the opportunity to prove yourself. Chapter 86. The Duel, bringing my brother to his knees. In an instant, the wand in her hand sheds its outer layer, transforming into a rich black walnut, its original deep hue. The wand's length subtly extending as Merope deftly twirls it in her fingers. Nero withdraws his own wand. The boy's naturally tall stature completely overshadows Merope's slender form. And upon confirming that the binding on his soul has indeed been lifted, he lowers his gaze to her face. Stray locks obscure her expression, and the girl before him nonchalantly sets her wand down. Her demeanor is relaxed, indifferent. Has she genuinely lifted the constraints? Is this a trap? A test? Or some motive that eludes his understanding? Merope Gunter, the spirit that has taken over his sister's body, what schemes does she harbor? With brows furrowed tightly, suspicion and vigilance burgeon within him like rampant vines, and the warmth that typically fills his gentle gaze is replaced entirely by calculation and scrutiny. Nero has spent his life basking in praise. Intelligent, handsome, donning a facade of gentleness accompanied by exceptional talent. From the moment he was sent to the Muggle orphanage, countless caretakers sang his praises. Volunteers who came to visit would often cradle him in their arms, and the other orphans, enchanted by his charm and striking features, treated him with special care. A healthy boy with such looks was a highly sought-after candidate for adoption in the orphanage. He was whisked away joyfully by an eager couple within days. Though an orphan, he seemed to have everything he desired effortlessly within his grasp. Exceptional grades, an impeccable appearance, and a profound understanding of the world around him allowed him to charm everyone with his eloquent words. Be they friends and mentors from his Muggle primary school or fellow wizards encountered later at the Magical Academy. Indeed, Nereus excelled academically during his time in the Muggle school. Had it not been for his magical aptitude, he would undoubtedly be attending a prestigious private institution, preparing to secure an esteemed position at a remarkable university and become a highly envied white-collar professional. Life was perpetually smooth sailing, and even Nereus had mastered the art of scheming and gossiping. 5 years prior, on Privet Drive, when Karkaroff had appeared unexpectedly, he cleverly manipulated the situation through cunning and deceit, leaving a headmaster utterly bewildered. It was then that he realized his magical talent was indeed as formidable as he had boasted. Throughout his 3 years at Durmstrang, he consistently ranked at the top, excelling in both spellcasting and dueling techniques among his peers. The intoxicating sense of control that power bestowed upon him, however, threatened to render his days increasingly mundane. Besides safeguarding his family, he seemed to have little else to pursue but the relentless acquisition of knowledge, experiencing the wondrous secrets of magic, and listening to the flattering remarks of the mundane about his gentle disposition. In truth, until now, no one in this world, aside from the soul currently inhabiting his sister's body, had ever glimpsed the other side of him. The suppressed magical energy within him surged violently. There was no time left for hesitation. The long-repressed facets of his character found an outlet at this moment, and the prideful calm he had maintained began to crumble under the onslaught of a sharp emotion. Almost instinctively, Nereus's wrist flicked abruptly, ice pierced like daggers. Without any forewarning, several sharp icicles crystallized and shot directly toward the seemingly unguarded Merope. The temperature plummeted, causing the flames on the candlelit walls to flicker wildly in response to the biting chill. Within such a confined space, the attack range of the icicles was maximized, their reflective cold light nearly blinding. Yet, Merope merely raised her wand with a graceful motion. A protective armor materialized instantly before her. The sharp icicles struck the barrier, dissipating like mist in the ocean without a trace. Nereus's heart sank. At this moment, he still had no clear understanding of the true age and origin of the soul before him. While her outward demeanor suggested a lack of experience, he suddenly recalled the duel he had witnessed between Merope and Snape. What were her attacking habits? Where lay the weaknesses in her defenses? The wand's movements were nearly relentless as Nereus struck again, launching an assault akin to a torrential storm. He aimed to petrify, to obliterate, to shatter. A cacophony of spells erupted in succession. Indeed, Nereus possessed the confidence to display his robust magical foundation and a clear battle strategy. The spells flowed seamlessly. Rapid-fire attacks surged forth, and the soundproofing charm had long been cast in this space, the flashes of magic illuminating their faces in a flickering dance. The walls bore the charred marks of their clash, a glass cup shattered, fragments scattering amidst the residual magical energy, yet Merope remained steadfast, unperturbed. Too hasty. A languid voice echoed as Merope casually deflected one of his spells, embedding it deeply into the wall. The concentration of magic was insufficiently refined, easily diverted from its intended path. When casting powerful spells, one must maintain a stable base. Your center of gravity on the lower left is lacking. Do you intend to kneel and beg for mercy at any moment? A swift silver light suddenly darted toward Nereus's left ankle, forcing him to stumble. Furthermore, you leave a gap on your upper right. She lazily raised her eyelids, revealing numerous flaws. A blinding flash struck his right shoulder, bursting forth a spray of crimson. His dignified school robe was abruptly torn. The fabric of his shirt ripped as well. The young man's pale shoulder was exposed, a deep wound left in its wake, crimson droplets seeping rapidly, staining the tattered fabric. Shards of cloth drifting to the ground. Why? Nereus frantically unleashed spells, watching as her book transformed into a shield to nullify them. The silver light consumed his malevolent curse. Throughout the entire encounter, she had never resorted to any flashy, high-powered spells. Merely slight adjustments, precise blocks, and occasional nonchalant counterattacks. She even had the leisure to offer him guidance. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat trickled from his brow. The achievements he had once taken pride in appeared utterly insignificant before Merope. No matter how hard he tried, he could not touch the sensation of defeat that eluded him, while Merope remained impeccably composed and serene in stark contrast to his disheveled state. Before the shattered glass fragments, her raven hair cascaded down. The walnut wand lazily encircled in her hand, and though she tilted her head slightly to look up at him, it conveyed an unmistakable air of superiority. "Is this all you can manage, brother?" Merope asked softly, her tone devoid of disappointment or mockery. She was simply too powerful. Strong enough to render any chance of victory invisible, strong enough to unravel the clarity of his thoughts. "No, this cannot be." Nereus's gaze sharpened, forcing back the searing pain in his shoulder and the tumultuous storm within his heart. He desperately recalled and analyzed every detail from Merope's duel at the dueling club to the current confrontation. Spells were released, and countless thorny vines, ablaze with dark flames, surged from the ground surrounding Merope. They climbed higher and higher, attempting to ensnare her form. Nereus noticed Melope's eyes drop, and he seized the opportunity. Utilizing the shadows cast by the burning thorns to stealthily maneuver his wand, he silently murmured the incantation in his mind. Nereus stepped back, unleashing an ominous scarlet spell from the tip of his wand. Durmstrang had always encouraged and taught students to wield dark magic. It was a silent, piercing agony, the red light tearing through the air, aimed straight at Merope. This was dark magic, forbidden, an unforgivable curse, and the last possibility he could conceive. Nereus's eyes flickered. He had noticed earlier that Melope's response to his attacks had been overly casual and lax. If he could seize upon that moment of negligence to launch a surprise attack from behind, perhaps there would be a chance. However, just as the red light was about to reach her, Merope raised her left hand. Her fingers spread wide, and with a gentle grasp, the red light, capable of overwhelming most wizards, halted just before her palm, then silently dissipated. In the face of absolute power, any technique, any trick, became meaningless. Melope's expression turned utterly frigid. "One must indeed commend Durmstrang," she remarked, turning away with a slight curl of her lips. Even the unforgivable curse was wielded with such ease. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Merope pressed her index finger down gently. In the next moment, Nereus felt his knees weaken, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. Chapter 87. Ginny has vanished. Was it deliberate on your part, brother? He had lost. Completely and utterly lost. His body fell to the ground against his will. Shards of broken glass embedded deeply into his knees, the glaring crimson staining his trousers. His breath quickened, causing his chest to heave violently. The walnut wand lifted his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze, plunging into a fathomless abyss of darkness. Calm, imbued with a chill. He had never witnessed Merope treating another with such a gaze. Her seaweed-like, luxuriant hair fell casually, a few strands brushing against the gory wound on his shoulder, mingling pain with an unsettling itch. Yet, her hair merely swept past him, quickly followed by her fingertips, pale and frigid, pressing against his injury, her nails sinking deeply into flesh, causing Nero to tremble involuntarily. Was this truly the visage of her sister? His vision began to blur and distort. At some point, he had a disquieting sense that the figure before him was subtly transforming, increasingly diverging from the sister he remembered. Her eyes turned into pure, fathomless black. When she gazed down, her obsidian pupils almost entirely devoured his reflection. He witnessed Merope effortlessly seize his wand, the one that, as Ollivander had recounted, was only loyal to its master, manipulating it with ease, tracing an arc in the air. Astonishingly, Merope felt no discomfort. His wand had wholly pledged its allegiance to her. Piercing and excruciating, she murmured, the red light emanating from the tip of her wand striking him. The magic coursing through his limbs and body. An agonizing, soul-rending pain surged through him. Nero could not help but gasp, physiological tears spilling from his eyes, blurring Merope's visage mere inches away. Everything was too indistinct. All perception was shrouded in obscurity. Under the excruciating agony that threatened to obliterate his sanity, vision nearly faded, the world transforming into a swirling, pure white haze. Yet, amidst this chaos, one sensation remained strikingly clear, the warmth of Merope's palm. Unbeknownst to him, she had lifted his cheek, her touch playful yet firm. Indeed, in the stark contrast of such profound suffering, even Melope's previously cold hand now felt oddly warm. A warmth that beckoned pursuit. He heard her words. "Since you prepared to pierce my very core first," she stated calmly, devoid of any tumult. "Do not blame me for being ungracious." The pure white before him suddenly flickered with clarity, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. Reminiscent of the summer when she had questioned him about his deliberate proximity to Harry. He recalled that moment, when he had knelt in a flurry of apologies. And upon encountering that gaze, his heart had quickened involuntarily. Those mundane, dull memories sprang to life, so much so that even the current soul-ripping pain became bearable. Nero instinctively leaned forward, nearly collapsing into Melope's embrace, barely mustering a shred of strength from the aftermath of his agony. "Apologies," his voice rasped and fractured. The effects of the Cruciatus curse were gradually waning, and Nero chased after the warmth of Melope's palm, tilting his head up. "I mean to ask, what is your original age? Why are you so powerful? This overwhelming magic, this effortless control, this brutally cold demeanor, none of it could belong to an ordinary wizard. What manner of being resides within you?" Melope's eyes darkened. "If we speak of time traversed, I am 18, yet nearly 2 years have passed, almost 20 now. Why the sudden inquiry? Just 19? That was hardly an age difference." His dilated pupils began to focus slightly, tears finally unable to contain their weight, cascading down his cheeks. Nero had always known that his magical prowess was far from its zenith. Perhaps he was distinguished among his peers and could surpass many mediocre adult wizards in theoretical knowledge. Yet, he understood the vast chasm that separated him from many great sorcerers. Until now, he had believed that diligence and study could bridge that gap. He had never before grasped so clearly the distance between himself and true strength. His heart raced wildly as he surrendered resistance, his body going limp. The sight of Melope lowering her gaze was breathtaking. He lifted his eyes, almost submissively yielding himself. Kneeling on the ground, the fabric at his knees soaked with blood. The wound on his shoulder, still oozing slightly, tears and faint bloodstains mingled on his pallid face. At this moment, his damp azure eyes mirrored his intoxication. What is going on with this fellow? Melope's fingers, poised to graze his lips, suddenly halted, her expression pausing. She scrutinized Nero's features. The excruciating pain of the Cruciatus curse had evidently receded from his body, the boy's chest heaving violently as he continued to gasp. Wait a moment. This so-called brother had sought her out, unceremoniously dragging her into this confined space, provoking her with words, pressing her to act. Yet now, he was defeated and forced to kneel, and instead of exhibiting pain or anger, he displayed this expression. Was it deliberate? Melope narrowed her eyes, and the next moment, voices from outside the compartment suddenly broke through. A professor rushed by. Ginny Weasley is missing. Chapter 88. Wounds and Submission, the brother's perfect facade. The voice penetrated the compartment, causing Melope's gaze to flicker. She realized that the lunch break had long since ended, and the first class of the afternoon was nearly over. Yet the bell had not rung, Professor McGonagall's amplified voice resonating throughout the castle. All students are to return to their common rooms immediately and await instructions. Outside the compartment, the footsteps in the corridor had transformed from sparse to tumultuous. She heard the sound of muffled sobs, a hoarse voice penetrating the door, crashing into Melope's ears. Ginny. My sister. She has been taken to the Chamber of Secrets by the heir of Slytherin. Melope's movements came to a complete halt. Nero remained kneeling on the floor. Magic swirling deftly from her fingertips, the fabric scattered on the ground levitating. She suddenly brushed her hand across Nero's shoulder, recovering the gaping wounds with the fabric. The cloth pressed against his wounds with a forceful touch, and Nero blushed as he gazed up at Melope's indifferent countenance. She leaned down, placing her lips close to his ear. I've mended your clothes. When we step outside, do try to appear presentable. I would rather not hear any rumors regarding my harming you in the future. Come now. She gently placed her wand into his palm. Let us leave, brother. The lingering pain from the Cruciatus curse caused his arm to twitch involuntarily. Melope assisted him gently to his feet, his lips slightly parted, hair disheveled. Be good. Lower your head. She extended her palm to smooth his damp locks. The blood on his knees was naturally cleaned by Melope, but the dirt that had mingled remained unmasked. His robe was wrinkled, and his tie completely askew. With a tender gesture, she rose onto her toes, using one hand to adjust his tie. The summer attire was light, and as she completed her adjustments, her fingers effortlessly slid down, brushing against the soft flesh beneath his shirt, playfully pinching it, eliciting a muffled groan from Nero. The glass cup that had fallen to the floor was reassembled and placed back on the table, while Melope's hand tightened around his wrist. Her index finger pressing against the most sensitive spot of his palm, her gaze wholly fixated on his face. Students hurried past the compartment. taking this route as a necessity to reach their common rooms. Nero struggled to place his wand into his pocket, having been struck by so many spells. He found himself overwhelmed, despite a life of relative comfort up until now. A Hufflepuff student stood frozen, eyes wide with astonishment, amidst the crowd. The prying gazes of onlookers were directed towards Nero, who leaned heavily against Merope, nearly bearing the weight of his entire being upon her. Fresh tear tracks stained his pale visage, and his body trembled slightly, a clear manifestation of his distress. A number of students halted to observe. One boy, seemingly acquainted with Nero, gaped in disbelief. Nero, you. He had just been assisted out by that so-called sister of his, a girl who spoke in the Slytherin tongue. An ominous premonition surged within him, yet Nero lowered his eyelashes, gently murmuring under Merope's grasp, "It's all right, classmates." Recently, he and his sister had indeed had a quarrel, and he had come to seek her forgiveness. A feeble smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, as he added, "We reminisced about many past events because of it." This rendered his tears seemingly a mere consequence of their recent apologies. However, the boy scrutinized Nero with skepticism. His golden hair slightly tousled against his forehead, his ample wizarding robes concealing much, but still revealing the conspicuous stain upon his knee. His cheeks remained pallid, void of color, while Merope beside him radiated an effervescent joy. Like a serpent eyeing its prey, her outstretched palm coiled around Nero languidly, soft and cold, yet tightening its grip, rendering him unable to escape. "What seems to be the matter, students?" Professor Sprout, responsible for escorting students back to the common room, approached. Having noticed the attention on Nero and Merope, she covered her mouth in surprise and hurried towards them, exclaiming, "Oh, Merlin, dear Mr. Gunter and Miss Gunter. Why are you not with Professors Flitwick and Snape?" The crowd parted for her, allowing Sprout to finally observe Nero's countenance. Her expression faltered as Merope released her hold on Nero, glancing at Cedric, who lingered behind Sprout. The handsome youth was partially obscured by Sprout, and even Melope's deliberate search could only catch a glimpse of Cedric's gaze lingering on Nero for a fleeting moment. "What is this?" Melope's eyes narrowed with curiosity, but Nero, betraying no emotion, shifted slightly to block Melope's final view of Cedric. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain and tremors coursing through his body, and lowered his head patiently to reiterate his earlier words to Sprout. In truth, the hand concealed within his sleeve continued to tremble subtly. During their prior duel, he had been acutely aware that he might not overpower Merope. At that moment, he had intended to seize the opportunity of his injury to open the compartment door, the ensuing noise of incantations drawing the attention of nearby classrooms. He could endure the pain, allowing blood to cascade from his shoulder. A disheveled appearance, coupled with a gentle facade, would craft the persona of a caring brother attempting to persuade his sister to abandon her misguided path in front of the other students. Even professors. Look, he had been injured by his dear sister, yet still he persisted in his counsel, portraying himself as a figure of pity and magnanimity. He would sorrowfully disclose how she had harmed him with dark magic, subtly implying her as the heir responsible for opening the Chamber of Secrets. Her culpability was already considerable, and with his accusations, the weight of public opinion could solidify her as the prime suspect. Under the pressure of collective voices, the Ministry of Magic might even seize her directly. Yet, the image of Melope's superior demeanor lingered in his mind, her expression starkly contrasting with the sister he had previously known. The gentle smile, the utter indifference reflected in her abyss-like eyes, her magical prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. He knew that pointing this out could invite her wrath. Moreover, she had been with him throughout Ginny's recent disappearance, possessing an impeccable alibi, and the curse he had cast had originated from his own wand. Should this be scrutinized, the ramifications would be dire. Furthermore, she now occupied his sister's body and identity. Certain crucial reasons were deliberately buried within him, his heart racing inexplicably, and the tips of his ears, hidden beneath his disheveled hair, burned with intensity. Nero composed himself, reverting to his customary gentle smile, as he patiently elucidated. "Indeed, Professor Sprout, I did have a disagreement with my sister earlier. I apologize for my hasty desire to mend our relationship." However, recalling Melope's earlier caress, his body involuntarily shuddered. "In our previous quarrel, I must admit, I was at fault first." The pain in his shoulder and knee persisted. He could sense warm blood perhaps trailing down his shoulder, soaking his white shirt beneath the ample black robes, a fortunate concealment. Yet Nero had always excelled at masquerade. Regardless of the torment his body endured or the tumult within his heart, he consistently portrayed the most perfect, courteous composure. Chapter 89, The Diary. "Listen to your mother." Melope's smiling gaze remained fixed on Nero, causing him to feel as if pricked by thorns. The professor acknowledged the boy's words. After all, no one could resist trusting a student known for his gentle demeanor, excellent grades, and thoughtful nature. especially when Nero and Merope were siblings. Shall I accompany Merope to the Slytherin common room? Cedric proposed earnestly after Nero was escorted away by Professor Flitwick, who had rushed in from the common room. The distance between the Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms is not too far. If it's a concern, perhaps we could also invite Professor Lockhart, who is currently available. Invite Lockhart? What good would he do? Sprout interjected politely. Don't be foolish. Dear child, you cannot escort Miss Gunter. I must find a way to inform Professor Snape that Miss Weasley has been captured in the chamber. The latter statement incited a wave of fearful whispers among the students. Merope observed Cedric's resigned shrug directed at her, nearly eliciting a smile from her lips. Clearly, Cedric's attempt to leverage Lockhart's name to gain her undivided attention had failed. After witnessing her supposed reconciliation with her brother, he likely had something to say. Merope mused idly, as Snape made his swift approach. Upon recognizing her, the chill emanating from him seemed to intensify. His sallow cheeks were pressed tightly together, and with a disdainful snort, Snape waved his hand to lift his robe, commanding, "Come with me." Merope leisurely waved goodbye to Cedric before following Snape's lead. He paused momentarily, his expression unreadable to her as he faced her. "What did you just do?" he inquired in the increasingly silent corridor. "Instead of attending class, I remained in a dilapidated compartment with your so-called brother," she replied languidly. As he stated, "We had a quarrel earlier, and now he seeks reconciliation. You were crying with Mr. Gunter, completely immersed in mending relations, even forgetting to attend class?" Snape scoffed, turning to scrutinize Merope. Indeed, when confronted with someone as suspicious as Snape, such matters would inevitably be questioned. Merope raised her eyelashes slightly, prepared to respond. But Snape abruptly interrupted her words. "Do not presume that I am unaware. You have requested not to assist you in procuring the potion ingredients for the storeroom, among which the Wolfsbane and various other materials are indispensable components for concocting the Wolfsbane potion." A sardonic smile graced his lips as he spoke coldly. "Miss Gunter, may I inquire where you stumbled upon a young werewolf? Or perhaps you have fortuitously encountered a wealthy werewolf willing to purchase the expensive Wolfsbane potion in full. Merope, shall I pay you for the ingredients?" Snape's demeanor grew even more frigid. This girl before him possessed an unsettling precocity that belied her age. Whether in her spellcasting, potion-making skills, or her manner of conduct, even her mental occlusion was so meticulously crafted that he himself might not be able to unravel it, despite never having attempted to do so. Yet, as a master of legilimency, he could always keenly perceive the capabilities of others. The secrets she harbored were manifold. Her ability to speak Parcel tongue, having been born into a Muggle family, and her inexplicable connection with Diggory had drawn Dumbledore's vigilant attention. Yet he had never divulged the reasons behind it. Most significantly, she had never exhibited genuine respect towards any professor, including him, Flitwick, McGonagall, or even Dumbledore himself. Very well. Let us observe her so-called relationship with Mr. Gunter. Perhaps in her daily life, she indeed needed to earn her own galleons. With a swift motion, Snape rolled up his sleeves and departed briskly, his form brushing past Merope's shoulder. "Since you wish to return to the common room," he remarked, "I shall not accompany you. After all, it is you, Merope. You are certainly capable of handling yourself." As Merope entered the Slytherin common room alone, she found the sofas already occupied by a throng of students. "Oh, Merope," Draco exclaimed, striding over to link his arm with her wrist. "Where have you been?" Ginny, that foolish Weasley sister, had been ensnared in the Chamber of Secrets, and under Merope's persuasive guidance, Draco had finally concluded that she was not the one responsible for opening it. A flicker of thought crossed Merope's eyes as she caught sight of Daphne and Pansy seated on the sofa. "All right," she said casually, tooling Draco's hair. "I need to head upstairs. The professor has tasked me with something." As she ascended the stairs, upon opening the dormitory door, she discovered a blank diary belonging to the original owner resting on the table. The bed curtains were nudged open by a small black head as Lilith poked her head out, affectionately nuzzling Merope's outstretched palm. "Have you kept an eye on it today?" Merope inquired, glancing at the bundle beside the black snake. Lilith eagerly nodded, her scarlet tongue flickering menacingly as it threatened the toad cornered in its vicinity. The unfortunate toad, cradling eggs, trembled under Lilith's gaze, prompting Merope to nod in satisfaction as she uncorked a vial of potion and forcefully administered it to the toad's mouth. "Remember, it must maintain the position of incubating the eggs." The potion was designed to accelerate the hatching process. She settled into the wooden chair at her desk, her feet slightly elevated, silently calculating the time, as she randomly retrieved the Wolfsbane that Theodore had previously brought her and ignited the cauldron. Flames flickered to life beneath the cauldron as Merope extracted a small knife, methodically grinding the Wolfsbane. The bitter aroma permeated the air, but suddenly, the diary resting on the table glimmered with an unexpected light. The book sprang open, and a shadowy figure stirred within, with flowing black hair and striking features. Draped in Slytherin robes that rippled through the air, Riddle's soul emerged. He pressed his lips together, his eyes widening slightly, an expression of dissatisfaction almost spilling forth. Yet Merope continued her grinding with an unhurried demeanor. At that moment, the potion within the cauldron emitted a soft pop. "Have you lost?" She finally paused and asked softly. A brief silence enveloped the air. Riddle remained mute, yet she observed him as he effortlessly grasped the stirring rod. "So, in the future." His pale hand encircled the transparent glass rod, slowly transforming the potion's hue. She lowered her eyelashes, a smile tugging at her lips. "Perhaps it would be wise to heed your mother's counsel." Chapter 90. Riddle. She had originally intended to dispose of him. This was not a mistake that Riddle ought to have committed. 50 years prior, when Riddle first opened the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore was the only individual who did not place his trust in him. It was that elder who, against the tide of public opinion, fought for Hagrid's reprieve. It was he who subsequently kept a watchful eye on Riddle, preventing him from committing further misdeeds. Dumbledore had almost always been convinced that Riddle was the perpetrator behind the opening of the chamber. Even the way he later regarded Merope bore an unusual scrutiny. Merope had initially believed that her own actions had been too ostentatious. Yet, it now seemed likely that Dumbledore had long since investigated Riddle's mother, uncovering her name and lineage. "You previously mentioned that Dumbledore has harbored suspicions about you since the first time you opened the chamber." She casually stirred the potion, her free hand rhythmically tapping the table. "What leads you to believe that after this latest opening of the chamber, he would so readily allow you to be expelled from the school, leaving you powerless?" "I am well aware of what Dumbledore might do," Riddle replied quietly. "He will set traps, I know, but he operates in the light while I dwell in the shadows. Moreover, I need to consult Potter about certain matters. No matter how formidable Dumbledore may be, he has indeed left Hogwarts. So you are confident that as long as he is absent, you will encounter no errors?" Riddle's voice lowered. Dumbledore provided Potter with a tattered sorting hat and that whimpering phoenix. Riddle's tone grew somber. "It was my oversight to underestimate how the sword of Gryffindor could be concealed beneath that sorting hat, or that the tears of the phoenix possess healing properties. But that is inconsequential. I have learned the reasons behind Potter's previous victories over me. I was but a hair's breadth away from successfully killing him, just a fraction, just the slightest margin. If only he could witness that pitiful savior boy pierced by the basilisk's fangs, or utterly crushed by his own formidable magic." Imagining the warm blood draining from the owner of those emerald eyes, the scent of death wafting through the air like the sweetest of spices. That body would collapse like a marionette with severed strings, those vibrant spring-green eyes forever extinguished. He would lay the bodies of that foolish Weasley girl and himself side by side, and the great Voldemort would erase his only defeat from this life. He would remain an undefeated legend, his name becoming an eternal nightmare for all wizards. Yet you still fell short. Merope raised her eyelids. "The crafting of potions does not yield the finest results simply because certain steps or timings are overlooked. Ultimately, it was Riddle's arrogance that led to his downfall. He had seduced the hearts of many, sowing discord while effortlessly petrifying numerous individuals under near-perfect concealment. The near victory had overwhelmed his reason. He had become far too confident, believing that as a mere 16-year-old, with a fragment of memory, he could drive away the person he detested most, the greatest white wizard in the realm of magic. Oh, not only that, he excelled academically, was courteous, possessed striking looks, and excelled in subterfuge. His ability to manipulate minds was truly unparalleled. Confounded Ginny. And even managed to bewilder Harry, the one he should have despised the most, to the extent that, in the final moments before the truth was unveiled, the boy, still in ignorance, had sincerely called him Tom. Moreover, during this year, he had discovered his mother. His mother, Merope, was a far more formidable witch than he had previously conceived, a powerful sorceress endowed with the noble bloodline of Salazar Slytherin. The scarlet light flickered fervently in his eyes. And Riddle recalled that less than half an hour ago, he had proudly introduced his identity to Harry, elaborating on how mesmerizing his mother, Voldemort's mother, was. Naturally, I would never continue to use the name of my foolish muggle father. My veins pulse with the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself, passed down through my illustrious mother. He observed Harry, whose mind seemed completely befuddled, standing motionless, and elegantly raised a finger as he strolled. She was beautiful, powerful, possessing the purest bloodline and unfathomable magical prowess. Her mastery of potions was unparalleled, and her skill in manipulating hearts surpassed even his own. In her hands, magic was wondrous and surreal. Her flowing dark hair and eyes so deep they seemed capable of consuming souls. Every inch of her was utterly captivating to him. "Oh, what did you say? Harry, was it your mother who saved you with an ancient protective spell?" He gazed at Harry with a near-pitying expression. "It mattered not. It appeared you truly are mundane." His mother was also by his side. Yet, You see Dumbledore merely as an adversary, neglecting others. The final process of concocting the Wolfsbane potion had finally been completed under her careful brewing, the bitter aroma wafting into her sleeves. Merope's voice pulled Riddle back to reality, and failed memories resurfaced in his mind as she turned her gaze fully upon the boy. The diary in which he once resided must now have been thoroughly pierced and destroyed by the basilisk's fangs. It was the protective enchantment she had set in advance that had taken effect. In the instant the diary was obliterated, a fragment of Riddle's soul escaped through the magical channel into this blank diary that belonged to its original owner. However, the loss of vitality and the impact of the original diary's destruction rendered Riddle's current soul even more fragile than when she first encountered him. His form appeared semi-transparent, as if it could disperse with a mere touch. His abundant black hair fell softly, and the moment Merope spoke, his lashes drooped, wholly attentive to her words. His visage both exquisite and striking. This docile demeanor would compel anyone who beheld it to exclaim in admiration at his humility and understanding. Ignoring those you deem insignificant. The weak is indeed the crux of your failure, Merope remarked lightly, though of course, I had long since predicted your downfall, suggesting you join me. My question, mother, Riddle murmured. She had expressed a desire for him to be obedient. She was his mother, and they were meant to be one, sharing the same will. Moreover, it was now his mother who had rescued him. Without her, he would have likely been completely obliterated by that basilisk's venom. Reverence for absolute power. Longing for the only person in the world who shared his bloodline, his eyes tinged with a vivid red, Riddle found himself irresistibly leaning closer to Merope. Now, with his soul so fragile, perhaps only Merope, the spellcaster, could see him clearly and touch him. Yet, he cared not, as long as he could be with his mother. Everything else was of little consequence. Mother, he murmured, his translucent form striving to draw nearer to that comforting presence, the one whose death was caused by Potter, yet who had protected him with ancient spells. But that was of no matter. A strange sense of distortion and satisfaction swelled within him, rising to the surface, and his words became entwined with delight. You saved me too. My mother used a stronger, more intricate spell to bring me back to her side. After Merope cast the spell, he had studied that enchantment. Once activated, it would dissipate into the ether, and by then, even if Harry showed Dumbledore the remnants of the diary, the old man would likely not perceive any trace of his continued existence. Elation and profound affection intertwined, nearly overwhelming him. Logic began to reconstruct itself around Merope. He saw her methodically organizing the Wolfsbane potion. I will heed your words. I will heed your words. It should have been this way all along, mother. His gaze remained firmly entangled in Merope's features, as if he wished to absorb every detail of her, compensating for the lost years. The challenges I have faced are merely the errors wrought by the currents of time. If only, mother. If only you had not been affected by time magic. If I could have been born by your side, raised under your guidance. His voice softened in that instant, his eyes shimmering with longing. Reflections of Merope filled his vision, and he could not help but step back. Raising his voice, we would have already ruled the entire magical realm. No one could have stopped us. Blissful, ecstatic, intimate. Merope approached the bedside, pausing in her motion to draw back the bed curtains. Is that so? She suddenly turned, a hint of regret in her demeanor. But is it possible, Tom, that when I first discovered I was pregnant, I had intended to drink a potion to terminate the pregnancy? Riddle. Chapter 91, Empathy. Raising a basilisk, Riddle's smile instantly froze. The corners of his lips were pulled into an almost imperceptible smirk, as Merope seemed amused by his expression. She composed herself to explain. Initially, I truly had no intention of bringing you into the world. I was just barely 18, with nothing but old Tom by my side. And the world was far from peaceful. The echoes of war had just subsided in the Muggle realm. I believed I lacked the means to raise a child. She locked eyes with Riddle, adding, moreover, for a witch, bearing a child is far too cumbersome and exhausting. Whether it be pregnancy, childbirth, or caring for a newborn. Even the most brilliant genius or dark lord must tend to feeding and changing diapers when the child is born. Riddle, that seems somewhat reasonable? Through the fervent lens of admiration for his mother, Riddle's astute and cold intellect instinctively began to rationalize her choices. An unformed embryo, devoid of memory, consciousness, or even the notion of rights. To empathize, if he were in Merope's position during such turbulent times, discovering he had unexpectedly conceived a child, his first reaction would likely be to erase it without hesitation. Further considering, if he were female, in pursuit of ultimate power, he could never allow a pregnancy to become an obstacle on his path to immortality. Yet, that life within her was his own. Riddle pressed his forehead, feeling the pulse of a vein. Foolish, now is not the time for empathy. The Merope before him seemed to be merely mentioning it in passing, her expression remaining unchanged. Riddle took a deep breath, his voice dry. It matters not, mother. I can understand, though I do not wish to. However, if he had never been born from the very beginning, then perhaps it is better not to delve into such thoughts. He has come into existence. At that moment, Merope spoke up unexpectedly. Upon hearing her words, Riddle instinctively stepped towards Merope's bed. The bed curtain was lifted by a pale hand, revealing the sight within. Lilith, shrouded in darkness, was anxiously hissing and flicking her tongue, while a nearby toad cowered in a tight ball, trembling in fear. It has been born. It has been born. Quickly close your eyes. Lilith shrieked in warning. At the center of the bed, an eggshell had already cracked, and a tiny creature, covered in deep green scales, was struggling to free itself from the remnants. It was so small that one could easily cup it in a single hand, its newly formed scales glistening with a damp sheen in the dim light. Merope waved her wand, and in the blink of an eye, a black gauze appeared out of thin air, gently covering the newborn creature's amber vertical pupils. Is this a basilisk? Riddle raised an eyebrow, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone brimming with intrigue. Indeed, Merope nodded, reaching out to lift the diminutive basilisk. The black gauze had formed a lovely bow at the creature's back, completely obscuring its deadly gaze. Seeing the basilisk in the chamber, Riddle contemplated nurturing one of his own. The eggs that were hatched using Toad's birth, such perilous magical beings. To privately cultivate a basilisk, such a dangerous creature, was undoubtedly a grave offense, punishable by an indefinite sentence in Azkaban. Yet, it was evident that neither Riddle nor Merope were concerned with such matters. The handsome youth leaned in lazily to observe, tilting his head to one side, his lustrous black hair cascading with the movement. Merope casually grasped the basilisk by its neck. Oh, it's a male, she concluded, lowering her gaze toward Lilith. Lilith, henceforth you shall have a child husband. Lilith. Ignoring Lilith's astonishment, Merope set the basilisk down beside her pillow. Her gaze swept over the clock in the corner of the dormitory. Now, I must take my leave, she said calmly, adjusting her robe sleeves, her eyes shifting to Riddle. Tom, remember to keep an eye on them for me. Understood. Riddle, now semi-transparent, nodded slightly. A crimson hue silently slid across his pupils, resembling a winding trail of blood in the dark of night. Regardless of how his mother had initially perceived things, they were together now, and that was sufficient. Riddle silently affirmed, his blood coursing with her magic, his soul intricately intertwined with hers. They were kin. The only beings in this world who could truly comprehend and possess one another. That was enough. The corridors of Hogwarts were eerily silent at that moment. Nearly all the students remained in the common room, still reeling from Ginny's abduction. Merope, wand in hand, made her way unimpeded to the hospital wing. Taking deliberate care to lighten her footsteps, she cautiously pushed the door open, catching a glimpse of Madame Pomfrey passing by with a potion in hand. Time was perfectly aligned. Merope swiftly sidestepped, closing the door behind her, isolating herself from the outside world, her gaze locking onto the two adjacent beds within the ward. Lying upon them were the Caro siblings. Chapter 92. The Caro siblings withdraw from school, capturing Pansy awake. The tone was cool and deliberate. The curtains in the ward were tightly drawn, with only a sliver of light filtering through the seam, the stark white ceiling glaring down at her, its edges tinged with the golden hue of the afternoon sun. What is this voice? Where was I just a moment ago? Her mind was clouded and hazy. As if submerged in murky waters, Illyra lay in bed, struggling to resurface. Her body felt as though it had not moved in ages, heavy and lethargic. Her right hand seemed to be tightly gripping something. It was a mirror. Oh, it seems I was just with Gideon, heading to class. Casually picking up the mirror to fix my hair after that ridiculous care of magical creatures lesson, and then I was met with a pair of amber eyes? Without processing the thought, her hand instinctively raised the mirror. It trembled slightly, the dust-speckled surface reflecting her weary and frail visage, along with several striking dark strands of hair against the pristine white bedding. Wait, dark strands of hair. That voice. The edge of her bedside seemed to sink silently, and Illyra's trembling gaze shifted to the figure perched quietly at the edge of her bed. A slender girl sat there, one hand propped on the mattress, her thick, seaweed-like dark hair cascading down, her pale cheeks slowly turning towards her as her eyes followed the movement. In that dim corner, she was nearly engulfed by shadows. I thought you would take a bit longer to notice me. With a long, ghostly hand cradling her chin, Merope's gaze was ice-cold and devoid of compassion. The corners of her lips curled slightly, reminiscent of a devil's grin. Her hair shifted, the disheveled bangs swaying slightly, revealing a smooth yet even paler forehead. An overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped the room. The ward was sealed, the remnants of drowsiness and weakness instantly replaced by an acute clarity. Illyra's eyes widened in alarm as she hurled the mirror aside, scrambling to prop herself against the headboard, her legs curling up beneath her. The covers rising to form a bulge, as she nearly dragged herself to the farthest corner from Merope. "What do you want?" she stammered, her lips trembling. Locking eyes with Merope's heavy gaze, her hand instinctively fumbling in her pocket, only to grasp at emptiness. Her wand had long been confiscated, and she was clad in a hospital gown, the back of her head colliding painfully against the metal of the bed as she retreated. "Why hide so far away?" Merope's voice was soft, her head resting against the headboard. "Doesn't that hurt? It was you who controlled that monster, petrifying me there." Illyra shrieked suddenly. "Right. It was you, Gunter. I knew you were the culprit behind the chamber's opening." Slap. Illyra felt an invisible force tighten around her neck, as if a silken thread had ensnared her, lifting her higher and higher, irresistibly pulling her away from the bed. Her feet flailed helplessly in the air, while her hands frantically clawed at her throat, but she grasped nothing but emptiness. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed her, her vision beginning to blur with dark spots. Yet in the next instant, she was unceremoniously thrown to the floor. The impact was harsh. Her forehead struck the ground violently, surely already bruised and swollen. Dazed, Illyra turned her head, palms pressing against the floor. Her beloved chestnut-brown hair lay scattered on the ground, while Merope leisurely rose to her feet, her polished shoes echoing crisply with each step forward. She lazily tucked her wand back into her pocket, looking down at Illyra's disheveled form from her elevated position. On another bed behind Merope, Gideon appeared to stir, roused by the commotion. "Is that so? How unfortunate. For I am not the instigator of the chamber's opening that petrified you." Merope's hand remained in her pocket, her lips curving into a smirk. "However, I could very well dispose of you here. You claim you are not. Who else could it be, aside from Potter?" Illyra retreated hastily, her gaze anxiously darting past Merope, as Gideon struggled to open his eyes. Illyra's words remained a facade of bravado. "Are you really going to do it here, Gunter? This is the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey is nearby. If anything were to happen, it would be most unfortunate." "I have just cast a soundproofing charm," Merope murmured softly. "Moreover, Mrs. Pomfrey has toiled tirelessly throughout the night to concoct the antidote for petrification, and only just now has she managed to administer the potion to all the poor children. She is utterly exhausted and in dire need of deep rest, incapable of hearing any sounds." "Did she cast a spell on Mrs. Pomfrey as well?" Illyra's pupils dilated with fear. Gideon, lying on the sickbed, appeared to be fully awake. "Quick, act swiftly, while she is unprepared. Use whatever magic you can to bring her down." Illyra desperately signaled with her eyes, but the weight of Merope's gaze nearly rendered her breathless. Fortunately, Gideon only hesitated for a moment before comprehending his sister's intent. Tentatively, he raised his arm, his fingertips twitching. However, Merope's hand, still lodged in her pocket, did not fully withdraw. She merely lifted her index finger slightly. Suddenly, a tremendous force seized him, yanking Gideon violently from the bed and crashing him onto the floor beside Illyra. He curled up in pain, his knees striking the ground with great force, his expression of anguish and horror as he tilted his head back. Without mercy, Merope's foot pressed down on Gideon's recently injured knee. "Did you think to ambush me from behind?" Merope's heel pressed down with slight force, eliciting a muffled cry of pain from the boy, who was then kicked away, crashing against the wall. "Do you really believe I would grant you such an opportunity? Time and again, you dare to provoke me." She chuckled casually, her smile appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. "Since my birth, the last two who dared to do this to me now have grass growing several feet high over their graves." With a single wave of her hand, she cast the same curse upon the two of them simultaneously. The agony brought forth by the incantation caused both Gideon and Illyra to scream in torment. They writhed in anguish on the floor, their bodies convulsing, faces contorted, unable to rise again. Gideon bit his lip until it bled, the metallic taste filling his mouth, while Illyra gasped for breath like a fish out of water, tears mingling with sweat to cover her face. "I understand now." In the throes of extreme pain, Illyra suddenly screamed in hysteria. "We were petrified because of your brother, weren't we? After all, he is also the heir of Slytherin." Merope's eyes flickered slightly. Oh, I knew it." Illyra's voice was hoarse. She struggled to lift her head, fixing her gaze on Merope's indifferent eyes, her fists clenched tightly. "You and your brother are both demons. You are, and so is Nereus Gunter, wearing a mask of false piety, yet uttering the most venomous words. Oh, you will all go to hell. You will face retribution. I curse you both to descend to hell together and meet a miserable end." "What did you say?" Merope frowned, prompting Illyra to unleash her words with even greater fervor. "Oh, Merlin, could it be that you are unaware? Your brother once devised a scheme in herbology class to lure my brother and me out and cast the Cruciatus curse upon us, simply because he heard we had bullied you. His plan was flawless. We could find no evidence against them. You siblings are pure, unadulterated demons. And this?" Merope raised an eyebrow, momentarily loosening her grip on the curse. Illyra was able to catch her breath. but the fear on her face dramatically amplified with Melope's sudden change in demeanor. That expression was nearly chilling. She seemed to regret having uttered those previous words. As Merope appeared to be swallowed by an even deeper shadow, her flowing hair swayed, and her dark, inorganic eyes suddenly glimmered with a distinct crimson hue. Blood splattered into the inky darkness, staining her gaze. The air in the entire infirmary began to tremble. I had no idea about this, she said with a soft laugh. However, since that is the case, I shall follow in my brother's footsteps and continue to cast the Cruciatus curse upon you. She detested those who still attempted to argue against her curses at such a moment. You, Gideon, he desperately shifted his body to shield Allura behind him, barely managing a smile. Miss Gunter, we currently have no wands. If you directly use your own wand to cast the Cruciatus curse, it would be very easy to leave traces for the ministry. Merope raised her finger. A red light shot forward and directly pierced the chests of the siblings, their expressions instantaneously transforming into sheer agony. The unspeakable torment they experienced was several times more intense than before, their screams strangled in their throats. They collapsed completely. Merope's spell evidently more potent than that cast by Nereus, as an endless sensation of their souls being shredded coursed through their limbs, causing their bodies to convulse uncontrollably. Gideon was curled up against the wall, while Allura fell helplessly to the floor. Is that so? Quite a considerate suggestion, Merope murmured softly. However, I never said that I must use a wand to cast an unforgivable curse. As her vision blurred, Allura was left only with the sight of Merope's face obscured in the dim light. Indeed, as the faint light from the curtains gradually illuminated more, the flickering glow cast an eerie outline on her pale face. A madman seeking lives, a soulless demon clawing its way out of hell. Allura suddenly realized how dreadfully mistaken she had been. From the very beginning, she should never have provoked this girl. When she displayed her talent for Parseltongue, when she showcased her extraordinary magical prowess, she should have known she was not someone to be trifled with. Even with her proud lineage and considerable connections, the individual before her possessed unparalleled talent and a formidable identity. A rising star in the magical world, even facing the animosity of the Caro family. Countless more prestigious pureblood families would eagerly extend their olive branches to her. A cold hand unexpectedly grasped Allura's chin, forcing her to raise her face. Oh right. The pressure of the fingertip gently brushed against her jaw. Merope leaned down, that faint light crawling across half of her cheek. In a hushed tone, just loud enough for the two of them to hear, she asked, I have one more thing to inquire, Miss Caro. Did you send a few individuals to my apothecary to cause trouble before the Christmas holiday, Allura? Genuine confusion flashed in her pained eyes, but Merope's expression darkened. Without waiting for her response, a silent legilimency invaded her mind forcefully. Allura's consciousness scattered, as her memories were violently rummaged through. The Caro siblings had indeed not sent anyone to disturb her shop. Well, of course, she had always been meticulous about sneaking away from Hogwarts to visit Nocturne Alley. And theoretically, no one should have discovered it. With cruel force, Merope shoved Allura to the ground, expressionless as she cast a stupefying charm and a memory charm upon her. Then leisurely made her way toward Gideon, who was curled up in the corner. As the eldest daughter, Allura was the true heir of the Caro family, while Gideon knew nothing of the situation. Shiny shoes pressed directly onto Gideon's outstretched hand, and Merope leaned down, gradually increasing the pressure, producing a chilling sound. If you were to behave yourself, remember to come back after waking up and withdraw from school with your sister. I do not wish to see you both again. Gideon felt the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he strained to utter fragmented phrases, only to succumb to unconsciousness as a beam of light struck him. Merope lazily straightened, taking a step back as her wand slipped from her pocket into her palm. With her back turned to the infirmary door, her thick bangs slightly obscured her vision as she commanded, Come out. Suddenly, her voice sliced through the silence with a chilling clarity. The long-standing silencing charm enveloping the infirmary was abruptly lifted, and Merope's tone remained nonchalant. To those who had been hiding there, spying, the response was a profound silence. A figure lurking outside the infirmary felt their heartbeat quicken. Their foot hovered, hesitant to touch the ground, seemingly wishing to flee, yet Merope's laughter rendered them frozen in place. It was a light, gentle laugh, yet it bore an unsettling eeriness. Not coming out, are we? The wand in her hand finally flicked. A flash of light ensnared a frail silhouette hiding behind the door, pulling it forward, staggering, directly into her embrace. An arm encircled the waist of Pansy, who felt her back collide with the wall, her dark locks covered by a chilling palm. The acrid scent of potion filled her nostrils as Merope's face loomed large before her, almost enveloping Pansy in her arms. She tilted her head, her lips brushing against Pansy's ear, her smile devoid of warmth. So tell me, what did you see, Parkinson? Chapter 93. Lucius, he is a Death Eater, ISNT? Her disheveled, seaweed-like hair swayed gently with each shift of posture, resting against her chest. Those dark, penetrating eyes fixed upon her, the once blood-red hue having dissipated, ensnaring Pansy in a suffocating gaze that stripped her of breath and courage. I know nothing. I saw nothing. Her voice trembled involuntarily. Indeed, the silencing charm had been cast with utmost precision by Melope. She could not hear a sound, nor dare to peer through the door, merely casting furtive glances. However, Pansy's eyes inevitably roamed the surroundings of the infirmary. Elora lay crumpled on the floor, her forehead bruised, her clothes caked in dust, while Gideon appeared even worse. His body contorted in a manner that suggested broken bones. They couldn't possibly be. Oh, just as this dreadful thought emerged, Melope's grip on her waist tightened abruptly, her cold voice whispering in her ear. Then why do I feel as though someone has been following me since the moment I stepped out of the lounge? She had merely noticed Melope sneaking out and sought to catch a glimpse of her misdeeds. Her father had always urged her to win Draco's heart, facilitating the union of Parkinson and Malfoy. Yet this very person had maintained a close relationship with Draco. If she could uncover any evidence of Melope's unsavory dealings, she could be expelled from school, ensuring everything would be resolved. I wasn't. Cold sweat streamed down Pansy's forehead in large droplets, rolling down her pale cheeks. I was just curious. Curious? Melope echoed softly. It was over. She should never have appeared at this moment. She would face retribution, discarded like a rag doll, just like the Caro siblings. Would she never see her parents again? Would she never don those lovely dresses, lying in the infirmary, unable to fulfill her family's expectations for the union, dooming the revival of the Parkinson family? I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have followed you. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I want to compete with you for Draco again. Draco? Melope suddenly laughed, a light, condescending mockery in her tone. The pressure on Pansy's head vanished, and Melope leisurely moved her hand from the back of Pansy's head to her chin, utilizing her slight height advantage. She pinched Pansy's chin, compelling her to look up. But why do you think I would spare you because of Draco? What is he to me? A person of great significance? Melope inquired earnestly, her grip on Pansy's chin taking on a playful quality as she narrowed her eyes. Or do you, Miss Parkinson, believe your worth is limited to this? What? Pansy's mind went blank. Melope's hand suddenly released her. She lazily stepped back, causing Pansy to lose her balance, her legs weakening as she nearly collapsed to the floor. She barely managed to steady herself against the wall, listening to Melope's next languid words. Of course, considering you haven't provoked me much before, I will let you go. However, Melope smirked, casting her gaze down upon Pansy's face. Anxiety and fear etched upon it. Though she attempted to feign calmness, despite excelling at Hogwarts, with considerable magical talent, why had Pansy failed to think clearly just moments ago? It was always difficult for her to act against another girl similarly scarred by her upbringing. I need you to announce to everyone that at this very moment, at least until now, we have both been in the dormitory, engaged in pleasant conversation. Now, she turned her back to Pansy, her voice softening. Return the Caro siblings to their beds. Rest assured, they are merely asleep and will awaken in 5 minutes. Furthermore, they will soon be withdrawing from school. So you need not worry about any future retribution from the Caro family. 5 minutes. Withdrawing? Pansy's gaze flickered. They were not dead? Melope's figure had completely vanished from the infirmary, and Pansy finally crumpled against the wall, gasping for breath, her eyes darting to the unconscious forms of Elora and Gideon. Their previous arrogance replayed in her mind. Melope Gaunt, she never adorned herself with flamboyance. Nor did she emulate the behaviors of certain pureblood girls who mastered etiquette to portray the ideal wife in the eyes of pureblood families. How had she managed to garner such attention and even admiration from so many? How could someone born with nothing so decisively strike at the heir of the Caro family, wielding an absolute confidence that forbade retaliation? Was it her inherent, formidable magic and self-assurance? As she silently returned her wand to her pocket, Melope rounded the corner of the corridor outside the infirmary, nearly colliding with a figure. It was Lucius Malfoy. His brow was furrowed, his platinum hair flowing, his gray eyes swirling with evident fury. Mr. Malfoy, she hesitated to greet, noticing the familiar tattered diary he clutched in his hand. Yet Lucius merely shot her a cold glance, displaying clear impatience. Out of my way. With a disdainful huff, he brushed past her, revealing the embroidered silver patterns on his robe. Melope paused, her gaze lingering on the item he held for a fleeting moment. If I recall correctly, this haughty head of the Malfoy family is also one of Voldemort's Death Eaters, is he not? Merope turned and navigated the corridor, soon catching sight of Harry. At his feet stood an ugly house elf, its bulbous eyes wide and its gnarled fingers clutching Harry's sleeve. Mr. Harry Potter, Dobby thanks you. You have given Dobby freedom. The house elf's voice was shrill, but it fell silent the moment it spotted Merope. Harry followed Dobby's gaze upward, momentarily bewildered. Merope? Chapter 94. Harry, Riddle boasted about his mother to me. How did she come to be here? The boy's spring-green eyes blinked in confusion, while Dobby beside him was suddenly filled with terror. Yes, it's you, Miss Gaunt. Dobby had encountered her before, fear radiating from him as if it were palpable. Instantly, the little elf emitted a short, sharp cry and vanished into thin air, as if seeking to flee. Merope's expression faltered. Surely, this must be the same elf whom Nereus tormented during interrogation? Feeling the sudden lightness of his sleeve, Harry stepped forward and mumbled in confusion, "Oh, Dobby has gone." He attempted to explain to her that this house elf had intercepted his letters over the summer, preventing him from returning to Hogwarts. However, his intentions were undoubtedly noble. He instinctively raised his foot, only then noticing that his robes were already covered in dust. Hastily, he began to pat them down. In an instant, Merope waved her wand, rendering his Gryffindor robes immaculate. "Thank you," Harry murmured, his cheeks tinged with warmth. He then wiped his face with his palm and took a deep breath. "Merope, I never imagined that diary belonged to Voldemort." He tightened his grip on Melope's sleeve. Although he did not grasp any part of her, it did not conceal the rapidity of his speech. He manipulated Ginny into opening the Chamber of Secrets, orchestrating that series of petrifying actions, even attempting to consume Ginny's soul to resurrect himself. "Oh, right, speaking of your friend," he blinked hurriedly. "Oh, she is Ginny." Merope acquiesced readily. "So that is the case." Harry found himself curling his fingers. His thumb absent-mindedly rubbed against the other fingertips through the fabric, the corner of Melope's robe clasped tightly in his grasp. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore examined her and said Ginny's soul was not too severely damaged, which was quite unexpected. Harry's gaze fell, and the earlier memories resurfaced in his mind. The striking young man with dark hair had boasted with such pride about his mother, praising her strength and extolling her remarkable talents in dark magic and potions, even holding her character in high esteem. But why? How could it be that his mother was slain by his own hands? Yet Voldemort would so passionately recount the greatness of his mother before him? He recalled how he had responded back then. Oh yes. His voice had been calm, yet laced with hatred, his entire being brimming with an unfamiliar strength, fists clenched, devoid of any tension or fear. His emerald eyes smoldering with suppressed fury. A wildfire sweeping across the grass only begets a more vibrant and resilient green. Even if, as you claim, your mother is truly as magnificent as you proclaim, she would only feel shame and anguish for giving birth to you, a wretch. And you are not the greatest wizard. The greatest wizard is Albus Dumbledore. Yet the dense sorrow that had accumulated since their confrontation could not dissipate. Even though he had not uttered a word of it to Dumbledore in his office, the sorrow coalesced into a knot, and Harry found himself unwittingly drawing closer to Merope. Both hands clutching her sleeve, he nearly bowed his head, resting against her shoulder, his voice muffled. "So, Merope, why does Riddle keep telling me how wonderful his mother is?" For some reason, Harry felt a stronger sense of security in Melope's presence. A faint aroma of potions lingered around her, reminiscent of Snape, yet it was far from repugnant. In her presence, Harry found himself inclined to speak more freely, to share more. Merope was unlike Ron, whose boisterous nature often obscured the nuances of his thoughts. She was not like Hermione, who approached him with a concerned gravity, attempting to help him untangle his feelings with a tone of pitying comfort. As for Dumbledore, oh, he was the headmaster, a teacher, a distant elder, and communicating with him felt too far removed. Only Merope seemed to understand his sentiments. She was more mature than them, having traversed further in magic and insight. She had been the first to alert him to the basilisk, and she had not been angered when she noticed he had used Polyjuice potion. "Oh, right, Merope." Harry raised his head again, stammering, "I forgot to tell you. Voldemort's real name is Tom Riddle." Merope replied, "Thank you for telling me the name of my own son." At that moment, immersed in his troubles, Harry was evidently unaware of how nuanced Melope's expression was. He continued to murmur, his head resting entirely against her shoulder, while Merope, looking down, could only see the top of the boy's head and his back. "Riddle, what could he possibly mean? Why does he say these things to me?" The anguish swelled in those green eyes as Merope listened quietly, suddenly reaching out to grasp Harry's shoulder. She gently pushed him away, encouraging him to lift his head from her shoulder, their gazes meeting, his dark void against her vibrant spring green. Harry instinctively raised his eyes to Merope, and now that spring green reflected the shadow of black. She reached out, brushing aside the disheveled black hair of the savior boy. The lightning scar on his forehead, even after all these years, still bore a faint pink hue. It should have been smooth and pristine. Her fingertip grazed the slender scar, a texture so familiar to Merope, for she understood its origin and shape all too well. The killing curse, the wand motion was precisely so. The boy gazed up at her with an expression of innocence and bewilderment. Merope sighed. Perhaps it's because some wounds, even magic, cannot truly reach to heal. They must be allowed to fester, to grow ever more painful, silently rotting within the depths of flesh and blood, until the small wound expands into an unhealable abyss. One can only rely on words, obsession, and possessiveness, entangled in a vicious cycle of ceaseless release and eruption, because there are no other choices left. Such is the nature of the world, ever unpredictable. Chapter 95. Lupin, is our shopkeeper to become a professor? This year's finals were undoubtedly the most relaxed and pleasant for most students at Hogwarts. Dumbledore, in light of the chamber incident, has annulled all end-of-term examinations, and the defense against the dark arts class has been transformed into a period of respite due to Lockhart's unfortunate amnesia. It seems that only Draco is enveloped in despondency amidst this turn of events. Damn Potter. He savagely crushed a chocolate frog in his mouth on the train, lamenting that if it weren't for him, his father would not have lost his position on the Board of Governors. To make matters worse, Dumbledore has even awarded them an additional 400 points. Undoubtedly, the House Cup will once again fall into Gryffindor's grasp, a humiliation he cannot bear. Merope, upon hearing this, lowered her gaze to the diary in her hands. The quill was loosely held between her fingers as she stared at the elegant cursive that had just faded from the page. Suddenly, Draco leaned in closer, his tousled blonde hair brushing against her neck. "What are you so engrossed in that wretched book for?" he asked, wrapping his arm around her, his gray eyes narrowing as they scanned the blank pages. Nothing but an empty notebook. What could possibly be captivating about it? He attempted to divert her attention back to himself. "By the way, what subjects do you intend to select for third year?" Merope paused for a moment, recalling her earlier conversation with Riddle. At Hogwarts, if one were to choose enough elective subjects, say, all available courses to the point where the timetable becomes untenable, there would be a professor who would approach the Ministry of Magic on your behalf to request a time turner. A time turner, a remarkable device related to time travel, is stored solely within the ministry, said to allow one to rewind time by a maximum of 5 hours. Merope's heart skipped a beat at the thought. She had long been secretly studying time magic, striving to unravel the mystery of her own time travel, not merely to return to the past, but also to ponder the whereabouts of the original owner. Yet, even the extensive library of the Knott family contained only theoretical principles regarding time magic, with no mention of any practical means for traversal. Historically, only one individual had ever attempted and succeeded in traveling 500 years back in time. Upon her return, however, the world had changed drastically. The butterfly effect caused many contemporary wizards to inexplicably vanish, and her own body had aged 500 years in an instant, leading to her untimely demise at St. Mungo's mere days later. Since then, the ministry had completely sealed off all data and records related to time travel experiments. If only she could obtain a time turner. Merope gently placed the quill on the table, her fingers brushing against Draco's hair as her gaze returned to the seemingly blank diary. Due to Movelo's extreme blood purity beliefs, she had never attended Hogwarts in her past life, and the Gaunt family had certainly not provided her with a superior education. Apart from the dark magic instilled by her family, a handful of spells, and the potion knowledge she had self-taught, she was nearly oblivious to other realms of the magical world: divination, care of magical creatures, Muggle studies. If she were to choose these subjects, her starting point would be no different from that of most students. "I should select all 12 subjects," Merope said quietly. Earlier, the riddle within the diary had been speaking to her in an affectionate tone. "There's no need to worry about that, Mother," he had casually mentioned. "Ah. Speaking of which, I fortuitously achieved outstanding in all 12 of my owls and newts. However, I believe with your innate talent, you will undoubtedly navigate these studies with greater ease than I did." How could this diary, belonging to the 16-year-old Riddle, know what his newt's results were? "Of course, Mother." His tone was so sincere. "I am always willing to provide you with some insignificant insights, as I have dabbled in these subjects. Moreover, should you find the workload of 12 subjects too overwhelming, I would gladly assist you." To put it more delicately, he would help her with her homework. This alleviated her concerns about selecting all 12 subjects. Merope's eyes flickered. Riddle's soul was currently quite frail, requiring prolonged residence within the diary, sustained by her magical essence. Naturally, he also possessed the ability to consume souls, but Riddle would never lay a hand on Merope. "I heard that Gryffindor's Granger has also chosen all 12 subjects." Draco's muttering voice pulled Merope back to reality, his expression shifting to a frown, though his tone relaxed. "However, if you, Merope, are taking all 12 subjects, I feel reassured." As the train hummed towards platform 9 3/4, Merope and Draco disembarked amidst the throng, the setting sun casting a golden hue over the platform's edge. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Nereus disembarking from several carriages. Instinctively grasping Draco's hand and subtly stepping aside until Nereus's figure passed through the wall. Draco clicked his tongue. By the way, how come you didn't walk with that good brother of yours this time? Have you two completely fallen out? How splendid. Merope lowered her eyelids. I have no intention of returning home this summer. Setting aside the reality of her situation, even if Nereus had extended an invitation to her after learning her true identity, she had no desire to go back. That place was not truly her home, and she did not know how to face the original owner's parents. The only regret was the permission slip required for her guardian's signature for her to visit Hogsmeade in third year. After bidding farewell to Draco, Merope apparat to Nocturne Alley. There was no need for a wand, and with so many adults using apparition on the busy platform, the ministry would be unable to detect her usage of the spell as a student. The evening in Nocturne Alley remained chaotic. The dying sun casting its last few crimson rays upon the skewed rooftops and grimy window panes. Ahead of her elongated shadow, Merope dragged her suitcase, her pockets stuffed with the diary, and in a secluded restroom, she donned a full black wizard's robe. The wide hood once again concealed her brow and eyes, and Merope adeptly made her way toward the shop, but as she peered through the glass window, she saw her clerk, Lupin, seated at the counter, his fingers delicately pinching a piece of parchment, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he penned something. The dim sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his hand holding the quill, with its knuckles prominently displayed, marred by several old, faint scars. Merope pushed the door open, the bell chiming brightly. Lupin immediately looked up, instinctively saying, "Come in." As the sunlight crept up to his neck, "Boss." His expression revealed clear surprise, but Merope quickened her pace, slipping past the counter and moving behind him. "What are you writing?" She leaned in, her voice almost a whisper near his ear. Her dark hair cascaded beside Lupin, and her pale lips were nearly within reach, causing him to shudder slightly, yet Merope, with undeniable determination, glanced over what he had written. The man's hand barely had time to shield itself before Merope mercilessly pressed it down. She gazed at the letter, reading aloud without missing a word. "I am exceedingly grateful, Professor Dumbledore, for your expectations and trust in me. However, it is with regret that I must inform you, after careful consideration, that I will not be able to assume the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts for the upcoming academic year." Merope's voice abruptly halted, and she turned her attention to Lupin, her hand resting firmly on his shoulder. "Wait a moment, Remus Lupin. Have you been invited to be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts for the next school year?" A flicker of realization crossed Merope's eyes as she noticed the familiar wax seal on the letter tucked away in the corner behind Lupin. Chapter 96, Lupin's Gratitude. Anything is possible. An invisible magic tugged at her, and Merope rose gracefully to unfold the letter, her eyes landing first on Dumbledore's elegant signature. "Wow. It's like a direct invitation from the boss." She read aloud. "Dear Remus, I hope this letter brings you some good news this summer. Your past intelligence, resilience, and profound understanding of defensive magic have left a lasting impression on me. Rest assured, the school is fully prepared to provide you with a stable and ample supply of Wolfsbane potion, as well as address any concerns regarding your salary." She raised an eyebrow, her fingers pausing slightly on the letter. "Why decline? Isn't this a rather respectable job, Remus? It is far more glamorous than the position I offered. With better benefits and higher pay, I can hardly fathom any reason for refusal." "No, it's not like that," Lupin replied, turning hastily as if stung. Nearly colliding with Merope's forehead in his urgency, he instinctively leaned back, bracing himself against the edge of the counter. His light brown hair fell messily over his forehead, and his weathered face bore an expression of awkward apology. Once Merope took a step back, Lupin managed to straighten up, waving his hands dismissively. "Boss, it's I who feel I cannot accept. I already have a good job right here." At that moment, it was she who had rescued him from the brink of losing control. It was she who had provided him with a new opportunity and alleviated his suffering by brewing the costly Wolfsbane potion, offering him a stable refuge. How could he possibly abandon her fledgling shop simply because of a more enticing offer from Dumbledore? A bittersweet yet resolute smile crept onto Lupin's lips. The teaching position at Hogwarts may be illustrious, but the significance of this place transcends mere employment. Loyalty and gratitude far outweigh the allure of a more favorable remuneration. "You saved me back then, boss, and for that, I am profoundly grateful," Lupin murmured, thus. "My answer is clear. I choose to stay, to remain here and continue working for you." However, Merope paid no heed to his words. Directly flipping the letter over, the social standing of a professor is traditionally quite high, and this position also includes free Wolfsbane potion. Her speech momentarily faltered. Surely Dumbledore does not intend for Snape to brew it, does he? To have Snape, who has long aspired to be the defense against the dark arts professor, concoct the potion for the new incumbent? I can only imagine the expression on Snape's face. Furthermore, would Dumbledore provide Snape with overtime compensation for the increased workload? But, Lupin stammered. Yet, Merope, contemplating this, abruptly thrust the letter back into Lupin's arms. Accept it. What a splendid opportunity, she remarked casually, flicking her fingers to incinerate the half-written letter of refusal. With a higher salary and better benefits. Moreover, Merope had witnessed Lupin's capabilities firsthand. With his skills, he could undoubtedly excel in the role of defense against the dark arts professor, and it had been far too long since Hogwarts had a competent instructor for that subject. Only Merlin knew how exasperated she felt watching those foolish defense against the dark arts professors. Even Marvolo and Muffin would be superior to those two. My shop does not require your concern. During this time, I will be reapplying protective charms to the premises. She then sauntered out from behind the counter. Retrieving the forgotten suitcase left by the door, you need not worry about me, Remus. It's a rare opportunity, is it not? She smiled over her shoulder. After all, they would not be unable to see each other in the future. Having someone familiar as a professor at Hogwarts would prove to be a convenience. Even though he was still unaware of her true identity, Lupin hesitated, his lips parting slightly. The letter Merope had returned to him, feeling almost warm in his grasp. Boss. His voice was hoarse. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Thank you, truly, thank you. She had not only provided him with a place to live, but also, at this moment, had taken his future into consideration by encouraging him to accept the position at Hogwarts. His fingers tightened unconsciously around the precious letter. You are right. This is indeed a rare opportunity, one I had never dared to conceive. To honor your expectations, and perhaps truly contribute something meaningful, I will accept this teaching position. However, he quickly added, causing Merope to freeze in place. Boss, I sincerely apologize for leaving the shop like this. My heart is truly uneasy. Therefore, please allow me to return to the shop every Saturday and Sunday during my tenure at Hogwarts to assist in any way, whether it be handling orders, cleaning, or overseeing the store. Anything you need me to do, without any expectation of compensation. Merope halted, her hand resting on the suitcase. Her eyes widened, and she turned around. Is there such a delightful arrangement? Chapter 97. Theodore's Secret, living together with Lupin? The final rays of the sunset enveloped Lupin, casting his light brown hair in a honeyed hue. His endlessly captivating visage still bore signs of weariness, his hair disheveled, clean-shaven, yet those gray-green eyes sparkled with life. Merope always thought Lupin's eyes were exceptionally beautiful. As a werewolf, he had lived a life of poverty and turmoil. Such eyes ought to reflect the fatigue, numbness, and the crushing weight of existence he bore. Yet, instead, they emanated an extraordinary vitality. Indeed, vitality, like moss cleansed by the spring rains after a harsh winter, bursting forth with life in the damp crevices of stone tiles. An understanding of the mundane, tempered by trials, revealing a purity that transcends the hardships of this world. A gentleness that suggests he could accept any adversity with a serene grace. In that moment, his eyes brimmed with an overwhelming sense of gratitude, sincerity, and an unexplainable emotion. Merope could not comprehend how someone from such a background could still treat the world with such kindness. She had merely offered a helping hand in passing. Having decided to leave, Merope ultimately broke the brief silence, pushing the suitcase forward as she took a few steps. Then let us ensure the transition of the shop is complete in these 2 months before the term begins. Only then did Lupin realize, shifting his gaze from her face to the slightly out-of-place suitcase at her side. His eyes widened. Boss, why are you carrying a suitcase? Don't you usually just come to inspect and leave within the hour unless it's a full moon? Merope raised an eyebrow and casually placed the diary, which had been tucked away in his pocket, upon the counter before striding purposefully towards the booth. His footsteps did not falter, yet his voice resonated clearly, laced with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. During the next 2 months, I shall reside here. The owner himself is keeping watch. How do you feel about that? With the knowledge that his own employee would be taking on the role of defense against the dark arts professor for the upcoming year, Merope smirked. The coming academic year promised to be far more intriguing. As the sun was devoured by darkness, the moonlight ascended the eaves, casting a silvery glow through the glass windows into the quiet corridors of the Knot Manor. Theodore sat at the edge of his bed, his fingertips gently gliding over a curled-edged letter. Beside him, on a somber-hued bedside table, rested an antique wooden frame. Are you suggesting that the Caro family has already caused a scene at her shop more than once during this academic year? He lifted his gaze, though it did not traverse the wizard bending over the bed. Indeed, he replied in a low voice, his hands trembling slightly before him. Originally belonging to Theodore's mother, it was one of the dowries brought by Miss Rosier. As the last and only daughter of the Rosier family in England, Miss Rosier's wedding was celebrated with great fanfare. Mr. and Mrs. Rosier had virtually exhausted all available servants and properties in their preparations, and he was among them. Regrettably, Miss Rosier had been frail since childhood, and after marrying Mr. Knott and giving birth to Theodore, she often languished in sickness, soon passing away. At that time, the reign of the Dark Lord was at its most terrifying, and due to their political stance, Mr. and Mrs. Rosier, despite their pure bloodline, did not escape their grim fate, both perishing. The Rosier family in England, already a dwindling offshoot compared to their French counterparts, ultimately vanished following this catastrophe. Consequently, along with the properties and deeds that the late Miss Rosier had concealed, fell into Theodore Knott's possession. How impatient, the boy murmured coldly, lowering his eyelids. In the photograph within the frame, a pale young woman, strikingly reminiscent of Theodore, wore a radiant smile. Had it not been long since I entrusted that deed to Merope, and they are already at my door? The young wizard could not help but glance furtively at the youth upon the bed. The boy's youthful visage distinctly bore the features of old Knott, especially in his brows and eyes. Though he was a Knott, still a mere boy, he belonged to the Rosier lineage. Why should he heed him? Moreover, not long ago, this very boy had sought him out, requesting that he retrieve a deed from the shop in Knockturn Alley. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the boy had actually gifted that deed to an unidentified witch. The witch, clad in black with a voluminous hood obscuring her face, possessed a visibly frail frame. How reckless! Not only a Knott, but also a young lad who carelessly bestows such things upon his little girlfriend? Nonetheless, he begrudgingly continued to report, word by word, that their dispatched individuals had been dealt with by a male wizard within the shop, causing no substantial disruption to the lady's business. That wizard's magical prowess was such that he could effortlessly detect even his gaze, had he not fled in time. Yet, of course, he would not disclose this matter to Theodore. I need you to continue monitoring that shop, Theodore interjected, his fingers tapping against the bed's edge. You need not draw too close, nor scrutinize details. Doing so may arouse her suspicions. Merely offer covert protection. He paused momentarily. Additionally, instruct your subordinates to gather data and information regarding the time travel experiments from years past. Remember to select trustworthy individuals for this task. I do not wish to hear any rumors about it. His tone suddenly turned frigid, his ice-blue eyes scrutinizing the male wizard from a lofty perch. The wizard felt a chill run down his spine, on the verge of inquiring about the specifics, when a tentative knock interrupted their conversation. Master Knott. The high-pitched voice of the house elf rang out from beyond the door. Mr. Knott requests your presence in the study at once. Theodore's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. Understood. He expressionlessly tucked away the letter, while the wizard silently and swiftly bowed, retreating to the hearth. Grasping a handful of flue powder, he vanished in a swirl of flames. Dressed in slippers and a silk nightgown, Theodore silently traversed the corridor, halting before the slightly ajar oak door. He rapped gently on the door panel. Come in. Upon entering the study, he found his father seated, his expression radiating warmth and impeccable kindness, illuminated by the gentle flicker of a nearby candle. In the sultry summer night, he wore only a silk robe, the rolled-up sleeves revealing the dark mark on his arm. Come, Theo, sit beside me, Mr. Knott beckoned, his tone laced with concern as he gestured toward a sturdy wooden chair across from him. Theodore's eyelashes fluttered momentarily. He hesitated, yet ultimately settled quietly into the chair, his back straight. Yet Mr. Knott's words soon followed. Theo, I have heard that a shop, once belonging to the Rosier family, appears to have reopened in Knockturn Alley. His tone was casual, yet his gaze appraised. Of course I know. Before Theodore could respond, Mr. Knott's smile deepened. You still possess some of your mother's inheritance. Do you not? It is a great sorrow that she left us so soon. Mr. Knott affectionately ruffled Theodore's hair. Your mother was so beautiful, gentle, and lovely. She truly exerted herself to give birth to you, despite her frail condition. With a hint of nostalgia for his late wife, that large hand cradled the boy's head, fingers weaving through his hair, and Theodore caught sight of the photograph of his parents' wedding on the desk. His father then bore the countenance of the most devoted and gentle man. Though somewhat aged, he still looked dignified, while his mother, several years younger, rested her hand on his shoulder, radiating an innate grace. The two shared a smile in the animated photograph, yet the man before him abruptly shifted the tone. Gently, but with a hint of persuasion, entrusting certain matters to a child for safekeeping is ultimately rather precarious. Of course, I mean to say, Theo, if you would be so inclined. Mr. Knott leaned back against the chair's backrest, the flickering candlelight rendering his features somewhat indistinct. I would prefer that you entrust those possessions to me for safekeeping. As your father, I shall wholeheartedly consider your best interests, and when you are older, everything will. The hands resting on Theodore's lap tightened slightly. He suddenly evaded Mr. Knott's hand, which reached for his hair. I apologize, father. Theodore lowered his gaze. However, regarding what you mentioned, I am unaware. He coldly tugged at the corners of his mouth. The Rosier family suffered misfortune and nearly faced extinction. Perhaps some of their inheritance has fallen into the hands of others? He gradually rose to his feet, gazing down at his father seated behind the desk. At the very least, I do not possess what you claim. Before his words had fully dissipated, he cast one last glance at his father, then turned on his heel and pushed the door open, his nails digging deeply into the palm of his hand. Chapter 98. The House Husband Remus Lupin? Sirius Black on the run. Merope swore that living under the same roof as Remus had been the most comfortable and delightful days she had experienced since her arrival in this world. Thanks to Merope's mastery of spatial magic and the ample size of the shop gifted by Theodore, she effortlessly partitioned the interior of the store, creating two cozy little bedrooms. One was bright and inviting, personally decorated by Remus himself, adorned with a few plush trinkets. The other, true to her own style, was dim and gloomy, filled with neatly arranged potion ingredients, bottles, jars, and various tools piled on wooden shelves. Should one inadvertently push the door open, they would surely be ensnared by the darkness or overwhelmed by the myriad scents of mixed potions. As Remus opened the door to tentatively call Merope to rise, the arrangement of the room reminded him of a classmate from his youth, one he had found rather disagreeable. "Boss, breakfast is ready," he announced, a weary smile flickering across his haggard face. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his wand to draw back the curtains. "Though it may be presumptuous of me," he spoke softly, "if one were to avoid sunlight indefinitely," Merope interjected, "some potions are indeed better preserved in darkness. Then we could relocate these to the storage cellar." Remus amiably corrected her. The toast he had expertly toasted to a golden crisp lay before Merope as she sat at a small table. With the tip of her knife, she delicately sliced into a runny poached egg, allowing the yolk to cascade over the toast, the accompanying sausage glistening with a rich brown hue. During these days, Remus had taken it upon himself to manage all household chores, even preparing her daily meals. His culinary skills were nothing short of exquisite, rivaling even those of Hogwarts house elves. Merope felt as though her palate had become rather spoiled in his care. "Mother, here are the answers to this year's summer assignment for Transfiguration." Simultaneously, the blank pages of the diary belonging to the original owner began to turn, revealing elegant cursive characters that filled the pages with meticulous formatting. With a flick of her wand, Merope could effortlessly transcribe Riddle's assignments onto her parchment. Here in Turnabout Alley, the magical fluctuations of adult wizards intertwined, rendering the ministry's traces virtually non-existent. With no chores to undertake and no assignments to complete, she was living the most carefree and joyous life imaginable. Merope lifted her gaze. The young man was still turned away from her, his slender back exposed, as he lifted a cup of freshly brewed Wolfsbane potion. He inhaled deeply and drank it all in one swift motion, but almost instantly, his shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably. "How bitter," he sighed softly, a suppressed exhalation escaping his lips. Hearing this, Merope set down her knife and fork and approached, gently patting his back. "Are you okay?" His back felt thin and bony beneath her touch, lacking any substantial flesh. Merope's hand instinctively moved to her side, her heart whispering, "I will try to concoct a more palatable version of the Wolfsbane potion. After all, it would merely be an intriguing experiment for her." "No, please don't," Remus quickly declined. He fumbled in his pocket for a modestly wrapped chocolate, forcing a smile as he said, "It really isn't tea necessary, boss. This will suffice." He was acutely aware that merely achieving a stable and effective Wolfsbane potion was a daunting task in itself. To enhance its flavor would be an exceedingly complex and labor-intensive endeavor. He could not possibly burden her further. With his fingers pinching the chocolate, he deftly tore the wrapper with one hand, the slightly melted chocolate melting into his mouth, leaving a dark stain on his pale lips. Merope's expression shifted slightly. During this summer, she had attempted to teach Remus to brew Wolfsbane potion himself, but the results had not been promising. While Remus had achieved an E in his Newt's Potions class, he seemed perpetually unable to master the precise timing and nuances required for such a complex potion. Even when following the instructions meticulously, it dawned on Merope that brewing a high-quality potion was, for even a rather competent wizard, a formidable challenge. At that moment, an owl swiftly swooped through the window, delivering the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. Remus instinctively reached out to catch it, murmuring a thank you as his gaze scanned the front page. Suddenly, his smile froze in place. Chapter 99. Remus Lips. Serious Identity. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban and is currently at large. All wizards are advised to exercise caution. His grip on the newspaper tightened, his knuckles whitening as the pallor of his complexion drained further. Merope followed his gaze and readily caught sight of the enormous moving photograph on the page. It depicted a man holding a sign. His disheveled, thick black hair cascaded to the side of his face, his cheekbones sharply defined, his nose straight. Yet his mouth curled into a grin that barely concealed the menace and obsession glimmering in his eyes, betraying hints of his formerly striking beauty. Black, The man who had, with a single curse, slain numerous muggles, one of Voldemort's most fervent followers, and had escaped after 12 years of imprisonment in the Dementor-infested Azkaban? As Merope read the fine print, she noticed that the man before her exhibited an unmistakable tension. His shoulders, burdened by the weight of life, were unnaturally taut, and the faded shirt he wore outlined his form. His breathing grew shallow and rapid, and his other hand slammed against the nearby table with a dull thud. "Remus?" came a voice, slightly raised, laced with an undercurrent of curiosity, breaking the silence. Merope stepped forward, her ample hood still obscuring the upper half of her face. With only a few dark strands of hair slipping free, she turned to see Remus' brown hair softly falling across his forehead, his gray-green eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions, even the corners reddening slightly. Her long, pale fingers lazily brushed against the edge of the newspaper, pressing down with undeniable force, revealing Remus' hidden visage to her gaze. "What is it?" she inquired, her fingers still idly pressing the newspaper, her gaze meeting his as she raised her chin, a smile gracing her lips. "Did you know this fugitive before?" "No, I don't know him." Remus' lips moved instinctively, and Merope raised an eyebrow, observing as he gradually steadied his breathing. "Or rather, I thought I knew him," he replied succinctly. Merope deftly seized the Daily Prophet from Remus' grasp, casting her eyes down to casually glance at it. "Looking at this, you seem to be quite close in age." The news report below even noted Sirius' school and age. "You studied at Hogwarts together?" With the black surname and that striking appearance, it would be hard not to be recognized at Hogwarts. It was entirely normal for Remus to have heard of Sirius, even to have known him, considering they had shared the same era and school. Remus nodded, returning to his previous demeanor. He was evidently reluctant to dwell further on his past relationship with Sirius, hastily attempting to tidy up the empty cup that had contained the potion. In his flustered state, he drew his wand, its tip flickering with a faint light, poised to cast a cleaning charm when a cool, delicate, yet powerful hand gently enveloped his wrist where he grasped the wand. Like a newly sprouted vine, the icy touch sought to entwine itself around a precious treasure. Slippery and sticky, imbued with the unique slenderness of youth, anchoring him firmly in place. Lupin's movements became utterly frozen. The copy of the Daily Prophet she had carelessly set aside lay forgotten. Here, Merope raised herself on tiptoe, her voice suddenly close, brushing against something. Before her words had fully faded, she extended her hand, her fingertip naturally gliding over Lupin's lips. There lingered indeed a trace of chocolate, faintly sweet, contrasting subtly with the pallor of his lips. Lupin's lips were typically thin, their contours sharp, habitually pressed together, yet strangely maintained a gentle upward curve, mirroring his entire demeanor. It was a blend of restraint and endurance, softened and weary from the trials of time. That dark, sweet chocolate smudge thus adorned her fingertip, and the sensation transmitted from her touch was unexpectedly warm and slightly moist, quite reminiscent of his own inward warmth. Merope pressed forward unabashedly, prompting Lupin's upper lip to involuntarily curl upwards. His expression seemed utterly stunned, caught off guard before he could even resist, his gray-green eyes widening in astonishment. The emotions he had been grappling with shattered completely under this sudden contact, leaving him bewildered, his muscles tensed, breath caught in suspension. A shiver coursing down his spine like a delicate electric current. That hand had thus found its way to his lips. The cool delicacy of her touch was a stark contrast to the sensation he experienced when Merope had groomed his fur in his werewolf form. Lupin was acutely aware that she was likely younger than him. Her hand was smooth, devoid of any signs of wear, clearly well cared for. Should he tilt his head away now to evade her, politely express his gratitude and assert that he could manage? Yet, would that not seem too abrupt? Perhaps she was merely trying to lend a helping hand, and was he overreacting? His ears unwittingly flushed with warmth. He wrestled with the thought of refusal in his mind. Though merely a second had passed, and his hand had yet to extricate itself from Melope's grasp, she then released him, turning her head to casually glance at the mark left on her fingertip, all gone now. Finally regaining his voice, Lupin spoke, but Merope tilted her head back in response, a motion that caused her already loose hood to slip back, cascading her ebony hair over her shoulders. Lupin's gaze faltered, instinctively lowering as he beheld her face shrouded in a silver mask. Yet, those dark eyes peering through the mask met his with an intense depth and sharpness, as if they bore hooks that could pierce directly into one's soul. The lower half of her face appeared even younger than he had anticipated, her pale lips curving upwards, reflecting in her eyes the contours of Lupin's cheeks. Startled, he stumbled back a few steps, his cheeks and ears aflame with a visible blush. Instinctively, he raised a hand to rub his lips with the back of his hand. I, Lupin stammered, his throat constricted as if obstructed by an unseen force. His gray-green eyes darting away in a flurry of panic, fixating instead on the tips of his shoes. It's all right. Merope observed her fingertip, a slow smile spreading across her face as she used a touch of magic to cleanse the chocolate residue. It was I who accidentally let my head slip. You need not take the blame. Reflecting on the earlier sensation, she continued, in truth, Remus, given our familiarity, I am now willing to let you see my true face. Really? His heart skipped a beat. Instinctively distracted, he noticed Merope had turned her back to him, striding confidently back to the dining table. However, she sat down with a smile, deciding to preserve a hint of surprise, allowing him to discover it for himself once the school term commenced. The diary lay open as Merope summoned a quill, feeling the complexity of Lupin's relationship with Sirius was far from simple. Fortunately, Lupin had already established a basic level of trust in her. Otherwise, given his inherently reserved nature, he would not have exhibited such evident vulnerability in her presence. Dipping the quill in ink, Merope recalled the handsome visage of Sirius she had seen in the newspaper, inscribing upon the blank page, "Do you know Sirius Black? Riddle?" According to the newspaper, Merope continued to write, "He is one of your most fervent and loyal followers, recently escaped from Azkaban, attempting to track you down. Perhaps this is good news." The elegant script materialized in the diary. Unfortunately, Mother, my memories only extend to the age of 16. I am unaware of what transpires thereafter. However, being a member of the Black family, one of the sacred 28 that had long belonged to Slytherin, it was highly likely he had become a Death Eater. If that Black bears the dark mark on his arm, rest assured, Mother, once he enters my range of perception, I will be able to command him entirely through the dark mark. Merope pondered, while Lupin's peripheral vision remained fixed on the interaction between the girl and the diary. From the very first day Merope had brought the diary into the shop, he had sensed an ominous aura of dark magic emanating from it. It was a rich and ancient form of dark magic. He often observed her immersed in dialogue with the diary, as if it possessed its own consciousness, undoubtedly a perilous dark magical object. Logically, Lupin should have intervened to counsel against it. Yet, in Nocturne Alley, items imbued with dark magic, even those with sentient qualities, were as commonplace as candies in shop windows. They became ensnared in their allure, nearly impossible to extricate themselves from. And as a werewolf employee reliant on Merope's kindness for survival, he held no standing or authority to interfere in the choices of an employer whose depths of power were unfathomable and who had shown him kindness. Lupin offered a wry smile, yet at that moment, Merope closed the diary. I must step out for a moment to procure some potion-related ingredients. She tucked the diary into her pocket. With August upon them, it was time to venture to Diagon Alley to acquire essential texts for the third year. Chapter 100. An unexpected encounter with Harry? The third year commences. The streets of Diagon Alley remained bustling and lively, a stark contrast to Nocturne Alley. Merope walked steadily along the cobblestone path, her gaze flitting past the myriad of shop windows, when she noticed a shop teeming with a crowd. She intended to pass by without a second thought, but her eyes suddenly caught sight of an exceedingly familiar figure, disheveled black hair, round glasses, and a somewhat lanky frame. Merope halted, instinctively removing her mask. "Harry?" she exclaimed, taken aback. The mask was seamlessly tucked into her pocket as Harry turned around, spotting Merope's slender form, his spring-green eyes widening in surprise. "Merope?" He hurriedly weaved through the crowd to join Merope. "What a surprise to find you here. Are you here to purchase textbooks?" His gaze instinctively darted behind her. "And where is your brother, Nereus? What about your parents? Did they not accompany you?" Merope paused momentarily, then asked directly, "What brings you here alone?" "Oh." Harry fell silent for a brief moment, scratching his head. "I ran away from home," he mumbled. "This summer, I accidentally inflated my aunt. So I decided to leave. I thought I would be expelled from school. But Minister Fudge advised me to rest at the Leaky Cauldron and not to leave the wizarding world. Because of Sirius?" Merope swiftly connected the dots, to which Harry's words followed. "So, Merope," he blinked in confusion, "why are you here by yourself?" Merope paused, her tone unperturbed. "Just like you," Harry replied. "Huh?" "Ran away from home." She raised an eyebrow and then deliberately linked her arm through his wrist, her eyelashes fluttering before him. "So, what were you just so engrossed in looking at?" Suddenly entwined by that cool, delicate touch, Harry's body stiffened imperceptibly, a faint blush creeping to his ears. "Oh, that." He struggled to keep his voice steady, gesturing toward the shop's display. "It's the Quidditch shop. They released the latest model of the Firebolt. It's said to reach speeds of 150 miles per hour, the most advanced broom in the wizarding world." His words carried a sense of longing. "What's the price?" Merope expressed skepticism towards such a mode of transportation. 150 miles per hour? To me, a well-executed apparition charm seems far more efficient. "The price is negotiable," Harry visibly deflated. "That means it's very expensive. It can't compare to apparition at all." Yet Harry remained stubbornly fixated on the Firebolt, his emerald eyes shining behind the glass. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. "Let us go, Merope. We should head to Flourish and Blots. Couldn't he possibly spend all his savings on a broomstick? Merope willingly followed his lead, and they walked side by side towards the bookstore. She casually glanced to the side, noticing that the boy beside her seemed to have grown taller since last semester, his figure increasingly embodying youthful grace. A breeze swept through, tooling his messy bangs, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead once more. Now that she was acutely aware that Voldemort was indeed her son, Merope had begun to form some conclusions about Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue. The rebounding killing curse that night could not merely be explained by a mother's protective charm. Resisting the killing curse was no simple matter. What transpired that night remained uncertain. At the very least, Merope was confident that Harry bore no close blood relation to the Gaunt family. August seemed to slip away even faster than July, and with greater ease. At least after Merope finished her book purchases, she no longer had to divide her attention while Remus brewed Wolfsbane, as Snape begrudgingly packaged the potions for him. The start of the school year was quietly approaching, and Merope learned from Remus that since September 1st coincided with a full moon, he would travel to school with the students to conserve his strength. After some contemplation, Merope ultimately decided to part ways with Remus at the Leaky Cauldron and followed in Harry's footsteps to the station. The steam locomotive's dense white smoke filled the air, mingling with the anxious admonitions of parents. As Merope slowly scanned the bustling crowd, she noticed a slightly shabby figure in the corner. Her eyes narrowed, and a smile crept onto her lips. Chapter 101. A battlefield. Sleeping Remus. As soon as Remus boarded the train, he made a beeline for the last carriage. He appeared particularly disheveled this morning, the pale blue shadows under his eyes revealing evident sleep deprivation. Reflecting on their 2 months together, Merope often found him working late into the night, the flickering candlelight illuminating his meticulous lesson plans on parchment, each letter neatly inscribed. Not only did he work during the day at the Leaky Cauldron for her, but he also prepared sumptuous meals for her every morning, rising even earlier than she did, and took care of all the household chores. Mr. Lupin was indeed diligent and industrious. The throng of students clamoring to board the train was overwhelming, and Merope quickly dispersed from those she somewhat knew. She dragged her suitcase through the noisy corridor until she reached the rear of the train, where she discovered the figure swathed in a patched wizarding robe, lost in slumber. At that moment, she naturally wasn't wearing a mask, and Merope instinctively touched her own cheek. She levitated her suitcase onto the luggage rack and silently sat beside Remus, glancing down to notice that even in his dreams, his fingers unconsciously clutched the worn suitcase. The suitcase was leather, tightly bound with several ropes, its frayed edges still bearing his name. Merope was intimately familiar with this suitcase. Just yesterday, she reinforced its clasp while packing. His pale, rough hand bore several old scars, and his slender wrist extended into the fraying sleeves of his robe. Her gaze traveled upward, where the young man's eyelids were tightly shut, his long lashes fluttering slightly. His once graying light brown hair had regained a smooth, even hue under her careful nurturing over the past few months. Merope felt a profound sense of satisfaction from this. As she casually opened her diary, the carriage door swung open abruptly, and Harry strode in with Hermione and Ron, halting in their tracks upon sighting Merope. "It seems the entire train is nearly full," Ron muttered, his eyes warily glancing at the ginger cat confined beside Hermione, hastily stuffing his sickly-looking toad into his pocket. Yet Hermione stepped forward cautiously, her expression guarded. "This gentleman is Remus Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this year. The Hogwarts Express is designated for students, and aside from the lady selling snacks, adults should theoretically not be present." Remus Lupin. Merope closed her diary. "He is currently asleep." She lifted her gaze, speaking softly, her fingertips resting lightly on the edge of the seat. "Do you need me to leave?" Harry's gaze seemed to waver, his attention flicking to the sleeping man. No need." He hastily waved his hand, a faint blush rising to his ears. "If it's you, Merope." Though Merope appeared to be quite close to Draco. To be fair, their interactions seemed more like Merope patiently indulging the quirks of that fellow. If one were to assess their relationship, it was not particularly deep. But why did Merope always seem to be appeasing that bothersome guy? Harry pondered, knowing she possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue and should not be ostracized within Slytherin House. What benefit could there be in placating that annoying fellow? "Then consider me invisible," Merope replied lazily, placing her diary back into her pocket and retrieving a tome concerning temporal magic. Her voice, as always, was melodious, reminiscent of a mountain spring's cool waters. Harry swiftly closed the carriage door, turning to Ron and Hermione. "I heard that Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban." He lowered his eyelids, taking a deep breath, though his peripheral gaze drifted toward Merope. "Mr. Weasley informed me that he is likely after me." Hermione immediately gasped. Harry, while Ron's face turned ashen, his hands trembling slightly. The only one who remained unmoved was Merope. He quietly added, "But it's all right. After all, No matter what, black can never be as terrifying as Voldemort, right? It seemed he had finally noticed Merope fiddling with the pages of her book. Was it admiration for his bravery? Or was it because he had uttered the name of the Dark Lord? Hermione's expression still appeared tense, while Ron reached into his pocket to touch the tattered head of his snack. At that moment, a lady pushing a snack cart appeared at the end of the train, and Ron unusually decided to purchase some chocolate. He broke a piece and tasted it, saying, "But honestly, compared to all those troublesome matters, I'm much more looking forward to visiting Hogsmeade in third year. Fred and George always rave about how much fun it is there." None of them dared to sit beside Lupin. The three boys and girls chattered away across from him, and Hermione gently elbowed Ron. "Keep it down." She indicated with her eyes towards Merope, who was reading, and the sleeping Lupin. Unfortunately, Harry's tone suddenly dropped as he lamented, "This summer, the Dursleys absolutely refused to sign my permission slip. My dream of going to Hogsmeade seems to be fading away." Merope finally tore her gaze from the pages of her book, asking, "Why don't you just sign it yourself? Is that such a difficult thing to do?" Harry's spring green eyes widened in shock, and the next moment, the compartment door was pushed open again. "Potter, you've truly made me search for you." The familiar drawling voice came from the entrance, where Draco's platinum hair shone in the corridor's light, hiding in the last carriage. "I thought you were going to use your little tricks again and crash that old flying car into the school." He smirked. But as Harry was about to respond with anger, Draco suddenly noticed Merope. "Merope?" His expression darkened instantly as he stepped closer, grasping her wrist. "What are you doing here with Potter and the others?" She had boarded the Hogwarts Express. Shouldn't she have come to find him immediately? And then, narrowing his eyes, he added, "Who is that man beside you? Why did she always have mysterious men appearing around her? First it was not, then her so-called brother. And now Potter seemed to be getting close to her, followed by this one." Draco scanned Merope with discontent, noticing his shabby attire, soft brown hair, and a face that looked much older than his own. He tightened his grip on Merope's wrist, trying to pull her away from the shabby man. However, the force was not truly rough. The warmth of his palm enveloped her cold skin, tinged with the stubbornness unique to youth. Merope rose slightly in response to his pull, her dark eyes leisurely scanning the angry features of the boy. His lips, pressed together in frustration, were a rosy hue, and his gray eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. Even the pale tips of his ears flushed with a faint red. Instead of feeling anger, she merely smiled, relishing in his vexation. As her hand reached out to smooth a few stray strands of Draco's hair, she almost wanted to say, "But Draco, don't you see? Staying close to Harry gives me a better chance to see you." After all, Draco always searched the entire train for Harry on the way to school each year. Before she could finish her thought, Harry suddenly stood up, placing himself between Merope and Draco. "What Merope chooses to do, and with whom she chooses to be, is none of your concern, Malfoy," he said coldly, forcefully prying Draco's hand away from Merope's wrist. The boy extended his arm, positioning Merope half a step behind him, yet immediately released her after that action. "He didn't hurt you, did he?" he asked softly, his fingers lingering on the sensation, causing his heart to skip a beat. Merope raised an eyebrow, pressing her fingertip against Harry's shoulder. Hermione and Ron, seeing this, also stood up. "Is that so, Malfoy?" She heard Ron sneer. "That man you speak of is our new defense against the dark arts professor." "What? Do you intend to show disrespect to a professor?" Even Malfoy, facing an unknown new professor, would likely refrain from being too insolent, especially since his father had just lost his position on the Board of Governors. Draco appeared indeed taken aback by Ron's words. His skeptical gaze swept over Lupin's figure again, still laced with disdain. "Professor? Him? Dressed like that?" Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted, plunging the entire compartment into darkness. The buzzing noise vanished, and everyone instinctively turned their gazes toward the door, realizing the train had come to an unexpected halt. Luggage tumbling from the overhead racks. A damp, oppressive chill enveloped them. Merope's gaze sharpened as she looked outside, her wand clutched tightly in her pocket. Through the rapidly darkening sky outside, a tall, ghastly figure cloaked in tattered black robes began to drift toward them. Chapter 102. The Patroness Charm. Merope's instruction cold, terrifying. It emanated a bone-chilling aura. The creature appeared as if it were a decaying corpse, its body a shriveled gray, moving slowly and deliberately. The temperature in the carriage plummeted. Merope could no longer hear any sound. Harry's figure swayed before her, collapsing suddenly, while everyone seemed to freeze in place. A frigid terror washing over them like a tide. The damp, cold, and despairing emotions that were the most vulnerable and unforgettable gripped their actions. Harry's body went completely limp. With a gentle flick of her wand, Merope helped Harry sit at the edge of the table. She sharply raised her eyes, her cool palm touching Harry's clammy hand, as the Dementor pushed the door open, its elongated claws gripping the doorknob. Thump, thump. Hermione instinctively turned around, her hand shaking involuntarily, her brown eyes fixed on the horrifying creature. The Dementor would devour all joyful memories, leaving one only with their most fearful and despairing thoughts. Was it expulsion? Failing exams? No. What she saw seemed even more dreadful. The very black that Harry had just mentioned. The man she had glimpsed in the Daily Prophet with a menacing glare was now approaching poor Harry, wand in hand. An eerie, feral smile spread across his face. And she felt paralyzed, unsure of how to save Harry. A cool hand gently rested on her shoulder. Granger? The bitter scent of potions filled her nostrils, but the damp, cold atmosphere did not dissipate. Instead, she fell into an embrace. It wasn't too warm, but it was soft enough. She quietly pulled her vinewood wand from her pocket and placed it into Hermione's sweat-soaked palm. Do not panic, do not fear. The voice was remarkably steady and cool, with a kind of inhuman gentleness. A slender yet firm hand gestured for her to grip the wand tightly, slightly raising Hermione's arm. Now, remember the happiest memory you can imagine right now, she coaxed. A beautiful memory? A joyful recollection? Yet now, enveloped by those ominous visions. What semblance of happiness could she conjure? Hermione labored to widen her mouth, her surroundings gradually descending into chaos, the footsteps of the Dementors overlapping in her vision. The train swayed, accompanied by the notifications of her expulsion from Hogwarts and the news of Harry's demise at the hands of Sirius. Melopia's other hand encircled her waist, resting her chin almost entirely upon Hermione's shoulder, her seaweed-like hair cascading down Hermione's arm. Granger, you must sever ties with these illusory fears and ponder what you ought to do now. Her voice was calm, the hand on Hermione's waist tightening slightly. You should protect those you hold dear, should you not? The wand maintained its poised motion. She forcibly raised Hermione's arm to wield it. Repeat after me. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. The words trembled from her lips, laced with trepidation. As Melopia's words resonated, the fog of dread began to dissipate, revealing that these terror-laden memories were but fragile constructs of her imagination, easily shattered. The discourse of protection thoroughly awakened her spirit. Protection. How profoundly positive. How uplifting that term was. An endless array of memories surged forth. Hermione strived to summon every beautiful thought she could envision, under Melopia's guidance. Her wand moved, and a silvery mist erupted from its tip. It had not yet taken form, but tendrils of shimmering silver surged forth, momentarily halting the approaching Dementor. It recoiled sharply, as if scorched by the mist, emitting a series of howls, while Ron, behind Hermione, stirred from his slumber. In the next instant, a more intense and majestic silver mist erupted from behind her. Vast swaths of silver coalesced into a robust wolf, charging forth, compelling the Dementor to shield itself with its claws, its body twisting grotesquely as it retreated in flight. Hermione, trembling, tightened her grip on the wand and turned. Feeling utterly drained, Melopea had unexpectedly released her embrace, causing Hermione to nearly stumble as she turned. Lupin rose, offering a weary yet gentle smile. Did you cast the Patroness charm, my dear student? You possess considerable talent. He reached into his pocket as if to retrieve something. Thank you, Professor. Hermione hesitated, gesturing towards Melopea, but this spell was just taught to me by Melopea. Wait, she suddenly blinked in confusion. If that is the case, why did Melopea not cast the Patroness herself? Chapter 103. The Battlefield, the Uncastable Patroness. The bone-chilling cold within the carriage was gradually dispelled by the warm glow of the silver wolf Patroness. The overhead light flickered back to life, illuminating the scattered luggage strewn about. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Melopea merely glanced at her. Dementors devour all that is pure and beautiful. To them, those bright, warm, and joyful emotions are akin to the most lavish feast. They ravenously consume, brutally plunder, much like famished wolves descending upon fresh meat, tearing it apart, gnawing at it until every last drop of sweetness is extracted. Unless confronted by a wizard wielding a wand to condense those cherished sentiments into a protective silver light. When something too radiant is forged into substance, it can scorch these creatures of darkness. Yet Melopea had never been able to cast a Patroness. In fact, she seemed almost impervious to the influence of the Dementors. Her inky hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders as she bent down, gazing into Harry's unconscious face resting against the table. She extended her arm and gently brushed aside his unruly black hair, allowing it to rest against her cool neck. A smile graced her lips, though her eyes held an abyss of emptiness, the chill of her embrace binding the radiant savior boy. The crimson tie intertwined with Melopea's dark green one, yet what filled her lungs remained an endless void of coldness and indifference. A sense of emptiness, tedium, an instinctive detachment from all things, accompanied by a capricious desire to act. Melopea seemed inherently estranged from these positive emotions. Optimism, so-called positive energy. Merlin. What she inherited from the Gaunt lineage was the obsession and madness coursing through her veins, engraved in her very bones. A childhood steeped in curses and beatings forged a soul that was numb, even deriving pleasure from it. Warmth? Affection? No, what she craved was absolute control and unconditional submission. Akin to nurturing a pitiful pet that pleads for her favor, causing no ripples, yet occasionally receiving her casual mercy, the beauty of which intoxicated her. An obsession with Tom Riddle? It was merely a primal desire to possess and destroy a novel plaything. Why should he, with his dignified appearance, enjoy the privileges of his affluent upbringing? She yearned to shatter that perfection, to drag him into her quagmire. An obsession with potions and dark magic? That was even simpler. Merely an indulgence in the exhilaration of mastery over all, transcending the rules. The accumulation of magic and the plunder of knowledge could gradually fill the gaping void within her, allowing her to treat everything and everyone as she pleased. Melope never truly comprehended what she desired. She only clearly understood that the void within her was expanding uncontrollably. A profound, viscous black hole, nearly insatiable, into which even the most profound love, the sweetest of confections, the thrill of slaughter, or the joy of torment would sink. Instantly devoured, still seeping away. She could neither possess nor retain. Thus, she roamed the world like the most patient of hunters, seeking and capturing every beautiful thing that piqued her interest. Much like dementors tirelessly pursuing happiness, gradually dismantling and devouring all beauty. She instinctively sought that which could fill her emptiness, as the cold, viscous desires surged violently within her. She yearned to possess them. More so, she wished to dismantle them. Like a serpent sinking its fangs into its favored prey, injecting digestive venom, piece by piece, beginning from within, unraveling, devouring, savoring each subtle change in that vibrant life. Observing their vividly pained expressions, the flush of their cheeks so dazzlingly charming, like a parched well finally glimpsing a drop of pure water from the heavens. Yet how could a well, granted a drop of water, ever find satisfaction? The serpent is gluttonous, desire is insatiable. The soul of the Gaunt lineage is destined to remain untouched by reason, and dementors, too, find it difficult to derive sustenance from the dark emotions that resonate within her. So it is it not? The gentle voice reached her ears as Lupin gazed down at Hermione. The steam emanating from the silver mist continuing to fill the entire carriage, a wave of warmth enveloping Melope. The pallid man turned his gaze toward Melope, who was supporting the still unconscious Harry, gently shifting him onto the seat. Come, Harry, it's all right. The tousled black hair seemed to be brushed by a cool hand. The sleeping boy felt someone wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, gentle fingertips exploring his lightning-shaped scar. Years of Quidditch training had seemingly endowed Harry with considerable strength. His back was robust, and the arms that wrapped around his waist could delineate a well-defined musculature. Her restless hand tentatively explored further, finally reaching into her pocket to rummage. Thanks to the fortune bestowed by Remus, her pockets were now filled with an ample supply of chocolate. Let us indulge in some chocolate, she said softly. A gentle balm to dispel the terror instilled by the Dementors. With her fingertips deftly parting the pocket that contained Riddle's diary, Merope extracted the chocolate originally gifted to her by Lupin, unwrapping half of it in an attempt to feed it to Harry. Potter, what state are you in? Draco, finally recovering from the suffocating fear induced by the Dementors, was poised to mock the still unconscious Harry, but was instead met with the sight of Merope tenderly offering chocolate to him. I feel unwell, he quickly amended, his lips trembling, his complexion pale as he leaned against her back, resting his chin heavily on her shoulder, his arms encircling her. Look, my hands and feet are icy cold. Terrified by that wretched creature, Draco grunted, tightening his grip on Melope's wrist as she attempted to feed Harry. Merope hesitated, her palm indeed icy, yet at that moment, Harry stirred and opened his eyes. Hey Malfoy, what are you doing sprawled over Melope's shoulder? Having faintly heard Melope's voice while in a stupor, Harry tried to open his mouth, aiming to grasp the piece of chocolate in her palm, but Draco maliciously seized Melope's wrist at that instant. Draco. Merope raised an eyebrow in exasperation, effortlessly halting his movement. Harry is affected more significantly. He should have some chocolate to stabilize him first. Ugh, what a waste, Draco scoffed. But Harry seized the opportunity to lower his head, taking the small piece of chocolate from Melope's fingertips into his mouth, inadvertently brushing his lips against her skin. The sweet, silky taste melted instantly in Harry's mouth, bringing a comforting warmth. The long piece of chocolate was soon enveloped in his mouth, leaving traces at the corners of his lips. The young boy extended his tongue, delicately licking around his mouth, his spring green eyes innocently fixed on her, as Melope's chocolate was reduced to a mere scrap of packaging. With a languid motion, she pushed Draco aside and turned her gaze toward Ron, who had just regained consciousness, and found another piece of chocolate. Weasley, would you care for a piece? Ron looked at Merope with suspicion as he accepted the chocolate. This Slytherin is surprisingly kind. Finally, she placed the last piece of chocolate into Draco's mouth, his expression appearing reluctant, yet he opened his mouth with a hint of pride. Merope, I lack the strength to reach it. With a playful smile, Merope inserted the chocolate into Draco's mumbling mouth. His warm tongue purposefully brushed against her fingertips, leaving a damp sensation. Indeed, after encountering Dementors, consuming a piece of chocolate is a most prudent choice, Lupin added warmly, also placing a piece of chocolate into Hermione's hand. My dear, you should indulge in some chocolate as well. He strode towards Merope, and as she lifted her gaze, his patroness, a wolf formed by his spell, approached her. A warm breeze suddenly enveloped her, the silvery aura illuminating her face, as the wolf, embodying Lupin's essence, leaned close to her cheek. Its gentle demeanor reflecting the soft light akin to Lupin's own eyes. The wolf almost nestled into her embrace, lowering its head to nuzzle her palm. The patroness, unlike wizards, identifies individuals through their soul's essence and reflects their owner's emotional inclinations. The wolf was evidently incorporeal, as its ears brushed against Merope's palm. Warmth surged into her perpetually cold hands, casting a glimmer upon her pale skin. Lupin felt an acute embarrassment. My lady. It appears that he seems quite fond of you. Is that so? She mused, curling her fingers to gesture for Remus's patroness to shift aside, catching sight of the blush creeping to the tips of his ears. Perhaps, her other hand delicately grasped the piece of chocolate in Lupin's palm, and Merope's disheveled bangs swept aside, her dark eyes lifting to lock onto his youthful visage. I seem to have a particular affinity for wolves. With a nonchalant smile and a lingering gaze, her fingers leisurely caressed the patroness that belonged to Lupin. At last, she unveiled her visage entirely to him. Chapter 104. A New Prey. The wolf nestled in her embrace for the first time. Her gaze was unreserved, thoroughly scrutinizing the man before her. Lupin's demeanor radiated a gentle humility, the silver glow of his patroness shimmering upon his slender cheeks. Despite being a werewolf, having wandered for over a decade, marginalized and accompanied by fear, darkness, and pain, he still exhibited a resilient calm at this moment. Why, on a night of a full moon? Even after consuming the Wolfsbane potion, would he face the excruciating agony of transformation alone in the coming hours? How could he, without hesitation, summon forth a patroness that embodies pure joy and distribute comforting chocolate to each terrified child, having long dwelled in the abyss? Why did his soul emanate a light akin to a moon striving to disperse the chilling fog, gentle, constant, and serenely casting over mountains and valleys? Merope did not comprehend. She only recognized an unprecedented, searing emotion burrowing fiercely into her heart through the silver glow, madly proliferating and expanding. It was neither compassion nor sympathy, but a near-scorching interest. This blatant curiosity shone in her eyes, rendering her countenance in Lupin's view as pale and youthful, her lips curving into a significant arc. How delightful to meet you, Professor Lupin. She smiled. I am Merope Gaunt. Her previous conversations with Lupin had employed a voice-altering spell. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances, he would not have perceived any anomaly in her tone. His gaze flickered, instinctively scrutinizing Merope's face as he observed her leisurely unwrapping the chocolate, the small dark piece disappearing into her mouth. An observant, leisurely appreciation ensued. Professor? Draco squinted, tentatively inquiring. Oh, Lupin seemed to awaken from a reverie, waving his hand in an attempt to summon back his patroness. Since you all seem to be well, I need to check on the situation in other compartments. The incursion of Dementors on the Hogwarts Express is evidently unwise. Realizing this, he tightly gripped his wand and opened the door, departing. Draco, unhappily tracking Lupin's retreating figure, tightened his hold on Merope's wrist. Although uncertain of the patroness charm's nature, he was convinced that any decent person's patroness wouldn't so brazenly approach a strange girl's embrace. As expected, he knew this impoverished man could not be a proper individual. Yet Merope smiled. It appeared she had finally found a particularly cherished prey. As the train glided into the station upon arriving at school, apart from the first-year students, all older students were required to ride the carriages drawn by Thestrals to Hogwarts Castle. Merope exited the train at a leisurely pace. She had always been able to see creatures like Thestrals, their gaunt frames paired with bat-like expansive wings. Amidst the crowd, she spotted Theodore and noticed Lupin mingling among the students. Excuse me, she grasped Theodore's wrist gently, raising her eyes to meet the shabby-clad Lupin. Professor Lupin, would you care to join us in the carriage to the castle? The subtle pause in Theodore's movements behind her caught Merope's attention, as she sensed a scrutinizing gaze appraising her from a distance. Lupin's actions appeared to falter abruptly, his eyes locked onto a group not far away. Following his line of sight, Merope could only glimpse the hem of Harry and his companions vanishing behind the carriage door. She noticed Lupin hastily turning around, and upon recognizing Merope, he slowly unveiled a smile. Well, just the two of you, both Slytherin students, huh? Merope's expression darkened. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense that Remus was deliberately avoiding Harry. Chapter 105, The Headmaster? Just a casual tease as they boarded the carriage. Lupin predictably took a seat opposite her and Theodore. With the carriage accommodating no more than four, Theodore and Merope found themselves sitting uncomfortably close. As he bent to enter, his calf inadvertently brushed against Merope's knee. Lupin awkwardly fidgeted with the hem of his robe, while Theodore nonchalantly retrieved a book. In the swaying carriage and the dimly lit environment, it was evident that he could not truly focus on his reading. Merope lifted the curtain and observed a number of Dementors seemingly lurking at the entrance of the school. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lupin hesitating, as if he wished to speak, yet he ultimately refrained, redirecting his gaze toward Theodore instead. My fellow student, under such circumstances, isn't reading detrimental to your eyes? He inquired softly, attempting to rummage through his pocket. Oh, right. When we encountered the Dementors earlier, I noticed your expression seemed off. Are you all right now? Do you need another piece of chocolate? Was Theodore also significantly affected by the Dementors? Merope raised an eyebrow. The boy's complexion appeared even colder than before, an old book obscuring half of his face. Ultimately, he stiffly closed the book and reached out with delicate, pale fingers to take the piece of chocolate, remaining silent. The carriage soon arrived at the edge of the castle. As the door swung wide open, Merope was about to disembark first when a familiar presence enveloped her. The chill of the dungeons, the austere scent of potion ingredients, and the sight of black fabric came into view. Merope looked up to find Snape's frosty countenance before her. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Lupin was the first to descend from the carriage, his smile radiating warmth and gentleness. Severus, long time no see. The tattered outer robe obscured much of Merope's view, yet his voice remained as clear as moonlight. With his broad hands tucked into his pockets, Lupin slowly lowered his gaze. You see, Severus, I had to take the Hogwarts Express today due to certain matters, and I happened to share a carriage with Miss Gunter. Snape's line of sight toward Merope was blocked by Lupin, forcing him to maintain a stoic expression directed at Lupin, his eyes simmering with barely contained animosity. Oh, is that so? He drawled, attempting to catch a glimpse of Merope from behind Lupin. You already know Miss Gunter's name, do you, Lupin? He subtly emphasized the last word. This reaction prompted Merope to retreat slightly, a smile dancing on her lips as her fingers unconsciously brushed against something soft. Turning her head, she happened to catch Theodore's gaze. His eyelashes lowered as he made contact with the back of her hand. Indeed, Lupin admitted calmly, Miss Gunter is quite a gifted young witch. Just earlier on the train, she voluntarily offered chocolate to those affected by the Dementors. Were it not for the fact that school has yet to commence, I would certainly award Slytherin an additional 20 points, Severus. Snape's lips pressed tightly together, his eyes fixed intently on Lupin. And it was apparent to anyone passing by that the headmaster's mood was exceedingly foul. If a Gryffindor happened to be the one passing by, that student might very well find themselves deducted 50 points on the spot. Yet, Lupin remained unflappably cheerful. Merope nearly stifled a laugh. Remus had always been gentle and smiling toward everyone, even those who wished him harm, maintaining his composure and politeness. Not to mention, in Snape's eyes, he was someone who had aided him in resolving his employment issues with the Wolfsbane potion. Little did Remus seem to grasp just how much Snape despised complications and longed for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. However, why did Snape's gaze toward Lupin rival the intensity with which he regarded Harry? If there's nothing more, Severus, I shall take my leave, Lupin declared, his demeanor remaining gracious, seemingly oblivious to the deepening pallor of Snape's countenance upon hearing his name called. The tattered robe billowed as he moved, and rather abruptly. Merope found herself laughing softly, her head bowed, her disheveled bangs obscuring her features, enveloped by the shadows that cloaked her. Yet, her delicate, pale hand distinctly covered her lips. Snape's gaze rested coldly upon her. Sandwiched between two imposing figures, she felt an undeniable chill. What is it, Professor Snape? Merope returned his gaze nonchalantly, leisurely descending from the carriage, and even turned back to extend her hand graciously, intending to assist Theodore down, her eyes still fixated on Snape. Theodore hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out, clasping Merope's hand as he bent to exit the carriage. His fingertips were icy, yet the sensation was clear. In that fleeting moment of their fingers intertwining under Snape's frosty scrutiny, there was a subtle hint of defiance. Snape's eyes narrowed as he observed her actions, and he scoffed. Now, come with me to my office. Stepping away from the bustling hall, after exchanging a silent farewell with Theodore, Merope followed Snape's retreating figure downward. The surroundings gradually darkened into obscurity as Snape strode into his office, the atmosphere damp and filled with the scent of potions from numerous neatly arranged bottles on the shelves. Do you know why I summoned you? Snape seated himself in a high-backed chair, his voice low and serious. Please enlighten me, Professor, Merope replied, her gaze wandering until it landed on a transparent glass vial tucked in the corner. Judging by its hue and the faint aroma wafting from it, it was evident that it contained a high-quality Wolfsbane potion. You selected 12 subjects on your elective schedule in your third year. Snape's forefinger rapped sharply against the desk. Tell me, Miss Gunter, what compels you to choose all of them? Oh, Merope raised an eyebrow, unflinchingly meeting Snape's gaze. Is it not permissible to do so, Professor? It is not that it cannot be done, Snape replied coldly. However, then that suffices, Merope smiled, stepping closer to the desk. Since Hogwarts lacks such a regulation. Yet at Hogwarts, selecting 12 subjects means you will invest more time and effort than others in your studies, Snape replied gravely. Moreover, Miss Gunter, I do not perceive any significance in your choice of Muggle studies based on your family background and your usual conduct. There was no hint of motivation for her interest in Muggle studies, and Snape narrowed his eyes. Given your apparent lack of interest, what is your true purpose behind selecting 12 subjects? Even Hermione Granger from Gryffindor has chosen 12. Merope softly murmured, in order to compete with her. For the forthcoming Owls and Newts examinations, to achieve the legendary 12 O's. It seems only reasonable that I select all 12 subjects, does it not? A grandiloquent excuse, indeed. Snape could hardly suppress a scoff. He was utterly astounded that Merope harbored such aspirations of becoming a legend. Despite her blatant indifference to the opinions of the world around her, here she was, audaciously prattling about competition and achieving all O's in her exams. Something iridescent in his pocket was subtly radiating warmth. Snape cast his gaze downward and retrieved the object from his pocket. The time-turner gleamed with silvery light. Its intricately designed hourglass structure housing shimmering sand, undeniably infused with immense magical power. A time-turner, now firmly clasped in Snape's hand. Merope's eyes flickered momentarily, her gaze fixating on the exquisite device, prompting a soft derisive sound from Snape. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions, he said, tossing the time-turner into her palm. In accordance with the Ministry's regulations, I expect it to be used responsibly. I have no desire to attract the Ministry's ire. Do you understand? Understood, Merope replied, her attention riveted on the time-turner. Just as she was about to raise her eyes to speak, a house elf suddenly appeared in the office. Professor Snape. It squeaked. Professor Lupin requests that you deliver the potion promptly. He is currently occupied and has asked me to assist. Snape frowned. The potion is over there. Help yourself. Of course, Professor Snape. The elf replied. Merope distinctly felt the pressure around Snape diminish several degrees. The words of Remus echoed in her mind as she involuntarily curved her lips into a smile. Severus, such an endearing address, Professor Snape. She intended to take advantage of the moment to leisurely depart with the time-turner, but Snape's voice swiftly interrupted. Is that so, Miss Gunter? A large parchment suddenly obstructed Merope's path. It unfurled before her, revealing a meticulously detailed list of potion ingredients she had borrowed last year, either in her name or Theodore's. Given that Miss Gunter borrowed such a multitude of ingredients last year and is proficient in the Wolfsbane potion, Snape began. I happen to have a long-term order for this year, specifically for the production of the Wolfsbane potion. You will be solely responsible for its preparation every month during this academic year, Merope. So ultimately, the task of brewing the Wolfsbane potion for Remus had fallen to her, had it? Chapter 106, Divination? She should have died decades ago. A new academic year commenced. Stifling a yawn, Merope arrived at the Hogwarts Great Hall that morning. The previous night, she had nestled herself behind her bed curtains with Riddle's diary and the time-turner, nearly losing herself in their mysteries until the early hours of the morning. The breakfast spread at Hogwarts remained as lavish as ever. Merope casually speared a fried egg, savoring the yolk as it melted on her palate, but deep down, she felt that her culinary skills paled in comparison to Remus's. Professor Lupin arrived shortly thereafter. Being perhaps the only itinerant professor in the entire school, residing within Hogwarts Castle, with all his meals provided by the institution. Striding to his seat at the expansive professor's table, he exuded a sense of lost hope in life. Why? Lupin numbly raised his fork, piercing a sausage. Though I've consumed it before and been prepared for it. Why is Snape's Wolfsbane potion so much more bitter than the one brewed by the owner? The bitterness was so profound it nearly dulled his taste buds, rendering him numb as the liquid coursed down his throat, unleashing a prolonged bitterness that no amount of sweet chocolate could subdue. Upon seeing him, Snape appeared in a slightly better mood than the previous day, humming softly as he sat beside him to dine. Lupin pondered for a moment, wearily offering him a smile. Regardless, thank you, Severus, for setting aside past grievances to brew those for me. Snape's expression visibly darkened. The divination classroom resided at the pinnacle of the northern tower of Hogwarts Castle. Gryffindor and Slytherin students laboriously ascended the stairs to reach a dim, stifling classroom, where thick drapes obscured all the windows, and countless teacups and crystal balls littered the floor. Merope took her seat at a round table, lifting her gaze to a mysterious woman at the front of the classroom. Divination, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures had never been her domain since birth. Merope narrowed her eyes. Having chosen this path, she ought to apply herself diligently. Even if the Gunter family had no aptitude for divination, she at least aimed to achieve commendable results on the examination. Regrettably, in the divination class, their professor, Trelawney, ethereally intoned that books were not particularly useful. What we require is talent, a keen insight. She clapped her hands. Now, each of you, please retrieve a teacup from the shelf, and after drinking, invert it to interpret the patterns left in the tea leaves. Does this really work? Draco squinted, inverting his teacup onto the tray. The tea leaves formed a chaotic mass. Merope contemplated it for a while, barely piecing together a semblance of a handsome figure. Let me see, child. Trelawney suddenly appeared behind Draco, seizing the teacup Merope had previously handed him. The classroom fell silent, Trelawney's gaze drifting far away. Oh my Merlin, what a frightful vision, she exclaimed suddenly, one hand dramatically clutching her chest. It is death. Death, dear poor child. You should not be sitting here, she murmured slowly. You should have died decades ago, yes. You should have perished in the winter of 1926. Chapter 107. Time Magic. Dumbledore's suspicion. The classroom erupted into an uproar. Nonsense. Draco sprang to his feet, snatching the teacup from Trelawney's grasp, scattering tea leaves across the floor. How could Merope possibly be in danger? His shoe crushed the remnants. You old fraud. Cease your alarmist drivel. Dear, she is certainly not in danger now. Trelawney gazed at her with vacant eyes. In my divination, she is to be in peril at the age of 19. With each word she uttered, the air in the classroom thickened in dire straits. Wandering alone in a completely unfamiliar place, devoid of kin. The harrowing imagery she painted, combined with her ethereal, eerie tone, sent genuine terror rippling across the faces of many students. Neville grew increasingly anxious, Ron gasped in astonishment, and Draco's anger intensified, a pink hue spreading across his ears. However, the fleeting fear was swiftly dissipated by logic, as countless students suddenly reacted. But 1926 is not even close to the year Merope turns 19. Harry was the first to point out. In fact, she wasn't even born then. A single stone had stirred 1,000 ripples. The students exchanged glances, the whispering voices rising once more, as Trelawney seemed to have just realized the absurdity of her own statements. Of course, I meant to say, she eagerly added, that the tea leaves reveal the unknown, a portent of upheaval. I do not believe that the truth of the future can be discerned from a pile of tea leaves, Hermione calmly interjected, asserting that it was all mere coincidence. Yet, Trelawney's gaze shifted abruptly, a look of disdain directed towards Hermione. Suddenly, she stepped forward, raising Harry's teacup beside her. Another omen, a skull, a harbinger of death. Dear child, you too shall perish imminently, even sooner than that other child. Her words continued, but now, none of the students were inclined to listen. Their awe of divination had morphed into unabashed scorn and skepticism. Merely a third-year Slytherin, Morphin Gaunt, who was prophesied to have met a tragic end decades ago. It was preposterous enough to provoke laughter. Listen, do not take that old witch's prophecy to heart. As they stepped out of the divination classroom, Draco continued to pat Morphin's shoulder, inexplicably irritable. Death. Prophecies? If Potter were to die, I might entertain the thought, especially with Black lurking about. I ought to persuade my father to have her expelled. A certain Malfoy had evidently forgotten that his father had already been ousted from the Board of Governors. Nearby, Hermione wore a similarly concerned expression, having checked on Harry before hesitantly approaching. Morphin had previously taught her the patroness charm, protecting them in dire circumstances. She did not share the blood supremacy views of other Slytherins and had herself grown up in a Muggle family. She felt compelled to express her concern. Thus, Hermione unceremoniously pushed past Draco, her curly brown hair cascading onto Morphin's shoulder, causing Draco to stumble slightly, nearly falling to the ground. Trust me, Morphin. This subject is fundamentally nonsensical, devoid of reason. Hermione glanced away without hesitation, her expression filled with genuine concern as she observed Morphin's demeanor. I trust you are not distressed by these ethereal divinations, are you? Surely, arithmancy is far more scientific than this. She had seen Morphin in arithmancy class as well and knew that, like her, Morphin possessed a time turner after selecting 12 courses. Morphin had already excelled in potions and charms far beyond her, yet still opted for all 12 subjects. Hermione clenched her fists, realizing she needed to strive even harder. A flicker passed through Morphin's eyes, but she could only think of the professor's dry lectures in arithmancy. The formulas presented had dazzled her, reminiscent of probability theory that Nereus had once mentioned. Perhaps. She smiled absent-mindedly, her fingers brushing against Hermione's tousled hair. However, she believed that Trelawney carried a certain degree of authenticity. The clarity of her narration was striking. Morphin squinted, uncertain of the reaction this news would provoke throughout the school. "Hey, Granger, what do you mean?" Draco's frustrated voice interrupted. "Are you suggesting that Sybil has prophesied the deaths of 2 students this year?" The sweet honey lemon tea was stirred by a magically animated spoon, sending up plumes of steaming mist. Dumbledore, intrigued, handed another cup to Snape, whose emanating chill nearly froze the beverage into ice. "Yes, but I still do not understand," Snape managed to say, forcing himself to remain calm. "Why you would choose a werewolf for defense against the dark arts this year? It does not align with her usual approach." Dumbledore chuckled slowly, his beard quivering slightly. Taking a sip of the perfectly tempered tea, Dumbledore's azure eyes met Snape's with tranquil intensity. "She is prophesying the deaths of Harry and that Miss Gaunt, correct?" "Indeed." Snape pressed his forehead, suppressing the throbbing vein, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. "Yet I do not believe this prophecy will come to pass. After all, if Trelawney's prediction were indeed accurate, how could Miss Gaunt have managed it in 1926? His words trailed off as he observed the profound depth gradually enveloping Dumbledore's gaze. "Oh, a most reasonable query, Severus," Dumbledore replied languidly. "We must acknowledge that, thus far, the magical community has never encountered a definitive case proving that one could employ time magic for such an extensive and thorough traversal." Snape's pupils dilated sharply, his gaze involuntarily lifting. Yet, he only saw Dumbledore placing the teacup upon the table, the wise elder's bright eyes gazing distantly through his spectacles. Dumbledore vaguely recalled that at the end of the last academic year, when he examined Ginny's condition, he had been surprised to find her spirit far more resilient than he had anticipated, as the girl had tearfully explained. "Yes, it was Morphin." Ginny's voice still trembled with emotion. "She helped me brew the potion to stabilize my soul. So it was like this?" Chapter 108. Riddle, what does Mother desire? Now, open your textbooks. The weather post-rain remained a hazy gray, the air infused with the sense of damp earth and grass, as their care of magical creatures Professor Hagrid stood kindly at the edge of the enclosure. Indeed, since the truth of last year's Chamber of Secrets incident had been unveiled, with Harry exposing the true culprit as Riddle, Hagrid's grievances had finally been rectified. Restored to his former glory, he had been officially appointed as the new Professor of Care of Magical Creatures at Dumbledore's recommendation. Today marked his inaugural class. As Morphin opened her textbook, her peripheral vision caught sight of a large black dog wandering near the edge of the forbidden forest. Hagrid's disappointed voice resonating not far away. None of you can open your textbooks?" He walked sorrowfully toward Morphin, his gaze suddenly brightening. "Oh, Merlin. Only Miss Gaunt has successfully opened her book." Though she was a Slytherin, Hagrid could not help but raise Morphin's textbook. 5 points to Slytherin, Miss Gaunt. "Might you share the technique for opening the book?" Morphin's eyes flickered, all eyes now focused on her. The textbook, the Monster Book of Monsters, was indeed exceedingly peculiar. Its rough cover bristled with sharp teeth, ready to viciously bite anyone attempting to open it. When Morphin first encountered it, she had opted to bind the book tightly with ropes, just as everyone else had. Yet, it was Riddle from her diary who had offered her advice. If this year's Professor of Care of Magical Creatures is Hagrid, his semi-transparent soul had once stood beside her, under the nurturing influence of her magic. He had since regained the ability to interact with objects. Riddle leaned closer, his striking resemblance to his father evident. His dark hair cascading near her ear as he naturally lifted a lock of her hair with his fingertip. "You could try extending your hand to stroke this textbook." Following his suggestion, Morphin attempted, and the agitated book indeed retracted its fangs, becoming remarkably docile. "How did you know?" "Because he is Hagrid." Riddle fell silent. "A half-giant, who spends his days delving into the forbidden forest, treating acromantulas as pets, and hiding werewolf pups beneath his bed. During his tenure as the prefect, he had frequently deducted points from Gryffindor. You seem to understand him well." Merope fell silent, just as she intended to casually peruse some content related to the book. Riddle suddenly grasped her shoulder. His gentle yet irresistible gaze redirected her attention. The handsome youth knelt obediently before her, his upturned eyes brimming with affection and intimacy. His hand slid from her shoulder to firmly clasp her wrist, and Riddle trembled as he spoke. "Mother, why don't we skip school? Since we have acquired the Time Turner, and you have already mastered sufficiently profound magic, life at Hogwarts holds no significance for you. We might as well leave." The thought of his mother attending lectures under professors he deemed unworthy, mingling with those mediocre students, stirred a tide of inexplicable discontent and agitation within him. A fierce, Almost obsessive possessiveness flickered in Riddle's eyes as he suddenly buried his upper body in Merope's embrace, his cheek pressed tightly against her knee. His soft black hair sprawled across her thigh as he knelt at her feet. Riddle's voice emerged hoarsely, imbued with fervent admiration. We could easily depart from Hogwarts, journeying anywhere we wish, to the ends of the earth, through the fissures of time, to every corner of existence, or return to the Gaunt Manor, or seek out a more secluded sanctuary. There, the world would consist solely of you and me. His words quickened, infused with an intensity that stained the corners of his eyes with a deep crimson hue. We could continue to explore the mysteries of magic, delve into the principles and intricacies of the time turner, transcend time and scale mountains in pursuit of the truths of magic and immortality, reach the pinnacle, and subsequently rule the world. Of course. He lifted his head, his gaze radiating an astonishing brilliance. If you truly wish to learn other subjects, I could provide you with a modicum of assistance. He would not perform any worse than those ineffectual professors. He would surpass them. The profound intimacy and affection, ever since he and Merope had recognized one another, surged uncontrollably within him as he nearly threw himself into her embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist with all his strength, his thick black hair brushing against her chest. He greedily absorbed her unique essence that sent shivers through his very soul. Does it? It sounds rather appealing, Merope replied slowly, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as her fingertips brushed through Riddle's hair. A smile graced Riddle's face, an expression so obedient and fulfilled. As Merope's fingers continued to weave through his soft black locks, Riddle squinted slightly, intending to nuzzle his cheek against her other hand. But in the next moment, smack! A resounding thwack landed mercilessly on his forehead. However, I do not wish to retreat to a world inhabited solely by the two of us, Merope replied, her lips curving into a smile. Riddle appeared momentarily stunned, his flawless smile frozen on his face, a flicker of shock passing swiftly through his dark eyes. That astonishment was soon enveloped by a deeper gloom and the sting of rejection. Riddle pressed his lips together, his aura noticeably dimming as he once more grasped Merope's hand. Why? This school seems rather nice, Merope replied softly, with many intriguing individuals. So many vibrant faces, wondrous experiences. I even found a delectable prey just moments ago. Why would she forsake all of this for Riddle? Riddle's brow furrowed. Astute as he was, he understood the implications of Merope's words, and jealousy and dissatisfaction gnawed at him. Yet Riddle did not erupt as he had in the past. He merely lowered his face again, resting his forehead against her palm. What do you desire? His voice was muffled, barely audible, as though he feared she would not hear. Merope's gentle tone interrupted his forthcoming words. All right, Tom. She suddenly cupped his face, compelling Riddle to meet her gaze directly. But you have yet to explain to me. Why did you store a segment of your memory within the diary? Her fingertips lightly grazed his cheek, and she continued, and why is your soul so fragmented? Chapter 109. Surpassing Death. Viewing her photo in the manner indeed, as Miss Gaunt stated, one need only tenderly caress the cover of the book, and the textbook will naturally reveal its secrets. Hagrid's voice echoed in their ears as he stepped forward, unveiling a row of remarkably majestic creatures. Their sharp orange eyes, sleek and glossy coats, and powerful wings folded at their sides promised a display of grandeur and strength when unfurled, akin to that of eagles. These are our new friends today, Hagrid proclaimed proudly, the hippogriffs. The key to communicating with these noble, yet sensitive beings lies in respect. First, gaze into their eyes. Remain calm, then bow slowly and deeply. Remember, do not exhibit even the slightest hint of disdain or disrespect. Their tempers can be quite explosive. I wonder what Dumbledore was thinking. Draco muttered beside her. Allowing a brute who hasn't even graduated from Hogwarts to teach, and opening a book by mere touch? How ludicrous. Merope's gaze swept over the rows of splendid hippogriffs, but her thoughts lingered on Riddle's earlier words, Horcruxes. The secret Riddle had personally revealed to her. The source of his soul's fragmentation, lingering on the brink of life and death. For the sake of immortality, Mother, Riddle's voice dropped to a whisper. I divided my soul into 7 parts, storing them within different Horcruxes. From his childhood, such aspirations had been his. To be extraordinary, to reverse death, to attain greatness. To scale the heights that no one had ever reached before. He had always found the world unbearably dull, and even in the orphanage. He reveled in the uniqueness of his magic, effortlessly toying with the belongings and fears of others. Intimidation. Terror. He drove those ordinary children to the precipice until he stepped into the magical realm and discovered that there were many who possessed abilities akin to his. Fortunately, he still had Parseltongue. He was still different, endowed with an identity destined for greatness, having once firmly believed that his father was a powerful wizard, after all. A witch could not perish from complications of childbirth. Until later, when he uncovered the truth of his lineage. Why had his mother abandoned him? Little Riddle was so bewildered. He could not comprehend why his mother, possessing magic, had allowed him to endure such a plight. If she were weak and amidst conflict, magic could surely have sheltered her from harm, granting her a temporary reprieve and peace. If she lacked food and warmth, why not simply wield her wand to seize what muggles possessed? As for her feelings toward the so-called old Riddle, he understood them even less. His mother was cowardly, weak. Upon stepping into the ruins of the Gaunt family and the Riddle estate, Riddle fully realized how pitiably laughable his mother had been. Did she truly believe it acceptable to relinquish such dazzling magic simply because she had been bullied and abandoned? The spell of extracting thoughts still leaped from the tip of his wand, as the youthful Riddle coldly aimed Marvelo's wand at the man sprawled on the floor. With soft, obedient black hair and a strikingly handsome face that mirrored that of a neighboring muggle, Riddle donned his Slytherin robes with meticulous precision, the badge of his head boy position gleaming prominently upon his chest. Such beauty, such pristine elegance, at that moment. Riddle had just concluded one of his academic years at Hogwarts, attempting to visit what he referred to as his family during the summer break. The polished demeanor he maintained at school, characterized by courtesy and composure, was starkly contrasted as the tips of his boots crossed into that decaying place, shrouded in damp moss, with layers of cobwebs sprawling across the walls. Yet, regardless of his lineage, he was met with scorn and derision from both parents. They incessantly hurled insults at him, branding him a lowly half-breed, as they appeared in their tattered garments, a decrepit Marvelo and Merope, while the elderly Riddle, impeccably dressed yet unwilling to acknowledge him, merely commanded the housekeeper to dismiss him. This scene stood in stark opposition to the self-proclaimed elitism of the pure-blood wizards he encountered at Slytherin, who prided themselves on their ancestry and impeccable attire. Thus, Riddle committed the act of murdering the elder Riddle family and framed Marvelo and Merope for the crime. As the foolish uncles and grandfather were dragged away by ministry officials, their faces contorted in malice, he remained hidden in the shadows of the Gaunt mansion, his pale, elongated fingers clenching his wand tightly. His gaze swept over a corner long buried in dust, and Riddle trembled as he picked up a broken picture frame. The ancient wooden border was nearly rotted away, and as Riddle delicately brushed the dust off the photograph, large clumps of grime instantly tainted his palms, rendering them filthy. The image captured three individuals: an arrogant, ugly man, a sneering youth with greasy hair, and in the corner, a frail girl clad in ill-fitting robes. Her seaweed-like hair lay disheveled, her complexion pale to the point of being sickly, and even her light lips were pressed tightly together, her expression blank and devoid of emotion. Without hesitation, Riddle tore away the fragment that belonged to his mother and grasped it tightly, bowing his head. "Look, mother," he whispered to the photograph. "I have avenged you against those who sought to humiliate you." As long as his magic was potent enough, as long as his strength was formidable, he would fear nothing. All would bow before him. So, why did you leave so weakly? He had no intention of meeting the same fate as his mother, a short life, filled with torment, ultimately dying alone in an unfamiliar place. He sought to grow powerful enough to vanquish all adversaries, to become terrifying and grand, so magnificent that no wizard would dare utter his name. He aimed to transcend death. Even if his mother were to return and the truth be revealed, he would ensure they would never part again. Now, everyone, try to communicate with the hippogriff. Hagrid's voice pulled Merope back to reality. If the hippogriff bows to you as well, you may attempt to stroke it, and if you are bold enough, you could even ask it to take you for a short flight. It feels splendid. Merope remained ambivalent about Riddle's aspirations for immortality and his use of Horcruxes. However, at that moment, her gaze fell upon a hippogriff approaching her, and she met its piercing orange eyes with calmness. She could not allow Riddle to remain in a state of disembodiment indefinitely. At the very least, she needed to devise a means for him to regain a corporeal form. But where should she place him if he were to be restored? Merope pondered, envisioning the Hogwarts dormitories, yet she realized she would not be the only occupant. Moreover, if it were a matter of soul division, Merope's gaze lingered meaningfully on Harry not far away. Perhaps she had finally grasped the core of Harry's Parseltongue origins. Well, it doesn't seem all that difficult, Draco's voice chimed in her ear. The platinum-haired young lord, after lazily bowing to the creature named Buckbeak, found its surprisingly obedient demeanor allowed him to lower his guard. His pale knuckles leisurely caressed Buckbeak's coat, and Draco's unabashed laughter soon followed. "You ugly beast, you're rather perceptive." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the hippogriff's demeanor changed dramatically. Its orange eyes narrowed, and Buckbeak emitted a sharp cry, its formidable claws raised suddenly, slicing through the air toward Draco's astonished face. Everything transpired too swiftly. Most students could only manage gasps of alarm. Merope's expression darkened as she realized the gravity of the situation. In an instant, An invisible wave of magic surged forth, powerful and expansive, creating a viscous force field. Buckbeak's outstretched claws slowed in midair, becoming sluggish. Meanwhile, she had already spun forward. Her wide black robe billowed like a night-bird unfurling its wings, filled with the distinct, sharp aroma of potions, instantly filling Draco's nostrils, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. So close that he could discern the calm darkness beneath her thick lashes, nearly feeling the cool breath escaping her lips. Thump, thump. Magic had completely restrained the out-of-control Buckbeak. An unknown heartbeat thudded wildly in the chest cavity, pounding against the eardrums with painful intensity. Merope firmly pressed one hand against Draco's suddenly rigid shoulder while the other swiftly encircled his waist. She guided him backward with decisive ease, a movement almost instinctively practiced. "Are you all right?" she whispered softly. Chapter 110. To Tame a Basilisk. Mandrake is needed. The atmosphere was hazy and fraught with panic. The weather in September after the rain had turned decidedly cool. Yet the boy's platinum hair was damp against his forehead from a moment of tension. She had never seen Draco wear such an expression of alarm. His gray eyes were wide in astonishment, devoid of all color, his usually vibrant lips, accustomed to sharp retorts, now slightly parted in fear. While the shoulder she held quivered faintly, there was an unexpected fragility about him. In her recollection, Draco had always been haughty and spoiled, incessantly bragging about his family lineage, reciting tales of how his parents doted upon him, as if everything in the world was as easily brushed away as a speck of dust from his shoulder. One could only wonder what sort of household could cultivate such a carefree child. Even the elder Riddle, who similarly hailed from a privileged background, had struck her as more mature. When had he ever displayed such reckless exuberance? The firm, lean waist she held was a stark reminder that Draco had quietly matured, having grown taller without her noticing. A creature as fearsome as a hippogriff could elicit such an unguarded display of vulnerability and terror from him. So, what if one were to consider a more serious hypothesis? Beneath the veneer of heritage and arrogance, would more vivid expressions, capable of stirring one's heart, emerge upon that typically arrogant face? Draco felt as if the world was spinning around him. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, a hand lifted his waist. He looked up in bewilderment, his gaze meeting Merope's face, mere inches away, her dark eyes penetrating through to his very soul. The damp, vacant eyes, akin to water plants, ensnared one into an unfathomable darkness, a profound curiosity enveloping the air. She even felt compelled to extend the hand resting on his shoulder to caress his cheek. A sudden flush of crimson washed over Draco's face the moment her palm made contact. The youth recoiled as if scalded, his gray irises darting away, leaving Melope's hand suspended in the air. All eyes were momentarily drawn to this scene, with Hagrid being the first to approach in alarm, hurriedly leading Buckbeak away. "Oh, are you all right, Mr. Malfoy?" His expression bore an unsettling anxiety, and just as he intended to step forward, Melope's voice rang out. "Professor Hagrid," she said coldly, "if I were you, I would prepare for potential chaos with these creatures before the lesson begins. Even if Draco provoked the situation, as a professor, you ought to ensure comprehensive safety measures. After all, there will always be students who disregard instructions." Of course, it could also be attributed to her insufficient understanding of magical creatures. She is still speaking on his behalf. Draco's heart raced even faster. He found himself somewhat averse to meeting Melope's gaze, his ears ablaze. Thus, he chose to shift his attention to Hagrid. "Hagrid, how could you possibly include such dangerous creatures in your lesson? If not for Melope, I might have been bitten by that beast," he exclaimed loudly. "I will tell my father." Harry, infuriated, stepped forward. "You were the one who broke the rules first, Malfoy. Besides, even with Melope, Draco retorted angrily, raising his sleeve, "my robe has been soiled by that creature. Look, I will inform my father." Melope? Is that to be considered as well? However, the undeniable fact remained. The attack by the hippogriff had been timely quelled, and no actual physical harm had befallen any student. Even if Draco sought to exaggerate the matter, it was difficult to escalate the situation to an irreparable state based solely on a dirty robe and a momentary scare. After the conclusion of the Care of Magical Creatures class, the day's lessons came to an end. The daylight of September still lingered, with the sunset arriving fashionably late. Melope strolled alone through the now quieter corridors of the castle. On her wrist, Lilith lazily coiled, the cool, smooth scales brushing against her skin. She gently stroked the head of Lilith, the little black snake nuzzling her palm in response. Now she possessed not just one Lilith, but also a basilisk. Although the basilisk was still in its juvenile stage, she had tucked it into her bed, obscuring its eyes with fabric it could not unravel. Yet, for the sake of caution and future convenience, Melope decided to sneak a visit to the greenhouse. Melope adeptly stepped through the greenhouse door, where rows of cultivated mandrakes stood neatly aligned, including some mature specimens grown by the end of the previous academic year. In response to the petrification incident, Professor Sprout had deliberately cultivated far more mandrakes than in previous years. This proved fortuitous for her at this moment. She had long memorized the antidote for petrification, donned her earmuffs with care, and retrieved a sharp little knife. However, just as she bent down to direct the blade towards the plump mandrake's entwined roots, Merope? A gentle voice unexpectedly called from behind her. Merope halted, discreetly clutching a small section of the mandrake's leaves in her palm. Due to the earmuffs, she had not heard the footsteps approaching from the greenhouse. Warm hands gently lifted the earmuffs slightly, and a familiar voice brushed against her ear. "Do not worry," Cedric said. Blinking, "the mandrakes are not exhibiting any signs of crying. We can enjoy a pleasant chat here. So, could you enlighten me as to why you are cutting mandrakes here?" Cedric inquired with a hint of resignation. "Professor Sprout assigned me to oversee the greenhouse, although she herself does not frequently check on the herbs. I cannot simply allow." He leaned closer, lowering his voice, which I am somewhat familiar with, to brazenly steal in front of me. While it was not uncommon for witches and wizards at Hogwarts to gather ingredients from the Forbidden Forest or the greenhouse for potion making or other purposes, it was indeed rare to include thievery from Snape's storeroom. Avoiding the inevitable, Cedric's figure had drawn near behind her. Merope lowered her gaze, turning to face him. Clutching the mandrake's leaves, her heart steady. "Professor Snape asked me to cut some mandrake leaves for advanced potion making." She doubted he would dare confront Snape. "Oh, is that so?" Cedric repeated with a smile. As a favored student of Professor Snape, Merope's reasoning seemed flawless. Yet, Cedric's reaction left one uncertain of his belief. Merope, however, did not afford him the opportunity for further inquiry. She effortlessly conjured a small fabric pouch before him, unabashedly continuing her task, even gently placing a similar earmuff upon his head. Cedric, typically taller than her, found the earmuff askew, with one side higher than the other, and a few strands of his otherwise orderly black hair ruffled, creating a comical tuft, juxtaposed against the astonishment that suddenly adorned his handsome face. In an instant, the charming visage seemed to hold its breath, Cedric's gray irises inevitably widening. Merope, seizing the playful moment, rose onto her toes, setting her tools and the cut mandrake aside. Her slender fingers adjusted the earmuff, completely covering his ears, and her hair inadvertently brushed against him, causing Cedric's body to stiffen imperceptibly. He instinctively turned his head, yet halted mid-motion, his entire demeanor obediently yielding to her actions, save for a slight movement of his throat. "Merope," he attempted to speak, his voice unexpectedly muffled. What followed was her tugging at the other side of the earmuff strap, pulling him slightly closer to her visage. "Well, since you have seen me collecting mandrakes." She tilted her head, a few strands of hair brushing against her cheeks. "How about, kind Cedric, you assist me in trimming them as well?" "Cutting them alone," Merope smiled, "is a bit slow." "Cedric, huh?" A small, sharp silver herb scissors was unceremoniously thrust into his embrace. "Here, just take the tender top 2 or 3 leaves. Do not harm the main stem," she explained softly. "I only need these." As a fifth-year Hufflepuff, he must certainly be well-versed in handling herbs, right? "Do not worry. I will take responsibility." Cedric. Just a moment ago, he had been warning her against unauthorized gathering, yet the next instant, she had turned the tables, inviting him to accompany her in her mischief. The earmuffs, upon slipping from her grasp, naturally settled upon her ears, enveloping the world in a muffled silence, leaving only the rapid thumping of her heart. Cedric gazed at the figure of Merope turning skillfully to trim the mandrake, and the peculiar feelings within him dissipated significantly. He was acutely aware that Merope harbored many secrets. Her tranquil demeanor starkly contrasted with the chaotic tales spun by Nereus. Alongside the peculiarities of her wand and the classification within the academy, her remarkable proficiency in potions and dueling belied her apparent identity and why. Despite having no blood ties to Nereus, was she also an heir of Slytherin? Her lineage, undoubtedly, stemmed from a Muggle background. This young woman before him seemed to lack any genuine friends, living a solitary existence with few companions. Frowning, Cedric recalled how, during their first year, Merope had faced ostracism from Slytherin due to her so-called Muggle origins. In her second year, her ability to speak Parseltongue had drawn hostility from the other 3 houses. Yet, despite facing such adversity, her demeanor remained one of calm indifference, as though she were impervious to the external world, something even self-proclaimed mature adult wizards could scarcely achieve. What had she endured to cultivate such a character? Cedric sighed inwardly. Merope undoubtedly had her reasons. Moreover, this time she had rare courage to make a request of him. He shook his head in resignation, ultimately squatting down in imitation of her, cautiously beginning to trim the unruly mandrakes. A small bag, transfigured for the task, was soon filled to the brim with the mandrake's leaves and roots, while several pots in the greenhouse stood bare. Merope had thoughtfully placed them in the corner, enriched them with fertilizer, and watered them, hoping they would soon flourish once more. As they stepped out of the greenhouse, the setting sun bathed the sky in a warm orange hue, casting elongated shadows of the two figures walking side by side. "So, you did not return home with Nereus this summer, did you?" Cedric inquired as he turned back upon entering the castle, the golden sunlight casting a warm glow atop his head. "No," Merope replied after a brief pause, catching a glimpse of the boy's furrowed brow. "Didn't you reconcile at the end of the term?" He murmured softly, then raised his voice. "Where did you stay this summer, Merope?" His tone betrayed an unguarded concern. Melope's eyes flickered. It was evidently unwise to mention Nocturne Alley at that moment. Meeting his gaze with calmness, she replied, her tone steady, "With the pocket money I saved, along with some earnings from assisting Professor Snape, I rented a short-term apartment in Gaunt Alley." She added quietly, "I even ran into Harry there." A witness, indeed. However, upon hearing this, the warmth in Cedric's expression was quickly replaced by shock and disapproval. He abruptly halted, his gray eyes locking onto Melope's. "Gaunt Alley? A short-term apartment? Alone?" His voice involuntarily rose. "Merope, that is extremely unsafe. Even Nereus should not have allowed you to remain out there by yourself." His emotions seemed overly heightened. Cedric took a deep breath. It was the first time Merope had witnessed this usually amiable gentleman display such anger. Concern was etched prominently on his brow as he took a step closer, especially this year, with Sirius Black still at large. Hasn't he the Ministry issued warnings? He is a dangerous individual who escaped from Azkaban. No one knows where he might appear or what he could do. Isn't his first instinct to seek out Harry? Suddenly, Cedric grasped her slender shoulder gently, the warmth of his palms seeping through the thin fabric of her robes. "Listen, Merope," Cedric lowered his head, his voice becoming earnest. If next summer Nereus still does not allow you to return home, or if you choose not to go back, then come to my house and live with my parents." He paused, seemingly weighing his words, his grip tightening slightly. "Rest assured, my parents will be very welcoming. The Diggory household will embrace you, and it is absolutely safe." Chapter 112. Boggart, facing fear with the killing curse? At the grand entrance of the castle, where light and shadow converged, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated his cheek, casting the upper half of his face into a warm glow, blending seamlessly with the loyal and friendly Hufflepuff robes draped over his form. His handsome visage bore a sincere concern that shone through his eyes, resembling a prince from a fairy tale, embodying all that is true, good, and beautiful, a purity akin to a blank canvas, stirring an inexplicable yearning within her. "Promise me, at least consider this choice, will you?" His voice remained gentle and sincere, his fingertips nearly radiating warmth as they pressed against her shoulder. Merope even noted a faint flush on his ears. It was truly remarkable. Merope found herself almost laughing at the absurdity of his unyielding desire to assist her without any apparent reason or hesitation. Had she not already severed ties with Nereus? Why did Cedric still wish to care for her? She distinctly remembered the suggestion she had implanted in his mind through the Cruciatus curse. Yet it seemed impossible for it to endure for such a prolonged duration. Cedric was a mystery she could never quite comprehend. In her perception, humanity revolved around self-interest, fear, or desire. All instincts radiating warmth felt like beautiful illusions, contravening the very logic of survival. Pure goodwill appeared far too fragile, so weak that it could be shattered with a mere poke. Yet it was precisely this fragility that fueled her dark desires. Sunshine would be engulfed by storm clouds, and beauty would be dragged into shadows. To Cedric, she might still be viewed as a pitiful sister bullied by her foster brother. "Very well, I will consider it," Merope finally replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she slipped her hand into her pocket and turned to leave. Yet, a sudden heaviness settled in Melope's thoughts. Why was Cedric so certain that she would not return home next summer? The eagerly anticipated defense against the dark arts class finally arrived on schedule. Once again, it was a joint session for Gryffindor and Slytherin. As Merope stepped into the classroom, she was met with an unexpected notice from Lupin regarding a change of location. They were to partake in a rare practical lesson. "Before we begin the practical session, I need to pose a question to everyone," he said, standing beside a wardrobe, his voice clear. "Who among you is familiar with boggarts?" Hermione hastily raised her hand. "I know. They are magical creatures that can show a person their deepest fears." "Excellent," Lupin acknowledged with a nod, proceeding to explain the precautions and methods for dealing with boggarts. He invited the pale-faced Neville to come forward, who trembled and could barely grip his wand. "Come now, don't worry," Lupin said with a gentle smile. "Just tell me, what is your greatest fear?" Neville closed his eyes. "Professor Snape." Laughter erupted, but Lupin remained unfazed. "That's all right. You simply need to envision Professor Snape in a humorous light. Come forth. Tentatively recite Ridiculous, and in an instant, The vision conjured by the boggart transformed Snape into a figure clad in a frilly gown. The laughter erupted even louder, and Merope's lips twitched as she finally grasped why Professor Snape harbored such disdain for Remus. Encouraged by Lupin, the students began to step forward in turns to confront the boggart. A chorus of ridiculous rang out, with a female ghost morphing into red shoes and a spider transforming into a yo-yo, the atmosphere in the classroom gradually warming until Merope approached. Many eyes in the crowd discreetly turned towards her, and the once boisterous classroom fell into an abrupt silence. Merope was shrouded in mystery at Hogwarts. Her ability to speak Parcel tongue, remarkable magical prowess, and exceptional potion-making skills left others wondering what fears could possibly haunt someone like her. The boggart locked eyes with her for a fleeting second. With a snap, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, the air becoming increasingly murky. A chill seemed to creep up the spines of everyone present, the smoke roiling and coalescing into a humanoid shape. It was a man, not particularly tall, perhaps even stooped, dressed in tattered rags, with deep-set eyes that held a murky gaze. It was Gaunt. He pursed his lips, a palpable disgust etched upon his features, a vivid crimson spreading from the depths of his eyes. Merope, you worthless wretch, filthy squib, a disgrace to the Gaunt name. All I asked was for you to cast those most rudimentary spells to deal with a few damned rabbits. How is it that you cannot even muster a single incantation? The Gaunt family could never produce a squib like you. Your existence is a waste of air. Why don't you go die early like your useless mother? Many students recoiled in fear from his venomous words. Hermione gasped, instinctively wanting to step forward, while Lupin's expression hardened, and he too took a step forward. Ridiculous. Yet Merope remained calm as she raised her wand. Although she uttered the incantation Ridiculous, the arc of her wand's movement seemed inconsistent with the spell's typical execution. Under the weight of her formidable magic, Marvolo continued to curse her, but suddenly, a sharp spell erupted from the tip of her wand. Shooting forth with astonishing speed, a beam of green light calmly pierced Marvolo's chest. Chapter 113. The mask falls. She is Lupin's superior swift, merciless, and powerful magic surged forth. Marvolo's body crumpled to the ground, the disgust on his face freezing in an instant. The man transformed into a swirling mass of pure black smoke. Gracefully suspended in the air, Merope lowered her wand and turned calmly to meet the worried gazes of Harry and Hermione. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, whispers spreading like a rising tide. You, Merope? Draco urgently tugged at her sleeve, his brow furrowed in confusion. Your family claimed you were a squib. No, wait. Weren't you raised in a muggle household? How could a pair of muggles possibly know about wizarding squibs? The surrounding chatter grew increasingly chaotic. Yes, isn't Gaunt from a muggle family? But that man looked nothing like her parents. Perhaps he was some relative? Gaunt speaks Parcel tongue, is a Slytherin heir. Surely there must be some connection to that pure-blood Gaunt line. Wait, don't you find it strange, a Gryffindor murmured, that after she finished the incantation, the boggart didn't turn into something humorous, but simply collapsed? What was that green light? The speed at which Merope had cast her spell was astonishing. And the third-year wizards, who had lived through the peace of a world where Voldemort had long since fallen, were largely still naive to the specifics of the unforgivable curses. Theodore stood behind Merope. According to the order, he was next to face the boggart, but his gaze lingered on Merope's retreating figure, his hand gripping his wand trembling slightly. Miss Gaunt. Lupin hesitated as he approached, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. I'm truly sorry. I meant to say you were brilliant. 5 points to Slytherin. If you're willing, could you come to my office after class? He carefully shielded her from the prying eyes of their peers. Merope nodded, just as it was Harry's turn to confront the boggart. Lupin's hand on her shoulder paused before he turned swiftly, drawing his wand. In an instant, a gentle full moon appeared before him. Lupin lazily waved his wand and said, Ridiculous. When the class bell rang, Merope followed Lupin into his office. Coincidentally, this was the final class of the day, allowing her to spend a considerable amount of time in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office without guilt. Lupin's office retained his distinct personal touch, neat and minimalistic, with sunlight streaming across the wooden desk and the curtains neatly pulled to the corners. He gestured for Merope to take a seat on a sofa in front of the desk, while he waved his wand to brew a cup of tea. I apologize. I only have tea here. He chuckled awkwardly, though I know you might be as weary of tea as Harry is. Was he referring to Trelawney predicting her own demise through tea leaves? Merope sipped her tea, her gaze lingering unabashedly on Lupin's face. Her eyes, when hunting, were always pure and direct. A whirlwind of emotions and desires surged within her, the innocent darkness in her gaze disguising itself as a desolate gentleness. Her outwardly pale cheeks, nearly devoid of emotion, curled into a meaningless smile. The pleasantly warm tea trickled down her throat, adding a touch of color to her otherwise pale lips. Not so bad. After all, She set down the teacup, channeling all those dreadful emotions towards Lupin, who seemed blissfully unaware under the sun's rays, gently smiling with a shy demeanor. Professor Lupin, she called softly and slowly. I must apologize. Lupin scratched his head lightly, his tone earnest. I initially intended for the boggart practical lesson to help students gain some combat experience against dark magical creatures. But I hadn't anticipated that some students might fear something far more complex than merely a professor or a terrifying creature. He only considered that this might evoke some unpleasant memories for Harry. However, Lupin suddenly grew serious. Miss Gaunt, there is something else I wish to ask you. The spell you just used against the boggart, what exactly was it? He hesitated slightly. That day on the train, when we encountered the Dementor, Miss Granger told me you appeared behind her, awakening her and teaching her to cast the patroness charm. I had some doubts since then, but I refrained from asking out of respect for your privacy. He frowned. But Miss Gaunt, why did you not cast the patroness charm yourself in that situation, but chose instead to teach a witch who was hardly familiar with it? As a professor of defense against the dark arts and a former member of the Order of the Phoenix, who had witnessed Voldemort's rise, Lupin certainly understood and had seen the release of the killing curse and its magical trajectory, Merope's recent wand movements, and the magic she wielded. Even if the murderous intent had been intentionally restrained, bore no resemblance to the killing curse. However, it is quite astonishing that a mere third year which possesses sufficient magical power and malevolence to cast the killing curse. This revelation not only left Lupin utterly astonished, but also raised concerns, considering that the killing curse is an exceedingly sinister form of dark magic. Setting aside the fact that merely employing it could lead to an indefinite sentence in Azkaban, its inherent danger and malevolence are already profoundly terrifying. The stronger the dark magic, the more it distorts the mind and soul. Yet, she is merely in her third year. Merope paused momentarily, her fingertips gently tapping against the surface of the desk as she took the initiative to address the latter question. This is quite simple, she said, her smile deepening slightly at the corners of her lips, for I cannot perform the patroness charm. Professor, you cannot expect everyone who knows the patroness charm to be capable of wielding it, can you? Merope raised an eyebrow, her tone laden with significance. It is, after all, a highly advanced form of white magic. Let us not forget that I am merely a third-year witch, and there are numerous adults in this world who cannot conjure even a semblance of a proper patroness. Knowing the technique does not equate to being able to perform it. This is self-evident. Yet, there was a hint of urgency in Lupin's tone. The fact that Merope could maintain her composure under the intense influence of a Dementor, and even muster the strength to assist Hermione, spoke volumes about her mental fortitude and magical prowess, far exceeding that of her peers. Given the opportunity to wield her wand and recall joyous memories, she should, in theory, be able to conjure at least a sphere of exceptionally pure white mist, not to mention her impressive level of magical ability. Unless, Lupin's expression suddenly tightened. The girl before him continued to smile, her pure, dark eyes glinting, and her pale, slender arm had risen to support her chin, obscuring half of her neck. Despite her youthful features, there was something unsettling about those eyes. Lupin's gaze flickered as Merope's pupils seemed to momentarily overlap with the image of someone he knew. You just faced a boggart and cast the unforgivable curse, he finally said in a low voice. Miss Gunter, while I do not perceive the unforgivable curses as the Ministry of Magic portrays them to be, I must assert that once such a curse is invoked, his words trailed off as Merope suddenly stood up. Is that so? Her wand was drawn effortlessly, pressing against Lupin's throat without warning. Her alabaster hand emerged from her ample robes to grasp the wand, the aspenwood shattering in an instant. The warm, yellowish material began to tear away, revealing a deep chocolate-hued, smooth surface beneath. The interior was dark and sleek, adorned with a familiar pattern. Lupin's eyes widened in shock. Boss? Chapter 114. Halloween. No journey to Hogsmeade. His voice was dry, almost forced from his throat. The smooth, sturdy wand grazed Lupin's jawline as the young man tilted his head back, the wand's cold, foreign touch rendering him momentarily rigid, his light brown hair tousled in the process. His instinctive words and gaze met the familiar depths of her dark eyes. Their heights, temperaments, and the long, seaweed-like hair they shared bore a striking resemblance. Lupin's expression was filled with astonishment, yet Merope calmly retracted her wand. She returned to her seat, her wand transforming back into its aspen form before she picked up a warm teacup and took a sip. Yes, Remus. A rare smile lightened her eyes, and her lips curled slightly. Perhaps this marks our formal introduction? I am delighted to see you here at Hogwarts. Her leisurely tone, coupled with the absence of the title professor, caused a flush of embarrassment to spread across Lupin's face. He hastily lifted the teacup to his lips, taking several hurried sips before averting his gaze to meet hers. You truly are, he murmured, Miss Gunter, boss at such a tender age. You are already running a potion shop in Nocturne Alley, and due to school, you cannot be present at the shop during regular weekdays. Indeed, Merope responded nonchalantly. Which is why I hoped you would come to Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts professor. After all, if one were to inquire, Merope sighed, they would discover just how inadequate our previous defense against the dark arts professors were. Lupin's expression was one of shock. His grip on the teacup tightened abruptly, and a sip of tea nearly lodged in his throat due to her words. Coughing, he hastily set the cup back on the table, hastily covering his lips with his slightly scarred hand, his head instinctively lowering. Are you all right? Merope inquired softly, rising to offer a comforting pat on his shoulder. But he quickly waved her off. No, it's fine, he quickly replied, forcing a pale smile. I mean, Merope, I greatly appreciate your recognition. But you should investigate the capabilities of the previous defense against the dark arts professors, Merope interjected meaningfully. Even a fool could discern the vast disparity in skill levels. Thank you. Lupin's demeanor seemed to diminish significantly. His fingers nervously traced the edge of the teacup, but he soon raised his gaze, his voice gaining a measure of determination. However, Merope, even so, in the recent classroom, I truly could not cast the patroness charm. Merope lounged back in her chair, her reasoning, as you suspected. At that moment, Lupin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately furrowed his brow, but Merope remained unfazed, her gaze bolder and more direct, tracing every inch of Lupin's skin. Merope appeared to be in a rare state of relaxation, her fingers curling in delight. Thus, I sought out Granger to teach her the patroness charm on the spot. Naturally, she was a carefully chosen candidate. After all, while Harry possesses courage and bravery, he has experienced far too much fear and despair, and too little joy, rendering his resistance to Dementors weak. Conversely, Draco, though born into privilege, lacks the crisis awareness and adaptability cultivated by adversity, leaving him paralyzed and unable to cast even a single spell. Only Hermione, this little witch, is both intelligent and perceptive, resilient and courageous in the face of setbacks, possessing magical talent that is indeed exceptional. In such circumstances, she is the most suitable candidate to learn the patroness charm swiftly. Yet, Lupin's expression was far more serious than Merope's relaxed demeanor. No, this is not good news, he murmured. While I am aware that you possess great talent in most forms of magic, it is exceedingly alarming that you cannot perform the patroness charm at such a young age. Doubt and concern weighed heavily upon Lupin's heart, and a shadow of worry clouded his expression. He pressed his lips tightly together, his other hand idly tapping the table. Tilting his head, his light brown hair fell to partially obscure his face, and his frustration prompted Merope to stifle her smile, leaning in to observe his expression. This is not of great concern, Merope remarked, for Dementors do not pose any real threat to me. Whether or not I can cast the patroness charm is inconsequential. The Gunter family has traditionally been devoid of patron uses. As Merope exited the defense against the dark arts office, her mood remained relatively light and cheerful. As Halloween approaches, the day itself heralds the first excursion to Hogsmeade for the third-year students. Countless eager young witches and wizards await the arrival of that fateful morning. Severus Snape silently tossed an application form to Merope. Miss Gunther, he intoned slowly, lowering his gaze, after the school's review. We have ascertained that your Hogsmeade permission slip bears your own signature. It is regrettable, but you are not eligible to visit Hogsmeade. Merope's eyes widened in surprise. Is it possible that the school has means to detect this? Chapter 115, Lupin's Office. With a photograph of Black, a throng of excited third-year students whispered animatedly as they made their way towards Hogsmeade. Merope, unceremoniously blocked at the school gates, turned on her heel and headed towards the underground potions classroom. For the past few days, she had been diligently brewing Wolfsbane potion, a complex process requiring a fortnight of preparation, and today marked the final step. Cradling her materials, she levitated the cauldron with a spell. Just as she exited the dank potions classroom and ascended the spiral staircase, she collided with Lupin. Merope, aren't you going to Hogsmeade? The young man hastily sidestepped the old cauldron, his patched robe billowing. No guardian signature, Merope replied calmly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she glanced at Lupin. Good morning, Remus. The warmth in her eyes deepened as she stepped closer, her voice a conspiratorial whisper brushing past him. May I brew potions in your office? Sunlight always poured generously into his office, enveloping the space in a cozy warmth that bathed it in a bright golden hue. Merope nonchalantly settled into an office chair facing the door, igniting the flames as wisps of smoke began to rise from the cauldron. What are you doing? Lupin inquired as he closed the door, his gaze lingering on her. Brewing Wolfsbane potion, Merope replied languidly, raising the small knife used for grinding the ingredients. Lupin seemed momentarily frozen, then inhaled deeply, striding purposefully to face Merope. Did Severus instruct you to brew this? Yes, Merope nodded, but he mentioned he had a new order and did not inform me of your condition as a werewolf. Why would he choose you to brew it? Perhaps because, Merope replied slowly, extinguishing the flames, I have previously pilfered valuable ingredients from his storeroom without a second thought. The distinct, bitter aroma of Wolfsbane wafted through the air as Merope waved her wand, allowing the liquid from the cauldron to flow naturally into a goblet. Smoke still curling upwards. She preserved the remaining potion in the cauldron. Continue to drink it at the same dosage for 7 days. I will keep an eye on you. Merope remembered how Lupin often neglected to take his Wolfsbane potion. Indeed, with your remarkable talent in potions, Severus must value you highly, Lupin remarked, as if awakening from a dream, dazedly accepting the goblet of Wolfsbane. After all, before him stood a mere third-year student capable of brewing the potion with exceptional skill. But, I still feel sorry, he hurriedly added, his lips curling slightly as his grip tightened around the goblet. Severus, Professor Snape, must have his reasons for doing this because you took so many things from the storeroom last year for my sake, right? I truly apologize. You shouldn't have to do this for me without compensation, he lamented. This is nothing. At least I have saved myself a month's worth of brewing Wolfsbane potion. Merope replied dismissively. Last month, it was Professor Snape who brewed it. And you forgot that I run a potion shop in Nocturne Alley? Merope countered. Lupin's expression was momentarily blank. Merope concealed her smile and rose decisively from the office chair. Drink it. Her voice suddenly turned cold. With her raven-black hair cascading close. Her delicate hands silently pressed against the table before Lupin, trapping his potion-holding hand in a limited space. Sunlight crept across the table, casting half his figure in shadow. Lupin involuntarily trembled, his hand gripping the goblet slightly itchy, his gray-green eyes fixed on the steaming liquid within. He swallowed hard, finally raising the goblet. It would be a bitter, unfathomable taste, one that no amount of delicious chocolate could alleviate. Lupin had always known that Wolfsbane potion was a remarkable invention. It allowed werewolves like him to endure the torment of losing their sanity, transforming into a wolf that curled up in the corner, nearly devoid of any capacity for action, while the moonlight poured down peacefully. Yet, each time he drank the potion, he could feel that boundless, insufferable bitterness. It echoed the excruciating pain he had felt as a child after his father unwittingly offended a werewolf, leading to a savage attack that left deep scars in his memory. The 4-year-old boy had wept as his once joyful, warm childhood plunged into an abyss of despair, robbing the world of its vibrant colors. Medical treatments were a cyclical torment. Every wizard who learned of his werewolf status regarded him with fear, and his parents had to plead repeatedly, but all was in vain. He even believed he would never attend Hogwarts. Until that fateful letter from an old man. James, Peter, and that other person, they restored color to his world, making him feel that his werewolf identity was merely a trivial matter. He began to regain his happiness and confidence, facing everything about being a werewolf without pressure. But then, that fateful night shattered them all. James and Lily perished, Sirius betrayed him, and Peter faced his demise alone, leaving nothing but a void. His world dimmed once more. The warm, inevitably bitter liquid finally slid into Lupin's mouth, rolling over his tongue and trickling down his throat. His eyes instinctively closed, pale fingertips tightening around the goblet. Lupin certainly understood that Wolfsbane potion must be consumed regularly, but he often found himself subconsciously delaying, evading, occasionally yearning for a tranquil, normal life. Yet, when the liquid was finally swallowed, his expression faltered. The anticipated bitterness did not arrive. Instead, it was a bland, almost watery taste, with a hint of sweetness. Involuntarily, his tongue licked the rim, and Lupin's eyes widened as he suddenly realized the girl who had bound him had vanished, her flowing hair now at his desk. You. He gazed at Merope's retreating figure, unable to restrain himself. Oh, Merope leisurely examined the arrangement on his desk, extracting a lesson plan. Did you notice the difference? Yes. I made some minor adjustments to the Wolfsbane potion's formula. Without affecting its efficacy, I reduced the proportion of Wolfsbane, making it not only cheaper but also improving its taste. She glanced back at him, her dark eyes locking onto his with an icy, pure gaze. As if describing the delicate droplets of water falling on blue stone under the moonlight, she spoke of this remarkable, painstaking work in such an understated manner, rendering it seemingly trivial. A warmth gradually crept into his heart, and Lupin, momentarily dazed, lifted his gaze. The girl had seamlessly integrated herself into his life, rummaging through the items on his desk, yet he remained oblivious to her presence. Oh, what is this? Merope suddenly extracted a photograph, her deep-set eyes swiftly locking onto it. The image appeared quite vintage, its edges slightly worn, yet it was evident that the owner cherished it dearly. 4 boys clad in Gryffindor robes stood within the frame. Gazing out with cheerful expressions, Merope's fingertip instinctively reached toward one of them. In Chapter 116, the portrait of the Marauders. The most striking among them was none other than Sirius Black, This youth was extraordinarily handsome, standing out among the four, capturing everyone's attention with his elegant mid-length hair, which curled slightly at the edges, his misty eyes harboring an air of nonchalance, and the corners of his lips curving in just the right manner. His features were impeccably arranged, with a straight nose, perfect lips, and a gaze that was breathtakingly captivating, his skin utterly flawless. Among the quartet, he exuded the most effortless charm and languid grace, causing his Gryffindor robe to sway gently. Merope suppressed a flicker of astonishment in her eyes, her fingertip unconsciously caressing the photograph. Lupin instinctively stepped forward, lowering his gaze to observe the image she held. He had an inkling of which photograph she was perusing. Sure enough, his hand clenched slightly, but Merope's voice broke the silence. Remus, she lifted her head, her gaze still darting toward the handsome boy. Were these your classmates? This man is Sirius Black, Lupin replied tersely, his voice visibly chilling. Merope's grip on the photograph faltered. Sirius Black? The Death Eater who escaped from Azkaban? Were you once friends? She discreetly glanced back at the photograph, pondering if this was the reason he instinctively distanced himself from Harry. Yet, comparing this picture to the one on the Daily Prophet's wanted poster, the disparity was indeed considerable. Azkaban was a place that truly wore on a person. After all, even within the renowned Black family, Sirius's visage in this photograph could be considered remarkable. However, Merope's gaze shifted, suddenly noticing a face that bore a striking resemblance to Harry's. Disheveled hair, identical features. No, something was amiss. The lightning-shaped scar and the spring-green eyes were absent. Instead, a pair of golden-brown eyes shone brightly with youthful exuberance. The animated photograph depicted him laughing joyfully. Yes, Lupin admitted, an unusual chill lacing his tone. His fingers instinctively pinched the photograph, gently tugging it from Merope's grasp. Merope's attention drifted to the boy standing to the right of Sirius. He is quite handsome, isn't he? She remarked earnestly, her tone light as she continued to admire the image. Lupin's expression darkened further. Is that you, the second boy from the right? She inquired, her eyes gleaming as she met Lupin's gaze. You look almost identical to how you do now, with the same soft, light brown hair and a gentle smile that conveyed warmth and detachment. He appeared every bit the obedient, well-behaved student, proudly displaying a prefect badge. Merope suddenly became animated, grabbing Lupin's sleeve, the fabric tightening against his arm. The man, who had stiffened slightly at her earlier comment, felt her touch. Tell me, Remus, she inquired slowly, could you act as my guardian and help me sign the application form for a trip to Hogsmeade? This would save her the trouble and allow her to stroll freely to Hogsmeade during the holidays. Lupin's face revealed hesitation. As the topic shifted away from Sirius and Merope gently tugged at his sleeve, his demeanor noticeably softened. That might not comply with school regulations, he ventured cautiously. But Merope dismissed his concerns with a wave of her hand. Very well, she replied, slipping her hand into her pocket and stepping forward with a smile. Then let us go to the shop now, Remus. Lupin was taken aback. Before he could voice a protest, she confidently strode out of the office, heading toward the third floor. Merope, how do you? Lupin instinctively followed, but she abruptly halted before a statue, the statue of the one-eyed witch. With a tap and a spell, one can create a passageway out of the school, she grinned. Without even uttering the incantation, magic surged from her fingertips, and a narrow passageway opened before them. Come along. She beckoned, deftly slipping into the passage and glancing back at Lupin. You promised me you'd work for free on holidays and weekends. How did you know about this passage? Lupin's eyes widened in surprise. Merope replied, slightly puzzled. Fred and George from Gryffindor told me. They have a marauder's map that reveals everyone's whereabouts and all the secret exits from the school. Lupin fell silent, a deep confusion and gravity enveloping him, as a heavy sense of worry shadowed his demeanor. His fingers curled unconsciously, his tattered robes fluttering as he stood there, lips pressed tightly together, his brow furrowed in concern. Why aren't you following? Merope frowned, her patience wearing thin as she concentrated her magic. Instantly, an invisible force propelled Lupin forward, catching him off guard as he stumbled into the narrow entrance. His robes billowed as he nearly collided with Merope. Her cool fingertips brushed against his shoulder just as the entrance sealed behind them. All right, her voice echoed in the darkness, calm yet slightly playful. Let's move ahead together. She navigated the passage with ease, emerging from Honeydukes. The bustling crowd in Hogsmeade welcomed them, and Merope tugged at Lupin's arm. See, she said, her gaze steady on the students enjoying their time in Hogsmeade. Even without a guardian signature, I can reach Hogsmeade. Lupin remained silent, yet suddenly, a cool, soft grip enveloped his hand, reminiscent of gentle seaweed swaying in the depths, tenderly beguiling like the moonlight. He turned to meet Merope's deep eyes, the chill seeping into his skin. His palm warmed against her touch, marked by old scars and calluses, a tactile reminder of past experiences. Let's go, Remus, she urged, tightening her grip. We are off to the leaky cauldron. With that, a surge of magic enveloped them, and reality twisted around Lupin, who was certain that Merope had not obtained a license for apparition. In Chapter 117, Lupin warned her away from the diary. The scene shifted once more. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the narrow alley, the familiar stench of decay assaulting the senses. The towering, crooked edifices flanked either side, slicing the sky into narrow slits, allowing even the sunlight to struggle to penetrate. The coolness of a hand remained firmly ensconced, fingers entwined, and as Remus finally found his footing in the present moment, he instinctively yearned to withdraw his hand. His fingertips stirred slightly, yet were ensnared by a firmer grip. Turning his head, he lowered his voice significantly. Where did you acquire this spell? According to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, wizards under 17 are prohibited from learning apparition, are they not? However, Merope merely unhurriedly released his hand. She raised her own, pulling the wide hood over her head, obscuring much of her face. With a flick of her fingers, her school robes were magically altered beyond recognition, and she stealthily produced a silver mask from her pocket. With no one around, she effortlessly assumed the familiar stance he had witnessed countless times before. Boss. Remus unconsciously rolled the word around in his mouth. His voice was so faint that Merope did not catch it. The young man pressed his lips together, his hair falling softly over part of his forehead. Merope appeared entirely unfazed by his earlier attempt to break free, leisurely taking a few steps forward. Well, I can cast the unforgivable curse now, surely. A mere apparition isn't too outrageous? Strands of seaweed-like black hair cascaded from the shadow of her hood, and her voice transformed into the processed tone he recognized. Facing away from him, she deftly toyed with the black walnut wand. Remus lowered his gaze, hesitating momentarily before following her. The slender figure of the girl looked so fragile within the confines of this filthy alley, starkly contrasting with the hardened, sinister frequenters he was accustomed to. Especially when he recalled Merope's exceptionally youthful, pallid visage, he found her presence in this alley to be exceedingly delicate. He had never felt she would be in any danger here. Yes, given her abilities, she should be safe in Nocturne Alley. Yet why? How could a third-year witch master advanced potions, operate a shop, wield dangerous dark magic, including unforgivable curses, and yet find herself so hollow inside that she could not summon a patroness? The scene presented by the boggart flickered in his mind. Posters of Sirius Black still adorned the crumbling walls of Nocturne Alley, yet Merope walked ahead with such poise. Her demeanor no different from when he had seen her ambling through the corridors of Hogwarts. She effortlessly twisted the doorknob and pushed open the door to the shop. Boss. A clear voice rang out as a young boy, busy sorting materials at the counter, looked up in response. He hastily adjusted his clothing, rising to his feet, and bowed respectfully to her. Welcome. Oh, and Mr. Lupin. I have just brewed some hot tea. Another timid female voice chimed in. These were indeed the two employees Merope had hired earlier, Ellie and Andy, a pair of wandering wizard siblings. She seemed even more anxious than Andy. Hastily forgetting to use magic as she personally brought over a steaming cup of tea, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Ellie had shown some talent in potion making and, with Merope's occasional guidance, had managed to brew a few basic yet commendable potions independently. And Mr. Lupin, you both are together? Ellie looked up, finally remembering to use her wand to levitate the teacup into Remus's hands, her eyes gleaming with an eager desire. To be able to teach at Hogwarts, how impressive. She had never attended Hogwarts for certain reasons. That is of no consequence, Remus replied with gentle elegance, accepting the other cup of tea that floated towards him courtesy of Ellie. If you have any inquiries regarding magical knowledge, I would be more than happy to share whatever I can. Merope approached the counter, perusing the ledger, glancing at the revenue records from the past few weeks. The shop's operations remained consistently stable. Thanks to her exceptional potion-making skills and impeccable quality, it consistently turned a profit. However, for someone of her mastery in potion-making, such earnings were hardly satisfactory. The saying goes, good wine fears not the deep alley. Yet, her shop, constrained by its location and her own limited renown, failed to reflect her true caliber in earnings. Moreover, just months prior, it had suffered an attack by an unidentified assailant, with subsequent clues pointing towards the Caro family. While Illyra and Gideon, who previously bore grudges against her, were evidently not behind it. Pushing aside the partition within the shop, Merope made her way back to the dimly lit bedroom. Several potion ingredients lay neatly categorized in the corners of the shelves. She crouched down to inspect them, the diary in her pocket revealing a glimpse of its presence. Remus's gentle voice drifted through the door as he swiftly reinforced the protective spells within the shop, meticulously explaining the relevant matters to the siblings. The footsteps grew ever closer. Boss. A broad hand rested on the doorframe, and Remus's voice emerged. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, his lips moving before ultimately settling on the familiar title. The door was nearly closed, but Remus stepped forward decisively, lowering his voice. If you ever come to this shop again from Hogwarts, you can simply take my hand, and I will perform the apparition. Having not yet reached the age to formally learn apparition, using such a spell was still far too perilous for her. Merope lifted her head, her eyebrows arching slightly as she cast him a cryptic glance. Indeed, Remus awkwardly averted his gaze, recognizing that she had likely navigated these streets before, mastering apparition in the process. His advice might seem superfluous or even laughable to her. As his gaze drifted once more, Remus finally caught sight of the half-exposed diary peeking from Merope's pocket. Over the summer, he had noted the ominous aura that emanated from that diary. The profound dark magic it exuded was anything but ordinary. What unsettled him further was the occasional glimpse of Merope writing upon it with a quill, as if engaging in a dialogue with it. Any object possessing autonomy, particularly those steeped in dark magic, was exceedingly perilous. They often excelled at seduction, corroding the mind of their possessor. Previously, he had refrained from interjecting due to their delicate employer-employee relationship and her enigmatic identity. But now, Remus suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Regardless, Merope, I must convey this. The diary in your pocket is exceedingly dangerous. I can sense an unusual darkness emanating from it. He carefully chose his words, his gaze fixed upon the diary. Such items often harbor malicious intent, adept at exploiting human weaknesses. You are still so young, and your considerable power makes you an even more enticing target. Taking a deep breath, he urged, heed my advice. Merope, keep your distance from it. Do not engage with this diary alone. Chapter 118. Aging Potion. In the bedroom with Remus at the very least, he wished to ensure that Merope encountered no peril. A diary tainted by dark magic could erode the mind even of experienced adult wizards, let alone this young girl, despite her formidable prowess. Remus Lupin's brow was still furrowed with deep concern, and the care evident in his eyes was anything but feigned. Was it merely because she had once offered him a job and provided him with Wolfsbane? Merope raised an eyebrow, gently tracing the diary with her fingertips. Did she intend to keep him away from her son? How intriguing, she observed as the young man lowered his voice to comfort her, inadvertently stepping into her bedroom. The worn wooden door concealed much of the sound, and even during the 2 months they had cohabited over the summer, Remus had adhered to boundaries, never truly entering her sanctuary. Most of the time, he merely stood politely at the threshold, knocking lightly and casting a hurried glance inside. Was it because he was aware of her current age and status that he felt emboldened to enter her bedroom alone? A smile tugged at the corners of Merope's lips, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, which held a dark, sinister mirth. Loose strands of hair obscured her features, and her hood fell lower over her face as Remus spoke cautiously. He extended a hand, palm up. If you truly need anything, Merope, we can find a way to handle it together. This moment was decidedly different from their school days. Remus could not see Merope's eyes. In this dimly lit space that belonged solely to her, he was unable to perceive the emotions glistening in her gaze, nor could he discern her expression. The slender girl remained curled in the corner of the wardrobe, clutching her diary with its black cover tightly in her pocket. She was pitifully trapped in darkness, burdened with the shadows of terror at such a tender age. A pang of sympathy swelled within him, an overwhelming tide of unnamed emotions threatening to burst forth. The powerful boss who had once rescued him from despair, now intertwined with the Slytherin, which who could not cast a patroness, both facing the specter of a boggart. The unconscious, repressed intimacy lay buried and fragmented, engulfed in chaos. Hesitating, Remus took a few steps further in an attempt to draw closer to her, to offer some tangible comfort or protection. However, just as he stepped directly in front of Merope, the door behind him creaked shut. It felt as if the air had been deliberately drawn away, the traces of magic dissipating in an instant. Remus stumbled forward, and Merope sprang up, her delicate arms steadying his patched sleeve. As a professor of defense against the dark arts, he was acutely aware that she had silently cast a nonverbal spell. The tousled, light brown hair became even more disheveled as he faltered, and Remus frowned, while Merope's had slipped down, revealing her cascading black hair. The mask was removed, unveiling a familiar pale face, with eyes so deep and a smile curling at her lips. Remus, those dark eyes locked onto him, as if seeking to draw him into their depths. Her tone was soft, her alabaster neck arching gracefully. So, are you considering my well-being? She teased lightly, unabashedly tugging at his arm, tightening her grip. The distance between them shrank alarmingly. For a moment, Remus felt as though he might be pulled into her embrace. Merope was taller than most of her peers, the faint scent of potion mingled with an essence unique to her, enveloping his senses. As she seemed ready to bury her head against his shoulder, Remus's body jolted, his heart raced unexpectedly, and his free hand instinctively pressed against Merope's shoulder. Adopting a slightly defensive posture, Merope, you, his words mingled with astonishment and embarrassment, yet his lips remained tightly sealed. He almost instinctively attempted to push Merope away, re-establishing a safe distance, his feet involuntarily retreating. Yet Merope's foot subtly hooked around his. Lightly, with a playful smile, as if destined to ensnare her prey. In a flurry of confusion, Remus had not anticipated Merope would employ such physical tactics. His footing, already precarious from retreating, lost balance entirely. A gasp lodged in his throat as he found himself leaning backward, his back unexpectedly sinking into softness. It was a bed, an old yet pristine one, belonging to Merope. Her familiar scent enveloped him, tendrils of it infiltrating his very being. As he lay on her bed, Remus found himself momentarily dazed. His light brown hair fell in disarray, his gray-green eyes wide open, and even in the dim light, his slightly parted lips glistened. Merope, however, looked down at him from above, casually reclaiming his wand that had slipped from his grasp. No, this is not right. This is Merope's bed. I am far too overstepping, far too intrusive. I am so sorry. The heat rushed to his ears as he attempted to rise, reaching out toward her for his wand, but grasping nothing but air. He watched helplessly as Merope tucked his wand away, leisurely placing it within the inner pocket of her robe. That pocket seemed enchanted with a spatial extension charm, and her fingers rummaged through it before she swiftly produced a vial of potion. She lazily twisted the cap off, her slender fingers curling around the bottle. And in one fluid motion, she drank the iridescent liquid down in its entirety, the act smooth and devoid of warmth. The effects of the potion manifested almost instantaneously. Before Remus could even rise from the bed, her form twisted once more. She grew taller, her slender frame unfolding gracefully, her youthful features gradually maturing and sharpening, even her flowing black hair extending to her waist. Strands of hair brushed against his arm. It was an aging potion. Remus understood immediately. Yet comprehension did not diminish the dual impact of sight and sensation. His mind went blank as Merope appeared to relish his stunned silence. When he attempted to rise and flee, she lowered one leg, her knee pressing lightly yet firmly against the bed between his legs. Her hands braced on either side of him, blocking all avenues of escape. Merope effectively trapped him in her shadow, even playfully twirling a strand of his hair. Remus, she said, her voice laced with mischief. You still haven't answered my question. Remus's breath faltered completely. His heart thundered like a drum, a wave of shame coursing through him. In that moment, he had no retreat, only the inevitability of her lifting his chin. But rest assured, Remus. Merope's lips curled into a full smile, leaning down at a measured pace. This aging potion will last quite a while. After all, you know, I have always been quite adept in potion making. She leaned closer to his ear, almost with a playful whisper. Brewing a few extraordinary potions is never a challenge for me. The pressure intensified, and Merope could feel the tremors coursing through him beneath her. Her approach was meticulous, while Remus desperately sought to retreat within the limited confines. Her palm slid from his hair, gliding over his cheek, lifting him entirely. What is this expression, Remus? Merope's gaze was filled with longing. A smile graced her lips as she held his face, deliberately caressing it. You were so obedient and compliant before me on the night of the full moon, allowing me to touch you as I pleased. Her voice was barely above a whisper, like a sigh. Thus, it appears that her excuse of never having touched a wolf before was nothing but a fabrication, was it not? Lupin's vision spun almost uncontrollably, the icy sensation igniting a feverish warmth throughout his body, rendering his perception utterly muddled, while suppressed moans escaped his lips uncontrollably. How could anyone, he pondered, dare to attempt to touch a werewolf simply due to a lack of prior experience with wolves? Even James and the others had never ventured into such territory without caution. He had always been aware of this truth. He had merely indulged and acquiesced. He allowed the proprietor from his memories to toy with his wolfish form, his heartbeat quickening with every tremor that coursed through him, as the moonlight flowed serenely into the overturned alley shop, where the girl, shrouded in shadow, gently caressed his weary body. If memory serves, Merope's voice yanked him back from the mire of recollection, her fingertips brushing against his ear, whispering that on every full moon night, this area was particularly sensitive. Upon later discovering Merope's true identity and age, he had contemplated whether she genuinely wished to touch a furry wolf. After all, a little witch who had only been in her second year during their first encounter might still be blissfully unaware in this regard. He thought that if he subtly hinted at it and forbade her afterwards, she might understand, yet he was utterly mistaken. Merope's hands continued their playful exploration, and if he failed to recognize it now, he would surely be a fool. Fear, guilt, and a sudden surge of anger overwhelmed him. Lupin abruptly struggled, magic coalescing at his fingertips, and he instinctively conjured a spell. There was no intent to harm her. He merely sought to create a barrier between them. The spell was unleashed with overwhelming force, successfully severing Merope's touch, causing her fingertips to halt abruptly. Seizing the opportunity, Lupin sat upright, his ears burning. Yet his arms swiftly propped themselves on the bed. Merope, he called out, his voice rising almost sternly. Yet Merope merely withdrew her fingers nonchalantly and cast him a languid glance. Are you trying to alert everyone outside with such a loud voice? The soundproofing of this shop leaves much to be desired. Lupin's expression faltered, and before he could utter another word, a clear voice suddenly chimed in. Hello? Mr. Lupin. What were you just saying? Chapter 119. Lupin, but I am too old for this. Is something the matter? Ailey's voice drew nearer, worry evident as she knocked on the wooden door, leaving Lupin momentarily silent. Panic flickered in his eyes, his lean figure tensing, while his arms inexplicably softened. Shoo! She deftly leaned down, applying enough force to effortlessly push Lupin back down. The young man, clad in tattered clothing, found himself entirely toppled onto the bed, ensconced in the cramped bedroom, as Merope's inky hair cascaded over his shoulder. She delicately extended her index finger, brushing over his lips. Lower your voice, she murmured gently. I would prefer that no one else discovers my identity. Aside from Theodore and Remus, she intended to keep her secret from everyone else. His heart raced. The woman before him, using her fingertip to caress his lips, her gaze icy and indifferent, yet brimming with intense fascination. Amidst the chaos of his heartbeat, Lupin obediently fell silent, even forgetting to struggle, while she languidly shifted her position, casually replying, It's nothing, Ailey. I merely requested Remus to assist me in organizing some rather complex ingredients. Her finger glided over his lips once more, eliciting a shiver from Lupin as she continued. Just a brief discussion on the handling process. Remus's voice was slightly louder in response. Isn't that right, Remus? She leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear. Indeed. The breath tickled Lupin's ear, and he struggled to calm his racing heart, attempting to steady himself. It's all right, Ailey. The boss merely asked me to handle some ingredients. Oh, is that so? I thought something significant was occurring, Ailey mused, her youthful realization dawning. In that case, you and Mr. Lupin should continue your work. Her footsteps receded into the distance. Lupin exhaled a sigh of relief as Merope leisurely rose. Having been pushed to such an extent, it was only fair to grant him a moment to breathe. She cast a fleeting glance at Lupin's features, prompting him to sit up abruptly. His light brown hair, now more disheveled, strands clinging to his forehead with perspiration, and even his usually gentle countenance now bore a distinct flush. I sincerely apologize. I did not intend for that to happen, he stammered, instinctively touching his heated ears. Lupin quickly stood, retreating a few unsteady steps, intentionally widening the distance between them. His flustered demeanor masked, he quickly adopted a more serious tone, speaking with an unusual firmness. Regardless, Merope, you should not have acted in such a manner towards me. Merope regarded his change in expression with amusement, resting her chin on her hand. Oh? At least from my perspective, your actions are utterly unwarranted, he carefully articulated, more specifically. I am unworthy. Lupin finally met her gaze, quickly averting it again. I am significantly older than you. This is inappropriate. You are still quite young. Perhaps not entirely aware of your true feelings. Sometimes, gratitude, reliance, or fleeting curiosity towards an elder can easily be misconstrued as something far more intense. He unconsciously hooked his fingers into his pocket, his voice gradually softening. And someone like me. His throat tightened, leaving his words unspoken. She was still so young. So radiant. Even in her second year, she had mastered the art of creating Wolfsbane, a favored pupil of Severus, her magical prowess remarkable. And he, a werewolf. A wandering soul, an employee who benefited from her kindness, regardless of age. What right did he have? Perhaps Merope, in her youthful innocence, did not comprehend the implications. But could he truly remain oblivious? He should not. Lupin slowly turned away, his large hands fully stuffed into his pockets, as silence enveloped the cramped bedroom. Yet suddenly, a gentle voice pulled him back to reality. But who told you that? Merope raised an eyebrow. Do you truly believe my actual age is so diminutive? If I were to tell you that my real age is actually 20? She curled her fingers slightly. In fact, in a few months, I will be 21. Lupin's movements came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 120, Revealing True Identity? Lupin's Introduction. Astonished and bewildered, Lupin's body stiffened, even his eyelashes quivering lightly. He suddenly turned to face her, furrowing his brow intensely. What did you say? Merope settled herself on the edge of the bed, maintaining her pose with one hand propped under her chin, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. I said. She reiterated clearly, my actual age is 20. I am already of age. In the magical world, the age of majority for wizards is 17. Merope had never hesitated to share some of her true self with those who piqued her interest. Her obsidian eyes continued to trace the contours of Lupin's features, observing the soft strands of his light brown hair resting on his forehead, the crescent-shaped nose, and the careful cuteness with which he pondered. It seemed that having endured too many trials in life, Lupin's back habitually bore a slight hunch, his threadbare robe appearing even more disheveled, adding to his gentle, worn demeanor. He resembled a book left unopened for far too long, its corners softened, yet never perused. Merope raised her leg nonchalantly. Do not think for a moment that I speak falsehoods, Remus. In truth, I have traversed time, cast adrift from decades past to this very moment. The particulars of how it transpired elude me. It was a mere accident. She interrupted Lupin's faltering words, summing it up as an inexplicable torrent of magic. And when I next opened my eyes, I found myself at the sorting ceremony of Hogwarts, transformed into a first-year witch. This body does not belong to me, and naturally, I cannot face the parents of the original owner as their daughter, utilizing the galleons they provided. Thus, with a sigh, she rose from the bed, gradually making her way to the statue-like Lupin. I had to seek a different path, establishing this shop in Nocturne Alley, relying on the concoction of potions to sustain myself. As for your query regarding why I did not set up in Diagon Alley or elsewhere, she shrugged indifferently. I was too young and lacked the Owl's and Newt's qualifications in potions to make it feasible. The distance that had once separated them was silently closing in. And without a hint of hesitation, Merope took hold of his wrist, her index finger poised against his palm. She gazed up at Lupin's bewildered face. He seemed oblivious to the sudden proximity, inhaling deeply. Is what you say truly factual? His voice was almost hoarse. If you seek proof, I can provide it, Merope replied, her eyes sweeping over his features, noting his trembling eyelashes and tightly pressed lips. I can recount in detail the state of the magical world from decades ago. Regarding dark magic and matters pertinent to my era, alongside some records of my magical studies from recent years. Perhaps I might even share some of my memories with you? Merope raised an eyebrow, her grip tightening slightly, the coolness of her delicate fingertips gliding over his broad palm. Lupin's hand was typically warm, dry, and steady. Yet at that moment, it felt slightly stiff, remarkably pleasant to the touch, akin to a glass of aged, full-bodied wine. She took advantage of the moment, exploring his hand while he remained unaware, or even if he were, it mattered little. Her gaze lingered on him. Remus's nature was excessively cautious and bound by convention. An overabundance of moral sensibility erected high walls, and unless he shattered his self-perception, he might remain forever ensnared behind that boundary, hesitating to advance. Of course, maintaining boundaries with children is entirely justifiable. Merope had no desire to let him persist in his misconceptions. As the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, Remus, she drawled lazily, her gaze sharp as a needle, you should possess the ability to discern whether a memory has been artificially altered, correct? Yet Lupin slowly shook his head, heavy with thought. I understand. He exhaled softly, attempting to withdraw his hand but failing, his gray-green eyes swirling with complex emotions. I believe you. If this were the premise, many of the uncertainties surrounding her would find rational explanations. For instance, my boggart indeed manifested events from before my time travel. Merope added nonchalantly. Apparition and the unforgivable curses were learned in the past. As for those potions, she gestured toward the shelves. An ordinary 13-year-old girl would struggle to brew such advanced potions. Yet I am, in actuality, 20. Even at 20, the ability to concoct a potion as complex as Wolfsbane, even modifying it to remove its bitterness, would be the mark of an extraordinary talent. Lupin's gaze flickered, his words caught in his throat. The previously unexamined enigmas had finally unraveled, leaving him somewhat at a loss. His lips pressed together and then released, the pale hue of his mouth glistening with moisture. What was your original name? He hesitantly inquired. Was this truly the first question he posed regarding this matter? A deeper curve graced Merope's lips. It is the same as my current name. She finally relented, stepping back as he wished. I am also known as Merope Gaunt, hailing from the Gaunt family, the very one you envision, one of the sacred 28 pureblood families. They have long boasted of their lineage as direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin. She noted the solemnity that had settled over Lupin's expression. And my actual age and appearance are quite similar to my current visage. Merope's gaze drifted to an inconspicuous mirror in the bedroom. For reasons unknown, she felt that after consuming the age potion, her looks had nearly reverted to those she possessed before her time travel. With an excessively slender frame, her thick, seaweed-like hair cascading loosely, pallid skin, and strikingly dark eyes, she appeared almost like a fleeting specter in this world. She had not attended Hogwarts prior to her time travel. The Gaunt family would never permit such a thing, she remarked casually. For them, a wizard's foundational education consisted of learning to cast the unforgivable curses. Steeped in extreme blood purity, Lupin's expression seemed to darken further. His lips pressed tightly together. He fell silent for a moment, tentatively extending a hand, instinctively leaning closer to Merope. But she seized the opportunity, grasping his outstretched sleeve and pulling him gently toward her. As she settled back onto the edge of the bed, their distance once again diminished. Lupin stared wide-eyed in astonishment, his body rigid, as if contemplating whether to pull away. But Merope simply retrieved a diary from her pocket. However, you needn't worry overly much about the diary, Remus. She smiled, observing the awkward man leaning slightly to one side. I will not come to harm. You are correct. This diary does indeed harbor significant risks. She spoke slowly. It can manipulate minds, even siphon souls. That was indeed something Riddle had previously accomplished. Yet her lips curled into a smile. But this diary originally belongs to me. It may harm others, but it will not harm me. So that is how it is. Lupin mused. The creations of dark magic sometimes possess a unique bond or protective mechanism with their creator. If Merope had grown up in such an environment, Lupin's gaze settled into a calmness, mingled with relief and deeper concern. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately freeing his sleeve from Merope's grasp. Even at 20, her youth remained a concern. Lupin stepped back, his mind replaying Merope's earlier words. Rationality regained its dominance. He needed to address this newfound reality. If, Merope, your age and background present challenges in acquiring funds and resources, he pondered, carefully choosing his words. Merope was no ordinary individual. She possessed remarkable potion-making skills and an exceptional level of magic within the entire wizarding community, her status entirely unblemished. You could certainly inquire of Severus, as the head of Slytherin. His reputation and network regarding potion expertise hold significant weight throughout the magical world, Lupin suggested softly. He is fully capable of recommending suitable. I have already asked, Merope replied, raising her gaze calmly. Professor Snape did not agree. Lupin blinked in confusion. Is it because you are too young? He does not wish for you to be exposed to those pureblood families too early? He lowered his gaze, lost in thought, instinctively resting his knuckles against his chin. Her hazel eyes, partially veiled by a delicate fringe of lashes, framed a visage perpetually tinged with weariness, yet now etched with an exceptional intensity that captivated Merope deeply. I could scarcely fail to comprehend his apprehensions. He spoke with measured deliberation. Yet Merope refused to be confined by such temporal bounds. Reared within the venerable house of Gaunt, she had already begun to carve her path within Nocturne Alley. Perhaps, after a brief pause, he continued, I might introduce you to another individual. His influence stretched widely across the realms of potion-making and pure-blood society. And perchance he would appreciate your talents more keenly, willing to facilitate your introduction. Lupin lifted his gaze, slowly uttering a name, Horace Slughorn. Chapter 121. The crucible encounter with young Sirius upon her return to school. Merope found herself ruminating over Lupin's counsel. If you aspire to advance in your career. Lupin's tone was solemn and earnest. Seeking out Mr. Slughorn is an excellent choice. He was the potions master when Severus and I were students, cunning, worldly wise, and adept at discerning the latent brilliance within certain individuals, Lupin elaborated, adding that Slughorn hailed from Slytherin as well. Clutching the dossier Lupin had entrusted her with, Merope stepped into the great hall, where a cacophony of voices immediately enveloped her. Hey Merope, happy Halloween. From either side, a pair of red-haired lads resembling each other emerged, their boisterous voices narrowing the distance swiftly. What's this? Didn't he get your guardian's signature? Heard you had a falling out with your big brother at home? Didn't he come back all summer? Fred whispered conspiratorially, cupping his palm to his lips. When we arrived, we searched high and low throughout the castle, but couldn't he find you? George chuckled, adding, come on, admit it, did you sneak out? Fred thrust a cup of butterbeer into her arms. The icy rim pressed against her fingers, and his warm palm inadvertently brushed the back of her hand. Reserved just for you, Fred shrugged, his tone uncharacteristically sincere, a treat for our most brilliant partner. Lies, George immediately contradicted, we made some for Harry too. Hey, Fred protested. That is not lying. Our mom's most cherished little Harry didn't he make it to Hogsmeade either. We have to be fair. Someone secretly doubled the dose of the love potion candy, George remarked with a smirk, though Merope noticed his ears flush inexplicably. Beyond the twins, Merope's gaze landed on Harry, also clutching a cup of butterbeer. His spring-green eyes betrayed a hint of panic, while Ron beside him gestured encouragingly. Weren't you the ones demanding the development and improvement of the love potion candies? Merope smiled gently, preparing to approach Harry, when Cedric suddenly stepped forward and blocked her path. His eyes brimmed with concern as he naturally rested a hand on her shoulder. Merope, you didn't go to Hogsmeade today? His voice bore a rare trace of anger. What? They didn't even allow your guardian to sign your Hogsmeade permission slip? Before she could respond, Fred and George, somewhat displeased, approached, when an abrupt voice sounded from the side. Merope, why didn't you go to Hogsmeade? Draco Malfoy parted the crowd, seizing her wrist. We agreed to go to Honeydukes together. Hey, he suddenly shifted his gaze to Cedric. Where's your hand, Diggory? Merope is one of us Slytherins. What is a Hufflepuff like you doing meddling here? He pulled Merope closer to his side. Cedric's expression stiffened. And after a brief pause, Merope regarded Draco's pale face, flushed faintly with anger, with a composed air. It's no matter, Merope, Draco declared, lifting his chin. I always suspected that narrow Gaunt harbored ill intentions. But if you truly cannot secure your guardian's signature, I can have my father intervene and resolve your application. Draco's tone brimmed with pride. Then we can go to Hogsmeade together, buy sweets or jewelry. Mr. Malfoy is handling that? Merope raised an eyebrow. Draco promptly took the butterbeer from her hand, shaking it disdainfully. Butterbeer tastes best when freshly poured at the 3 broomsticks. The stuff in cups to go is inferior. He sneered, unabashedly directing his malice toward the twins. What do you mean by that, Malfoy? Fred's eyes narrowed, his smile vanishing. Exactly, George continued, his tone cooling slightly. As if you brought Merope something better. Draco, seemingly stung, instantly released Merope's wrist. Of course I want only the best for Merope. Those commoners at Hogsmeade are hardly worthy of her. Yet, the words seemed to falter on his tongue. Seizing the moment of distraction, Merope slipped quietly toward the Slytherin table, where a neatly folded note lay in her habitual seat. She picked it up. That Ravenclaw Gaunt asked me to give this to you, Theodore said calmly, setting down his cutlery. His voice was soft, devoid of any emotion. Unfolding the note, Merope found the handwriting concise and the message brief, merely requesting her presence at the astronomy tower. Tisk, they haven't even resolved the last matter and already want to issue new orders? Merope's fingers paused over the parchment, about to discard it, when a phrase at the bottom caught her eye, something concerning Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade. Her eyes flickered, and she tucked the note into her pocket, departing the great hall to ascend the spiral staircase. The higher she climbed, the more distant the clamor became, replaced by the castle's characteristic nocturnal stillness and chill. The corridor was empty save for the echo of her quiet footsteps. A surge of magic, accompanied by an unsettling sensation, emanated from a nearby passage. Merope halted instinctively, turning toward Gryffindor's direction. A sharp, terrified voice pierced the silence. Your password is incorrect. You cannot enter. You are not a Gryffindor student. It was the fat lady at the Gryffindor common room door. Merope instinctively altered her course, glimpsing only a tall, slender, indistinct figure standing there. His curls were somewhat tousled, yet retained an air of elegance. The handsome man wielded a dagger glinting coldly, swiftly and precisely severing the fat lady's portrait in two. Chapter 122. Serious. And her aid in his escape, a sharp tearing sound echoed as the portrait was rent asunder. The fat lady screamed, staggering and fleeing from the frame, disappearing into a neighboring row of portraits. Merope's eyes flashed. The damaged, now vacant portrait could no longer grant access to the Gryffindor common room. She had anticipated a violent breach, yet in the next instant, the man pivoted sharply. His speed was remarkable. A chill surged forward as his back collided with the wall. Merope remained composed, pressing her palm against the wall. The dagger grazed her neck, but was instantly ensnared by her more potent magical restraint, halting at midair. The man appeared disinclined to truly harm her. With no further aggression, the air was thick with heated, chaotic breaths. Merope lazily lifted her gaze to the tall, gaunt man who had cornered her. His disheveled black curls were tangled, and his beard suggested he had long neglected to shave, his emaciated frame barely concealing the handsome contours of his face. His high cheekbones and defined jawline were complemented by a suitably angled chin, and even his typically muted gray eyes burned with an intensity that conveyed a chilling aura, mingling with the dampness of the forbidden forest. Beauty resides in the essence, not merely the skin. Tisk, and yet he is a Slytherin. She distinctly noticed a flicker of disdain in his eyes as his long, slender fingers slowly grazed her shoulder, applying just the right amount of pressure. On this Halloween night, what was he doing lurking around the Gryffindor entrance like a rat in a gutter? That finger bore a chill, his voice hoarse and thick with the sensation of having been long silent. Listen, miss, he leaned in closer, his murky breath brushing against her face, yet subtly retracting the knife he held. I lack patience tonight, so I suggest you behave and refrain from. But before he could finish, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from afar, drawing nearer. This Halloween is truly delightful. Indeed. This is my first visit to Hogsmeade. I never realized it could be so amusing. The man's movements abruptly halted. The blade he had pressed against Merope's neck was entirely withdrawn as numerous students concluded their Halloween feast and began to return to their common rooms. He retreated, the concern of whether the Slytherin girl had seen him now secondary to his need to escape quickly. Yet, he suddenly felt an unexpected restraint. The delicate, pale girl, who had remained silent throughout, abruptly raised her hand and gripped his arm tightly. What did she intend to do? Sirius furrowed his brow, instinctively wanting to shake off her sudden touch, but her fingers dug into the sleeve of his robe. Her obsidian eyes lazily drifted upward, landing on his cheek, resembling a still pond, with the whites of her eyes startlingly vivid beneath. She abruptly closed the distance between them, her cool, steady voice whispering in his ear, "Follow me." In an instant, no, from the moment Sirius decided to retreat to the moment Merope pulled him back, it all transpired in less than half a second. Merope grasped his sleeve and spun, retreating into the shadowy corridor. Her arm encircled his waist, and through the thin, tattered fabric, her other hand slid onto his shoulder, guiding him toward a more secluded path. Her familiarity with the castle seemed to rival his own as she half pulled, half pushed him into a narrow, dimly lit room. Merope swiftly closed the door behind them, her fingertips still lingering on Sirius's lean waist. Sirius's body tilted slightly under her pressure, his elegant, disheveled black hair nearly cascading onto her shoulder. This classroom was shrouded in darkness, with only a sliver of light seeping through the partially closed door that Merope had not completely shut. Her gray eyes widened as she observed the calm, unperturbed expression of the slender girl before her. Almost immediately, Merope pressed her ear against the door, her long, dark hair cascading to one side, her hand still gripping the doorknob. "Merlin, what is happening?" The painting of the fat lady elicited startled cries from students, the tumultuous noise of commotion spilling through the narrow crack of the door, revealing clusters of students outside. Percy's voice rang particularly sharp amid the chaos. "Step aside. I'm the head boy. What is going on?" But his words were abruptly cut off. Sirius's attention instinctively shifted to the scene outside. Dumbledore appeared to have arrived, and the students instinctively parted to create a path. She caught sight of Remus, McGonagall, and others hurrying along, and the door, barely ajar, was pulled inward once more. "We need to locate the fat lady and conduct a thorough search of the castle," Dumbledore announced. "Now, please allow the Gryffindor students to return to the Great Hall." Snape seemed rather irate, and the students hurriedly shuffled away, prompting Merope to decisively lock the door. Darkness loomed behind her as Merope raised her fingertip, casting a delicate wandless spell. The room was instantly illuminated. It was an exceedingly cramped, narrow space. To call it a classroom seemed an understatement. It contained merely a small podium amidst a jumble of disarray, and facing the podium were only a couple of dusty chairs and tables. The warm golden light illuminated half of Sirius's face, and Merope noticed a small window in the room. As the pitch-black night seeped in, Sirius, awakening from his daze, broke free from Merope's grasp and staggered back a few steps. Unperturbed, Merope lowered her gaze, glancing at her fingertips that had just brushed against his soft flesh. She smirked, lifting her head to regard him with her upward tilting eyes. "Is this what you need to enter the Gryffindor common room?" She raised the nearly crumpled piece of parchment in her palm. "When did you acquire this?" Sirius's pupils dilated as he swiftly searched his pockets, only to find them entirely empty. His brow furrowed, eyes shifting to an unprecedented seriousness as Merope slowly unfolded the parchment, lowering her gaze to read each word aloud. "Lucky stars, memory ball. Is this an assignment left by Professor Snape?" Her voice was light as she nonchalantly tucked the note away, observing Sirius. "Is this a note from Longbottom?" "I'm sorry," she smiled casually at him, halting her motion with the parchment. "I happen to recognize the handwriting of many at Hogwarts. Professor Snape often has me assist in grading potions assignments, especially those from Gryffindor." Snape almost always handed her Gryffindor's assignments first. Over time, she had become familiar with the handwriting of Gryffindor students. "Huh." Sirius suddenly grinned, his expression brimming with mockery. "Professor Snape? He is actually teaching at Hogwarts now?" Merope raised an eyebrow. What a peculiar point of interest. Yet before that hint of surprise could fully dissipate, the man before her surged forward, his broad palm pressing against the wall behind her. A wider grin split his lips. "So, why do you wish to help me?" A Slytherin, who appears to be quite young. He flashed a row of teeth, his laughter low and hoarse, as if it were forced from deep within his chest. "If I recall correctly, you're in the same year as Harry, aren't you?" He had seen her standing with Harry in class. Harry? Such an intimate reference. Merope's eyes flickered, and the man before her suddenly turned his head, a sharp blade once more drawn into his palm. A few disheveled strands of black hair falling over one eye. "Are you one of them?" His gaze sharpened, his voice lowering yet more menacing. A self-righteous little Death Eater in a school robe? The blade in his hand seemed poised to strike. A sudden wave of murderous intent surged forth, a stark contrast to the earlier nonchalance, now almost palpable, as if he genuinely intended to kill her. Merope's eyes narrowed as she grasped her wand, the surging magic erupting from its tip, binding him in an endless chain. A formidable force yanked him from his combative stance, causing Sirius to be abruptly brought to his knees by the chain's grip. His tousled hair cascaded down, yet those piercing gray eyes remained fixed upon her, glaring fiercely from behind the disheveled strands. Merope approached with measured steps, bending down, The chill of her fingertips brushed gently against his gaunt cheek. "I am here to assist you," she whispered, her voice delicate, yet as clear as shards of ice striking the ground. "Is it not because you are Remus's friend?" The body beneath her fingers quivered suddenly. She could vividly perceive the tumultuous waves rising within his gray irises, as something within him fractured. The pent-up madness, hatred, and isolation were pried open at this moment by an unexpected name. However, Merope withdrew her hand with an air of indifference. Regrettably, she continued, standing tall and looking down upon him, "I harbor no affection for those who seek to harm me." Instantly, Sirius's murderous intent receded. His eyes returned to their previously muted hue, and his lips moved, cracked and bleeding at the edges. "What did you say?" A rhythmic knocking echoed abruptly from outside the door. Merope paused her movements. Almost immediately, she sensed the surge of magic. A spell was being cast to unlock the door. Chapter 123. Doubt. Is Black not a Death Eater? A low, cold voice emanated from beyond the threshold. "Is anyone there?" "It is Snape." His inquiry felt more like a declaration, followed by the glimmer of the unlocking charm flickering beneath the door. Merope's gaze flickered, and the chain she had conjured vanished without a trace. In a swift motion, she seized Sirius by the tattered sleeve of his garment and pulled him toward the narrow high window. With a flick of her wand, the glass dissolved in an instant, allowing the night breeze to rush in. Another wave of her wand summoned a broomstick from some hidden corner of the castle, hovering just outside the window. Though she wished to do more, time was no longer on her side. "You can ride a broom, can't you?" she asked, lightly tapping his hand, a spell silently embedding itself into his being. "I have cast the disillusionment charm upon you. For a brief period, none shall detect your presence. Your disheveled hair is quite beautiful." Stray locks framed his face, and under the moonlight, his pallid visage appeared even more expressionless. She forcefully nudged Sirius towards the window, pushing half of his body out. "Now, ride this broomstick and fly away. I shall ensure it returns to its rightful place, considering your undeniably handsome face." Sirius hesitated momentarily, but time did not permit him to ponder further. The tall man, propelled by the force, deftly vaulted from the windowsill, landing steadily upon the broom. Almost the instant he grasped the handle, the vanished glass reformed, reflecting the flickering candlelight and her silhouette within the room. When Snape finally opened the door, Merope sat languidly at the table, meticulously handling a piece of wolfsbane with a small knife. The edges of his billowing black robes brushed silently against the floor as he entered. Snape stood at the threshold, his gaze sweeping deliberately across the table, the corners of the room, and finally resting upon the glinting silver knife in Merope's hand. The girl, shrouded in shadows, lazily lifted her eyelids. "Is there something you require?" "Professor?" "I knocked," he replied coldly, but the door was locked. The blade of the knife traced delicately along the wolfsbane stem. "Apologies, Professor," she said nonchalantly. "I must concentrate while preparing these, and I may not have heard you." Snape nearly chuckled as he stepped inside, the hem of his robe sweeping silently across the ground. He paused in the center of the room, casting another scrutinizing glance. Certain repressed emotions still simmered within him. "The Halloween feast," Snape said slowly. "The entire school is gathered in the Great Hall." "Indeed," Merope responded, the tip of her knife deftly extracting a strand of fiber. "Thus the castle is quite tranquil. Perfect for potion making." Snape's gaze fell upon the pile of wolfsbane at her side, his expression inscrutable. Quiet enough to have missed the sound of knocking, he paused. "And the feast?" Merope finally ceased her motions. Even in the illumination, the cramped room remained dim. With only the light spilling from the door she had opened illuminating the space. "Professor," she spoke softly, "did you not request that I brew a large cauldron of wolfsbane potion each month, to be delivered punctually?" Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he took a step closer, scrutinizing Merope's cheek. "You were unaware that Sirius Black had just appeared in the castle, right beside the Gryffindor common room?" Merope's expression remained unchanged as she set the knife aside. "Is that so?" Of course, Snape's gaze remained locked onto her face. "Dumbledore is currently summoning all students to the Great Hall." "Oh," Merope stood, casually brushing off the bits of herb clinging to her sleeves, and took a few steps past Snape, her back turned to him. "I shall join shortly." "Shortly," Snape repeated, his tone laced with chill. "I cannot comprehend," he continued slowly. "Miss Gunter, your decision not to attend the feast, yet to go to such lengths to process herbs at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room." His gaze was now fully directed at the closed window, the glass reflecting the flickering candlelight and their profiles. Merope did not even bother to respond. "How long have you been here?" Snape suddenly inquired. "I arrived just as the feast commenced." Merope was already preparing to push open the door to the room. "Did you hear any noises?" Snape's voice came from behind her. "Very close? Or see anyone?" Merope paused for a moment. After a brief silence, she gently curved her lips into a smile. "What are you implying, Professor?" If I had encountered a Death Eater as ruthless as Black, I would likely be dead by now. Snape remained silent. He stood there, a solid shadow in his black robes, the candlelight cast flickering. Indistinct shadows in the depths of his sunken eyes, those dark, sharp eyes bore unmasked suspicion that pinned her face. The seconds of silence stretched long enough to hear the distant murmurs of students and the faint conversations of portraits at the end of the corridor. Then, Merope gave him a slight nod, a gesture of civility, and she pushed open the still ajar door. Light from the corridor flooded in, outlining her silhouette with a thin, bright edge. Merope stepped through the door and walked directly into the great hall, where, throughout the entirety of the event, Snape, as the head of Slytherin, did not once offer to accompany her into such a perilous situation, with Sirius still unaware of his location within the castle. The great hall was already filled with hundreds of sleeping bags. "Where have you been?" Draco's platinum head emerged from a sleeping bag, but he was quickly silenced by the prefect's stern gaze. Many professors walking about wore serious expressions. Yet Merope calmly nestled herself into a sleeping bag and cast a flickering Lumos charm in the dimness. She grasped her quill and began writing in her diary. "I just encountered Sirius Black. So, Tom, have you noticed the dark mark upon Sirius?" Chapter 124. Riddle. Does Mother desire Sirius? Sirius's behavior was indeed unusual. The distaste that flashed across his face upon noticing her Slytherin robes, the affectionate name he had blurted out towards Harry, and the almost overwhelming murderous intent he displayed upon suspecting her Death Eater identity were all telling signs. This demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a ruthless Death Eater rumored to be hunting Harry. Moreover, as Merope's gaze sharpened, he was acutely aware that tonight was Halloween, a time when students were meant to revel in the banquet hall. So, why did Sirius choose this moment to intrude upon the Gryffindor common room? From within the confines of a constricted and dim sleeping bag, a figure emerged, levitating from the diary, suspended in midair. A semi-transparent form. With raven-black hair cascading against his ear, the handsome youth knelt beside her, slightly parting the soft sleeping bag. "Blake?" Riddle murmured, leaning in closer, allowing the vibrant green light from Merope's wand to illuminate his striking features. His hand pressed against her shoulder. Riddle's fingertips gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had slipped onto Merope's shoulder. He shook his head. "No, Mother, I do not sense it." The grip on Merope's shoulder tightened gradually, almost transforming into a vice, as Riddle's obedient gaze fell upon her countenance. Within the confines of this sufficiently dark and narrow sleeping bag, he was nearly pressed against Merope. Outside, the spacious hall teemed with hundreds, yet within this cramped sleeping bag, Merope leaned gently against the pillow, resting against the edge, allowing Riddle to occupy the space beside her. Their proximity was constrained by the sleeping bag, stretching to its limits. Close enough for him to clearly discern the glow at the tip of her wand and the tranquil expression upon her face. Dumbledore was still patrolling outside, while the diary, harboring the soul of the young Dark Lord, lay scattered in the corner of the sleeping bag. Riddle's eyes were fixed on her unblinkingly, and as he smiled, his breathtakingly beautiful face appeared so innocent and harmless. "As I mentioned before, Mother, as Voldemort, I can indeed sense the dark mark upon all Death Eaters and summon them at the appropriate moment." He continued. "For instance, Lucius Malfoy, that little Draco's father, and the current head of Slytherin, Severus Snape." Noticing a flicker of turmoil in Merope's expression at his words, he raised his tone further. "I can feel the power-laden dark marks upon their arms. With just a subtle flick of my finger, those marks would ignite, searing their flesh with immense pain. And the sensation of being burned, coupled with overwhelming fear, would engulf their very limbs, forcing them to shed tears of anguish as they complied with my commands." Riddle's voice was light, imbued with a hint of amusement, as if he were boasting of something he took pride in, his fingers gently tapping against Merope's shoulder. The sound was quietly dissipated by Merope's charm, leaving the outside world oblivious to any stirrings within. He relaxed his grip, lazily narrowing his eyes. "However, Mother, I truly do not sense any trace of a dark mark upon Blake." He seemed to ponder, recalling memories from earlier. The Death Eater who escaped from Azkaban this past summer, as reported by the Daily Prophet. The Ministry caught him over a decade ago. Riddle elongated his words, slowly reopening his eyes to meet Merope's gaze, chuckling softly. "Perhaps the Ministry apprehended the wrong person? It is not uncommon for the Ministry to make such mistakes. From Hagrid's prior ordeal to the subsequent easy framing of Marvolo and Muffin, the Ministry had always been foolishly inept. During the reckoning after Voldemort's initial defeat, even Death Eaters like Lucius Malfoy managed to evade capture flawlessly, not to mention the several innocents misidentified as Death Eaters during that time." Merope, upon hearing this, merely lowered her eyelashes, her gaze fixated on a particular point in the corner. This was, in truth, no surprise to her. The little Sirius was far too overt in his intentions. Rather than seeking Harry during his flight, or hiding away in some corner to live leisurely, he had audaciously attempted to breach an entirely deserted Gryffindor common room. What was he after? Did that common room hold some secret? The striking visage of the man flashed before Merope's eyes. His elegantly tousled hair, nearly cascading to his shoulders, an aura of chaotic charm coupled with exceptional bone structure. His face, slightly gaunt from his fugitive state, obscured his former appearance, yet gradually resembled the carefree youth captured in a photograph. If he could lead a tranquil and stable life, with a bit of care, he could surely regain his past beauty. The melancholy shadows etched by Azkaban, the obsessive madness forged from hatred, and an inherent wildness blended into a perfectly aged wine. Her gaze began to lose focus, but Riddle tilted his head slightly, his sudden handsome face blocking her view of the corner. "So, Mother," he said, his turned face gently gazing at her, his dark locks brushing aside. "Why do you inquire whether Blake bears a dark mark upon his arm? What is it you intend to do?" he asked softly. The visage, identical to old Riddle's, drew nearer to Merope's eyes. His exquisitely chiseled features were a divine gift from the Creator, with hair as dark as night and an absolutely obedient smile. Such a face, with lips as red as rubies and teeth as white as pearls, would almost appear angelic if not for the barely concealed malice lurking within his eyes. Old Riddle was thus, and young Riddle was no different. Both possessed a breathtaking beauty, yet their innate arrogance and malice were unmasked. The innocence and venom within them starkly divided. However, little Sirius was not so. He was not the product of meticulous sculpture, refined like a medieval oil painting. Rather, he was as natural as a stroke of artistry, flowing effortlessly without any pretense. He exuded an innate allure, seamlessly blending with his original, unrestrained charm. Yet now overshadowed by the gloom of Azkaban. A completely different style, yet equally breathtaking. Merope heard Riddle lightly click his tongue, tightening his hold on her shoulder once more. "Is he truly handsome, Mother? Even after enduring over a decade of imprisonment in Azkaban? You desire him, do you not?" Chapter 125. Riddle's jealousy and the visit to Slughorn. When Riddle made this remark, there seemed to be no discernible emotional fluctuation. However, Merope could discern that he was not pleased. His crimson lips were slightly pursed, his dark hair fell forward, and even his eyes narrowed slightly. A potent sense of possessiveness and something destructive lay buried within, yet Merope merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, brushing his hair back behind his ear. "Perhaps?" she replied nonchalantly, nostalgia tinting her gaze, which elicited a displeased stare from Riddle, though he ultimately said nothing. A prolonged silence ensued. She observed Riddle slowly bow his head, the inky strands of hair falling into her view, his lips slightly parted, as though certain words lingered unspoken upon his tongue. An aimless sound escaped his nostrils, the crimson hue passing through his eyes, even staining the corners, yet he suppressed it all, revealing none of it to Merope. Only the hand gripping her shoulder tightened incessantly. "It's rather vexing, Mother." After a brief moment, Merope heard the hoarse voice that had been stifled within Riddle's throat. The sound was faint, as if it could be whisked away with the slightest touch. The pressure on her shoulder transformed into a gentler caress as Riddle tilted his head back, naturally lowering it half a head below Merope due to his kneeling position. "You are well aware, more than anyone else, of what I desire." His eyes returned to an abyssal, tranquil black, with only a trace of red at the corners betraying the earlier turmoil. Riddle's tone was laden with suppressed dissatisfaction, yet the words that escaped his lips were soft and resonant, carrying a hint of accusation. "And yet, here you are, openly revealing your needs before me. Do you wish for me to take action, to assist you in achieving your goals? Or do you desire that I procure everything you yearn for in one fell swoop?" The tumultuous emotions of frustration and anger, which longed to consume everything in sight, were buried deep within him. As the gaping void in his heart expanded and tore at him, while an endless chill of pain and satisfaction was gradually rain-fused into his being. His semi-transparent soul quivered with the intensity of his emotions, causing the diary behind him to inexplicably flip several pages, as the serpent within him trembled, yearning to seize the treasures hidden in his heart, with everything teetering on the edge of collapse. Merope raised an eyebrow. "Is this a delightful turn of events?" "The atmosphere has completely crumbled," Riddle replied, lifting his head higher, catching sight of the rare, genuine smile in Merope's eyes. Her delicate hand cradled his face, deepening the smile that graced her lips. "But, Tom, even without my explicit mention, do you not know what I truly wish to accomplish?" she continued. "If that is the case, why hide it?" Merope's visage remained pallid and unassuming, her wand, glimmering with magic, cast aside, while her hands cradled Riddle's jaw, the faint glow illuminating a small corner of the sleeping bag, barely brightening one side of her face. Both Riddle and Merope were engulfed in darkness. "You have always been acutely aware, Tom," she drawled, her inflection rising, Therefore, there is no need to feign ignorance, to cover your eyes as if oblivious to everything. That would be foolish and not at all like you. Her fingertips glided along his cheek to his chin. Merope leaned in slightly, effortlessly bridging the distance between them. Her ethereal breath enveloped him completely, compelling Riddle to tilt his face upward, meeting Merope's fathomless black gaze more clearly within the dim confines of the sleeping bag. In a hushed tone, Merope enunciated each word with precision. And you should also know what I truly seek. It was the same astonishment she felt upon their first meeting. The same resolve she had when she decided to save him at the end of their second year. Among all, should it not be you who matters the most? She deepened her smile aimlessly. The most significant bond between them was the unbreakable connection of blood, the continuation of their lineage, engraved in the essence of their magical heritage. The eyes, equally dark yet tinged with crimson during emotional surges, and the insatiable desire contained within. No external force could sever this bond. Riddle beheld the turbulent emotions surging within Merope's calm and serene eyes. Both souls, equally ensnared in despair and darkness, found that no positive emotion could fill the void, which only expanded, compelling them to ravenously seize. With potent magic, the power held in their grasp, the hatred for murder, and the spilling of blood, or extreme possession. Devouring flesh. His pupils constricted violently in the dark. A scorching tremor of fervor and satisfaction threatened to engulf him. The hollow heart was frantically filled with a searing and swelling emotion. Riddle suddenly leaned forward, resting his forehead gently against Merope's shoulder, his arms encircling her waist, tightening, yet instinctively controlling his strength at the last moment. Mother, his voice emerged muffled. The madness had not fully receded, the obsession remained deeply rooted, yet in this instant, it was temporarily overshadowed by a more profound, satiated tranquility. He understood that her words were not entirely sincere, imbued with solace and calculation. How much genuine affection and positive emotion could beings like them truly harbor? She had never nurtured him, nor had she experienced a normal pregnancy. The already scant emotions now felt exceedingly insufficient, and how could he ever aspire to a significant place in Merope's heart? Yet Merope's words were, in a certain sense, undeniably true. Their bond was incomparable, an inseparable connection that others could never penetrate. Two entwined serpents sinking their fangs into one another, coiling deeper into the darkness. I understand. I certainly do, he murmured softly, like the most devout of followers pledging an oath, or the most cunning of hunters marking their territory. I hope you remember your words. Of course, Merope's hand slipped into his dark hair. She chuckled lightly. Rest assured, this semester, I shall help you restore your body. Another weekend arrived. Merope stood before an exquisitely understated luxurious villa, her mind drifting back to Riddle's earlier revelations. Mother, are you saying you plan to visit Slughorn? The handsome youth lingered by her desk, his languid posture revealing a keen interest as a smile crept across his lips. It's perfectly fine, he said lazily, as it happens. I am quite well acquainted with Professor Slughorn. Consequently, the diary began to endlessly record Slughorn's preferences and aversions. From the type of worldviews and personalities he favored to his preferred brand of candied jackfruit. Much more than what Lupin had prepared for her. Merope stood expressionless at the villa's entrance, utterly unable to retain the information Riddle had provided. At that moment, the grand door finally creaked open. Chapter 126, The Potions Prodigy. Slughorn, are you Miss Gunter? A rotund, affable figure gradually came into view. The elderly man appeared scarcely younger than Dumbledore, adorned in garments that bespoke considerable expense. His face was a canvas of smiles as Slughorn squinted, leaning in, and nodded approvingly at Merope's Slytherin robes. Ah, of course. I've heard much about you from our dear Remus. He attempted to take Merope's arm affectionately, prompting her to instinctively retreat. Yet Slughorn deftly brushed his hand against his own hair, proclaiming, It is truly delightful to hear that you possess an extraordinary talent and insight in potions. I know Remus is currently serving as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. He has always been a good lad, and I have had high hopes for him since his schooling days, along with his friends. He seemed to shiver slightly, gesturing for Merope to follow him into the room. The interior of the villa was imbued with a palpable sense of homeliness. A comfortable, nostalgic ambience enveloped the space. The living room was spacious and bright, with flames dancing in the fireplace, while plush armchairs and sofas filled the corners, and various souvenirs adorned the table. Slughorn settled into an armchair, cheerfully brewing a cup of hot tea with his wand. Do give it a try, a small token of my affection, a limited edition from the Duke of Honey. Infused with a hint of ashwinder root powder, a gift from a former student of mine, he remarked with a smile, who now works at the Ministry of Magic. Merope lifted her cup in silence, savoring a sip. Her long, ebony hair cascaded gracefully over the edge of the armchair as her peripheral vision swept across the room. noticing the elderly man's smile gradually morphing into a more formal expression. His keen, scrutinizing gaze was fixed upon her, hands folded atop his rotund belly, leaning slightly forward. To be honest, I never anticipated that Remus would recommend you, Slughorn mused. After all, you know Remus is a Gryffindor. However, I do believe his endorsement of you is not to be taken lightly. He mentioned your rather audacious and effective personal insights into certain, well, principles of potion making that lie beyond the conventional curriculum, he articulated, choosing his words with care. You see, I have two great passions in life. One is to savor the pleasures of existence. He gestured to the inviting surroundings and the drink in his hand. And the other is to unearth promising young talents, particularly those who exhibit a unique spark in the intricate art of potion making. Lily, Severus, Regulus, he has a knack for discovering prodigious talents in potions or other domains, providing them with opportunities, nurturing their potential, and offering connections and resources, which benefits both the students and himself immensely. He earns their respect and admiration, and as he assists them in ascending the ranks, he too enjoys the fruits of their success. Former students transform into fresh networks, allowing him to lead a leisurely life of refined comfort. Merope retrieved several vials from her small bag, each a glass container filled with iridescent potions, which she meticulously arranged upon the round table. Indeed, Merope replied softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Mr. Slughorn, these are potions I brewed myself. Her dark eyes gently roamed over Slughorn's features, observing the old man's wide-eyed fascination as he instinctively scrutinized each vial. The Felix Felicis, of the highest quality, she introduced. And that one, the Polyjuice potion, has achieved theoretical perfection, thanks to my modified formula, which extends the aging time. Truly the finest aging potion. This one, the Amortentia, crafted to deliver maximum efficacy with minimal ingredients in the shortest time possible. Lastly, she let her gaze drop slightly, the Wolfsbane potion, which I optimized to reduce the consumption of some expensive ingredients while enhancing its flavor. Her calm, steady voice conveyed these facts as though they were the most mundane truths, each word resonating deeply within Slughorn's heart. He appeared momentarily petrified, frozen in his armchair, the color rising to his round cheeks. Breath quickened. His astute eyes widened almost to the point of bulging as they fixated on the potion bottles. Inevitably, Slughorn reached out, cautiously lifting one of the vials, the swirling liquid almost dazzling under the firelight. He even uncorked it to take a tentative sniff. A genius, an absolute genius, he murmured, his voice tinged with awe, though he quickly regained his composure. Did you do all this by yourself? Right here at Hogwarts? Using the school's equipment? Yes, Merope replied nonchalantly. Slughorn abruptly lifted his gaze, staring at the slender girl before him, whose youthful visage still bore traces of childhood innocence. He was struck by disbelief, overwhelmed by a rare ecstasy akin to discovering a precious gem, coupled with a sense of reverence. Countless questions clamored at the tip of his tongue, and he yearned to delve deeper into the processes behind her creations, yet he restrained himself, aware of the gravity of the moment. Before him sat a true prodigy in potion making. At such a tender age, she had brewed and innovated numerous potions. Any single vial on that table could incite a sensation within the potion community. It was as though he beheld a brilliant star rising, its radiance reminiscent only of a previous luminary. His mind began to race with thoughts of how to guide her, how to incorporate her into his circle, and how to ensure she would become the most illustrious entry on his resume. Greedy, discerning eyes enveloped her, yet Merope remained composed, her lashes downcast. Yes, aside from the preferences Riddle had imparted regarding Slughorn, he had also uttered a singular phrase. However, it mattered not if those trivial details slipped her mind. For in the face of absolute power, all worldly preferences and conventions are but laughable embellishments. With formidable strength, one can achieve anything. My dear child, Slughorn finally regained his voice, the warmth within it far exceeding its usual measure. Forgive an old man's lapse in decorum, but I must confess, over the years, I have encountered numerous exceptionally gifted young individuals, yet none have showcased such comprehensive and refined potion-making mastery at such a young age as you do. A gleam of excitement and calculation danced upon his features as he leaned slightly forward. I suspect you have come bearing these extraordinary works not solely to surprise this old man, have you? Indeed, Merope replied, lifting her gaze with a smile, her fingers delicately cradling her chin. I require ample opportunities and introductions. A name of repute is sufficient to broaden my path ahead. Chapter 127. The photograph of Riddle and the encounter with the large black dog. There seemed to be no room for Slughorn to decline. After all, the young woman before him was undeniably brilliant. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. That is only natural, Merope. However, I do hope, Miss Gaunt, that you will lend me some gravitas among those pureblood families. Of course, Merope smiled, her lips curving. She is the mother of Voldemort. Her presence certainly suffices. Yet whether Slughorn would be able to withstand the implications of such stature in the future remained another matter entirely. It was indeed fortunate for Slughorn to encounter both mother and son. In truth, Merope's gaze darkened slightly, were it not for necessity. She could leverage Riddle's identity as the Dark Lord, awakening the Dark Mark to compel the likes of Old Knot or Lucius, those cowardly Death Eaters, to unconditionally obey her commands, thereby paving her own path. However, that would be far too conspicuous and ostentatious, inextricably binding her to Voldemort from the outset. Even during Riddle's youth, when he adhered almost entirely to her words, Merope would never fully depend on another person, especially when that individual had become nothing more than a wisp of a soul, infamous for being the source of fear and hatred throughout the wizarding world. Moreover, until now, she had not truly encountered that lingering spirit. Rumor had it that the main soul had long since marred his own visage. Thus, a mutually beneficial collaboration was sealed. Merope rose leisurely from the armchair, her gaze once more sweeping the room. Slughorn's taste was indeed exquisite. The decor was elegant without being ostentatious, exuding a sense of rare comfort and timeless charm. Countless exquisite cauldrons and rare potion ingredients were meticulously arranged, and Slughorn generously asserted that she could freely take some. Merope was not one to be modest, promptly scavenging a selection she deemed beneficial. Her gaze shifted to the wall above, nearly overwhelmed by the abundance of picture frames, where dynamic images crowded together, filled with people jostling for space. Young faces, clad in Hogwarts robes from various eras, winked at her, with Slughorn often occupying the center of the photographs. Ah, those. Slughorn noticed her gaze, his smile growing increasingly smug. Rising to his feet, he strolled to the wall. These are the snapshots of my most outstanding and promising students over the years. The Slug Club, you know? He tenderly traced the edges of several frames with his fingers. I can't help but want to gather those sparkling young talents around me, watching them grow and shine in various fields, high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic, Quidditch stars, or heads of ancient families. However, Merope's attention did not linger on the direction Slughorn pointed. A fleeting glimmer in her eyes caught sight of a photograph in the corner. This frame appeared to stand apart from the bustling crowd, far more modest in design, containing merely a solitary image of an individual, youthful and clad in decades-old Slytherin robes. With neatly combed dark hair and a faint smile, he bore the visage of an exemplary student. The face revealed was astonishingly handsome, Tom Riddle. He seemed even younger than in the diary entries. Noticing that the girl had ceased to respond, Slughorn followed her gaze, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. His smile froze, and his chubby fingers fidgeted awkwardly. Oh, this one, he spoke rapidly, was a very, very talented student of mine, but that was long, long ago. He hastily diverted his gaze from the photograph, attempting to step toward the liquor cabinet, but Merope remained rooted in place, her eyes downcast, intently fixed on the image. Her fingertips grazed the edge of the frame. As Riddle in the photograph looked up at her, smiling, she even slightly curled her lips. At the moment when Slughorn uneasily turned back. Another glass of mead, my dear? Or perhaps try this oak-aged wine. He turned back, meeting Merope's gently lifted gaze. Her dark hair cascaded down, revealing her profile in this moment. As she lifted the frame, her suddenly raised, hollow black eyes seemed to overlap with someone etched deeply in his memory. Slughorn's hand trembled inexplicably, nearly toppling the wine glass. He stared incredulously at Merope's face, as if confronted by some horrifying specter, his complexion paling abruptly. Is that so? Merope remarked sincerely, very talented, indeed. Then why is he relegated to the corner? She lazily lowered her eyes, placing the frame back in its original position. I merely think he is exceptionally handsome. The dreadful look in her eyes vanished with her gesture. Upon glancing again, Slughorn could see only a slender, pale girl gazing at the photo wall. Was it an illusion? Slughorn hesitated, pondering her comment about his looks. Yes. Tom had always been striking. If she merely found him attractive enough to take a second glance, it seemed rather typical of a girl her age. Mr. Slughorn. Merope stepped back slightly, lifting her eyelids. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. It is already Sunday afternoon, she stated calmly. Her eyes returned to him, seemingly devoid of the previous dread. Yes, she was merely a potion prodigy, Slughorn thought, beads of cold sweat forming. All Slytherin geniuses share some similarities, which is quite normal. Isn't it? All right, off you go back to school, he hastily replied, neglecting to offer to escort her. Merope utilized apparition to return to Hogsmeade, then retraced her steps through the secret passage back to Hogwarts. Yes, it was merely Sunday afternoon. If she could apparition, there was still ample time remaining. Merope calmly passed through the corridors, stepping out of the castle, the earthy scent filling her nostrils. In the emptiness, she suddenly raised a hand. A bright white thread visible only to her leaping from her palm, directing her towards the forbidden forest. Following its path, she proceeded until she spotted a gaunt black dog. Chapter 128, Sirius, and her resemblance of black dog? Merope's eyes flickered as the pure white thread entwined itself into the fur of the dog, which raised its head warily. Its front paws trembling. Indeed, withdrawing the thread, Merope suddenly recalled the shadow she had seen in her Care of Magical Creatures class. Now deep within the forbidden forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees and dim light, Merope absent-mindedly tucked her hands into her pockets, her hair flowing freely, her gaze gradually igniting with interest. An animagus? She mused, stepping closer to the black dog, looking down at it with a commanding presence. As her footsteps approached, an air of pressure heightened. Accompanied by the sound of crunching leaves beneath her boots, her wand slipped from her pocket and leisurely into her palm. Raising her arm, she traced a graceful arc in the air. The black dog instantly raised its tail, instinctively retreating step by step, almost on the verge of fleeing. But an endless wall of thorns barred its escape. A blue-white light erupted from the tip of her wand. The anti-animagus spell. The spell's light surged swiftly, violently, and accurately toward its target. Sirius squinted, his tail snapping sharply, and just before the spell enveloped him, a bright white light enveloped his entire being. The dog began to twist and contort. The silhouette of the large black dog stretched and transformed in the light, its tail gradually vanishing. Mid-length black hair cascading onto his shoulders, revealing a remarkably gaunt yet handsome face. A ragged man replaced the black dog, collapsing onto the ground covered with dry leaves and moss. Sirius Black. He supported himself on the cold, damp ground with his left palm, his right leg slightly bent. His chin raised slightly, still emanating an instinctual air of arrogance and defiance. His eyes were sunken, and the misty gray irises remained narrowed, while his raised right hand effortlessly dissipated the spell into nothingness. "Tisk, nosy little girl," he remarked, his voice hoarse and dry, his expression turning cold. "You've already meddled with me? A tracking spell?" "Yes, I cast a tracking spell after performing the disillusionment charm on you," Merope calmly admitted, raising an eyebrow. "What? Is that not allowed?" Her gaze drifted slowly to Sirius's face, his overly long, tangled black hair accentuating his pale, thin features, though his unkempt beard made him appear somewhat disheveled. Merope casually sat opposite Sirius, her magic silently smoothing the dry leaves on the grass. Sirius's brow furrowed deeply. The Slytherin girl before him exhibited an unsettling level of calmness, facing him with an air of nonchalance akin to that of a leisurely picnic. Even during the last escape she orchestrated for him, she maintained such an unflappable demeanor. Merope, however, seized the opportunity to rummage through her bag for some sustenance. "Care for a taste?" she inquired. After spending an extensive period in Azkaban, remaining in animagus form during the escape, it was likely that her diet had not been particularly sumptuous. She smiled casually, tossing several pieces of chocolate and a small baguette into Sirius's lap. The chocolate was a gift from Remus, while the bread had been pilfered from Slughorn moments earlier. She found its flavor delightful, soft, and palatable. Slughorn truly possessed an indulgent nature. Sirius, with a handful of food, furrowed his brow deeper. Did he truly consider this a picnic? Rest assured, transforming into a human at this moment would not attract attention. Merope carelessly toyed with her hair, propping her chin in her palm. They were deep within the forbidden forest, where, logically, no one would intrude at this hour. Even if someone did, my magic would detect them in advance. The crux of the matter was entirely different. Sirius swallowed hard, his jaw clenched tightly. The aroma of food wafted through the air, mercilessly awakening his long-dormant appetite. It had been an eternity since he had savored a proper meal. During his time in Azkaban, he was perpetually under the watch of Dementors, with food delivered only once every fortnight, mostly stale, nearly inedible bread. After his escape, good food remained a distant dream. On fortunate occasions, he might receive raw meat from kind-hearted, oblivious muggles, but more often than not, he was reduced to gnawing on the corpses of dead rats. Why? Yet, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. When he met Melope's gaze again, his expression was more complicated than before. "A Slytherin, were you not wronged?" Merope met his eyes, a smirk gracing her lips. The suspicion that she might be a Death Eater was met with a look brimming with contempt, making it evident that she did not fit the notorious mold described in the newspapers. Furthermore, her audacious intrusion into Gryffindor Tower, knowing full well that everyone would be absent for the Halloween feast, suggested ulterior motives. Without hesitation, she extracted a piece of chocolate for herself, her alabaster fingers peeling back the wrapper, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted into Sirius's nostrils. "As for the tracking charm, you need not blame me for being overly cautious." She delicately bit into the chocolate, her gaze stirring with emotions that ebbed and flowed like tides. The seductive allure she exuded was entirely incongruous with her age, as if she were a predator ensnaring her prey. Yet, all of it was submerged within the depths of an endless black vortex, rendering any rebuttal futile. After all, regardless of the truth, as a fugitive from Azkaban, your level of danger remains uncertain. I must safeguard myself against the possibility of being bitten back. Merope casually tugged the corner of her lips. Eloquent, Sirius remarked coldly, yet his posture relaxed slightly. Was it any wonder she was a Slytherin? Methodical, astute. She seemed to have anticipated everything, even gauging his inner turmoil. What could her intentions be? At such a tender age, she wielded the transformation spell, the tracking charm, and even the counter-animagus spell? Sirius cracked a smile, recognizing her impressive self-taught skills. If my memory serves me right. He finally tore open a piece of bread and took a hearty bite. You mentioned that Remus was your friend? Now you've even befriended a Slytherin? Merope remained noncommittal. Well, Remus is currently the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and I happen to be his employer. Sirius's movements abruptly stilled. The remainder of the bread was clutched tightly in his palm as he stared at her, momentarily rendered speechless. What did you say? After a pause, he regained his voice. A third-year Slytherin girl was the superior of his dear friend Remus? Had he fallen so low? I've opened a potion shop in Nocturne Alley, Merope replied languidly. Remus is one of my employees. The reasoning was simple. She could brew Wolfsbane potion. Wolfsbane potion, how peculiar that seemed. Wait, for a third year to master such an intricate potion? Sirius narrowed his eyes, quickly realizing the significance the potion held for Remus. This girl, who was willing to brew such a complex and costly potion for Remus merely to secure his employment, indicated how vital both were to one another. If she was Remus's employer and willing to assist him with the Wolfsbane potion. Merope extended her hand. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Merope Gaunt. Yes, that Gaunt, she affirmed without hesitation, rolling up her sleeve to reveal the serpent, Lilith, coiled around her wrist. A chilling hiss escaped her lips as Lilith obediently slithered up to perch on her shoulder, and the forest began to stir with the rustling of countless serpents, emerging from the underbrush, their cold, slitted eyes surrounding her. Yet she merely caressed Lilith's head with her fingertips, her arms still outstretched. Sirius twitched his lips. I thought the Gaunt family had long faded into obscurity. On the surface, it indeed appeared so. Merope chuckled softly. However, there are always surprises. For instance, 3 years ago, I was thrust back from half a century ago by a rogue time vortex. In this light, it seemed the Gaunt family could await its extinction alongside the Black family. The mirth in Merope's eyes expanded. After all, such an obsessively extreme pursuit of bloodlines seems rather futile, does it not? At least, upon hearing what befell the Gaunt family after my arrival, I could hardly contain my laughter. The only regret, she mused, is that those Gaunts met their end in Azkaban, rather than encountering someone who dispatched them with a killing curse on the road. Sirius's eyes flickered. His gray irises widened as he regarded Merope with an unprecedented seriousness. The girl's face was pale and pure. He heard her lift her gaze and utter the next sentence. By the way, my true age now is 20. Chapter 129. The Allure of Beauty, Riddle's handsomeness. Mother, did you have fun? Upon returning to the Slytherin dormitory, Daphne and Pansy appeared to be absent. The diary laid on the table, Riddle's translucent spirit leisurely floated from the open pages, leaning against the wall. Merope paused momentarily while gripping the doorknob. Your timing is questionable. Riddle lazily tapped his knuckles, his exquisite face gazing innocently at her. You returned over an hour later than I anticipated. Did you meet with Black? Yes, Merope replied straightforwardly, a slight smile curving her lips. I cast a minor tracking charm on him earlier. He is an illegal animagus. Thus, he managed to escape from Azkaban and made his way here. Though he is rather handsome. Merope entered her dormitory and settled comfortably at her desk, delighting in the memories of her recent encounter with Sirius. That handsome man had ultimately extended his hand, enveloping hers in a warm embrace. The sensation was profoundly comforting, his broad palm cradling her delicate fingers as she gazed into his striking features. His hair obscured much of his brows, and his beard had grown unruly. Perhaps next time she met Sirius, she might bring him a razor and scissors? If only he could tidy up that disheveled facial hair. His true appearance would undoubtedly shine far brighter than his current disheveled state. It was perplexing to her why he would seek out such a lackluster appearance. Riddle's voice was a mere whisper, almost a murmur. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Merope's reminiscing visage, black eyes flickering with confusion and a veiled disdain. Mother, do you truly place such importance on superficial beauty? To this day, Riddle could not fathom why his formidable, composed mother, who possessed an unparalleled understanding of human nature and the essence of magic, would obsess over beauty, something he perceived as shallow, fleeting, and devoid of true power. In his worldview, strength and power were the only truths worth pursuing and demonstrating. Authority, magic, immortality, and absolute control over others were the cornerstones of existence. Appearance? Merely a coincidental arrangement clinging to flesh, a fragile facade doomed to decay with time, an insignificant ornament cherished only by the mediocre. A mere tool to be wielded or discarded, to achieve one's ends and beguile the hearts of others. Yet lacking any intrinsic value, it could even become a weakness or a distraction. But why? One might wonder, would his mother, so strong, so unique, and so perfect, fall prey to such trivialities? An indescribable irritation began to fester within him as he edged closer, his form nearly brushing against Merope's shoulder. What else is there? Merope lazily lifted her eyelids, accustomed to his proximity. She did not even glance back, but casually tapped her fingers on the desk, causing her chair to smoothly pivot 180 degrees, aligning her directly with the approaching riddle. With a subtle smile that danced on her lips, she unhesitatingly reached out to tug him downwards. A beautiful exterior often possesses intrinsic value, she remarked lightly. Sometimes, being attractive is of paramount importance. It can serve as the most immediate source of pleasure, uplifting one's spirits. It can also function as a silent passport, lowering defenses and unlocking doors that would otherwise require considerable effort to breach. At the right moment, it can even transform into the sharpest of weapons or the sweetest of bait. While strength exists in various forms, it is, of course, true that genuine power holds greater significance than the ephemeral allure of beauty. Nonetheless, I do not mind appreciating a lesser form of beauty. She paused, her gaze fixed on Riddle with a hint of curiosity. Moreover, if I did not value beauty, how could you possibly exist? She regarded him with a quizzical glance. As the saying goes, if your mother coveted beauty, then you would have been born with a face that could launch 1,000 ships. If your mother were vain, you would have been born into a life of luxury and comfort. Merope placed great importance on appearance, and not merely on its surface. Even when she had used a love potion on old Tom Riddle to entice him into eloping, she had meticulously instructed him to bring along ample funds for their flight. One must always have ulterior motives, be it for character, intellect, resources, companionship, or simply a pleasing visage. If one truly desired nothing, would they not be left with nothing? Riddle, Chapter 130, Reshaping the Body? Please continue to indulge. Riddle had to concede that Merope made a valid point. His posture stiffened, expression blank. A tumult of emotions swirling within him, even causing his thin lips to tighten unconsciously. Merope's voice continued in its calm, factual tone. You should be grateful to me, Tom. Had I not chosen your father, old Tom Riddle, how could you have inherited such an exquisite appearance, even if he later destroyed it himself? Merope leaned back slightly in her chair, her gaze lazily sweeping over Riddle's handsome face, the very visage that bore the delicate contours of old Tom Riddle, now forged with his own ambition and malice into something uniquely formidable. A slight smile graced her lips, imbued with understanding. Can you honestly say, Tom, that you have never enjoyed even the slightest convenience afforded by your own striking appearance? Those professors' subconscious favoritism, those classmates' initial unguarded affections, the easy goodwill garnered simply due to an attractive face, patience, opportunity, even certain foolish, undeserved leniencies and protections. How could you have remained oblivious to them? How could you not have exploited them? The depths of Riddle's black eyes flickered with subdued light, ripples of realization spreading silently. He tilted his gaze slightly upwards to meet Merope's serene expression. Yes, he had certainly noticed and exploited those advantages countless times. In the orphanage, that angelic, innocent face had served as his greatest shield, causing new caregivers to hesitate before leveling accusations. On the Hogwarts Express, his gentle, courteous smile had effortlessly opened compartment doors, earning him the blind admiration of his initial followers. Even within Slughorn's Slug Club, the professor's appreciation for his remarkable talents and handsome features had been deftly seized. Transformed into leverage for acquiring information and resources, beauty was a tool in disguise, the first key to unlocking the hearts of others. He had always known this and wielded it with ease. However, this form of power felt too emotional, too uncertain, excessively reliant on the superficial perceptions of others. True power should be fully internalized, absolutely controllable, and chilling in its essence. In his view, beauty ultimately appeared too trivial, even somewhat weak. But if this was his mother's perspective, then she did not regard beauty as an all-encompassing advantage. She simply acknowledged its inherent value. So it was. Riddle suddenly let out a low chuckle. The earlier restraint imposed by Merope had forced him to lower his posture, and now he knelt before her, lower than she sat. He reached out, gently placing his hand over her cool wrist, his thumb carefully gliding across her palm. The affection in his gaze so intense it seemed ready to spill over. Indeed, his mother must appreciate beauty. If she did not, He could hardly fathom any worth in that foolish muggle father of his. So painfully real, yet so endearing. His mother was powerful, composed, and ruthless. Yet she openly acknowledged her appreciation for mundane beauty. Her desires were refreshingly straightforward, her ambitions transparently clear. If it pleased her, if one way to attract her attention included maintaining or showcasing an appearance that met her aesthetic standards, then it was no trivial matter. In any case, Riddle understood that his mother favored handsome features, and he indeed possessed them. A certain almost instinctual desire to please intertwined with a deeper yearning for possession quietly blossomed within Riddle. Suddenly, he moved, not in the tentative and dissatisfied manner of before, but with a slow, deliberate, and almost artfully adjusted posture. He lowered his head slightly, allowing a few strands of his dark hair to cascade down, partially concealing his overly sharp, malicious gaze. Riddle gently leaned forward, his hand effortlessly lifting Merope's arm, while his forehead met the back of her hand. His profile tilted slightly towards her palm, lashes descending, embodying a posture that was submissive, almost intimate. All shadows were meticulously concealed, and Riddle's voice was a mere whisper. "Mother." Akin to a feather brushing against the most sensitive skin, rare and softly hoarse, "You are right. I owe you my gratitude." He raised his eyes, looking up at her from that angle, "Not only granting me life and magic, but also this form, which may occasionally bring you joy." A subtle smile graced his lips as he locked his gaze unwaveringly onto hers. So he continued with that gentle, almost whisper-like tone, "Please, do continue to indulge, Mother. Whether as your creation or a whimsical collection of yours. Let her scrutinize, let her judge." A chilling touch rested against her hand, a certain viscous essence silently permeating the air. Merope lowered her gaze, observing the almost flamboyant face resting against her hand, sensing the subtle fluctuations of his soul's form, perceiving the unextinguished ambition and calculation concealed beneath his seemingly innocent demeanor. Yet, she said nothing. Her fingertips grazed the top of his head, and without hesitation, she curved her lips into a smile, gently opening the bag she had carried. An array of rare ingredients spilled forth. "I brought this from Slughorn's private stash." Merope spoke softly, her fingers gliding over the materials. To stabilize the soul's form, to reshape the fleshly vessel, allowing the soul to attach to the corporeal. She cradled her chin, slowly lifting a smile, her tone light. "Tom, I shall create a body for you." As November approached, the weather gradually turned colder, and the first Quidditch match at Hogwarts was imminent, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Merope sheathed the small knife she used for cutting potion ingredients and carefully sealed the remaining materials before slowly departing from the dormitory. Cedric had smiled and expressed his hope that she would come to cheer for him. Chapter 131. A good scroll, Quidditch match. Also look for Lupin. The day of the match was not blessed with favorable weather. The roar of the storm was loud, with fierce winds sweeping through. Merope held a sleek black umbrella as she made her way to the pitch, watching pale lightning dart through the heavy clouds. Cedric had donned a light yellow team robe and stood beneath the temporary shelter at the edge of the pitch. Perhaps due to the time it took to reach the shelter, raindrops had soaked his dark hair, accentuating his strikingly handsome features. The robe clung to his frame, outlining the youthful strength of his shoulders as he raised his arms slightly, calmly observing the weather, his profile appearing particularly smooth and focused in the dim light. Water droplets rolled down Cedric's jawline, gliding over his neck and disappearing beneath the collar of his robe. As Merope approached the shelter with her umbrella, Cedric's peripheral vision caught her presence. The moment he saw her, a spark ignited in his eyes, and his lips naturally curved into that clean, gentle smile characteristic of Hufflepuff. "You really came," he exclaimed, his voice breaking through the sound of the rain as he stepped forward. "I thought, in this weather, you wouldn't want to venture out." After all, she was always so quietly immersed in potion-making, seemingly indifferent to everything else. "I shall not go back on my word," Merope replied, leisurely lifting the umbrella's handle slightly over Cedric's head. Her grip on the handle was steady. Even with the raging wind, bolstered by her magic, it remained firm. Cedric blinked, realizing he had stepped out of the shelter to welcome Merope. He quickly took the umbrella handle from her, his height surpassing hers by a considerable margin, making it cumbersome for Merope to hold the umbrella. "Let me," he said, his long fingers wrapping around the handle and gently taking it from her. He leaned slightly towards her, his sliding hand brushing against a lingering warmth, the spot where Merope had just held. His fingers involuntarily trembled, and Cedric's ears flushed crimson as a fierce gust of wind suddenly blew, tilting the umbrella. Cedric hadn't gripped it tightly, and it was instantly overturned. Torrential rain cascaded onto their shoulders, and in an instant, Cedric managed to right the umbrella, but not before he bit his tongue, flustered. "I'm sorry, Merope. It was my clumsiness." Before he could finish, he noticed that Merope's shoulder remained completely dry. Her seaweed-like black hair flowed freely, and in the dim light. Her pale face appeared even more delicate, her pitch-black eyes sparkling with mirth as they swept over him. He even saw her slowly curve her lips into a smile. "It's nothing," she replied casually. "A quick cleaning charm works wonders." Having spent so much time with old Riddle before crossing over, she hadn't encountered such innocent and sincere reactions in quite some time. Hadn't she tried resting her head on his lap just last year? Merope's gaze flickered. It felt like only yesterday that this boy had still been youthful and naive, and now he had grown so tall. "Thank you so much for coming to see me," Cedric whispered, his smile deepening. "I'll have to try even harder," he said, fixing his gaze on her. "So you won't have come in vain." In the distance, Wood's loud voice echoed, the Gryffindor captain fervently strategizing in the rain. Cedric glanced over, then turned back, suddenly stepping forward. The umbrella's space was already limited, and this movement abruptly closed the distance between them. He carried the fresh scent of rain, mingled with the faint wool fragrance of his damp Quidditch robe. "Merope," he said softly, a hint of earnestness in his voice, "I will win this match." It was not a boast, nor a frivolous promise, but rather a declaration made equally to himself and to her. The fierce wind whipped the rain mist into the umbrella, splattering a few droplets onto Merope's cheek. Cedric almost instinctively raised his hand, his fingertips hovering in the air, yet he ultimately refrained from wiping them away. Quietly, he withdrew his hand, pulling out a tissue, his ears tinged with a barely perceptible blush. "It's time to go." He took a deep breath, passing the umbrella back to Merope before striding into the rain with his broom. His light yellow figure quickly blurred into the downpour, yet he stood tall. Merope remained where she was, noticing that many figures had already gathered in the audience stands of the Quidditch pitch. As she walked up the steps, she noticed a particularly familiar figure in the highest corner. Remus Lupin sat there, his tattered robe still washed out and patched, exuding a quiet gray tone amidst the damp air. With a gentle flick of his wand, he enveloped himself in an almost invisible protective barrier. The rain parted silently before reaching him, leaving no trace. Merope's smile deepened as her heels clicked against the wet stone steps. She quickened her pace towards him, gently resting her hand on the edge of the railing. "Remus," she lowered her voice, her smile seeping into the mist of rain. "May I sit beside you?" Once again, she refrained from addressing him as Professor. Lupin's shoulders tensed imperceptibly for an instant. He turned his face toward her, his grayish-green eyes swirling with a tumult of emotions. "You." His voice was dry, and before he could finish his sentence, Merope sat down beside him without hesitation. This corner was already cramped. Lupin had been seated at the very edge, leaving no space beside him. She nearly squeezed herself in. Their arms and shoulders inevitably brushed against one another, the thin fabric of their clothing unable to shield them from each other's warmth, especially on this damp and chilly day. His breath quickened, his body instinctively shifting to make room. His hand, hidden within his robe sleeve, unconsciously clenched tighter, and Merope noticed the tips of his ears reddening almost instantaneously. A stark contrast to his pale complexion. This was hardly surprising. Just a few days prior, Remus had been too weak during the full moon to remain at the lectern. Though Merope was responsible for brewing the Wolfsbane potion, she could not substitute for him. Thus Professor Snape naturally entered the defense against the dark arts classroom. He appeared quite pleased, if one could call it that, as he expounded on the habits and characteristics of werewolves throughout the lesson, leaving one to wonder what his true intentions were. However, that very evening, Merope stealthily infiltrated Lupin's office. Moonlight streamed through the high window, illuminating the wolf curled upon the old carpet. Its gray-brown fur appeared even softer in the dim light, and she vividly recalled the sensation of her touch. The surface was coarse, yet the underside was soft. When her palm pressed against it, she could feel the tautness and tremor of the muscles beneath. It was a contradiction of suppression, wildness, fragility, and danger, akin to caressing a wound that was in the process of healing, or a blade sheathed in its scabbard. Lupin closed his eyes for a moment. He seemed even more bashful now, his pale lips pressed tightly together, his cheeks tinged with pink. Suddenly, Merope's hand gently covered his tightly clenched one. Her palm was warm, while her fingertips were cool, effortlessly prying open his stiffened knuckles and embedding her fingers within his. "Why does Remus react so strongly upon seeing me?" In Lupin's widened eyes, filled with shock, she met his gaze with a playful smile. The dim rain curtain was unusually clamorous. Ron was seated in the stands, craning his neck to focus intently on the pitch, while Hermione suddenly gasped beside him. "Look!" She seized Ron's arm, pointing toward Merope, her voice trembling. "Merope, she's actually here at the Quidditch match looking for Professor Lupin? Even at this time, she can't forget her studies?" Chapter 132, Touching the Wolf? Infiltrating Lupin's office. Merope's gaze remained fixed on Lupin, direct, unguarded. She observed the taut lines of his body, the sound of raindrops suddenly fading into the distance. Thump, thump. Her heartbeat resonated like a drum, pounding against Lupin's chest, causing his eardrums to thrum. Lupin attempted to withdraw his hand, yet his fingers felt as though they had been ensnared by a spell, rendered immobile. Merope, his voice was hoarse as he turned to face her, his gray-green eyes swirling with a multitude of emotions, embarrassment, panic, and the effort to suppress an overwhelming flutter. He remembered vividly that just days ago, on the night of the full moon, Merope had dutifully delivered the Wolfsbane potion to him. The potion, which she had expertly modified to lose its bitterness and acquire a hint of sweetness, was now a source of solace rather than pain for him. He gulped down the potion, and while the familiar sensation of lethargy crept over him, it no longer felt torturous. The Wolfsbane could maintain his sanity, yet it could not erase the weakness that accompanied his transformation, especially on the night of the full moon, when its effects would sap much of his strength, leaving him exceptionally fatigued and vulnerable. That afternoon, he had nearly collapsed onto his desk after drinking the potion, his consciousness wavering between lucidity and drowsiness. It was not until the last rays of the setting sun crept across the desk, traversing the bookshelf, and students bustled through the corridors to return to their respective dormitories, that he realized the castle should have been devoid of movement at that hour, save for a rare student studying late in the library or clandestinely meeting someone. His office door had long been locked, sealed with silencing and protective charms. He had intended to wait for that moment, to await the instant when the moon would rise and his bones would reshape. Lupin had already shifted from the desk to the high-back chair, drawing a soft blanket over his knees, yet at that very moment, the door to his office was forcefully pushed open by magic. The moonlight stripped away his will to remain human. The potion barely sustained his reason, preventing him from completely succumbing, yet it robbed him of the strength to resist. Lupin could feel every inch of his body being burned by the contact, could distinctly hear the trail of her fingertips gliding across his skin. Yet he could not muster the strength to lift his claws. In this state of helplessness and forced openness, the edges of his reason blurred, and an ignoble sense of comfort quietly took root. For it was his employer who touched him, the one who had provided him refuge in Nocturne Alley, who had delivered the potion, who had witnessed his most pitiful moments without turning away. The familiar scent of herbs filled his nostrils, as it always had. And in that haze, they found themselves in the depths of a moonlit night, nestled within that secluded shop in Nocturne Alley. Then dawn broke. He transformed back into his human form, and every sensation from the night before crystallized into vivid memories, overlapping with her serene gaze. An overwhelming self-loathing washed over him. In such moments, he had derived a pitiful solace from such contact. She was still so young. Although her actual age exceeded that of a third-year student, he could not, and should not, indulge in such thoughts. As a werewolf, he was transient. He was too old, impoverished, and destitute. Each quickened heartbeat served as evidence of his guilt. Each flush of his ears marked his betrayal. Each disordered breath induced by her proximity accused him of failing in his role as a senior. You shouldn't he? Lupin struggled to articulate, be this close to me. Why shouldn't I? Merope gently inquired. Her dark eyes shone remarkably in the dim light of the rain, and the pale girl slightly tilted her head, her smile and curiosity casting a full beam upon Lupin's face. Ah, of course, Remus was still so endearing, interesting, and vibrant. Merope recollected how, when she had barged into his office, Remus had yet to transform into his wolf form. Surprise and wariness had flickered in his eyes as he suddenly opened them wide. What brings you here? He had almost squeezed the words out through clenched teeth, despite his evident frailty. The office was illuminated only by a dim desk lamp. The thin blanket pulled up to his chest, revealing only his pale face and tousled light brown hair. Eagerly, Merope had turned to close the door behind her, her steps steady as she approached him, noticing the sudden tightening of his gray-green eyes. Of course, I came to take care of you, Remus. She replied with a calm smile. Haven't we always done this? Every full moon night, I would keep you company, sitting by your side, soothing you. It's different now. He interrupted, gripping the edge of the blanket tightly, his knuckles turning white. Leave, Merope. Different? How could it possibly be the same? In Nocturne Alley, she was his employer, the one who provided him with potions and shelter. The boundary between them had always been blurred. The night and darkness could conceal countless moments of disorder. However, here her identity shone far brighter than he had surmised, and her demeanor was undeniably transparent. He could not allow himself to become ensnared. He must not permit the shameful dependencies and infatuations that had flourished beneath the moonlit nights to find a sliver of existence in the daylight. Yet Merope approached him, undeterred by the resistance in his words. She extended her hand, grasping his wrist that lay exposed beyond the blanket. Her fingertips were cool, and upon touching his skin, Lupin involuntarily shivered. Your hand is quite warm, Merope stated calmly, while her other hand lifted the edge of the tightly clenched blanket. The fabric glided across his thin shirt, the friction eliciting a subtle tremor. Lupin recoiled sharply, his back pressing against the chair, and a hint of breathless disarray escaped his voice. Merope, your actions now verge on nocturnal escapades. Please return to the Slytherin common room at once. Nocturnal escapades? Merope lazily lifted her eyelids. Casting a glance at the twilight sky outside, the corners of her lips curving upward. It is still somewhat early for that, wouldn't you agree? The moon had yet to fully ascend, and the mirth in her eyes deepened. Of course, if we are speaking of forthcoming actions, Remus, I indeed harbor such intentions. Before her words had fully settled, her hand slid down his wrist. Her fingertips danced through his fingers, firmly securing his heated palm. The sensation of their intertwined digits rendered Lupin breathless. He attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover he lacked the strength to do so. His voice hoarse as he implored, "Let go. If you persist, Merope, I shall deduct points from Slytherin," he warned, forcing himself to meet her gaze. "I am confident that even Professor Snape would comprehend the necessity of such a deduction." Merope chuckled softly. Rather than relinquishing her grip, she leaned closer, her other hand resting on the edge of his chair. A private space was silently established, leaving no room for escape. "Is that so?" she inquired lightly. Merope did not believe Snape would understand. If he were to grasp the current situation, she fancied he might very well rush to confront Lupin in a duel. Her fingertips began to ascend along his arm, caressing the taut line of Lupin's shoulder, pausing at the topmost button of his shirt. When her icy fingertip made contact with the skin at his neck, Lupin shuddered violently, a muffled groan nearly escaping his lips. "Enough," he declared, closing his eyes as his chest heaved with fervor. "Merope, do not." The resistance in his voice had become fragmented, intermingled with myriad other emotions. As the first true beam of moonlight pierced the cloud cover, slanting into the room, a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through his bones. The fabric tore. The blanket slipped to the floor, and the gray-brown wolf lay curled at the edge of the chair. From tautness to languor, his head ultimately found its resting place upon Merope's bent knee. Exposed in his vulnerability, drowning in shame, profound guilt, and the fragile defense he had striven to erect, Lupin gazed at her face, so near. It was a youthful visage, pale and slender, adorned with that familiar knowing and playful smile he had often seen in his boss's eyes. The sensation surged within him like the tide at midnight, silently overwhelming the shores. It was a dependency and fluttering towards his boss, an attraction to the astuteness and danger embodied in the girl before him, and the indelible warmth of memories left by those moonlit touches. Why not? Lupin opened his mouth, all the prepared admonitions regarding identity and age shattering into silent gasps beneath her unflinching gaze. He found himself at a loss for words, surrendering to the rein that separated him from the world, allowing his heartbeat to betray his reason. He remained trapped in this damp corner, ensnared in her grasp, caught between sin and punishment, desire and resistance, utterly immobile. Chapter 133. Cedric, who would be better ultimately. Lupin did not deduct points from Slytherin. Merope regarded him. At that moment, his eyelashes hung low, his lips pressed tightly together, even his typically gentle eyes cast downwards, as if fixated on the reflection in a puddle to escape reality. He had not been like this before. Had she played too much that day? Merope found him utterly amusing. Remus's expressions and reactions were exceedingly adorable and entertaining. Each heartbeat was loud enough for her to hear. Each ear tip flushed as if it might bleed, yet he still struggled against it. This struggle was so vivid, so beautiful. The butterfly caught in the spider's web, desperately flapping its wings, each tremor reflecting a fragile yet resplendent light. "Remus, I need to be closer to you," she softly spoke again, her upturned eyes still a void of pure black. "After all, you have used magic to shield us from the rain." Her eyes sparkled with unmasked delight, calm enough to watch the match with ease. Lupin, he did not believe her. The Merope who could open a shop in Nocturne Alley and master the unforgivable curses could not possibly perform a simple rain-shielding charm. The cacophony outside remained as boisterous as ever, the rain pouring down, gasps erupting from the stands, and commentator Jordan's voice rang bright. "Diggory seems particularly spirited today. Oh, has he found the golden snitch?" Alas, Fred and George Weasley have combined forces to send a bludger his way. Merlin, he dodged it perfectly. What a pity. Now let us watch Harry. Wait, Professor McGonagall, I'll be mindful of my language. If I recall correctly, Merope came from Cedric, didn't she? Lupin's gaze flickered, involuntarily darting towards the pitch. In the torrential downpour, the young man was already drenched. His raven hair clung to his forehead, his jersey adhered to his body. Yet he firmly grasped the broom handle, plunging down decisively, his gray eyes gleaming fiercely amidst the rain. Vitality, youth, exuberance, unclouded by any shadow. Lupin's heart sank slowly. Yes, Cedric Diggory. 5th year, upright, handsome, immensely talented, with a bright future, a harmonious family, raised in the sunlight, each smile radiating purity. Choosing Cedric was undoubtedly a far superior option to choosing him. The line of his lips pressed into a bitter straightness. Yet it was swiftly replaced by a feigned casual smile as Lupin turned his attention back to Merope, intending to offer some pale admonition. But at that moment, Merope noticed a familiar large black dog seated in the empty front row. A cold, clammy chill enveloped her without warning. The sound of the rain suddenly became muffled. The light dimmed for an instant, as if even the downpour had been frozen. Hundreds of Dementors had amassed at the edge of the pitch, their tattered cloaks trailing voids that froze the raindrops in their path. The air fell into silence, and the jubilant clamor was abruptly extinguished. Dementors? They had breached the school? Lupin's expression turned grave as he leapt to his feet, raising his wand. Expecto Patronum. He stepped forward, instinctively shielding Merope behind him, as a silvery wolf leapt from the tip of his wand. But there were too many. An endless swarm of Dementors approached, and panic erupted in the stands. The nearest students had already turned pale, shrinking in fear, their legs giving way beneath them. Despair spread like a tide, stripping away warmth, sound, and all joyful memories. The highest row of seats stood utterly empty. Merope rose to her feet, her gaze sweeping across the pitch where numerous players appeared similarly affected. Their movements were sluggish, teetering as if frozen like birds caught in a tempest, the downpour drenching them. Only Cedric remained resolute, continuing his descent. Wait. Her eyes abruptly fixed upon Harry. His broom was trembling violently. A chill coursed through her chest, flooding her insides, while a cacophony of anguished screams enveloped her ears. The wails of women, the roars of men, a piercing hum of green light exploding, and the sudden silence of a baby's cry, all surged back, crashing into his unguarded mind like a tempest from 12 years past. Harry glimpsed a pair of crimson eyes. Was it him? Was it truly him who had slaughtered his parents? Yet what could he do? What could he possibly do in this moment? Why fly? He felt utterly powerless. An abyss of despair inundating his thoughts. Perhaps it would be better to simply descend. Harry's grip slackened. The broom spiraled out of control, plummeting, the wind howling past him, the icy rain piercing his skin. He shut his eyes, surrendering to the fall, descending into the all-consuming shadow. The crimson eyes still circled, mocking him. Then, the descent came to a sudden halt. He landed in an embrace. The rain parted, the howling wind quieted, and Harry snapped his eyes open to meet a pair of obsidian ones. Pure black, tranquil, unfathomable, like a starless midnight sky, glowing with an almost inhuman calm. There was no fear, no panic, only a chilling serenity that bordered on the terrifying. Merope had wrapped her arm around him. Chapter 134. The Battlefield, Harry, Cedric, and Lupin. The magic flowing from her fingertips was sufficient to support Merope as she held him. Harry observed her long hair billowing backward in the tempest, her pale cheeks strikingly vivid against the gloom of the rain. Raindrops traced her jawline, silently plunging into the roiling darkness below, while the shouts from the pitch and the shrieking wind faded into a distant blur. Hold on. Her voice sliced through the curtain of rain with steady assurance. The magic gradually settled, as light as a feather touching the ground, and they landed on the sodden grass, Harry dazedly opening his spring-green eyes. Hadn't he fallen? Hadn't he plummeted from the heights? His feet hovered above the soft, wet earth, with Merope's arms still supporting his side. Oh, he belatedly inhaled, his ears flushing crimson. Thank you, Merope. Harry stumbled back a half-step, hastily clutching his robe. I don't even know why. Wait. His fingers brushed against his clothing, which felt dry. The bone-chilling cold had mysteriously dissipated, a warm spell having quietly dried his hair and garments. Golden glimmers cascading from his crown, even shielding him from the continued drizzling rain. It seemed as though something intense, powerful, a silvery mist, erupted from the gathering Dementors. A breathtaking phoenix soared across the sky, enveloping him in a warmth that seeped into his very being. Countless students began to awaken from their profound chill, even Merope instinctively casting a glance. Her attention returned to Harry's face, and she suddenly smiled. Would you like a piece of chocolate? She rummaged through her pocket, producing a bar that appeared remarkably similar to the one Professor Lupin had given him. Harry stood momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching out. Yet Merope swiftly unwrapped it and brought the chocolate to his lips. He lowered his head, taking a bite from her hand. The warmth and sweetness melted on his tongue, a smudge of chocolate inevitably marking his lips. Harry blinked, and Merope naturally extended her hand to adjust his slipping glasses. His heart seemed to race even faster. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze involuntarily shifting. Oh, right, Merope, where's my nimbus? Nimbus? Merope paused, turning instinctively in the direction of his gaze, only to meet a pair of cerulean eyes. An elderly man with flowing silver hair stood a few paces away, his usually gentle face now shrouded in a solemn frost. The gaze behind his crescent-shaped glasses calm, yet piercing. It was Dumbledore. He had never appeared so furious, yet as he approached Harry, the surrounding tension eased somewhat. "Professor, I'm fine," Harry quickly replied. "Merope saved me." Although he was reluctant to admit it. Why was it only he who had suffered such a severe attack from the Dementors? Would Merope think poorly of him, deeming him cowardly? Harry clenched his fists, knowing her boggart had once revealed something dreadful, yet she faced it with poise. "Did you save Harry?" Dumbledore inquired, straightening up, his gaze finally resting on Merope. His tone was calm, even gentle, but his eyes held only scrutiny and composure. Merope slightly raised her gaze, a tranquil void that consumed all light. She seemed to chuckle softly, stepping past Harry towards Dumbledore. Of course, she met his gaze directly. The rain continued to fall between them, weaving a shifting curtain. The girl stood with such an effortless grace. Her tone mingled with laughter. Yet beneath it lay a chilling void, a hidden softness akin to the cold-blooded serpent, confronting an ancient tree that had withstood the storms. Was it an illusion? For some reason, Harry felt that Merope matched Dumbledore in presence. In the chaotic skies above the pitch, Cedric dove swiftly, his fingers deftly closing around the elusive golden snitch. "I've got the snitch," he declared, raising his hand triumphantly, the pale yellow team robes billowing in the rain, yet the commentator's voice remained conspicuously silent. An odd atmosphere seemed to envelop the entire stadium. Frowning, Cedric twisted the broom's direction, scanning the raucous stance, his gaze landing on the figures of Merope and Harry standing side by side. In the disordered strands of rain, the distance blurred details, and from his lofty vantage point, their forms appeared diminutive, Cedric barely able to discern Harry and Merope almost pressed together. The dim, expansive pitch seemed framed within the same canvas, almost blindingly intimate. Cedric's smile abruptly froze. The snitch was tucked away in his pocket, and he tightened his grip on the broom, diving towards Merope. "Professor Dumbledore, Potter." As his feet touched the ground, he steadied his broom, his voice smoothly interjecting into the conversation. His dark hair soaked from the rain. A few damp strands hung softly over his forehead, droplets trailing down his cheeks and disappearing into his collar. His smile remained warm and composed. Cedric casually sidled into the narrow space between Merope and Harry, nodding towards Dumbledore and Harry. "What just happened?" he asked, slightly bending to look at Merope. "A bit of an incident?" "It was the Dementors," Merope replied. They converged on the pitch, and Harry nearly succumbed, almost falling from his broom. "Enough. No more," Dumbledore interrupted, his tone firm yet calm. He wished not to have his vulnerability emphasized once more in Cedric's presence. Harry furrowed his brow, while Cedric appeared contemplative. His gaze lingered on Harry's frail, pallid face for a moment, and it seemed as though Cedric's animosity towards him had diminished somewhat. So that was it. Suddenly, Cedric reached out, gently grasping Merope's wrist, and retrieved the golden snitch from his pocket. "Are you well, Potter?" he inquired with genuine concern, tilting his head slightly, his grip unwavering. "If that is the case, then this match is not fair. Perhaps we ought to have a rematch. Are you feeling all right? Do you need to visit the hospital wing?" His words were sincere, and his demeanor was gracious. Yet, for Harry, each word felt like a sharp sting. "I think I do not require it," he replied stiffly, his gaze fixed on Cedric's hand holding Merope's. "It is my own issue. You won quite fairly." Although their conversation was superficially polite and courteous, the atmosphere between them gradually grew tense. With damp tips of his hair and a team robe clinging to his skin, Cedric appeared utterly soaked. Merope, following the line of his hair, suddenly raised her wand and gently tapped it. In an instant, the rainwater evaporated from his hair, a transparent waterproof barrier enveloping him entirely. Cedric was momentarily taken aback, but then a genuine smile spread across his face. "Thank you," he murmured, his fingers tightening slightly around her wrist, a reminder that he was the one who should be caring for her, despite being older than she. Merope raised an eyebrow slightly. Just then, Lupin hurriedly approached Harry. His words faltered for a moment as he noticed Merope and Cedric's interaction. The waterproof charm still cloaked both Cedric and herself, and Lupin's habitual smile froze for an instant. "Professor Lupin?" Merope inquired, her expression unflustered, which caused him to lower his gaze, slightly flustered. The hem of his robe was splattered with mud, and after a moment, he managed to muster a pale smile. "Harry, I just saw your broomstick. It seems to have flown toward the Whomping Willow." The mention of the Whomping Willow twisted Harry's heart into knots. Lupin's gaze fell upon his pale visage, and his tone became more serious. "Perhaps you ought to visit the hospital wing and allow Madame Pomfrey to examine you." The hospital wing once more? Why was it that everyone else seemed fine, yet he was the only one in distress? Other team members gradually converged as the Dementors were completely driven away. Hermione and Ron also squeezed through the crowd from the stands. Hermione seized Harry's arm, her voice quick and urgent. "Yes, Harry, Professor Lupin is right. You nearly fell from a great height just now, and the impact of the Dementors should not be underestimated. Ron nodded vigorously beside her. Yeah, Harry. You can always buy a new broom if this one is broken, but if something happens to you, though the Nimbus 2000 is expensive, there might still be spare brooms at school. He pressed his lips together tightly. Resentment coiled around his heart like a vine. He glanced toward the distance where Cedric still stood beside Merope. The two of them framed in the dim light, Cedric looking strikingly handsome and poised as he leaned in to whisper to her, a sight almost blindingly beautiful. He had not been affected by the Dementors. He had caught the golden snitch and won fairly. Yet here he was, in disarray, unable to even protect his own broomstick. Understood, he finally muttered, following Hermione and Ron toward the castle, glancing back repeatedly. The disappointment and stubbornness in his green eyes ultimately swallowed by the moving shadows of the crowd. Dumbledore's voice soon followed. In light of Miss Gunter's courageous and composed actions to protect her fellow students during a moment of crisis, Slytherin receives 30 points. Chapter 135. Sirius, take whatever you want from my vault. I truly appreciate it. The golden brown, perfectly roasted chicken leg was clutched in the man's hand, his tousled hair falling across his forehead as Sirius casually sat on the damp moss of the Forbidden Forest, unceremoniously tearing into the chicken. Though devoid of decorum, there was an innate elegance in his nonchalance. Merope rested her chin on her hand, equally seated opposite Sirius. Ever since their initial meeting, she had periodically brought him food, visiting the Forbidden Forest to offer him sustenance. Were it not for your provisions, I might have resorted to scavenging from the rats, Sirius said. His voice muffled as he discarded the clean bones into an empty container beside him, a hint of grease still lingering at the corners of his mouth. He tugged at the tattered robe he wore, his gray eyes clouded with weariness and something deeper beneath the surface. It's nothing, Merope replied, a smile gracing her lips. Thanks to Cedric, she had become somewhat familiar with the house elves in the kitchen. Whenever she entered, they would instinctively prepare delicious meals for her, even helping with packing them. Unfortunately, as you may have noticed, Sirius paused, wiping his mouth with a relatively clean hand. The gathering of Dementors during the Quidditch match was because of me. He hesitated, his knuckles instinctively tightening. I was too close to the stands. I merely wanted to observe him play. His throat bobbed, recalling how it led to Harry falling from his broom, losing it in the process. Perhaps you are unaware, Sirius suddenly chuckled. The laugh was bitter and mocking, squeezing from his cracked lips. He raised his head, his gray eyes locking onto Merope's, the depths of which churned with obsessions and pains that 12 years of imprisonment had failed to diminish. Harry is my godson. He witnessed that Quidditch match as well. While hiding in the shadows of a corner, he had seen the girl before him leap from such a height without hesitation. Magic cradled her like outspread wings as she dashed toward the place where Harry was plummeting, catching him with a steadiness that made him forget to breathe in that moment. A sense of trust was building. Sirius knew she was acquainted with Remus, remembered she was a Slytherin, and considered her somewhat friendly with Harry. Yet to this day, he remained baffled as to why she would protect him. Was it solely because he had once been a close brother to Remus? Yet even Remus did not believe him innocent now. Merope Gunter. This girl had revealed too much to him from the outset. Her lineage, her age, and even that unfathomable tale of time travel. What gave her the audacity to be so forthright? It was all too suspicious. But his chest was burdened with too many unvoiced sentiments. Regrets about James and Lily, a deep-seated hatred for Peter, and a lingering concern for Harry that had nearly drowned him for 12 long years. All these feelings were beginning to find cracks to seep through under her silent gaze. Sirius noticed Merope tilt her head slightly, her dark hair cascading over her shoulder. Her gaze remained calm and detached. No surprise, no pity, just a tranquil observation of him. Is that so? She murmured softly. I am a dreadful godfather, Sirius remarked, forcing a smile that was more of a grimace for failing to protect his parents. And now I can't even watch him play without causing him harm. The accumulated weight of regret and painful emotions pressed down on him. And Sirius found himself unable to resist bowing his head, his long black hair veiling his eyes. But then, a foreign, cool fingertip brushed against his brow, gently wiping away the remnants from his lips. Sirius's body involuntarily stiffened. Yet James and Lily Potter had been dead for 12 years. Merope withdrew her hand, her gaze settling on the eyes beneath his disheveled curls. You, too, have been devoured by those monsters in Azkaban for 12 years. If you believe that is atonement, then it has long sufficed. Her tone was even, devoid of emotion. If it is not enough, then do something more useful than self-flagellation. Life. Clear away the rubbish that must be cleared. Truly protect those who deserve your safeguarding. Sirius stared at her in a daze. The shadows of the trees flickered across his face, and something shattered and reassembled within those gray eyes. He paused for a moment, then suddenly lifted his gaze. Merope. He called her name with unprecedented solemnity. Could you do me a favor? On weekends, or during the Christmas holidays? Could you go to Diagon Alley and buy a new flying broomstick for Harry? It was my fault he lost the Firebolt 2000. This year, the broomstick shop in Diagon Alley has launched a new model, the Firebolt. I overheard some wizards discussing it when I hid in a tavern during my escape. His speech quickened, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. Harry deserves the very best. Galen, you can withdraw from my vault at Gringotts. Sirius began. I can provide you with the necessary credentials. The goblins will recognize them. After Galen retrieved the Firebolt, Sirius paused, his gaze passing over her simple school robes. Recalling her mention that night of running a shop in Nocturne Alley, a third-year student, yet managing her own store, he could not let her toil in vain. Especially since Sirius's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly spoke, "You may take whatever you need from my vault as payment." Chapter 136, Sirius's hatred. Which she cared not for. Merope fixed her eyes on Sirius, gently propping her chin with her hand as she suddenly smiled softly. So generous? Letting her take whatever she pleases from your vault. Yet Merope knew full well that it was her own son who had slain Harry's parents and Sirius's brothers. The entanglement of cause and effect, drenched in blood, were she an ordinary person, upon learning that her own flesh and blood had taken so many lives, she would have been consumed by endless remorse and self-reproach, afraid that the victim's relatives and friends would uncover the truth, struggling with whether to atone for her son's sins, even ashamed to face the tragic aftermath ripped apart by fate. But Merope was no ordinary soul. Murder, plunder, obstinate views, and the harm inflicted upon others. What concern were these tumults to her? Deeply ingrained was the cold ruthlessness of the Gaunt lineage, her blood flowing with indifference toward kinship and morality. Unforgivable curses and the so-called cruelties. She had seen and wielded them countless times, never caring, never pitying. She was but a transient from the past, an accidental wanderer here. Others' loves and hatreds, sins and punishments, grief and forgiveness. In her eyes, merely a play unfolding on stage. A drama unrelated to her. She needed only to sit quietly in the audience and savor the twists and turns of the plot, never truly stepping onto the stage. Never illuminated by the bright, flickering lights. Nor would she genuinely empathize. Sirius's eyes still burned with pain, guilt, and a final flicker of hope. Yet Merope's gaze was one of serene appreciation. She observed the man before her, emaciated, downtrodden, yet with an unextinguished fire in his eyes. A beast trapped within scars and memories, yet stubbornly lifting his head amidst the mire. Truly handsome, even after 12 years of Azkaban's gnawing. With tousled hair and tattered clothes, the flamboyant, yet decadent beauty beneath that fallen guise still shone through. A tarnished ancient sword, a gem half buried in sludge. A Gryffindor, a black, once wildly flamboyant, now obsessively somber. How contradictory, how fascinating. Her fingertips tingled inexplicably as Merope suddenly produced a silver razor and a pair of scissors from her small pouch, slowly placing them into Sirius's palm. Sirius blinked. Where did you even get a razor? Perhaps. Merope's voice was gentle, tinged with nonchalance. Why not take the opportunity to shave your beard and trim your hair? Your hair is too long and tangled. She added, a rinse with some fresh water wouldn't be bad either. As long as he didn't mind the rather poor bathing conditions here. Sirius was stunned, staring at the cold, delicate implements in his hand, then lifting his gaze to her. Huh. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why would you want to do that? Merope leisurely straightened herself. I once saw a photo of you when you were young, in Remus's collection. She smiled faintly. You were very handsome. I see, Sirius said with a sudden laugh. His words blunt. He lazily rested both hands behind him on the rough tree trunk, the worn leather rubbed against the bark's grain, and his large hands caressed the razor's smooth surface. At the last moment, he stuffed the razor and scissors into his coat pocket and returned his hands to the tree bark. Some youthful joy and recklessness seemed to stir again within him, his lips stretching into a wider grin. A Gaunt's descendant, a girl who had traversed time from her teenage years, sharing his disdain for pure-blood supremacy. Born into a similarly fanatical, deranged family. Perhaps, when I return, I will consider it, he said, forcing a faint, lazy cheerfulness. And the fresh water? Merope's smile deepened. Are you sure you don't need it now? I could douse you right here in the forbidden forest, soaking you to the skin, even your clothes. Sirius gave her a meaningful look. Turning into a dog would be fine, too. Merope teased, turn into a dog, then have a fresh water rinse, would count as a bath. Wouldn't he it? Furry, though emaciated, but clean enough to be cuddled and petted. Why not? Sirius's spine stiffened for a moment. He raised his eyes, those gray depths glinting with something fleeting. No need, he finally declined decisively. I don't require such methods. Merope laughed softly. She did not insist further but rose, brushing non-existent debris from her skirt. Very well, she nodded slightly toward him. I will buy the firebolt and deliver it to Harry. To have such a godfather. who could lavishly purchase his favorite thing at once, is in some ways truly fortunate. Having spoken, she did not linger, her figure quickly vanishing into the layered shadows of the trees. Sirius sat alone in place, motionless for a long while. He withdrew his arms from beneath the rough bark, reached into his pocket, and grasped the cold razor. His fingertips tightened, the coarse stubble pricked his palm, causing a faint sting. Sirius quietly, almost inaudibly, tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Madman," he whispered. Upon leaving the forbidden forest, Merope had no intention of returning directly to the Slytherin common room. Her footsteps ascended gradually. She slipped her hands into her pockets, her disheveled bangs slightly veiling her brow, concealing her expression. She soon reached the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Standing before the blank wall opposite the tapestry depicting the Troll's assault on Barnabas, the room of requirement awaited. A place not easily discerned by the common eye, yet exceptional for the experimentation and brewing of potions. Merope today intends to craft a new corporeal form for her son, Riddle. Chapter 137, Sculpting the Face. Tom selects his harem. A translucent soul leaned against the dim corner, and the moment Merope pushed the door open, Riddle silently approached her. He slightly bowed his frame, lifting his head, his pitch-black pupils gazing up at her with an utterly submissive demeanor. Yet, as she drew near, he suddenly gripped her shoulder tightly, burying his face in the crook of her neck. "You have finally arrived." His voice was muffled within her collar, his arms gradually tightening around her. Merope still bore the damp earthiness of the forbidden forest upon her, mingled with an irritating scent of dogs. The pressure against her shoulder increased, yet to Merope, it bore little consequence. The force exerted upon her was almost negligible. Her gaze flickered as she caught sight of the materials that had already been prepared on the long table in the corner. The preliminary processing and pre-brewing had long been completed. Now, only the final step remained to remold the soul into flesh. Even for her, this was an uncharted territory. However, Merope had unwavering confidence in her potion-making prowess. Lilith silently slithered from her wrist to her shoulder, her serpent tongue flickering. Merope met Riddle's strikingly beautiful face with a slight smile. "Indeed, we shall be quite busy today. The steps are rather intricate." Calmly, she brushed aside his entwined arms and approached the workbench, her fingertips gliding over the thin layer of dust on her notes. With a gentle tap of her wand, the cauldron's base ignited with a ghostly blue flame. "First, we must completely sever your soul from the diary. This must be of your own volition, or the spell will fail." Her tone was flat. "Subsequently, the potion will spontaneously coalesce into a humanoid form, and I will need to shape it, particularly." She paused, raising her eyes to him, the face. This, for her, was the most mentally taxing aspect. After all, she was exceedingly particular about appearances. This visage must be flawless. Fortunately, as a master of potions, Merope deemed her craftsmanship commendable. The soul-severing spell, under Riddle's complete willingness, was executed smoothly. Once detached from the diary, he became increasingly translucent and fragile, nearly dissolving into the air. The potion within the cauldron began to bubble, exuding exquisite mist. Merope lowered her wand and softly murmured the final incantation. An indistinct humanoid silhouette gradually emerged from the potion, detaching from the cauldron and hovering before her. "Higher," she instructed, lifting her wand slightly to allow the form to bend its knees, lowering to her eye level. Riddle's soul form leaned closer, his handsome face nearly brushing against her ear, tilting his head. "Shall I draw nearer for your reference, mother?" "Not necessary." Merope had already extended her hand, resting it upon the prominent bridge of the humanoid's nose. She was already intimately familiar with that face. Tom Riddle, as she recalled, that impeccably handsome visage. The one she had gazed upon countless times in the dim, dilapidated Gunther Manor. Startled, fragile, yet astonishingly beautiful amidst despair. Her fingertips had caressed those brow bones, that nose, and chin countless times during those rain-soaked, tear-drenched nights. In the spaces where hatred and infatuation intertwined, the potion potent enough to wash away everything, yet upon its effect waning. Hate remained distinctly clear. She remembered far too well. Riddle's lips pressed together silently. Discontent burgeoned within him like a venomous vine, spreading through his heart. What he was gazing at, touching, and meticulously shaping, was it him, or was it the echo of the man who had long since turned to dust? He gradually withdrew from Merope's side, silently moving to stand alongside the humanoid form. "Mother," he whispered, "I wish for you to see me. You are shaping me, not someone else." He loathed his father, seemingly with even greater intensity than before. Why? An arrogant, foolish muggle, who possessed nothing but a face, yet occupied so much of his mother's memories and thoughts? Why did he linger even now, during the ritual of his rebirth? Merope's movements faltered. She finally raised her gaze, fixing her eyes upon Riddle's face. However, His features bore an uncanny resemblance to the elder Riddle. Identical, obedient black hair, the same hurriedly fluttering eyelashes, and that finely sculpted nose. Even the shape of his lips was strikingly similar. Yet there remained a distinction. A flicker crossed Melopia's eyes. It was the eyes. Riddle's eyes were pure, an abyssal black that consumed all light, devoid of the pale gray and the occasional flicker of panic and fragility present in the elder Tom's gaze. The ambition, the coldness, and the occasional surges of nearly frenzied fervor within those eyes were more akin to her own. I know whom I am shaping, Tom. Her voice remained calm as her fingertips traced the eye sockets of the humanoid, slowly outlining sharper, deeper contours. Your eyes need not resemble his. The face gradually took shape. From the long afternoon until dusk, as the moonlight quietly seeped into the room, the visage finally crystallized. The brows and eyes were strikingly handsome, the nose straight and refined, the lips thin and well-defined. The skin was a cool, pale white, every inch of it smooth as jade. The raven-black hair softly cascaded to the ears, casting a small shadow beneath the lashes. A creator's blessing, a perfect work of art. Now, let us begin, Melopea declared. The ancient runes and alchemical circles etched upon the ground lit up with a ghostly blue glow. Under her sustained magical infusion, that body began to gradually awaken, the chest exhibiting the slightest rise and fall. She glanced at Riddle, slightly nodding towards the center of the magical array. The handsome, black-haired youth understood intuitively. At the moment he touched that form, his soul silently seeped in like water. Open your eyes. The eyelashes fluttered and then suddenly sprang open. Beneath the moonlight, those obsidian eyes focused, the depths of the pupils reflecting Melopia's figure. The newborn hands were pristine and pale, the unfamiliar sensation of vitality coursing through them as the muscles flexed, the warmth of flowing blood, the rhythm of a beating heart, the air filling the lungs with each breath, and the powerful magic coursing through every limb. He was alive. No, more than alive. He was created, endowed, reassembled from fragmented shards of a shattered soul, infused into a corporeal form anew. His mother had accomplished this. In the end, she had not regarded him as anything else. Ecstasy surged through him like a tsunami crashing against his reason. Riddle abruptly raised his head, his gaze locking onto Melopia's. Affection, longing, an almost frenzied heat and possessiveness enveloped him. He suddenly stepped forward, grasping Melopia's wrist. His fingertips burned, yet the pressure was gentle. Mother, I can finally touch you for real. No longer an ethereal, elusive sensation, the magic within him surged exuberantly. Riddle leaned down, his warm breath brushing against the strands of hair on her forehead. I now possess magic once more. I can perform spells, Mother. He lifted a lock of her hair. You should know, I am the greatest wizard in the world, feared by all as Voldemort. Thus, his voice lowered suddenly. As long as you wish, Mother. I can use my magic to seize anything for you. He could no longer allow his mother to dwell on that foolish muggle. At that moment, Riddle's gaze became intensely focused, yet chillingly cold. The serious black you mentioned, is it? Riddle inquired softly. If you wish, I could retrieve him for you directly. Chapter 138. Riddle, those men are all unworthy. But of course, Riddle smirked softly. Men, after all. Such beings are merely trifles for a mother to toy with. Insignificant in the grand scheme of things. She need not expend any mental effort, nor allow him to occupy any space within her heart. Black could be considered decent enough. Despite being a foolish Gryffindor, he was of noble lineage, belonging to the esteemed pure-blood families, a match of sorts. However, he gently stroked the ends of her hair with his thumb. Do you not think, Mother, that he is rather too old? His tone was critical and scrutinizing. After enduring 12 years of Azkaban's torment, the current Sirius was already in his 30s, his visage weathered and his form emaciated. Merope paused momentarily, incredulous. She pressed her hand upon his shoulder, her eyes flickering with a hint of hesitation. Are you serious? Tom, have you forgotten? Merope cast him a sidelong glance that was half a smile. By birth year, she could easily be Sirius's grandmother. As for Riddle himself, the time his soul had persisted had long surpassed half a century, nearing 70 years. Who, then, possessed the right to disdain another's age? Especially Riddle. How dared he? Yet Riddle appeared oblivious to this paradox, meeting her gaze with a knowing tilt of his head. His dark hair fell over his brow, accentuating the innocent allure of his features. But Mother, he spoke gently, you merely traverse time at that moment. Your actual age remains exceedingly youthful. Moreover, after a brief silence, he leaned in slightly closer, pondering, should one not seek out youth in such matters? Youthful, naive, beautiful, possessing the best physical attributes, and wholly attentive to your words. Sirius was far too aged, and as a scion of an ancient and illustrious house, Riddle doubted whether he could even cook. What use would such a person be to bring back? Of course, Riddle added softly, his lips curving into a radiant arc, his tone remaining calm and gentle. As long as you desire, I shall handle everything for you, mother. His eyes, deep enough to obscure true emotions, were framed by thick, obedient black hair that swayed at the edges of his lashes, while his lips curled into a meticulously calculated, deceptively charming demeanor. With a mix of envy and discontent, he forced a facade of magnanimity. Merope observed his expression and suddenly laughed softly, increasing the pressure on his shoulder. She gently pushed Riddle back a step and propped her chin upon her hand. Is that so? She mused, studying his expression. Perhaps you have a point. Then, her eyes twinkled. What of Cedric? Young enough, handsome, and gentle. Riddle paused, lazily chuckling. Diggory hails from a respectable lineage, a pure-blood family, and he is passably attractive. Unfortunately, he is a Hufflepuff, too indecisive, too soft-hearted, unable to bear significant matters. What of Remus? Merope inquired next. I've already stated, he is too old, Riddle replied, stuffing his hands into his pockets. Still a werewolf, with impure blood. And Draco Malfoy? She queried. Too foolish, Riddle replied with a cold laugh. Theodore not. She pressed on. Perpetually taciturn, burdened with excessive thoughts, Riddle retorted mercilessly. The atmosphere grew momentarily taut. Merope scrutinized Riddle's face. The youth maintained an air of languid ease, as if casually critiquing trivial matters, yet his words were sharp and decisive, devoid of mercy. The faint impatience in his brow and the almost cruel sarcasm in his smile were unmistakable. Had she truly mentioned so many names to him in the past? Suddenly, Merope dropped her chin from her hand, leaning back against the cold stone wall with her arms crossed. Then, she raised an eyebrow. What about Harry Potter, the renowned savior? Naive yet stubborn, brave and valiant. Riddle's expression froze abruptly. The air fell into a profound silence, even the candlelight wavering unnaturally for a moment. His jaw tightened, lips pressed into a bloodless line as crimson surged within his gaze. A near-violent tide of fury surged, his eyes fixed intently on Merope. You are doing this on purpose, mother. Beneath the surface, discontent surged, wrapped in the precise sting of her words. The previously beguiling, nonchalant tone vanished, replaced by a voice tinged with suppressed tremors. Yet forced to remain composed, he could certainly discern her intent. She was acutely aware of what that name signified for him. An arch-nemesis, a fated adversary. The most glaring flaw in his perfect blueprint, a symbol of all his failures and humiliations. She had to bring it up at a time like this, in such a dismissive manner. It was utterly infuriating, as if the most concealed of wounds had been carelessly prodded, his dominion invaded by an inconsequential name. Riddle's visage contorted suddenly. Yet, he lowered his gaze, his voice dropping to a husky murmur. However, if you truly require it, then. His voice lingered a moment too long. He could indeed spare Potter's life, if necessary. Enough, Merope almost laughed, the sound dripping with unfiltered irritation. Her long arms reached forward, stepping closer as her cool palm cradled Riddle's face. The once vibrant, now slightly distorted anger in his features transformed into blank innocence, his dark eyes widening in surprise. His long lashes fluttering innocently, stray strands of hair cascading to one side. All right, Merope said softly, gently stroking his cheek with her fingertip. It was merely a jest. Just a casual mention, it hardly holds weight. Besides, Harry and the others are still just children. Best not to rile young Riddle, she mused lazily. That handsome face, freshly molded, might still be in the process of taking shape. What if it became misshapen? You needn't concern yourself with such matters. She retracted her hand, casually twisting his earlobe with her fingertips. These matters can be handled solely by me, Tom. You merely need to accompany me in exploring the secrets of the Time Turner and the mysteries of time magic, the true cause behind that temporal deluge. That is the priority. Suddenly, her fingertip brushing against Riddle's face halted, as a familiar surge of magic rippled within the room of requirement, which she detected with precision. Merope's eyes glimmered as she spotted something glinting in the corner, a delicate crown having fallen amongst the shadows. Chapter 139, The Diadem. Sirius's abundant wealth, the exquisite diadem lay quietly among its surroundings. One would assume that it had been stored in this corner for an indeterminate duration, accumulating considerable dust, and perhaps even cobwebs. However, it appeared as pristine as ever. Crafted from dull silver metal, it was adorned with resplendent sapphires, its upper form resembling an eagle poised to take flight, while the faint inscription below was barely discernible from a distance. Merope approached, sensing an intensified surge of dark magic. She picked up the diadem, her eyes finally discerning the small line of text beneath. Great wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. It was the diadem of Ravenclaw, exuding the familiar aura of dark magic that she recognized. Raising an eyebrow, she shifted her gaze towards Riddle, who remained motionless in place. and immediately noticed a sudden stillness in his form. After what felt like 2 or 3 seconds, Riddle turned, sliding a hand into his pocket. The diadem of Ravenclaw Mother, he replied, was likely hidden here by a previous version of myself, employing every means at my disposal to conceal it within the Room of Requirement. After all, he had uncovered the secret of the Room of Requirement during his youth at Hogwarts. At that time, he naturally assumed that the number of individuals aware of the room's existence was exceedingly limited, believing it to be the most secure place to hide a Horcrux. One of your soul fragments is concealed here, Merope mused, toying with the diadem, acutely aware of the dark magic pulsating from it. It bore an uncanny resemblance to his diary. In fact, it was nearly identical. She raised her gaze, her eyes laden with significance. Did you not sense it earlier? With such proximity, it is impossible for soul fragments of a common origin to remain unresponsive. Riddle fell silent. He finally withdrew his hand from his pocket, his gaze fixating on the diadem. Of course, Mother, he eventually spoke. I was indeed aware, but I apologize, it is my fault. Riddle lowered his lashes. He was unaccustomed to apologizing. The words felt somewhat awkward on his tongue. Yet those Horcruxes, each harboring fragments of his soul, contained his memories from various stages of his existence and served as proof of his eternal obsession, but they could also divert his mother's attention. He had always detested sharing, especially when it came to himself. A certain murky emotion churned within him, while Merope contemplated the weighty diadem in her hands. With a deft flick of her wrist, she promptly tucked the diadem into her robes. In that case, I shall take the diadem back to the dormitory. Riddle's head snapped up. Take the diadem back to the dormitory? Does that not include me? Those who are aware of the Room of Requirement extend far beyond just you, Merope replied nonchalantly. Is it not far more perilous to leave the Horcrux here? If encountered by someone discerning, it could lead to the immediate annihilation of 1/7 of your soul. Is that truly your motivation for protecting me? Riddle pressed his lips together, his form now fully restored. While Merope's dormitory was not a single occupancy room, besides herself, there were 2 other girls residing there. By both sentiment and reason, Riddle could no longer share accommodations with Merope. The Room of Requirement could conjure whatever one desired through mere thought. Merope closed her eyes, and a soft bed along with accompanying furnishings materialized before her. She opened her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she gestured towards the bed. From this moment forth, you shall temporarily sleep here, Tom. I will bring you back during the summer. Additionally, her voice drifted from the doorway, turning her back to him. Remember, tomorrow, rise early. We shall meet at the statue of the One-Eyed Witch on the 3rd floor around 4 or 5 in the morning. Why so early? Riddle inquired, curiosity piqued. Where are we going? What requires such secrecy? Merope had already grasped the doorknob, responding, oh, it's just that Sirius has asked me to retrieve some money from his vault at Gringotts to buy Harry a firebolt. And my reward is the opportunity to select something from his vault. The Black family's vault, despite its decline, still contained no insignificant sum. She could certainly make a tidy profit. The following morning, the dawn light was a hazy gray-white. Merope and Riddle traversed the secret passage towards Hogsmeade, then apparat to Diagon Alley, where most shops remained tightly shut. However, as they passed through a nondescript corner stall, a small booth caught Merope's attention. The vendor was a diminutive wizard, donning a tattered pointed hat, pitching the latest invisibility cloak, lasting 30% longer than those on the market, only 12 galleons each. The completely invisible fabric was layered, shimmering like rippling water. Had he not grasped it, no one would have noticed the seemingly empty corner, which actually held a substantial stack. What is it, Mother? Riddle inquired softly, now devoid of any trace of his Slytherin robes or prefect badge, dressed solely in a well-tailored black wizarding cloak. Yet his handsome visage served as an impeccable display for the simple style, accentuating his tall stature and superior shoulder line. In the morning mist, even while attempting to remain inconspicuous, his striking face naturally drew the gazes of passers-by. Merope withdrew her gaze, tightening her grip on Riddle's arm. Nothing, just a thought. She replied flatly. We need to return later to purchase an invisibility cloak. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient for Riddle to roam about the school freely. Alas, such cloaks typically had a short duration of effectiveness. After a few months, they required replacement. Except for the invisibility cloak of the Deathly Hallows, all others in this world would eventually lose their efficacy. Upon entering Gringotts, Merope quickly presented the necessary documentation, and one of the goblins hopped down from a high stool, ushering them into a cart that plunged downward. The vault belonging to the Blacks was opened, and the goblin stepped aside, revealing a blinding expanse of gold. His voice high-pitched. He exclaimed, "This is the Black family vault." It was a mountain, an innumerable pile of galleons, thousands upon thousands, before Merope even crossed the threshold. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins were stacked from the floor, nearly brushing the 10-foot-high ceiling. With bundles of silver sickles and bronze, nuts woven throughout like decorative ribbons. Countless jewels lay piled behind the golden mound, uncut and in boxes. Merope stood utterly astounded. Chapter 140. Brother versus son, mother and son in dire straits, so much money. So many treasures. Merope ventured into the vault, the goblin who had guided her now having retreated silently. The door closed behind her, and her gaze was enveloped in a sea of golden light. In the Black family's home, Merope's expression momentarily faltered, her voice barely above a whisper. So wealthy? This was merely Sirius's private vault, though her subsequent investigations revealed that Sirius was indeed the last remaining male heir of the Black family. He had vehemently attempted to sever ties with his lineage before becoming ensnared in Azkaban for 12 years, under the machinations of other family members connected to the Blacks. Considerable wealth had been siphoned away. What remained in Sirius's vault was but a fraction of the Black family's total assets. Yet even so, what lay before her surpassed the limitations of the word wealth. Indeed, their family is truly affluent. Merope blinked slowly, a surge of indescribable emotions rising from the depths of her heart. Why? Why did the Black family, equally steeped in the fervent, extreme ideology of pure-blood supremacy that had long been the hallmark of Slytherin's pure-blood lineage, possess such astonishing wealth? While the Gaunt family was left with nothing but a crumbling ancestral home, a few heirlooms, and a house filled with madness and poverty, why was it that the Gaunt family lacked such financial abundance? Merope's countenance turned utterly ashen. The hardships she had endured since childhood loomed large in her mind. People are often blinded by the allure of wealth. Suddenly, Merope found her feelings for that fugitive gentleman inexplicably intensifying. Handsome in visage, carefree in demeanor, and even affluent, he generously expressed that she could take whatever she pleased, a most admirable quality. Standing behind Merope, Riddle observed every subtle shift in her expression with quiet intensity. Was wealth equally significant to her? Indeed, it was, Riddle conceded, for power, immortality, and riches are the very foundations upon which the world is built. Yet, if this dazzling wealth belonged to that filthy Black, and her mother had been drawn to him solely for that reason, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Riddle stepped forward tentatively, but Merope bent down to pick up a gemstone, causing him to miss his chance. Mother, he whispered, this vault is merely a remnant of the once mighty Black family. These are but lifeless artifacts. The gemstone was of good quality. Merope turned it over, the radiant glow from her wand illuminating its intricate patterns, its texture exquisitely refined. Perhaps it could be fashioned into a collar for Lilith, along with that basilisk. Given her breed, even when fully grown, Lilith would only be a small snake that could comfortably coil around her wrist. However, the serpent she had nurtured and hatched last semester was an entirely different creature, a true behemoth, having grown several times larger than Lilith in just a few months, compelling Merope to regularly feed it shrinking potions to maintain its habitual coiling around her arm. As her fingertips continued to caress the gemstone, Riddle leaned closer, his warm breath grazing her ear. Is that so? His discerning gaze swept over the gem. Yet, I find this gemstone excessively gaudy. It may appear rather vulgar, and the inclusions detract from its purity. It hardly qualifies as top tier. Have you studied this as well? She quipped, a half-smirk gracing her lips as she tucked the gemstone into her pocket. Straightening herself, her gaze shifted from the dazzling jewels back to Riddle's face. By the way, Tom. She abruptly changed the subject. What was it like for you at the orphanage? The orphanage? Riddle was momentarily taken aback. Memories flooded his expression, those dusty, musty, and barren recollections, which he had once scorned and sought to cast aside as a mark of shame. Yet, under Merope's inquiry, they strangely failed to evoke the usual loathing and humiliation. Suffering? Mediocrity? The taboo that others dared not mention was laid bare before her. That was during a time of turmoil, Riddle said with a languid smile, though there was no mirth in his eyes. Chaos and unrest, everyone crammed into a dilapidated house. The windows perpetually covered in dust, the sheets imbued with an unremovable mustiness. Each person possessed pitifully little, a single garment patched over and over, and a bowl of thin soup to be shared. Toys, books, those were mere fantasies. Cold and hunger were the constant companions. Yet Riddle had learned to take intimidation, plunder. He would lead disobedient children to the edge of steep cliffs or orchestrate the untimely demise of their pet rabbits. The other children at the orphanage would cry out, calling him a monster, their profound fear and instinct for survival compelling them to offer up their most cherished possessions, a half-stale piece of bread, a polished stone, or a stolen hairpin. Young Tom Riddle understood then that he was different. He was special. He possessed magic, could converse with snakes, could effortlessly levitate objects, and unlock stubborn doors with a mere thought. Well, it seems you were quite impoverished, Merope concluded, with a wave of her wand. Several stacks of galleons floated gracefully into her prepared pouch. Ultimately, she did not take too much from the Black Vault. After all, it felt inappropriate, and would diminish her worth. Just enough to make her point. As she left the black vault, she cast one last glance at the dizzying sea of gold, its brilliance almost blinding. She then lowered her gaze to her own wizarding robe, which had been purchased by her parents long ago. The fabric was of fine quality, yet it had grown somewhat worn after 3 years of wear. Turning her attention to Riddle beside her, it was evident that his attire was of inferior quality, perhaps even secondhand. The impoverished mother and son. Riddle pressed his lips together as they settled into the cart. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Actually, mother, acquiring galleons is a simple task for me if I so desire." Merope raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you have a vault here as well? Is it possible that my son is a hidden millionaire?" It was conceivable, after all, that as Voldemort, he had instilled terror in the wizarding world for years. Surely he could not be without a single Canute. Yet, if her memory served her correctly, was Riddle not only 16 years old? Under Merope's expectant gaze, Riddle's expression suddenly froze. After exiting Gringotts, Merope immediately withdrew several galleons to purchase the invisibility cloak. It was still morning, and Diagon Alley was growing increasingly lively. She adeptly made her way to the Quidditch shop, purchasing the firebolt as per Sirius's instructions. Her purse suddenly felt significantly lighter, prompting Riddle to squint in discontent as he watched the shopkeeper meticulously package the fine broomstick. "Tisk," he pressed his hand on her shoulder, "buying a firebolt for Potter? Quite irksome. Mother, may I cast a few minor curses on this broomstick?" "No," Merope replied curtly. According to her plan, she intended to anonymously deliver the firebolt to Harry. Given that Sirius Black had yet to be apprehended and Hogwarts was on high alert, it was likely that a professor would be dispatched to inspect it. "Oh, how regrettable," Riddle remarked. After acquiring the firebolt, they dissipated back to Hogsmeade. For the first time, Merope attempted to drape the invisibility cloak over Riddle, causing his handsome visage to vanish from sight entirely. She extended a hand to grasp the hem of the cloak, feeling his warm palm, which was nearly the same temperature as her own. Even though Merope could no longer see him, she could still sense his unabashed gaze directed at her. They ascended the stairs together, and upon reaching the statue of the one-eyed witch, Merope placed a spare wand, which she had previously purchased from Ollivander, into Riddle's palm. "Though it may not be a perfect match for you, it should suffice for most situations. Now, let us return to the room of requirement." The firebolt had already been arranged to be sent to Harry via an owl at an owlery in Diagon Alley. As Riddle made his way to the room of requirement, Merope took the opportunity to descend the stairs. Just as she rounded a corner, a figure silently blocked her path, Narcissa Gaunt, tall and slender, clad immaculately in Ravenclaw robes. Nerio cast his gaze downward, his lips pressed into a taut line. "You did not come," he spoke softly, "on Halloween night. I waited for you at the appointed place for a long time." In the desolate room, he had concluded his tasks prematurely, remaining there from the break of dawn until twilight, as the castle's lights gradually illuminated the surroundings. Yet, she never materialized. However, later Nerio learned that it was Sirius Black who had infiltrated the castle that night. He bore her no grudge. "But you did not seek me out afterward." Nerio lowered his eyelashes. Perhaps for her, that dialogue, that request for a conversation, was utterly insignificant. Merope observed him quietly for several seconds. The youth's countenance appeared exceptionally clear and handsome within the interplay of light and shadow on the staircase. Beneath the facade of deliberate calmness lay subtle tension and a barely perceptible hint of grievance. Suddenly, she found this intriguing. "So, have you come to hold me accountable?" Merope arched an eyebrow. Nerio swiftly replied, "No." His voice was somewhat hoarse, and after a moment of silence, when he lifted his gaze again, the tumultuous emotions swirling within his eyes had been skillfully reined in, leaving only a restrained azure. "I have come to give you something." His long-fingered hand delved into his pocket. Nerio's hands were always aesthetically pleasing, although accustomed to wielding a wand, a quill, or various muggle kitchen utensils. The thin calluses at his knuckles and the base of his thumb only added to their charm. He produced a neatly folded envelope, pale beige in hue, and with steady fingers, he carefully opened it. This, Nerio extended a piece of paper within, the application form for Hogsmeade. It was already filled out, bearing the signatures of his uncle and aunt. He had recalled his sister's tone, meticulously mimicking her handwriting as he wrote. "You can submit this form to your head of house. This way, during Christmas or the subsequent holidays, you may visit Hogsmeade, should you wish to." Such kindness. Merope did not take it, merely gazing at him with a tranquil expression. Nerio swallowed hard, evading her gaze. "I apologize, I had not considered it before. I forgot that in the 3rd year at Hogwarts, a written application from a guardian is required to visit Hogsmeade." This was all he could offer. What else could he do? Confront her about her broken promise? Expose her true identity? No, those actions would bear no significance. His sister could not be brought back in such a manner, and he might even push the person before him further away. Everything he had orchestrated over the past year had been thoroughly disrupted, He could no longer. Melope's gaze shifted from the envelope to Nerio's face. The youth tilted his head slightly, sunlight illuminating his distinguished nose and tightly pressed lips. What lay beneath this feigned tranquility? Anger? Resentment? Or perhaps some viscous, searing emotion he himself had yet to untangle? She could only perceive that Nerio's demeanor was exceptionally endearing, his long lashes fluttering, and his cerulean eyes unwaveringly fixed upon her. Beneath the veneer of a frozen lake, turbulent currents surged. Suddenly, Melope reached out, not to take the envelope, but with her cool fingertips, she gently lifted his chin. Nerio shivered, his azure eyes widening in surprise. Did you suddenly remember that I lack a guardian's signature on my Hogsmeade application? She chuckled softly, her thumb brushing lightly across his lower lip. Thank you for thinking of me, brother. Nerio's breath became utterly disordered. A flush crept uncontrollably across his cheeks, and warmth spread rapidly to his ears. They were still in the corridor, where anyone might pass by. Yet Melope had grasped his chin, drawing closer. With her other hand, she silently seized the application from his fingers, and in one fluid motion, she wrapped her arm around his waist. Effortlessly, irresistibly, she spun him into a narrow, dimly lit room. The door closed behind them, though not firmly. Inside, it was dark, devoid of windows, and the coarse fabric obscured the arrangement of items within. Nerio gasped for breath, his form slightly displaced by Melope's touch, his head tilting upward. So why? Melope's voice was soft, her hand still resting at his waist, her fingertips sending a chill through the fabric of his robes. Did you bring this to appease me? A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. Nerio's breath hitched. She suddenly released him, brushing her fingertips as Nerio stumbled back, his robes and cuffs slightly disheveled. He raised an arm to brush against his heated ear, forcing his expression to regain its impeccable composure and aloofness within mere breaths. Let us make a trade, Melope. His azure eyes deepened, and he suddenly chuckled softly. Haven't you always asked me why I impersonate the heir of Slytherin? I can tell you everything, including Durmstrang, including Karkaroff, and how I obtained refuge through one lie, while establishing my foothold within the pure blood circles through another. He even leaned slightly forward, extending his palm as if to press against the wall behind Melope. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the door to the room was unexpectedly thrust open. A red light suddenly struck him, sending him flying backward. Thud. The spell struck his chest, the impact dull, yet unmistakably clear. Nerio let out a muffled groan, tumbling to the ground as dust settled around him. A tall, slender figure entered the room, a gust of wind lifting a corner of the invisibility cloak, revealing the youth's strikingly dark and brooding features. Riddle stood at the doorway, his wand raised steadily, its tip aimed directly at Nerio's brow. What are you doing? The door shut once more, the invisibility cloak slipping from his shoulders, tumbling to the floor in a heap. Riddle strode toward the depths of the room, the wand Melope had previously gifted him twirling deftly between his pale, slender fingers. His flawless fingers, each knuckle distinct, glided past Melope, yet the tip of the wand remained firmly aimed at Nerio, exuding an ominous glow. So close, and he still wished to negotiate with her, speaking in such a tone? With an air of condescension, Riddle gazed down upon Nerio, who lay helplessly on the floor, his robes trailing sharply from his movements. Oh, of course, I've heard of you. Riddle's lips curled into a cold smile, devoid of warmth. Nerio Gaunt, her nominal brother, claiming to be the heir of Slytherin, yet incapable of even speaking Parseltongue, attempting to keep her from returning home during the summer, and even speaking ill of her in front of others? Yet, of course, that place could hardly be considered a home to her. He had misused the term. Riddle thought mercilessly, for only the place where he and his mother resided could be called home. Nerio remained silent. The spell employed by this boy was far too powerful. The dull pain radiating from his chest felt as if a red-hot brand were repeatedly pressed against him, causing his breath to falter. He involuntarily brushed against his chest, his fingertips feeling the searing heat beneath. As I raised my gaze, Riddle's countenance was strikingly handsome, with sleek, ebony locks and an immaculate complexion. His lips formed a languid arc, their hue vivid as if stained by blood, while his eyes held only a chilling, humorless coldness. He appeared to be of similar age, draped in the robes of Slytherin. Such allure and formidable magical prowess should render him anything but an obscure figure at Hogwarts, yet I remained entirely ignorant of his name. Who are you? A sudden sharpness ignited in Nerio's eyes. Had she divulged even these particulars to you? Pressing his palms against the ground with determination, he disregarded the pain in an attempt to rise. But Riddle let out a scornful huff, poised to raise his wand and cast some malevolent curse. Did I not make myself clear? His nonchalant, frigid demeanor effortlessly disrupted the palpable tension in the air. Merope remained languidly leaning against the frigid stone wall, her hands folded, inky hair cascading down her shoulders and back, her expression one of indifference. Let us return to the room of requirement. Tom, She cast a fleeting glance at Riddle. I do not recall the pathway to the room of requirement requiring a descent from the 3rd floor. My released magic was abruptly retracted. Riddle pressed his lips together and turned toward Merope, taking a step closer, granting Neryo the opportunity to fully rise. To the room of requirement? Or back to the Slytherin common room? Neryo instinctively adjusted her robes and withdrew her wand. Since they were both students of Slytherin, why not return to the common room together? Or was it possible that you were not a Slytherin student at all? He narrowed his eyes. Merope, stepping past Riddle. Neryo advanced another pace. The angle of his smile was impeccable. Within mere seconds, the boy resumed his previous dignified composure. Neryo gently inquired, so, when did you come to know him? He knows so much about how you spent this summer, Merope. He spoke softly, addressing the enigmatic individual before him, who, despite his youth, was clearly not a student at Hogwarts, but donned Slytherin robes. You brought him to school, did you not? Neryo stated almost with certainty, confining him within the room of requirement. What game are you playing, Merope? Listen, he does not strike me as a good person. Despite his youth, the magic he exhibited was ruthless, imbued with a potent aura of dark magic. Even the spell he had unleashed moments ago was cast silently, revealing an extraordinary command and ferocity. Riddle was nearly inclined to scoff. He turned slightly, unobtrusively positioning himself between Merope and Neryo, raising his wrist as he spoke in a dangerously soft tone. What? Is my association with her displeasing to you, Neryo Gaunt? To be frank, I owe you my gratitude. Riddle smiled. Thank you for advising her to leave that place. Otherwise, how could I be so close to her now? Riddle's words were a mix of truth and fabrication, his smile deepening. Of course, even without Neryo's meddling, his mother would eventually depart, or even if she did not, Merope would undoubtedly return to that muggle home with his diary. He would always be with Merope. No one could sever their bond. Neryo's features contorted momentarily. The facade of calmness shattered, revealing a tumult of anger, resentment, and a deeper, more painful emotion beneath. Twisted jealousy surged, her jaw clenched. Her azure eyes darkened like the sea before a storm. Neryo fell silent, stepping forward to attempt to maneuver around Riddle. Merope, do you recall the transaction I just mentioned? All along, he had been secretly seeking a way to bring his true sister back. Ancient tomes, forbidden spells, bloodline magic. He had a vague idea, but was hindered by a crucial element that he could not yet actualize. The person occupying his sister's body was powerful, mysterious, and difficult to control, possessing knowledge of boundless magic. If it were her, she should be able to unravel those key methods of resolution, should she not? Merope had an uncanny ability to stir the darkest excitement within him. Suppressed and dominated, his long-emptied heart felt as if it were bound tightly, pulsating with the black ropes alongside his heart. I know, Merope, Neryo spoke softly. Your potion skills are exceptional, and your other magical talents are of a genius caliber. Yet you do not excel in interpersonal relations, do you? She always maintained a cold demeanor, exuding an aura of detachment towards everyone. Neryo leaned slightly closer, a courteous smile gracing her face. The network of pureblood families, the clandestine intelligence of Durmstrang, and certain shadowy channels in Nocturne Alley. These required long-term cultivation and meticulous maintenance, which you might not have the patience to manage personally. And he paused, a glimmer of darkness flickering in his eyes, can provide these. My experiences at Durmstrang. The connections left by Headmaster Karkaroff. We can collaborate, Neryo stated gently. You need a visible, credible representative or partner to handle certain matters that you cannot address directly. To acquire information or resources, do you not? He was willing to serve her, as long as his sister could truly return. The vow he had made earlier was imprinted deep within his soul. To Merope, he was utterly trustworthy, incapable of defying her commands. Compared to this obscure, perilous individual who would clearly cause you trouble, he cast a pointed glance at Riddle. Wouldn't a brother with whom you shared mutual interests be a far more reliable choice? Riddle interjected. Right here? What a worthless fool. He interrupted with a mocking laugh, lacking even the inclination to deliver a lengthy rebuttal. With a slight flick of his wrist, dark thorns of magic suddenly erupted, ensnaring Neryo's ankle. Armored. Neryo's face paled as she swiftly waved her wand to defend herself, a shield charm barely coalescing, only to be effortlessly torn apart. She had no choice but to incinerate the entangling thorns with flames, stumbling backward in the process. A slicing curse whizzed past her ear. She barely dodged it, yet the following impact curse violently struck her shoulder, causing her to groan as she collided with the cluttered shelf behind her. Her garments now thoroughly soiled with dust. The room was exceedingly cramped, the proximity between them too close, and the reverberations of their spells clashing echoed throughout the confined space, causing the clutter to rattle. Cease this. Merope casually stepped forward, observing Neryo's pitiful state, her pallor and tattered clothing evoking a sense of sympathy. Seizing this opportunity, she also glimpsed Riddle's magical prowess at the age of 16. Lower your voice, Such commotion could attract Filch or other professors, she said softly. Yet her words caused Riddle's next spell to falter slightly. Just as she finished speaking, a heavy cloth covering nearby was suddenly dislodged by Nerio's spell's impact, cascading down. As dust swirled, a colossal mirror, reaching from ceiling to floor, was revealed. Its frame was thick, antiquated gold, intricately carved with patterns resembling serpents and vines. With a line of small text inscribed at the top, "The Mirror of Eris." As Merope slipped along the coarse fabric, her gaze fell upon the mirror, and a faint blush suddenly colored her cheeks. Her pupils dilated slightly as she murmured dreamily, "Tom Riddle." The spell was entirely retracted, and Riddle kicked Nereus back against the wall, abruptly turning to look at her. Chapter 142. Brother, doubts about Riddle's identity. Following the mirror's reflection, Merope beheld the elder Riddle. Overflowing with affection, like an obedient pet, his deep, dark eyes brimmed with infatuation and devotion as he knelt before her. "Mother?" Riddle furrowed his brow, lowering his voice as he approached. His fingers subtly brushed against her shoulder, his handsome visage occupying her entire field of vision. Merope regained her composure, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed Nereus's cheeks seemed to flush as he gazed at the mirror. "Mother?" Nereus breathed, repeating the word, his lips curving into a sardonic smile. "Huh, are you her son?" How could Merope, not yet 20, possibly have a son who appeared to be of similar age? Surely, this could not be a case of traversing past lives. But if that were the case, Nereus's eyes flickered. Wait, when did Merope come here before her journey? If his investigations were accurate, before arriving in this world, she was not from the Gunter family. Nereus's gaze was almost fixated on Riddle's silhouette. Nothing. Merope calmly withdrew her gaze from the mirror. Riddle turned back. He could certainly discern that this was the Mirror of Eris, which reveals one's deepest desires. She had just called his name, yet it was evident she was not addressing him. A certain obscure emotion seemed poised to overwhelm him once more. Merope silently rose onto her toes, her fingers threading through his soft, dark hair. "Tom, it's getting late," she said, casually curling her lips into a smile. "Since the matter is settled, let us return. Do not cause me trouble." Her voice grew colder. "I do not wish for any similar incidents to occur in the future. If you please." Although Merope herself did not mind exposing herself to others, defying her orders would not go unpunished. Riddle met her gaze for a few seconds before ultimately lowering his eyelids, his voice slightly muffled. All right. He understood that his mother had only just traversed, and she would not quickly forget the elder Riddle. But what did it matter? The Muggle was long dead. The only one truly able to accompany her was he alone. Time always has a way of dulling all things. The hand gripping his shoulder loosened slightly, and Riddle suddenly felt something cold and smooth being discreetly slipped into his fingers. It was a double-sided mirror, capable of instant communication over distances. It had been retrieved from Sirius's vault. Merope blinked, and Riddle unexpectedly smiled. "Very well, Mother," he said softly, retracting his hand slightly and donning the invisibility cloak. "I will contact you." After Riddle departed, the cramped room fell silent once more. Only Nereus's labored breathing remained. As he slumped in the corner, leaning against the wall, his once pristine robes were now wrinkled and clung to him, his lips cracked, enhancing the frailty of his pale face. Merope half squatted in front of him, lazily extracting a healing potion from her pocket. "So, would you like to take some medicine? At the very least, to tend to your injuries. Otherwise, it will not be easy to explain upon leaving the room." This potion was from Slughorn. His treasures indeed varied in kind. Merope pinched it between her fingers, casually placing the pill into his mouth, her touch lingering over his lips playfully. Merope lifted her gaze, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the mirror, where she could still faintly see the reflection of someone smiling back at her. Clearly, the path ahead was becoming increasingly brighter. Before her journey, she had resolved everything, personally sending her father and brother into Azkaban, acquiring her most cherished toy with a love potion. Her life thereafter was destined for freedom. Thus, why would she desire to traverse time? Chapter 143. Time Magic. The infighting of the Knot family. The Christmas holiday arrived punctually. Ultimately, Merope did not utilize the application form provided by Nereus to venture to Hogsmeade. Her life was simply too busy. The regular restocking and accounting for the shop in Nocturne Alley, the brewing of Wolfsbane, the intricate studies of the Time Turner, and the heavy academic burden following the selection of 12 subjects. She had much to learn. Before her journey, she was merely 18. Muvelo's somewhat brutal upbringing imparted only fragmented dark magic and endless oppression. The magical world was far broader than she had initially imagined. The quill glided across the parchment, recording a new round of deductions regarding the Time Turner. Since Riddle had left that room, she had obtained all of Nereus's research notes through a combination of legilimency and the Binding Oath. With 3 years of experience at Durmstrang, he, of course, possessed a wealth of magical theories explained in the restricted section of Durmstrang. His research perspective differed greatly from that of Merope and Riddle. Rather than studying the principles behind the flow of time or ways to extend the time turner's duration, he seemed more focused on how to project a soul from decades past into the present through ancient scripts. In short, how to bring his sister back to the current timeline. The emergence of time currents originates from spatial fluctuations and temporal disorder. Previous investigative cases indicate that time currents can amplify during the recurrence of similar events at the same time or under intense magical conditions. Previous investigative cases? Merope narrowed her eyes. From where had Nereus acquired information regarding time magic? Had he seen it at Durmstrang? Or perhaps obtained it through some clandestine channels over the summer? However, if Nereus's analysis were accurate, Merope lifted her quill, swiftly unfolding deductions upon the parchment. The flames in the fireplace continued to flicker, and time slipped by second by second. It was not until 2 hours later that Merope finally paused her writing. As most Slytherin students had chosen to return home for the Christmas holiday, the Slytherin common room was naturally empty, and Melope's dormitory was left with only her presence. Riddle had previously expressed a desire to spend the holiday in the same room as his mother, but Merope had decisively declined. Firstly, since the establishment of the school, the 4 founders had placed a magical prohibition against boys entering the girls' dormitory. Although Riddle claimed he could find a way to bypass it, Merope tactfully presented a second point. There are no available beds in the entire dormitory. What? Did Riddle intend to use magic to invade the girls' dormitory, clear out Daphne or Pansy's belongings, and then brazenly take their place? Even if he were to sleep there, what would happen when Pansy or Daphne returned for the Christmas holiday? Riddle fell silent, ultimately conceding to Melope's friendly persuasion, abandoning that suggestion. But mother, he softly said, I will, when the opportunity arises, don the invisibility cloak and come to see you. The Ravenclaw diadem still rested upon her bedside, occasionally shimmering with silver light in the darkness. Perhaps it was during Riddle's attempts to create Horcruxes that the first Horcrux, the diary, became inundated with an overwhelming abundance of fragmented souls. So much so that even after years of slumber, it would respond to the very first stroke of a quill, enticing the writer's consciousness and even actively seducing their heart. However, this diadem was an entirely different matter. To this day, it had yet to yield the slightest hint of a response. Merope had no intention of awakening another son. Having gathered the necessary materials for the preparation of Wolfsbane potion, she placed the cauldron into her backpack, as per usual, preparing to head to Lupin's office to brew the potion for him. As her shoes touched the descending staircase, Merope pushed open the door to the lounge. And just near the entrance of an abandoned storeroom not far from the Slytherin common room, she overheard a few hushed voices seeping through the imperfect soundproofing charm. I see. A familiar, aloof voice. The sound was not perfectly shielded, and in this secluded corner where most students had already departed, it was discernible. Yet it seemed that at this moment, only she might pass by there. Merope momentarily hesitated in her steps, then quietly approached. The wooden door of the storeroom was subtly pushed open, revealing dim light within. A tall, slender youth sat with his back to the entrance on an old wooden chair. His posture straight, his fingers tightly clutched an open pocket watch, which appeared to be of fine quality, seemingly engraved with the Nate family crest. The dial displaying a blurry silhouette. It appeared to be a tall woman, her permed black hair cascading down, lips of vibrant red, her features bearing a resemblance to Theodore, yet infused with a sharper, more discerning air. Be good, Theodore, she softly said, listen to your aunt. How could I not consider your well-being? Theodore's knuckles turned slightly white. Yet the woman's smile grew increasingly warm, her demeanor shifting to a more casual stance. I know you harbor great resentment towards your father. Indeed, he has committed many irreparable acts against your mother, robbing her of countless things. This I understand. As a woman myself, I comprehend. But, do not forget, dear Theodore, we are still one and the same. The woman slowed her speech. We are bound by blood. Your father has indeed committed many heinous deeds. I know you crave revenge. He has not only harmed your mother, but is also an old fool, guarding the family vault and its secrets while never truly planning for your future. She suddenly smiled lazily, but now the opportunity has arisen. Theodore, you can reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. How? Theodore's voice remained unervingly calm. It is quite simple. The woman replied, her red lips curling. Hasn't your father been frequently associating with the old-fashioned officials of the Ministry of Magic lately? In his study, there is a drawer containing a list and a few letters that are best kept away from prying eyes. Acquire them, just 1 or 2 will suffice, and then present them to the right individuals. The act of seizing power was treated as a mere game by her. Theodore lazily lifted his eyelids, giving a disdainful scoff. The entire Nate estate, aside from the house elves, is occupied solely by my father and me. If I were to pilfer that list, do you truly believe I would not be discovered? Moreover, wouldn't he that mean I would offend a multitude of old-fashioned officials right from the start? This thought, however, was left unspoken. The woman's smile seemed to momentarily freeze. You are mistaken, Theodore. She tapped her fingers on the table. Sometimes, even knowing the truth poses no issue. Public opinion, investigation. A bit of pressure. Your father will have no choice but to retreat for a time. And you, my dear nephew, her smile deepened, will become the most legitimate temporary custodian of the family. Rest assured, your aunt will ensure that not a single piece of evidence will be uncovered. All you need to do is occupy that position. Her sweetly dangerous words coiled around the youthful heart of the naive boy, revealing the intricately woven net beneath the surface. Theodore fell silent. Outside, Melopia's eyes flickered with understanding. As expected, the internal strife of pure-blood families was never absent, even from the seemingly discreet Nate family. This woman before her, while appearing supportive, was in truth dismissive. Behind every coaxing word lay a desire for control. That so-called assistance in burying evidence was nothing more than a means to ensnare Theodore. Quietly retreating, Melopea found the situation rather dull and closed the door behind her, ascending the stairs with her prepared belongings. Almost simultaneously, the pocket watch in Theodore's palm extinguished completely. He gripped the now tranquil dial, his gaze swiftly darting toward the doorway. His ice-blue eyes betraying no emotion. His fingers gently caressed the silver casing. As he ascended, the sunlight grew increasingly radiant. Melopea, bearing a backpack filled with cauldrons and Wolfsbane potion ingredients, casually pushed open the door to Lupin's office without even a greeting. She had just intended to glance up and offer a casual smile at Lupin, only to be met with a pair of spring-green eyes. Melopea? Harry exclaimed, wide-eyed with surprise. Then nervously began fiddling with his wand. You two? Here to see Professor Lupin? Harry? Melopea's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively scanning the surroundings of the office. As Harry hurriedly interjected, Oh, he is not here. He just stepped out. But he'll be back shortly. He quickly added. Melopea's gaze finally settled on Harry. If her memory served her correctly, it was precisely on Christmas Day that the firebolt had been delivered to him by Owl. This incident had indeed been swiftly discovered by Professor McGonagall and others, who promptly decided to confiscate the firebolt for inspection, which seemed to have left Harry rather moody for quite some time, as the inspection had still not been completed. Melopea replied softly, acknowledging Harry's earlier question. She strode confidently to Lupin's desk, casually placing her backpack atop it under Harry's increasingly wide eyes. I'm here to brew a potion for Professor Lupin. She raised an eyebrow. You know, he took a day off last month? Professor Snape was substituting for him. Harry nodded slowly, recalling that he too had been late that day due to an illness. Melopea nonchalantly retrieved the ingredients and copper cauldron from her bag, tapping her wand lightly to ignite a silent blue flame at the bottom of the cauldron. It requires a specific potion to alleviate his symptoms, of course. This was originally Professor Snape's responsibility, but since he was unwilling, I had to take over. Harry's potion-making skills were abysmal, and even if she brewed the Wolfsbane potion in front of him, he would remain entirely oblivious. Thus, Melopea comfortably settled into an old armchair beside Lupin's desk, skillfully grinding the ingredients. Her hands moved with familiarity, the process aesthetically pleasing. Harry recalled that during potion classes, Snape had never hesitated to award her extra points. Your potion-making skills are quite remarkable, aren't they? Harry marveled. To be able to brew potions in place of Snape, Harry had to admit that if Melopea were to brew potions for Lupin, the safety would be greatly enhanced. At the very least, he need not worry about the delightful Professor Lupin being poisoned by Snape. Just then, the door swung open. Harry, I have brought what you need to practice. His gentle voice faltered upon seeing Merope. The young professor cradled a trembling cabinet in his hands, its body just obscuring the lower half of his face, revealing only a pair of gray-green eyes. As those eyes met Merope's gaze, the pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. A familiar, foreign magic quietly enveloped the cabinet, rendering it unexpectedly weightless. Merope set down the small knife in her hand, raised her wand, and smiled casually at him. Professor Lupin, I am here to brew potions for you. Oh, I know. He quickly steadied the cabinet with his palm. Even without her earlier discreet assistance, he wouldn't have dropped it merely upon seeing her. Yet, an instinctive embarrassment crept up to his ears. The sensation of Merope's earlier ministrations on the wolf's body lingered vividly in his memory. Lupin endeavored to appear unperturbed, averting his gaze from her as he placed the cabinet onto an empty chair. With Harry present today, she surely wouldn't dare to act out of line, would she? Of course, Harry. He turned, forcing a customary gentle smile onto his pale face. Today, we shall learn the spell to confront Dementors. Merope halted her adjustments to the fire's temperature. So it is the patroness charm, she realized. It made sense. After all, Harry had faced Dementors twice. Once during the train ride and again in a Quidditch match. It was indeed time for him to learn. But surely, that cabinet could not contain a Dementor? Dumbledore would never permit one to enter the castle, and she had not sensed any chill in the air. Her dark eyes leisurely rose, scanning Lupin's entire form before drifting over to Harry. Both felt ensnared by an intangible gaze, and Harry's palms began to perspire. The earlier teachings on the patroness charm were still fresh in his mind, prior to his approach to the cabinet that housed the boggart. Yet, should he fail miserably in Merope's presence, or let her know that his greatest fear was that trivial creature, the Dementor, what would she think? Would she deem him cowardly? Considering such fears utterly inconsequential, Lupin felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. Merope's presence was too glaring, stripping away the composure he struggled to maintain. His fingertips, resting on the cabinet, began to itch slightly. Was it the boggart's anxious thrumming within, or his own racing heartbeat? He could no longer discern. The smile on his face felt almost sustained by sheer will. At that moment, Merope lowered her eyelashes, returning to grind her ingredients. What is it, Professor Lupin? If you are to teach, then teach. Just pretend I am not here. Harry, Lupin, Chapter 145. Harry, my boggart is not Voldemort. Lupin gently pried open the cabinet door with his wand. An ominous black mist began to seep out, an icy aura far weaker than an actual Dementoress permeating the air. Merope lifted her gaze, her eyes resting upon the twisted shadow emerging from the cabinet, gradually coalescing into the outline of a tattered cloak. It was a boggart. More precisely, it was a Dementor transformed from the boggart. It hovered in midair, its decaying hands reaching forward, the void beneath its head sucking away all joy and warmth. Was Harry's fear truly the Dementor itself? Yet, Merope did not linger too long on Harry. The brewing of the Wolfsbane potion was indeed intricate, now entering a critical phase, demanding her full concentration. With precision, she scraped the powder from the blade, her wrist flicking delicately as the powder fell evenly into the bubbling potion. In her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of thin white mist dispersing and heard Harry's slight gasps for breath. The tip of her wand trembled, the wisps of white mist failing to coalesce, and Harry's lips turned pale. All right, Harry, Lupin's gentle voice broke through at the right moment. Today's training ends here. He waved his wand, and the cabinet door slammed shut, imprisoning that wretched boggart once more. Confronting fear continuously, even if it is merely a Dementor transformed from a boggart, is a burden for your psyche. He patted Harry's shoulder. You did splendidly. Managing to conjure white mist on your first attempt is quite remarkable. Continuing to practice might be detrimental. Now, I believe you need some chocolate. Lupin habitually reached into his pocket, but the motion abruptly halted. He fumbled for a moment, genuine annoyance flickering across his face. Oh, Merlin. I may have left the chocolate in the empty classroom upstairs where the boggart cabinet is stored. He rubbed his brow awkwardly, his gaze flitting over Merope before finally resting on the doorknob. I'll be right back, he assured Harry, his tone soothing. You just rest here for a moment, all right? Without waiting for Harry's reply, he turned and swiftly made his way to the door, the tattered hem of his robe brushing against the floor with a soft rustle. The door swung open and then shut behind him, leaving the office filled only with the bubbling of the potion in the cauldron and Harry's still uneven breaths. Silence gradually enveloped the room. The Wolfsbane potion had finally reached its final step, and Harry found his hand unconsciously gripping the patterns on his wand, his back leaning against the cold edge of Lupin's desk, mere inches away from Merope. Yet, he dared not turn to look. The shame of failure, the awakening chill of fear, and the embarrassment of revealing weakness in her presence. All these emotions entwined, weighing heavily on his chest. His earlier performance had been abysmal, those fears still coiling within him. But Merope, Harry attempted to turn his head. He heard the crisp clatter of silver against glass. Merope was extinguishing the flames with her wand, preparing to pour the brewed potion into a glass vial. Her movements were composed and steady. The slender girl seated in the corner of the desk, her dark bangs still veiling part of her pale face. Her eyes were cast downward, focused, mesmerizing. Should he not disturb her at this moment? Should he refrain from speaking? His palms unconsciously tightened, leaving Harry feeling increasingly adrift. Over the past year, especially in the days leading up to Christmas, he had endured far too much. Perhaps he should wait until she finished her task. Once she was done, he would say something to her. He would explain his earlier poor performance, or at the very least, express his gratitude for her timely rescue on the Quidditch pitch. He had yet to formally thank her. Yet the words lodged in his throat, and Harry's lips moved, only managing to produce a vague sound. At last, Merope completed pouring the potion into the glass, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Merope. He could no longer restrain himself, prompting her to glance over casually. Her dark eyes regarded the young boy's tense figure, and as she tilted her head, a few strands of hair slipped aside. Merope lazily lifted her eyelids, still holding her wand. Wait, did he not have time to compose himself? Harry hastily ran a hand through his disheveled, sweat-drenched hair, plastered against his forehead, undoubtedly appearing quite disheveled. He pressed down on that unruly tuft again. But it was in vain. Harry could only continue awkwardly, his gaze wavering. I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for what happened last time. Thank you. He suddenly lifted his spring-green eyes. You saved me, in such a perilous situation. He soared high above, his vision blurred amidst the tempest. Had Merope hesitated even for a moment, had her magic faltered in precision, without you, I might have plummeted to the ground. Merope's eyelashes fluttered gently. Her gaze finally settled on Harry's face, the youthful features still bearing the pallor of youth, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead barely visible beneath his tousled black hair. The light in his green eyes was overwhelmingly radiant. Gratitude, embarrassment, and defiance, an amalgamation of emotions that starkly contrasted with her own, were vividly expressed, breathtakingly alive. It's nothing, Merope said, her fingertips delicately twirling the wine glass. Just a small effort. She curved her lips into a smile. Just a small effort? To accurately catch a rapidly falling person from dozens of feet in the air, to shield against the torrential rain and chill with wandless magic. And then to offer chocolate afterward. Can that truly be deemed a mere trifle? Harry's lips tightened slightly. He certainly did not perceive this as a trivial task. Nevertheless, she had saved him. By the way, Merope, he hesitated, his voice lowering. I can't shake the feeling that you seem to excel at everything. Potions, defense against the dark arts, and even facing Dementors calmly. Last year, she had endured isolation from most students due to her parcel tongue and her identity as the heir of Slytherin, yet she had consistently exuded confidence. Harry couldn't help but take a small step forward, now standing to Merope's left front. The cauldron before her still commanded her attention, but with his movement. She turned her head slightly to meet his gaze. You saw it too. I struggled with the patroness charm earlier. His tone was muffled, fingers unconsciously rubbing the hem of his clothing, his speech quickening involuntarily. And Merope, don't you think that my fear of Dementors is inherently quite ridiculous? Weak? For most, Dementors might merely evoke fleeting feelings of depression and despair. Yet for him, they could induce unconsciousness, even cause him to fall from his broomstick. Unable to even handle a boggart. Taking a deep breath, Harry couldn't help but lower his head, his spring-green eyes fully fixed on Merope. He even felt an urge to crouch down and lean against her. Merope, seemingly intent on listening to his words, adjusted her posture, completely facing him. The fire in Professor Lupin's office seemed to burn a bit too fiercely. You know, Merope? Suppressing his racing heartbeat, Harry finally bent down, extending his hand to rest on her shoulder. The distance between them suddenly diminished, his fair cheek drawing near to Merope, the warmth of his breath brushing against her face. In that defense against the dark arts class, Harry lowered his voice. Professor Lupin initially prevented me from facing the boggart. I thought it was because he believed I couldn't handle it, but later he told me he feared the boggart would take the form of Voldemort. Voldemort, the dark wizard who had slain his parents, leaving a scar on his forehead and instilling dread throughout the wizarding world. Indeed, to many, that would be the most fitting fear for a savior, would it not? Dark, powerful, imbued with a sense of destiny. Meanwhile, Dementors were merely the guardians of Azkaban. Creatures that drained joy, something any trained wizard should be able to withstand. Merope, Harry's voice trembled slightly, his hand tightening on her shoulder, stubbornly continuing. Do you feel the same? Shouldn't I be more afraid of Voldemort? Chapter 146. Embracing Harry, caught by Lupin. Voldemort? Merope pondered, an image of Riddle's strikingly beautiful face flashing in her mind. Viewed from below, his alluring black eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson light, his raven hair curling slightly at the angle of admiration. The corners of his lips curling like a cat with a hidden agenda. What is there to fear? Oh, indeed, for the vast majority of wizards. That name alone signifies terror and taboo. Merope's hand quietly rose, her icy fingers gently tapping Harry's shoulder like wet vines. At least that proves you don't harbor the utmost fear of Voldemort. Isn't that a good thing? She smiled softly. If one were to be completely terrified of their nemesis, how could they possibly wage war against them? Objectively speaking, not fearing is the beginning of victory. And fearing Dementors isn't such a great flaw. Her gaze swept over his trembling green eyes. This merely indicates that what you fear symbolizes fear itself. Dementors. Each person's experience with Dementors varies, depending on how much darkness in their lives can be awakened and processed. She raised her head. Harry, what you have endured is far more intricate and profound than your peers. Witnessing your parents' murder at such a tender age imprints a trauma on your soul, and the fear it evokes is naturally different from that of others. The hand Harry placed on her shoulder had long since lost its strength. Merope gradually stood up, her palm still resting on him, sliding upwards to gently cradle his chin. As for casting the patroness charm, you need not worry. Her thumb traced along his taut jawline. Her gesture imbued with a peculiar soothing quality. The essence of casting a patroness lies in joyful memories. If a person bears too many pains and too few joys, conjuring a patroness naturally becomes more challenging than for the average person. She shifted the conversation. However, if such a person successfully casts a patroness, the aura they possess will undoubtedly be more resilient and powerful than that of others. To her, Harry was brave, steadfast, a flame burning brightly within him. It was merely a matter of time before he manifested a complete patroness. Harry stared at her, mesmerized. Her dark hair still cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes were so tranquil, the pure black gentleness seemed to envelop him. He couldn't shake the feeling that Merope understood far too much. Unlike Hermione, who possessed knowledge gleaned from books that could be recited, Merope's insights transcended mere facts. They penetrated to the essence of things, evoking a sense of uncanny similarity between her and Dumbledore in Harry's mind. Of course, this was solely in terms of perception. Merope had just uttered Voldemort's name. She was not like ordinary wizards, who regarded that name with trepidation. Naturally, someone like Merope would not harbor any fear of Voldemort. With her hand cradling his cheek, Harry's breath remained somewhat unsteady. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly took a small step back, breaking away from her touch. Impulse drove him, and Harry hastily quickened his speech, speaking in a low voice. Actually, a few nights ago, I snuck into Hogsmeade wearing the invisibility cloak. The dark hues in his green eyes stirred. The flush of warmth on his skin, previously ignited by Merope's touch, faded back to its natural hue, and his voice began to grow hoarse. Then, I overheard discussions about Sirius Black. The echoes of Fudge and others' conversations lingered in his ears, their words penetrating his heart, saturating his voice with a sense of hatred. I heard them say that Black was once my father's closest friend, only to betray them. It was he who divulged my parents' hiding place to Voldemort, leading to their demise. All the pent-up anger, anguish, and confusion found an outlet at that moment. Harry, scarcely aware of his actions, instinctively stepped forward, resting his forehead against Merope's shoulder. His disheveled hair brushed against her neck, his entire weight pressing down upon her. His palm firmly against her spine, while his spring-green eyes brimmed with uncontainable hatred and fury. Merope gently placed one hand on his slender back and ran the other through his damp black hair. Harry's voice was muffled against the fabric of her shoulder. I hate him. Later, I even discovered a photograph of him from my father's belongings, a picture of his youth. How could he? But just then, the door swung open. Remus Lupin stood in the doorway, clutching several bars of chocolate, his smile freezing the moment he beheld the scene within. Chapter 147. Lupin, teaching her the patroness charm. The perfectly wrapped chocolate instinctively curled in his palm, as Lupin almost immediately averted his gaze. Harry, however, belatedly released Merope's embrace. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he hastily lowered his eyes, his voice somewhat stiff. Thank you, Professor Lupin. I will. He extended his hand, not to receive the chocolate, but unconsciously grasped the hem of his robe. Only then did Lupin return his focus, offering the chocolate with a forced smile. Here you go, Harry, it will make you feel better. Yet, even as he said this, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Merope. The girl had calmly retreated to the desk, arms crossed over her chest, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Lupin remembered that, the moment he opened the office door, his gaze had surely locked onto Merope's. Calm, with a smile that was almost imperceptible. At that moment, Harry still had his forehead resting against her shoulder, his untidy black hair obscuring half of her face, revealing only her deep, unfathomable eyes. As the door swung open, those eyes suddenly lifted, locking onto his, as if piercing through all facades to delve into the depths of his soul. Her pale fingers lingered in his hair, an almost tender sense of control silently spreading. The bitter aftertaste of Wolfsbane lingered in the air, yet his heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly twisted by something, a sensation both bitter and stifling, akin to the damp mark left on the sand after the tide recedes, distinct yet unspeakable. But he could not speak as an inexperienced youth might. Reason swiftly quelled the oddity within him. After all, he was so much older than they, a professor, a mentor who ought to provide care and guidance. Harry had just undergone an emotional upheaval and needed support, and Merope was fortuitously present. This was good. This was normal. He repeatedly reassured himself, this is all well. The chocolate was accepted by Harry, unwrapped, and consumed. The warmth of sweetness melted on his tongue, gradually seeping into his limbs. Nevertheless, Lupin finally spoke, the color draining from his face. Harry, he gently reminded, his voice taut, in my office, please maintain some decorum. He noticed Merope's gaze darting towards him almost instantaneously. Suddenly, Lupin felt his ears grow warm. Harry's face, too, flushed anew at this remark. I understand. The chocolate had already been swallowed, dispelling the lingering chill and chaos from his encounter with the boggart. That sweetness quelled his tumultuous thoughts, and Harry suddenly recalled Merope's earlier words regarding the patroness charm. She understood far too much. From her boggart, it was evident that what she had endured was perhaps no less burdensome than his own. Merope, Harry abruptly turned to her. Someone as skilled as you must be able to perform the patroness charm, right? What she had conveyed to him regarding his boggart being a Dementor bore a certain resemblance to Professor Lupin's teachings. Merope, however, chuckled softly. Not at all. I have never mastered the patroness charm. How could one who has not experienced pure, unadulterated joy, and has long dabbled in dark magic, possibly conjure the most luminous and uplifting of charms? Harry was taken aback. Even Lupin, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in confusion, for he had long been aware that she was incapable of casting a patroness. Merope, seemingly indifferent, cast her gaze elsewhere, reminiscing about the boy who had earlier nestled in her arms, pouring out his heart. Fragile, mad, consumed by extreme anger and hatred. Just a misunderstanding surrounding the misjudged Sirius Black could ignite such fierce animosity within Harry. Then, if one day he were to learn that she was Voldemort's mother, not merely in name, as he too bore the ability to speak Parseltongue and was the heir of Slytherin, but as the one who truly gave life to that Dark Lord, bestowing him with blood and magic. Even regarded by Riddle as a source of dependence and obsession, what gaze would this savior, who presently trusted her and sought her comfort, cast upon her? Would those spring-green eyes, filled with anger and pain, ignite even greater hatred, or would they freeze over in betrayal and despair? This thought flashed only momentarily before Merope silently pushed it back into the depths of her heart. It was still too early to ponder such matters. A faint smile surfaced upon her pale cheeks, yet Harry's stammering voice pulled her back to reality. It's all right, it doesn't matter. He seemed to naively believe he had touched upon some tender point within Merope, hurriedly adding, this charm is quite difficult. Professor Lupin said many adult wizards struggle with it. And besides, you know so much more than most. If it proves too challenging, we can learn together. I'm sure Professor Lupin would be willing. He paused, finally turning his gaze to Lupin. Thank you for the chocolate, Professor Lupin. I feel much better. Lupin nodded. That's good. Let us call it a day for now, Harry. You should return to rest. The door was gently closed, and Harry's footsteps receded, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Only Lupin and Merope remained. Twilight had fully descended, the sky outside deepening to hues of violet and indigo. The shadows of the potion vials Merope had been handling on the desk stretched long. After a moment of silence, Lupin abruptly remembered that he had not invited Merope to join him outside. His heart rate quickened slightly. Is the potion ready? He inquired, his voice softer than usual. In truth, Merope had no reason to brew potions in his office. Lupin instinctively bit his lip, and Merope pushed the cup towards him. Yes. She glanced at him nonchalantly. Remember to take it on time. I'll be watching you. The air fell quiet for a few seconds, and Lupin's fingers curled slightly at his side. However, he did not take the cup, hesitating before speaking. Harry's words just now do hold merit. The patroness charm requires extensive practice. Merope, I do not believe that. With your talent and abilities, you would truly be incapable of casting it. Even if you have endured many unpleasant experiences, even if you have evidently encountered considerable dark magic. The essence of the patroness charm lies in invoking joy and the intent to protect, which is not inherently opposed to the realm of magic. Regardless, in a secluded corner of his heart, he harbored a wish that she would not be a witch forever incapable of summoning a patroness. I have encountered a few individuals. Lupin lowered his eyelashes. Even those who had delved into the dark arts and faced dire circumstances were still capable of conjuring a complete patroness. In the darkest of times, walking the precipice, they never extinguished the light within their souls. Therefore, Merope, I believe you too are capable of this. If you desire, I can assist you in your practice. Chapter 148, Aging Potion. The closely shut office Merope's situation differed somewhat from Harry's. She did not succumb to the despair and terror presented by the Dementors as Harry did. Instead, she faced everything with an unruffled calm. Thus, she had no need for a boggart to transform into a Dementor, as there was no one else besides Harry who could elicit such a form from a boggart. Merope curved her lips in an expression bordering on pitying interest. Is that so? Indeed, history is replete with wizards who, even while proficient in or addicted to dark magic, could still summon a complete patroness. The purity of will and the nature of power are, at times, not inherently contradictory. Yet, that clearly was not her case. From the moment her magic awakened in the gloom of the Gaunt mansion, the ancient and purest dark magic flowed through her fingertips. The unforgivable curse, the cruel tormenting of others, brewing love potions for the sake of coercion, all manner of wickedness came to her with effortless ease. You could give it a try. Lupin continued to offer reassurance, suggesting that it need not be a grand or joyous memory. Sometimes, a mere glimmer of light or a trace of tranquility suffices. Wasn't Severus once consumed by dark magic and a Death Eater, capable of summoning a patroness? Although Snape had never revealed his patroness to him, Merope calmly raised her wand before him. Expecto Patronum. Since you do not wish to see it, let us see it then. Her voice was flat, and the motion of her wand was executed with the ease of one who had practiced 1,000 times. She performed the standard incantation for the patroness charm. Yet the tip of her wand emitted no light. There was no response at all, as if it had withered and decayed right there. Merope paused, and Lupin, taken aback, wished to inquire whether she truly had any happy memories, but she nonchalantly lowered her wand. Well, the fact that her wand did not unleash maggots to drown her was already a small mercy. The patroness charm is unattainable for someone like me. She laughed lightly, pulling out the chair that belonged to Lupin. She had always sat there, but today, since Harry happened to be present, she chose to sit beside him. Sit here and drink the Wolfsbane potion. She smiled, thrusting the cup into his hand, her slender fingers guiding him gently to sit in the chair. The sensation was startling. Lupin found himself pushed to the edge of the seat, sinking into it, his back still tense, the warm potion gently sloshing in the cup. He could not help but lower his head and take a sip, suddenly noticing that Harry, upon leaving earlier, had politely closed the office door completely. Merope's smile deepened slightly, her dark eyes fixed intently on Lupin as he drank the Wolfsbane potion. The swallow, the potion sliding down his throat, the movement of his Adam's apple, and the way his hands grasped the cup. She observed it all with keen clarity. She even saw Lupin's gaze dart away after inadvertently meeting hers for a fleeting second, his eyelashes lowering, never to meet her eyes again, as though the cup contained something truly precious. I have finished. Lupin placed the cup on the desk. The motion was light, hardly making a sound, and he raised his eyes to Merope, who was resting her chin on her hand, showing no signs of wanting to leave. Regarding the flow of time, Lupin weighed his words carefully. You mentioned that your original timeline was at the beginning of this century. In truth, the remark was merely a conversation starter. Yet, sometimes, words uttered in the absence of conversation reveal a person's innermost thoughts and concerns. Yes, Merope acknowledged with composure. I was originally born in 1907. 1907. At that time, the Wolfsbane potion had not yet been developed. So, this implies that during her time traversing, she had. What about the original Miss Gaunt? Lupin cautiously inquired. The original occupant of this body you inhabit? I do not know, Merope replied, her casual demeanor faltering slightly. I am currently investigating. Her expression turned serious. Since I traveled here, I have been looking into these two matters, the truth behind the flow of time and her whereabouts. I will find the answers. I must find the answers. Lupin appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly, and after a moment, he said softly, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. At the very least, I can offer support in magical theory or access to certain resources that may not be readily available to ordinary students. However, Merope's gaze sharpened. Remus was always like this, sincerely caring for those around him, shouldering the weight of responsibility in his eyes, even though he was already battered and bruised, struggling through the mire of fate. Yet, of course, concern for that originally innocent sister who had been caught in this turmoil was entirely reasonable. But as Merope regarded his gray-green eyes, which appeared particularly gentle yet weary in the dim light, she felt that perhaps it was not merely that. Suddenly, Merope straightened. This movement abruptly diminished the distance between them. Shadows enveloped them with the scent of a bitter potion. Remus, she called his name, her voice soft, yet it made Lupin's heart skip a beat. You always wish to help. Before he could respond, she smiled unexpectedly. The smile, somewhat indistinct in the dim light, revealed her hand reaching into her robe pocket, withdrawing a familiar crystal vial filled with a shimmering, iridescent liquid. Aging potion. Lupin's pupils dilated in shock. Merope, it was already too late. The cork was deftly popped open, and Merope tilted her head back, consuming the potion in one swift motion. Her form began to shift. The effects of the potion surged violently, and in an instant, the girl before him transformed. A lithe silhouette, cascading black hair, her features maturing into a more languorous allure. Lupin instinctively attempted to rise, but Merope's hand had already reached towards the back of his chair. He was trapped, unable to stand. Merope, he managed to suppress his voice, his gray-green eyes wide with shock and disarray. Cornered. What do you intend to do? But as soon as the words left his mouth, the answer came in the form of the door, now firmly locked by magic. He immediately noticed the anomaly on the other side of the door, his knuckles turning pale. You locked the door? Remus, you cannot drive me away, Merope said, shaking the empty glass vial. Otherwise, if I leave now, Any professor or student in the corridor will see a witch, clearly under the influence of the aging potion, wearing Slytherin robes, fleeing from your office at night. You can only wait for the potion to wear off before I can leave safely. My proficiency in potion making has always been commendable. She curved her lips into a smile. This vial of age-reversing elixir, which I have refined, is likely to maintain its efficacy for approximately 3 hours. Chapter 149. The Office. He is no longer young. 3 hours? Lupin's breath caught momentarily. He could sense the effects of the Wolfsbane potion he had consumed beginning to take hold. Though today was not the night of the full moon, he had adhered to protocol by taking the potion a week in advance. One of its side effects was an increased susceptibility to fatigue and weakness. An irresistible languor seeped into his muscles, and a profound lethargy coursed through his bones. No, perhaps it was not merely the potion. Some more intricate and tumultuous emotions were also anchoring him in place, rendering him immobile. Lupin inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to meet the fully matured Merope, whose wand lay on the desk nearby. Yet, his fingertips lacked even a modicum of strength to summon magic. His resolve was ebbing away along with that overwhelming fatigue. Merope's voice seemed even more hoarse than he had anticipated. You shouldn't. We can't. The previous threat was clumsy and riddled with flaws. Yet it was sufficiently provocative, allowing anyone to grasp the underlying implications. Given Remus's character, it would be challenging for him to truly expel her. Merope took a leisurely step forward. Shouldn't what? Can't what? She tilted her head, narrowing the distance to an almost perilous proximity. Lupin instinctively wanted to retreat, but his back had already pressed against the hard chair. He attempted to shift the chair backward while striving to prop himself up with his arms. But Merope's hand had slipped from the chair's back and gently rested on his shoulder. All attempts to rise were instantly stilled. No, Merope. He turned his face away. You should seriously consider the inappropriateness of our situation. Inappropriate how? Her patience today seemed particularly abundant. Lupin swallowed hard. There are many reasons it is inappropriate. The gap between us is simply too vast. He quickened his speech slightly. Even if your actual age and experiences far exceed your appearance, it is still different. Do you think I'm a child? Merope arched an eyebrow. Lupin pressed his lips together. He certainly did not think so. At this moment, Merope was already 20 years old, soon to reach 21, and even so, she was still considerably younger than him. Yet, she hailed from the tumultuous Gunther family. Extreme circumstances, filled with suffering. Only cultivate precociously mature children, much like himself, whose childhood had ended prematurely due to his identity as a werewolf. He was always more perceptive than the average person. Moreover, judging by Merope's typical demeanor, her actions and mannerisms were already more mature than those of her 20-year-old peers. However, it is precisely such children who often lack love and may even be oblivious to it. They are accustomed to encasing their unrecognized longing within a hardened exterior, mistaking perilous relationships for salvation. I do not find you immature. Lupin lowered his gaze, his voice softening. However, Merope, I still feel I am not worthy of such devotion from you. What could he offer her? A meager position as a shop assistant? A few inconsequential words of concern? These were far too trifling. If a middle-aged man's affection for a young woman were limited to providing negligible assistance and trivial expressions of care, then such affection would be insipid and selfish. A man already engaged in work offering a cup of milk tea, a bouquet of roses, and a few flattering words to enchant the heart of a young girl. Listen, Merope, you will encounter many, many people now, in the future, and even beyond. Lupin struggled to articulate his thoughts. They will be far superior to me, youthful, energetic, with futures shining brilliantly. Moreover, they would be far more deserving of standing by her side. Yet, unexpectedly, Merope smiled. From her vantage point, the sight of the man bowing his head appeared so obedient and restrained. His light brown hair fell entirely, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the fabric of his clothing, ultimately grasping the edge of the chair. The shadow beneath it illuminated by the moonlight at such an angle that it seemed they were entwined together. Suddenly, she reached out, her fingertips grazing his slightly disheveled light brown hair. Lupin tensed in an instant. So, when you mentioned they, Merope said, her tone teasingly elongated, who are you referring to? The young man seemed utterly at a loss for words at her inquiry. Merope's complexion flushed slightly, and he instinctively averted his gaze, wanting to retreat further. But in doing so, he found himself pressed against the wall. There was no escape. If it were Harry, recalling the earlier sight of being caught by Lupin, Merope chuckled nonchalantly. To me, he is still a child, Remus. He is only in his 3rd year. She gently reminded him. Indeed. Lupin's heart felt as though it had been gently nudged by something. Merope was now 20 years old, although she appeared youthful. It was as if something had shattered that thin veneer. An unexpected sense of relaxation began to spread through him. It was subtle, yet quickly coursed through his limbs, the tautness in his nerves seemingly loosening. And at that moment of emotional release, Merope's figure drew closer once more. However, Lupin panicked again, hastily exclaiming, "This is unfair to you. Even if you truly, but I am no longer young," she interjected. "I will gradually become less vibrant, less interesting, more stubborn. I will," he faltered, those self-deprecating words swirling on his tongue, yet struggling to emerge. "What will you do?" Merope asked softly. "I will burden you," he finally admitted, his voice dry. "Moreover, I am a werewolf." He had finally articulated the fundamental barrier that loomed before all his yearnings. The uncontrollable transformations during the full moon. The curse that could never be wholly cured, society's entrenched discrimination and fear, and the unpredictable risks and burdens a werewolf could impose on an intimate relationship. How could they ever be together? He could not even guarantee anything. Even if they were to marry in the future, how would they address the prospect of children? He was uncertain whether he would pass on his werewolf genes to them. Moreover, engaging in such matters, it was far too early for you. He struggled to find the appropriate words, his cheeks burning fiercely. Too early for what? She countered, "I already have a child. A son older than you." How could Remus think this way? If memory served correctly, his good friend James had married Lily right after graduation and had Harry. At this age, it was hardly different for her. So, ultimately, it was age and the identity of being a werewolf? Merope regarded him silently for several seconds. She suddenly raised her hand, drawing the curtains soundlessly, leaving the office illuminated only by the flickering candlelight and the warm glow of the fireplace. "Very well." Merope's smile returned abruptly. That smile appeared somewhat blurred in the dancing candlelight. She reached into her seemingly endless pocket, and as her fingertips emerged, they revealed not a wand nor a potion vial, but several intricately woven strands of red thread. The smooth, cool touch fell in her palm like serpents endowed with life. "Given your numerous concerns," Merope murmured, "perhaps we might consider a different approach. Rather than intimate contact, we could indulge in something more fleeting. Remus, I think." The devil's whispers, enticing, yearning, magnifying the darkness within the human heart. Breath seemed to falter. The gray-green eyes widened, the Adam's apple bobbed. All unspoken admonitions and self-deprecation froze at the tip of the tongue. Lupin opened his mouth, gazing into those hollow eyes that could devour all affection. His tense shoulders barely perceptibly sagging. Yet Merope extended her hand directly. Silence descended once more, thicker than before. The candle flickered with a crack, bursting forth a tiny bloom of light. Chapter 150. Farewell to Lupin. Meeting with serious events seemed to race uncontrollably towards chaos. Having indulged so recklessly, surrendering to his inner self, Remus relinquished his resistance the moment Merope reached out her hand. Like warm honey, akin to a silent, swelling tide. The end of the red thread brushed against Lupin's rigid wrist, or perhaps another place. It was not a tight binding, the touch cool. The young man's back once again weighed down. Curled up, the broad back of his hand covered his eyes, concealing his expression, while the other hand weakly supported the arm of the chair. His demeanor was undeniably juvenile. Throughout the encounter, he dared not even brush against the hem of her garment. Maintaining the illusion of self-deception, even as reason had long since crumbled, he could not, by any means, claim any part of a young lady's affection. Yet if she wished to do something to him, it was permissible. Consciousness floated and sank. Shame, fear, a sense of liberation akin to plunging into an abyss. Lights flickered behind tightly closed eyelids. Time lost its measure. The fire in the hearth had dimmed, and the candle had burned down to its end. Wax drippings forming small pale hills. 3 hours. The red threads at his fingertips had long since vanished. Merope's demeanor remained serene, in stark contrast to Lupin's disarray. She was still impeccably attired. The young woman lowered her gaze to tidy her perfectly arranged cuffs, kindly straightening him up. Then, under his watchful gaze, her elongated silhouette began to shrink, reverting to that slender girl form. The door opened and closed. When Merope departed the office, even her footsteps were unusually light. Remus's reaction was simply too endearing. She descended the spiral staircase with grace, having cast a disillusionment charm upon herself the moment she exited the office. Fortunately, the school's caretaker, Filch, was rather inept, and among the patrolling professors, aside from Snape or McGonagall, there were none who were so dutiful. Merope chose not to return to the Slytherin common room, but instead made her way directly to the castle's underground kitchen, where she gathered a considerable amount of provisions. Now, shifting her steps toward the Forbidden Forest, she intended to visit Sirius. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, a small cluster of fire crackled under a wind-sheltering rock crevice. The handsome man was engrossed in devouring a thickly layered sandwich of cheese and ham, his eating style resembling that of a ravenous wolf, yet curiously devoid of rudeness, instead possessing a certain elegance reminiscent of a fallen gentleman. "Thank you, Merope," Sirius said, swallowing a mouthful, his voice clearer than during their last encounter. "Without you, I would likely still be competing with the ground squirrels for berries." The food supplies deep within the Forbidden Forest were bountiful, far superior to his previous experience of wandering the streets. Merope rested her chin on her hand, admiring Sirius's beauty. The man before her seemed to have truly taken her offhand remark about shaving to heart. The face once hidden beneath grime and an unkempt beard was now fully revealed. The chin smooth, the features well-defined, his elegant black curls having been roughly groomed, no longer resembling tangled straw, but instead falling in naturally curled arcs beside his pallid cheeks. How peculiar, Merope pondered seriously. Despite fleeing through the wilderness for months, how could his skin maintain such a sunless pallor? There are hardly any signs of tanning. Is it due to his long-term use of animagus? Does the animal's fur effectively shield the skin? The firebolt had been handed to Harry. Merope seated herself upon a nearby stone, memories flooding back, and her mood remained relatively pleasant. However, this matter was soon to be discovered by Professor McGonagall, who decided they needed to examine it closely. "That is fine," Sirius remarked. "It indicates they are taking care to protect Harry. I trust McGonagall and her team. Even during the inspection, they would ensure that the firebolt suffers not a scratch. Otherwise, what would happen during the next Quidditch match?" Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes beside the rock crevice. Melope's gaze flickered, and she spotted a ginger cat stealthily emerging, leaping beside the campfire. Its bright eyes fixed upon her. "Crookshanks," Sirius explained in a hushed voice, seemingly referring to the cat belonging to that Gryffindor girl who was close to Harry. "It's a bit special, is it?" Listening to Sirius, Melope's attention drifted to Crookshanks's slightly ajar mouth. By the glow of the fire, she noticed that it seemed to be clutching something. "What is that?" Merope squinted. In a swift motion, before Sirius could react, she pinched out a slightly damp piece of parchment from its mouth. The cat visibly grew anxious, attempting to leap towards her, but she silently pressed its head down. The note was densely filled with time-ordered passwords, evidently stolen from the Gryffindor common room by the cat. "Another Gryffindor password," Merope remarked after reading the note, releasing her hold on Crookshanks. "To be honest, I have been puzzled since last time, Sirius." She twirled the note between her fingers. "Why are you so fixated on entering the Gryffindor common room? Surely, you don't wish to sneak a glance at Harry's bed, reminiscing about the past, do you?" Confusion quietly accumulated within her. Merope tilted her head slightly, her dark eyes unfathomable, appearing casual yet scrutinizing. Sirius grinned broadly. "Because I'm looking for a rat." Chapter 151, Wolfsbane Improvement? Remus's self-destruction the first class after Christmas break was defense against the dark arts. Merope sauntered into the classroom nonchalantly, immediately sensing the man's momentary awkwardness upon seeing him for the first time. He coughed, hastily covering his lips with his hand, his gaze involuntarily darting to one side. Merope settled into the center of the first row, a rare choice for her narrowed eyes glinting with mischief as she noted the flush creeping up Lupin's ears. What's with the sudden desire to sit in the front row today? Draco plopped down beside her, casting an annoyed glance toward the podium. This bloke is really something. The salary for a term at Hogwarts isn't even enough for him to buy a decent wizarding robe, is it? Being frugal is good, too. Merope casually pulled out her textbook, placing it on the desk, just as she spotted Theodore entering the classroom with his bag. "I'm particularly interested in today's lesson, so I chose to sit in the front row." For instance, she recalled the warmth of those flushed ears and the sensation of his lips. "You already know all this content, don't you?" Draco frowned, glancing at the nearly pristine textbook he hadn't opened in a while. "What could possibly pique your interest?" Just then, Theodore passed by the front row, his eyelashes fluttering unexpectedly. He seamlessly took a seat behind Merope. Flipping open to a particular page in the textbook, today's lesson would focus on the Hinky Punk. As the bell rang, the students in the classroom settled into their seats. And for Lupin, who typically conducted practical lessons, today was a rare opportunity for a theoretical class. Before we confront the Hinky Punk, we must discuss its characteristics and its elusive, almost soft-spoken voice. He managed a strained smile and inquired, "Now, has anyone prepared in advance?" Merope lazily raised her hand. Lupin's words faltered. "Miss Gunter?" His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Such an unfamiliar address. The Hinky Punk mimics the glow of lanterns or candle flames, particularly favoring the marshes and areas thick with fog. His tone remained languid, his gaze steady and profound as it lingered on her features. Merope even added, "Thus, spells that disperse fog or alchemical devices that stabilize light sources are far more effective than direct attacks." It was evident that she seldom answered questions in class. Remus managed a sickly smile, his hands concealed beneath the podium, making his movements inscrutable. "Correct, 5 points to Slytherin." As the lesson concluded, students trickled out of the classroom in small groups. Merope lingered in the front row, slowly gathering her belongings. "We're not in the same class next," she remarked nonchalantly. Smiling at Draco, "Why wait for me? Didn't you select all the classes?" He retorted with mild annoyance, yet still complied. Perhaps in his eyes, she truly needed to occasionally attend other classes. Soon, Only Lupin and Merope remained in the classroom. The young man bent down, attending to the items beneath the podium. At that moment, as he leaned forward, Merope stepped closer, her hair brushing against Lupin's back. The man's movements froze instantaneously. He straightened up quickly, but upon realizing it was Merope, he let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. However, the next second, Merope reached out and pinched his waist. The sensation was warm, the muscles firm, causing a slight tension in her grip, showcasing a certain elasticity. Lupin inhaled sharply, instinctively glancing towards the classroom door. His large hands swiftly enveloped hers, which had sought to mischief. Not here, this isn't appropriate. His voice was notably low, his ears aflame. Yet that hand merely enclosed hers without any intent to resist. Merope did not relent. Instead, she pressed her fingertips slightly, maintaining a playful tone. It's nothing serious. I merely wish to discuss time magic in my travels. Perhaps there are some insights I could seek from you. Complex matters often benefit from diverse perspectives. Lupin was momentarily taken aback. His gray-green eyes flickered between confusion and embarrassment as he realized he had perhaps overreacted. Merope's gaze sparkled with interest. Or, Remus, would you prefer to discuss other matters? His reaction was indeed quite amusing. Although Merope conceded to having a deliberate hand in this, he truly did seem to shoulder all the blame himself. Lupin's cheeks turned a deep shade of crimson. He closed his eyes, and the memories of that night surged back. The dim office, the flickering shadows on the wall, the red thread entwined around her fingers, and his own disarray, tumbling into an abyss of shame and reckless abandon. How absurd it was. How could he allow himself to sink so low? Given his identity, his age, he ought to be a guardian, a figure of maturity, the one who must never cross the line. Yet, at the very least, he had managed to uphold the last bastion of defense that night. He had not truly crossed into Merope's territory. She was still so young, and if she merely found it amusing, if she merely wished the fingers at his waist tightened once more. Lupin took a deep breath, his hand finally exerting some force to turn hers over. Their palms met, though his fingertips trembled slightly. Merope, he rasped, this is truly inappropriate. If you desire, he hesitated, nearly forcing the words out in a breathy whisper. His eyes averted from hers. We could meet in the office later. As the words escaped his lips, Lupin was momentarily stunned, barely able to believe he had uttered them. The flush on his face crept down to his neck, disappearing into the collar of his faded shirt. Merope raised her gaze, her expression one of evident surprise. The intensity of her look nearly rendered him transparent. He lowered his eyes, his voice barely a whisper. You know, given my current position, it is entirely unsuitable for me to. He was a werewolf, burdened with countless disadvantages. He was an outcast, significantly older than her, expected to act with decorum. He had 1,000 reasons to refuse, to distance himself, to bury those dangerous thoughts deep within the earth. Yet, since it had come to this, what was meant to happen had already transpired. But if Lupin's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice strained. If you merely wish to play, would you have me just throw caution to the wind? Merope raised an eyebrow, her grip on his waist momentarily pausing. Of course. I don't believe that deep down, Remus truly thinks this way. Who among them would willingly become a mere plaything, subject to disregard and abandonment? It was merely insecurities, affection, and a wavering moral compass at play. If she truly loved him, she should embrace him tightly, tenderly reassuring him that he was her most beloved and cherished person, that he need not belittle himself or engage in self-deprecation. However, in this regard, she genuinely felt powerless. And as for his identity as a werewolf, perhaps. Merope mused with a gentle smile. It was not insurmountable. Lupin? He appeared genuinely taken aback, the warmth of his palm resting on her hand diminished. His eyes filled with bewilderment. Merope seized the opportunity to withdraw her hand, stepping back a couple of paces to leisurely observe the lingering flush on his cheeks and the sudden look of shock on his face. Anything is possible, is it not? Remus? The known Wolfsbane potion, as a potion, could allow werewolves to maintain their sanity on a full moon night. Thus, if built upon that foundation, and through certain methods of refinement, with a shift in perspective as far as potion-related matters were concerned, she had always been adept. Chapter 152, The Flying Spell? Peter's Betrayal. As Merope exited the classroom, she recalled Sirius's earlier words. The rat, the Weasley's, the one called Scabbers, he does not deserve to live. The man's hoarse voice echoed in her ears, as Sirius had unconsciously dug his fingers into the soil beside him. He betrayed James and Lily. He caused their deaths, yet donned the guise of a rat, hiding in the magical world for 12 years. And he is still near Harry, in that boy's pocket at the Weasley's. I understand, Merope replied softly, swiftly pulling the visibly agitated man's hand from the earth. Such beautiful hands should not be buried in the dirt. His chest heaved dramatically, those gray eyes ablaze with hatred. Merope silently employed her magic to clean his hands with a flick of her wrist. She had gleaned the entirety of the truth behind the events from Sirius's words, the temporary replacement of the confidant and the so-called prophecy. Merope lowered her gaze, aligning her palm with his, while her free hand gently brushed aside a stray lock of hair. A most vexing individual, yet an intriguing target, she remarked. Do you require my assistance? After all, your words have piqued my interest in that mouse. It was perplexing to consider what Peter was thinking, choosing to align himself with Voldemort under such circumstances. Did he truly believe that she would regard her son as someone who would reward and utilize a traitor to his closest friend, a coward poised to turn against him at any moment? Or did he think that such a choice would allow him to cling to life and evade death? Merope found herself bewildered, deeply shaken. Yet, this did not prevent her from momentarily appreciating the beauty before her. Suffering and hatred had not obliterated the essence of Sirius. Rather, they had stripped away all superficiality, revealing a raw, sharp, and captivating beauty, a near-fractured yet remarkably resilient aesthetic. The flickering firelight danced in his eyes as Sirius gazed at her. After a prolonged silence, he nodded slowly, his voice still hoarse but laced with complexity. Thank you. He was uncertain of what this Slytherin girl sought from all of this. However, at this moment, after a prolonged solitary pursuit in the wilderness, he could not refuse even a faint, ambiguous glimmer of alliance. Regrettably, the subsequent developments were unforeseen. When Merope inquired further, she was met with Ron's furious declaration that Scabbers had been consumed by Crookshanks. Hermione rushed to her side. Weeping in Merope's embrace, Ron simply doesn't understand. Crookshanks sometimes shows interest in Scabbers, but that's merely a cat's nature. He's too clever to commit such a foolish and cruel act. Merope stroked Hermione's hair, her eyes darkening momentarily. Indeed, perhaps in the eyes of Harry and others, Crookshanks posed a significant threat to Scabbers. Although they deemed Ron unreasonable, they had tacitly accepted that Crookshanks had devoured Scabbers. Yet Merope knew that Scabbers was an animagus. Peter Pettigrew. It was likely that he had long since fled in fear of Sirius's vengeance, using the opportunity to frame Crookshanks. With no trace of the mouse to pursue, this matter had to come to a close. A new round of Quidditch was about to commence, featuring Gryffindor against Ravenclaw. Harry had finally regained his rigorously tested firebolt and took to the field once more, perhaps due to the last time's incident, in which Sirius's presence had inadvertently caused Harry to fall from his broom. He chose not to attend the stands this time. Merope sat alone in a corner, having long before the match begun, noticed Draco mysteriously vanish. In the empty seat beside her, she quietly reached over the edge and pulled forth a long hand from beneath a piece of fabric. Riddle sat beside her, cloaked in invisibility. She could almost envision the exquisite features concealed beneath the fabric. The cacophony of the Quidditch match drowned out her softly spoken words. Tom, Merope calmly inquired, is it possible for you to use that summoning method to sense the Death Eaters and reach Peter? A barely audible scoff emanated from beneath the cloak. If he maintains his animagus form for an extended period and deliberately suppresses his magical presence, Riddle whispered, even I find it challenging to perceive him now. A true coward. Look at the firebolt. Undoubtedly the greatest invention of this century. Potter's speed is akin to lightning. I mean, even faster than real lightning. The commentator Jordan's voice continued. Yet he failed to capture any essence of the match. Mr. Jordan, Professor McGonagall's irate voice boomed through the amplification charm. Please focus on the match commentary, or I shall have you removed from the commentary box. Laughter erupted from the stands. Merope cast a fleeting glance at the enchanted broomsticks. What is so remarkable about these flying broomsticks? She mused. An external reliance. Basing one's safety and victory on a broomstick that is prone to damage, interference, or even substitution is a manifest risk. Indeed. Riddle quickly responded. Flight itself is an extension and mastery of magic. Why rely on these crude sticks and feathers? He paused, suddenly turning his head. Even without sight, Merope could sense his penetrating gaze, intimate, affectionate, and suffused with a possessive pride. If Mother wishes to experience the sensation of soaring, he spoke in a low tone, then I can teach you the flying charm. Magic arises from within, unrestricted and truly belonging to the wizard. Chapter 153. She is a star, a permanent Wolfsbane potion. In his youth, Riddle had yet to grasp the intricacies of flight magic. However, now that he had encountered the outside world, he had heard of Voldemort mastering wandless flight. Through various materials and reports, and the resonance of their shared soul essence, Riddle could deduce the nature of the flying charm. Another night at the pinnacle of the astronomy tower, the night wind howled past the stone parapet. Merope sat carelessly at the edge, her legs dangling in the air, her dark hair nearly enveloped by the night, her pale face illuminated by the moonlight's embellishment. Raising her fingertips, formless magic intertwined, cradling her wrist, then spreading to her arm and shoulder. Every ounce of magic obeyed her command, lifting Merope gracefully from the stone ledge. There was no tremor of the broom, no resistance of the rushing wind. A serene dominion enveloped her. The magic became an extension of her senses, or a fulcrum for her thoughts. So is this how it is, Tom? She tilted her head slightly, a slow smile gracing her lips. Her long hair billowed in the night wind, akin to surging waves. In the center of the astronomy tower, the hem of a black robe materialized from the void. A long, pale hand lifting a corner of the invisibility cloak, revealing a countenance capable of captivating the masses. There was no hint of ordinary seduction. No condescension derived from a position of superiority, nor the caution reserved for enemies, nor the feigned gentleness typically employed in manipulation. All the hidden falsehoods vanished without a trace. It was merely pure admiration, gazing up at her suspended in the air, his eyes focused with an almost greedy intensity. His dark pupils glimmered with a crimson hue. He saw her, his mother, suspended before the moon, her brow and eyes serene, slightly lowered in a posture of oversight. The edges of her robe fluttering silently in the night wind. The beauty that soared with the wind seemed poised to merge with the vast night sky in the next moment. Merope, the most elusive star in the Pleiades. A fairy willing to fall from grace for love, according to legend. Her radiance always subtly adorned the edge of the night, the most unassuming, the dimmest. A modest brilliance permeating this space, as if it were on the verge of dissolving among more dazzling celestial bodies. Riddle once believed that this was all she was. Yet he was mistaken. After all, she was a star, suspended before the moon, higher than the moon itself. The cool moonlight cascaded from behind her, serving as a backdrop that accentuated her presence. The very existence of the star could warp time and space. Her tranquility was not a gentle allure of the moonlight, but a silent blaze burning deep within her soul, capable of drawing all things toward its center. Modesty, silence. It is merely the vastness itself that requires no ostentation. With its dim, soft radiance, it enchants the heart, much like the moon. Indeed, even more powerfully, drawing the mind in a manner akin to the tides, enticing one to plunge into a sweet abyss. It is gravity, the onset of a descent. The singular point of stillness and reverberation that marks the end of all his calculations and ambitions. A certain fiery sensation suddenly swelled within Riddle's chest. The flying charm, as it happens, proved to be remarkably convenient. Merope returned to the library, where she had been dedicating her attention to the research on the enhancement of the permanent Wolfsbane potion. In truth, since her initial attempt to concoct the Wolfsbane potion in Nocturne Alley and her encounter with Lupin that very night, Merope had contemplated this matter. After all, she had transformed a potion that usually required a week of preparation into an emergency version usable within a single night. And her innate fascination with potions continually compelled her to delve deeper. Werewolves have always been marginalized and discriminated against within the wizarding world. Their status even lower than that of muggles and muggle-born wizards in the eyes of some extreme pureblood advocates, and at one point, they were classified as magical creatures by the Ministry of Magic. Even the most amiable and kind-hearted wizards would retreat in fear at the mere mention of werewolves. Fortunately, Merope deemed the task of enhancing the Wolfsbane potion far simpler than investigating the intricacies of time travel. After all, her past experiences with werewolves were not in vain. The delicate sensations of her touches and the discreet collection of fallen wolf fur allowed her to retain all the characteristics of werewolves in her memory. Her thoughts meandered across the parchment, and Merope soon organized her preliminary ideas into a letter, dispatched by owl to Slughorn. With limited materials at her disposal and subpar cauldron quality, she required resources and financial backing. As for why she did not approach Snape, well, those in the know would understand. Slughorn's response was astonishingly swift. Upon learning of Merope's endeavor to tackle the nearly legendary subject of the permanent Wolfsbane potion, and recognizing the considerable feasibility of her theoretical framework, the old professor immediately exhibited an explosive enthusiasm. His letter brimmed with effusive praise and astonishment, earnestly inviting her to utilize his well-equipped private potions laboratory, repeatedly emphasizing sentiments such as "I have long perceived you are no ordinary talent. You are indeed a genius." Merope mused to herself, "This man is quite loquacious." She found herself missing Snape a bit. Yet, the research must inevitably continue. Time swiftly circled back to the recent end of the term. There had been no further news from Padfoot. The weather grew increasingly sultry, and the heavy robes of the people were gradually replaced by lighter fabrics as the seasons changed. Within the office, the faint sound of breaths could be discerned. Remus Lupin was half embracing Melope's back, responding to her every movement. At this moment, he had just consumed a dose of Wolfsbane potion, feeling weak. While the moonlight quietly infiltrated the room, she gently pushed aside the light brown strands of hair illuminated by the moon, her gaze trailing down his sweat-slicked neck. Contrary to his impoverished state over the past decade, which seemed to plague him with constant worries about work and sustenance. His physique was surprisingly well-defined, lean and resilient. Slender muscles lay over elongated bones, his collarbones pronounced, his waist narrow, and even the contours of his shoulder blades strikingly clear. The burdens of life had caused his back to hunch over the years, and Merope instinctively caressed the leanest part of him, her voice, imbibed with the elixir of youth, taking on a crystalline quality, reminiscent of a siren's song. Having worked at Hogwarts for a year, are you not considering treating yourself to a decent robe with your salary? She smiled, her fingers gliding along the tattered fabric that had faded to the crook of his arm. Surely Dumbledore is not such a miserly capitalist? I can still wear this for now, Lupin murmured, unconsciously tightening his embrace around her waist. Money can be saved. How could he predict the future? Change always arrives unexpectedly. Moreover, now, he and Merope, on this month's full moon, I will not accompany you. Merope suddenly grasped a corner of his robe, noticing his expression freeze abruptly. She nonchalantly averted her gaze. On that day, Slughorn requires my presence. The preparation of the permanent Wolfsbane potion is indeed nearing its conclusion. I will have someone else deliver the potion. Remember to take it on time. Chapter 154. Theodore's help, club team building after reverting to her youthful form. Merope gracefully exited the office, traversing the silent corridors of the night. The castle had succumbed to slumber, with only the occasional crackle of the wall sconces breaking the stillness. She descended until she paused before a classroom located at the base of the tower. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and she promptly employed her magic to push open the heavy wooden door, witnessing the pale moonlight filter through the narrow windows, barely illuminating the dust motes suspended in the air. A figure stood silently beside an old desk at the room's center. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, outlining a hand almost as pale as Scallion's, the lively light accentuating the youthful, coolly handsome profile of Theodore Nott. He lifted his icy blue eyes to meet hers at the doorway. Naturally, due to Lupin's unwavering absence each month and Snape's subtle hints during his substitute teaching, the entire Hogwarts community was well aware of the defense against the dark arts professor's secret. Merope was not the only student in the know. Those clever enough, like Hermione and Theodore, could ascertain the truth from the smallest of clues. Dear Theodore, she smiled, closing the door behind her, gently presenting a bottle of the semi-finished Wolfsbane potion before him. This fellow had a habitual inclination for nocturnal wanderings, treating this vacant classroom as his personal sanctuary. And Merope always found him here. Glancing down at Theodore's desk, Merope noticed a game of wizard's chess in a state of disarray, the white pieces clearly at a disadvantage. The queen cornered, and more than half of the knights and bishops lost, while the black pieces surged triumphantly. However, her gaze lingered on the chessboard for but a second. Remember to deliver this to Remus on the night of the full moon. Of course. Finish the last step of this potion, as I have affixed the remaining procedure on the glass bottle. The process for enhancing the Wolfsbane potion was significantly more complex than that of the original, particularly the final flavoring step, which must be completed on the day of consumption to achieve optimal effectiveness without compromising the potion's properties. This was precisely why Merope did not hand the Wolfsbane potion to Lupin in advance, opting instead to enlist Theodore's assistance. Among all the students at Hogwarts, perhaps only Theodore could manage this task with such ease. Theodore regarded her with a meaningful glance. Just returned from your office? His voice was almost devoid of emotion. His bony fingers lifting the glass bottle, his skin appearing almost cold white in the moonlight. With that faint light, Theodore scrutinized the instructions on the bottle. Merope's gaze fixated on that exquisitely beautiful hand, and she instinctively let out a soft hum. She had just partaken in a delightful diversion, and her mood was quite buoyant. Theodore, he suddenly turned colder. The potion was placed back on the desk with a barely audible sound. Theodore lowered his eyes, returning his gaze to the chessboard. In this game, if it were you, how would you play? Merope raised an eyebrow. Standing on the side of the black pieces? That should be an easy victory, wouldn't it? The situation is quite apparent. Theodore lifted his gaze, his eyes settling upon her face. The candlelight flickered in his irises, revealing faint cracks in the icy blue surface, hinting at a more complex emotion lurking beneath. He remained silent, merely extending his hand to gently nudge the white king with the knuckle of his index finger. The piece wobbled and toppled at the edge of the board. Have you not considered, his voice carried a barely perceptible chill, that the white side may yet have a move to make? But I don't really understand chess. Merope replied with a soft laugh, her voice resonating in the stillness of the room. In the enveloping darkness, she stood while Theodore sat across the table. The tips of her shoes nearly grazed his tucked legs. Suddenly, she stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Merope leaned over, her hands resting on the table's edge, keenly observing the undercurrents swirling beneath the icy facade of his eyes. Theodore silently withdrew his legs slightly, I can only discern the general trajectory of the game. She tilted her head, her long hair cascading over her shoulder. It appears that the black side has secured victory, while the white side flails in its death throes. She nonchalantly tapped her knuckles, straightening the fallen king as she mused. Unless the player wielding the white pieces is concealing an unexpected trump card, perhaps a family secret, a powerful alchemical artifact, or an unknown ally. The moonlight flowed across her cheek, deepening the darkness of Merope's eyes, or perhaps the ability to overturn the chessboard itself. Sometimes, when one cannot prevail, appending the board may not be an unwise course of action. Only the weak are confined by established rules. If one possesses sufficient power, one may indeed overturn everything and redefine the rules. Thus, Merope had never been particularly invested in the study of chess. Theodore remained silent for a time, the prolonged stillness rendering his eyes obscure in the moonlight. Yet, at that moment, Merope let out a soft laugh. Do you know why I asked for your assistance, Theodore? She gazed directly into his eyes. Because on the night of this month's full moon, a half-smile played on her lips. I shall temporarily leave Hogwarts to finalize the permanent Wolfsbane potion. Pressing her hands against the table's edge with slight force, Merope stepped back, retreating into the shadows where the moonlight could not reach. From her elevated vantage point, her inky hair cascading down, she observed the fleeting stiffness in the boy's expression before turning to grasp the doorknob. Theodore, a gentle voice floated from the doorway, her slightly long bangs obscuring the depths of her gaze. You know I have no fondness for those who wish to exploit me in the shadows. The full moon was merely a week away from the last time she had administered the Wolfsbane potion to Lupin. Merope skillfully navigated past the statue of the one-eyed witch, effortlessly slipping the time-turner into her pocket. The disapparition charm activated the moment she stepped into Hogsmeade, seamlessly guiding her to Slughorn's residence. This time, however, the aged gentleman unexpectedly presented her with a rather elegant gown. Not overly cumbersome, it was a simple yet refined design. Ah, my dear child, do not mind me seeking you out so early, Slughorn beamed, but today's occasion is indeed rare, and I thought it essential for you to make an appearance. Before he finished speaking, he ushered Merope deeper into the house, behind a slightly ajar door that emanated warm light and faint music. Chapter 155, The Patroness Encounter. Meeting Harry in the Forbidden Forest, the resplendent banquet hall unfolded before her like a vision. It seemed as though the space had been enchanted to expand, transforming the once modest residence into a grand hall. The vaulted ceiling soared above, crystal chandeliers hanging gracefully, while several elegantly dressed wizards conversed in small groups. A long table adorned with a pristine lace tablecloth set for a feast. Your experiments with the permanent Wolfsbane potion appear to be progressing without issue. Slughorn led Merope into the hall, his round, jovial face radiating warmth. So, before we proceed, my dear child, allow me to introduce you to these esteemed individuals, some of the finest members of my former slug club. Merope's gaze flickered. Slughorn had prepared for her a remarkably simple black and green gown, its smooth lines complementing her figure. Her dark hair cascaded loosely, held in place by a jade hairpin that secured a stray lock. Though unpretentious, her hand trembled slightly as she lifted her glass. Until this moment, Slughorn had never mentioned a gathering was to take place. Approaching the grand table laden with food, a man with platinum hair was making his way toward her. His familiar features, sharp gray eyes glinting, were complemented by the silver serpent-headed cane he held. Ah, Lucius, just in time. Slughorn's voice added a note of warmth to the encounter. He immediately draped an arm around Merope's shoulders. Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Merope Gunter, one of my most prized potions apprentices, exceptionally talented. Severus himself speaks highly of her. He winked at Lucius. You know how discerning Severus can be. During his recommendation, the young defense against the dark arts professor had mentioned that Snape not only tutored her privately, but also exempted her from regular potion assignments. A significant acknowledgement from Severus. Merope raised her glass. A pleasure, Mr. Malfoy. As Draco's father, Lucius possessed a refined sharpness that surpassed his son's, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority. Merope suddenly recalled that Riddle had taught her all about the Dark Mark just a week prior. If she wished, she could make the Dark Mark on the Death Eater's arm sear with heat at any moment. Her thoughts drifted, while Lucius's assessing gaze fell upon her, as if measuring an object with a cold precision. This girl was closely associated with Draco. Last summer, he had mentioned her lineage as a Parselton, a rare surname, an uncommon talent, now being so warmly presented by Slughorn. Anyone favored by this old man typically indicated a promising future. Miss Gunter, a pleasure. Lucius extended his hand. Should she indeed be well acquainted with Draco and demonstrate exceptional abilities, the Malfoy family would not hesitate to invest in a promising asset, nurturing a future ally for Draco. Mr. Slughorn, shall we not delve deeper into the introduction of this young lady? Just then, a woman clad in a violet gown approached, her hair elegantly pinned up, interrupting the conversation between Lucius and Merope. As Merope lifted her gaze to the woman, her thoughts momentarily faltered. The woman's keen features and languid grace exuded the composure of someone in a position of power. This was the very woman who had spoken with Theodore during the Christmas holiday. "Ah, Vipera, my dear, you arrive at a fortuitous moment," Slughorn exclaimed, his face aglow. "I was just praising her talents to Lucius. Merope, this is Ms. Viperanate, currently serving in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She had also excelled in potions during her student days. Perhaps you two will find common ground." The woman, identified as Vipera, smiled gracefully, raising her glass toward Merope. To receive such high praise from Mr. Slughorn at such a young age is indeed remarkable. "Miss Gunter, it is a pleasure to meet you." The radiant smile and demeanor she displayed were almost indistinguishable from the gentle visage she had shown that night. "Mrs. Knott might have overstated her qualities," Merope murmured softly, her gaze casually scanning the surroundings. At this club gathering, she had only encountered Theodore's aunt, yet the elder Knott himself was conspicuously absent. Was he not the head of the family, and thus a member of this so-called club? "Horace, you finally made it." A silver-haired wizard approached with brisk strides, eagerly grasping Slughorn's arm. "Now that you're here, you must come and hear about my latest method for purifying the venom of the venomous tentacula." Without waiting for a reply, he cheerfully dragged the smiling Slughorn toward the distant drinks table. In an instant, only Merope and Viperlaw remained in the corner. Lucius had long since wandered off, merging into another circle of conversation. Viperlaw gently swirled the deep crimson liquid in her glass, a pensive expression crossing her tranquil features. "If I recall correctly," she began, her tone amiable as if engaging in casual conversation, "it seems you and Theodore have been getting along quite well at school. He mentioned you to me." Her icy blue eyes, mirroring Theodore's, sparkled with mirth. "You are in the same year, are you not?" Merope paused, giving her glass a slight shake. "It's satisfactory enough. However, judging by Theodore's attitude towards family, particularly towards this aunt, Merope doubted he would mention her frequently in front of her. It felt more like a form of probing. Yet Viperlaw appeared oblivious to her aloofness. With a gentle sigh, infused with just the right amount of sympathy and resignation, she continued, "You must see. That child has a somewhat reclusive nature. Making friends is indeed a good thing. After all, you know he lost his mother at a young age, and his father. Well, it does leave one feeling concerned." She shifted her tone slightly. "I've heard he has some small ventures outside of school. It's commendable for a young man to have aspirations, but I worry that at his age, he might easily become entangled with dubious individuals or matters, squandering his efforts unnecessarily. That is his mother's inheritance. It would be wise to keep a close watch on it." Her lips parted slightly. Since Miss Gunter is familiar with him, if she happens to know anything, it might be worthwhile for her to offer him a word of caution. After all, some investments may not prove profitable in the long run. Her words were delivered with subtlety. "Venture arrangements?" Merope mused, recalling the shop left by Theodore's mother, Mrs. Rosier, located in Nocturne Alley. She feigned ignorance, taking a sip from her glass of juice. "Mrs. Knott is jesting. I am merely a student, and aside from brewing potions, my studies and the assignments from my professors leave me little time to comprehend matters of investment." She chuckled lightly. "Theodore has never discussed such topics with me." Viperlaw's smile remained unchanged, but her gaze deepened imperceptibly. Merope, however, glanced over her shoulder toward a solitary man not far away. He stood out as somewhat extraordinary, turned slightly from the crowd, a stark contrast to the elegantly dressed individuals engaged in conversation. Lean and upright, with impeccably styled straw-blonde hair. He seemed to be whispering urgently to a handheld mirror, his brow furrowed. The security for the Quidditch World Cup must be flawless, especially given that matter. The department's intentions are quite clear. "That is Barty Crouch," Viperlaw remarked, following her gaze. "The head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. They say he was once the most formidable contender for the position of Minister for Magic a decade ago." She sighed. "Alas, due to certain circumstances, he was ultimately demoted from the position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to his current role. His wife has also passed away. Since then, work has become his only companion. Quite a dull individual, is he not?" Viperlaw deftly redirected the conversation, her smile deepening though not reaching her eyes. "However, should you ever wish to discuss anything of particular importance with me?" She flicked her wrist, producing a silver-edged business card between her fingers. "We cannot overlook the contact spell inscribed upon this to have a proper chat." The woman smiled enigmatically. The soiree eventually drew to a quiet close. The brilliance of the crystal chandeliers began to dim, and as Merope stepped outside, she beheld the rising full moon. The business cards she had been given were still clenched in her palm, one bearing the Malfoy family crest. Tonight had yielded a considerable bounty. Although Slughorn had brought her along to the club without her consent, the connections she had made were not without merit. and she had encountered several pureblood families, many of whom were subordinates of her son. A flicker of faint mockery brushed across Merope's eyes. However, in the current weakened state of Voldemort, she had no desire to prematurely reveal her identity. Viperlaw not. Merope silently savored the name as she turned and entered Slughorn's potions laboratory. The elderly man had succumbed to a deep slumber on the couch, appearing to have indulged in quite a bit of alcohol, his round, chubby face flushed with a rosy hue. His snores were soft, and as moonlight streamed through the tall windows, Merope quickly used the illumination to inspect the various concoctions, her wand illuminating with a faint green glow. The permanent Wolfsbane potion was nearing completion, with the final crucial step to be executed tonight, to be administered to a werewolf under the full moon for the desired effect. She smoothly completed the final mixing, transferring the potion into a specially designed dragonhide flask, sealing it and stowing it within the pocket of her robes. It was time to return. The sensation of disapparition enveloped her as she vanished from the secluded alley outside Hogsmeade. The village was eerily quiet at night, and Merope hurried across the street, navigating the familiar path back to Hogwarts. Tonight, the Dementors patrolling Hogsmeade seemed particularly sparse. Upon opening the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, she was met with an unsettling darkness. "Where's Remus?" The silence was unusual. Lighting a candle, Merope's smile faltered as she spotted the bottle of Wolfsbane potion left on the desk. It was pristine, untouched, yet evidently prepared by Theodore. Why hadn't he consumed it? Where was Remus? Merope's brow furrowed. While Remus had always been reluctant to take the potion, he had shown considerable improvement in his resistance since she had modified the flavor. Under normal circumstances, he would not have neglected to drink it. Fingertips brushed against the cool glass of the vial, and Merope soon noticed a crumpled piece of parchment peeking out beside the potion. This was no ordinary parchment. Its unique texture and frayed edges held an unusual ink that traced the intricate lines of the castle and countless names as fine as a mosquito's leg. Merope immediately recalled how Fred and George had boasted about the remarkable utility of the Marauder's map. With pale hands, she grasped the map and lowered her gaze, soon discovering Remus's name. It was located at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, moving rapidly with a disordered trajectory. But there was more. Merope's fingertip swiftly skimmed downward. Peter Pettigrew? Sirius Black? Harry Potter and Hermione Granger? Merope narrowed her eyes. What were they doing there? The ink spots beneath her fingers seemed to burn with intensity. Without hesitation, she tucked away her wand's green glow, firmly gripping the Marauder's map as she turned and leaped onto the open windowsill of the office. The night wind howled into her robe's sleeves, and Merope uttered a brief incantation. The spell of flight surged through her, propelling her downward towards the Forbidden Forest. As her toes grazed the damp grass at the forest's edge, the earthy scent filled her nostrils. As Merope stood firm, an overwhelming chill enveloped her. Not merely the coolness of the night breeze, but a hollow cold that drained all warmth and joy, freezing even the soul. The temperature plummeted, and a grayish mist began to creep along the edges of her vision, a viscous essence slowly ascending through her limbs. Dementors. A horde of Dementors. Their tattered black cloaks obscuring their faces, extending long, thin claws. Her heart raced. Were so many Dementors here because Sirius was nearby? Merope furrowed her brow, perplexed. She had never before been affected by Dementors, yet now she felt an unsettling turmoil, a certain emotion gradually ebbing away. She tightened her grip on her wand and ventured deeper into the woods. The Marauder's map warmed slightly in her palm, ink dots revealing that Remus Lupin was not far ahead. More and more Dementors congregated, like crows sensing blood, the narrow space coalescing into a swirling vortex of darkness. The slender figure of the girl lost within the writhing black. The frigid waters of the lake lapped against the stones, and as Merope approached the shore, her unease grew more pronounced. Impatiently, she raised her wand, aiming the tip at the nearest Dementor, which was almost brushing against her cheek. Expecto Patronum. But the voice that emerged was not her own. A clear, youthful tone rang out just before Merope could utter the incantation, and a brilliant silver light burst forth. A robust stag charged toward the Dementors. Warmth, sanctity. The silvery threads dispelled the chill. Where the light touched, the Dementors emitted silent screams, retreating in disarray. A sense of warmth seemed to swell within her. Through the ethereal silver mist, across the lake, Merope beheld a figure amidst the trees, a head of disheveled black hair crowned with striking spring-green eyes. Merope? Harry Potter gazed at her with concern, his eyes urgently scanning her form. Are you all right? What are you doing here? Chapter 156. Rescue Sirius Black and deliver him to number 12, Grimmauld Place. That face appeared particularly pale amidst the drifting silver fog. Harry gripped his wand tightly, instinctively leaning forward. The previous Dementors had dissipated without a trace, and Merope noticed Hermione behind Harry, covering her mouth, her complexion wan. In the distance, a wolf's howl echoed. Merope glanced at the shimmering stag beside her, brushing her fingertips across its translucent back. Is this your patroness? It's beautiful, she complimented. White, powerful, and nearly sacred in its beauty. Merope even felt inclined to raise an eyebrow, lifting the Marauder's map in response to his earlier inquiry. I was looking for Professor Lupin. I found no one in his office, only a full vial of potion and the map. You see, she added softly, I'm the one who brews his potion each month. Judging by their expressions, it seemed they were already aware of Remus's identity. Reflecting on the ink dots entwined on the map, Merope's expression darkened. By the way, do you know what the current situation is? Has Peter resurfaced? Has Sirius been discovered? Merope recalled seeing Snape's name near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. How could everything have unraveled at Hogwarts in just one night while she was absent? Upon hearing her words, Hermione immediately stepped past Harry. The moonlight reflecting off the lake illuminated her shoulders, which rose and fell in agitation, her robes speckled with mud. Merope. There's no time to explain. She spoke rapidly, each word tumbling forth. But do you believe Sirius Black is innocent? Melope's brow twitched. Have they already laid everything bare? But we have no evidence. The Dementors have gathered, and the Ministry will soon arrive to capture him. Hermione gasped for breath, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her robe. Merope, do you have any way to save him? We can't simply run out of the Forbidden Forest. There are evidently guards in Hogsmeade. We were considering using Harry's firebolt to fly him away, but we don't have enough time to fetch it from the castle. As for the summoning charm, I'm not very skilled at it yet, since we only need to understand it in 4th year. And it doesn't even need to be mastered perfectly. They even contemplated borrowing a hippogriff from Hagrid, preparing to head to Hagrid's hut. But that seemed equally time-consuming and risky. Fortunately, they encountered Merope. With her magic and composure, she must surely have mastered that spell, right? The summoning charm? Merope paused. I can indeed perform that spell. Harry and Hermione's eyes sparkled with hope. However, Merope hesitated, glancing towards the castle where lights blazed, indicating a state of alert. In this situation, would sending a broomstick directly from the castle to the Forbidden Forest not be too conspicuous? It would be akin to igniting a flare in the night. I do know other methods, she added softly, noticing the disappointment in Hermione and Harry's eyes. Sirius Black. Merope tucked the Marauder's map into her pocket. Earlier, Sirius's name had clearly appeared nearby, yet as she surveyed her surroundings, there was no sign of him. He had evidently hidden in some secret corner. The lake shimmered under the moonlight. Without further hesitation, the slender girl glided forth from the moon's embrace. Her toes barely touched the surface of the water. Like a night-bird skimming across the lake, her dark hair flowing behind her in the breeze. On this particularly somber full moon night, Harry suddenly realized Merope seemed to be approaching him directly. In her dark, fathomless eyes reflected the moonlight along with his figure, gazing at him, gradually becoming clearer and larger as she drew near. Like a deep pool, like an eternal night, the towering full moon hung above, creating an almost illusory glow. A delicate hand rested on Harry's shoulder as she cast a casual glance at Hermione. I certainly believe you. So, Merope's lips curved into a faint smile. Do you know where Sirius is? Harry stared at her in astonishment. Merope's ethereal crossing of the lake had been too light, too insubstantial. Defying gravity, it defied logic. Appearing before him like a wisp of smoke, a beam of moonlight, causing him to nearly forget to breathe. Those eyes still drew him in. Like the moon guiding the tides of thought, strands of dark hair brushing against his shoulder. Harry opened his mouth, the acrid scent of potion filling his nostrils. That. Hermione, however, cast a wary glance at him. Merope's agreement came quicker than she had anticipated. Hermione bit her lip. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Merope had no reason, or standing, to harm Sirius. Just as she intended to step back, pointing towards the tangled underbrush behind them, a hoarse voice emerged from the shadows first. Merope. With a familiar tone, a handsome man emerged from a tangle of shrubs, his disheveled black hair sticking to his damp forehead. What are you doing here? He asked wearily, though his tone held no surprise. Merope tilted her head, asking, Isn't this precisely when you need my help? She cast her gaze over his deeply etched, weary features, the moonlight illuminating his prominent cheekbones and tightly pressed thin lips, rendering him breathtakingly beautiful in that moment. Hermione gasped. Wait, do you know each other? Merope, for the time being, tucked her wand into her pocket. Although she was unclear about the specifics of what had transpired, time was of the essence. She yearned to administer the improved Wolfsbane potion to Remus, yet she equally dreaded witnessing Sirius being kissed and devoured by a Dementor, or returning to the decaying confines of Azkaban. That would be an unfortunate fate for a striking black. The cool touch of her palm had unknowingly slipped from Harry's shoulder, her hair springing away from him as the sound of her footsteps approached abruptly, coming to stand before Sirius. What are you planning? Sirius inquired in a hoarse whisper. But before he could finish his question, a slender arm unexpectedly encircled his waist. Sirius stiffened. What? Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. It's quite simple. Melopia's voice was close. Just follow me. With that, her hand tightened around his waist, and Sirius felt a sudden lightness beneath his feet as he was lifted off the ground. A flying charm. A gentle magic buoyed him up, the night wind howled, and Sirius instinctively grasped her. Looking down, the treetops of the forbidden forest blurred beneath him, and the distant black lake shimmered with flecks of silver light. He felt her arm tightening around him. Melopia's peripheral vision caught sight of someone below, leading a struggling giant wolf towards the castle. It was Remus, her gaze dimming as she shifted her focus away. Where to? Melopia's voice almost faded into the wind. Sirius struggled to steady his breath against the roaring wind, his gray eyes fixed on the dark, undulating outline of the mountains in the distance. Anywhere but here. He found himself still unaccustomed to the sensation of Melopia's arm around his waist. The events that had unfolded were too intense. The chilling blood frozen by the Dementors still prevented him from fully concentrating. Peter's escape, Remus transforming into a giant wolf, the hatred accumulating within him. A full moon hanging in the night sky. So much so that Sirius forgot to contemplate the mystery of Melopia's flight. Yes, that was a spell unique to Voldemort. But Melopia herself was a genius. Surely she could create a similar incantation through her own means? The farther, the better, he murmured. After this ordeal, the Ministry of Magic would surely tighten their grip on him. He was uncertain if he could ever return to Hogwarts or Hogsmeade. As for the Black ancestral home, he harbored a deep disdain for that place. And given that he was a member of the Black family, even though he had declared his disassociation, the Ministry would undoubtedly keep a close watch there. Unless some powerful wizard had cast formidable protective charms over it. Then, Melopia's lips curved into a smile. Let's find a quieter place. She led him toward an abandoned wooden house at the edge of the forbidden forest, away from the road, its location concealed, just outside the boundary of Hogwarts' anti-apparition charms. As her toes touched the cold, damp grass, she released her grip. Sirius stumbled slightly but regained his balance. Before he could speak, Melopia had once again seized his wrist. Hold on, she instructed succinctly, as her wand slipped into her palm. In the next moment, the space seemed to tighten, compressing, bang. The sensation of apparition gripped him fiercely. When they landed, the surroundings had completely transformed. The air remained cold and damp, infused with the scent of decaying wood and dust. Melopia gazed at the dilapidated wooden house before her, a glimmer of nostalgia surfacing as her eyes shifted to the luxurious mansion nearby. Of course, thus far, both residences were equally decrepit, but the opulent one appeared considerably cleaner than the wooden shack. Melopia released his hand and turned to the slightly panting Sirius. Welcome, she murmured. This place is temporarily safe. At least the Ministry would never suspect that Sirius would seek refuge in the Gaunt mansion. The Gaunt mansion. To date, the entire Gaunt family could be said to consist solely of her. Aside from her, no one else could come here, possessing authority over this place. Though she harbored nothing but disdain for this house. Pushing open the wooden door, Sirius noticed her hissing at something serpentine as the dilapidated foyer opened before them, stirring up a cloud of dust in the air. The floor was littered with what appeared to be decades of undisturbed grime and debris, while tattered. Faded tapestries hung from the walls, and ancient furniture lay askew, cloaked in cobwebs. The ashes accumulated in the fireplace were as cold as a grave. Perhaps we need to tidy this place up, she pursed her lips, her clenched wand erupting in bursts of green light, exterminating all the sneaky creatures hidden within the curtains. Sirius? It was not lost on him how she had just revealed herself to be a Gaunt, a pure blood, born of Slytherin lineage. Don't look at me like that, Sirius. Melopia put away her wand, the recently cast spell having left no trace of those creatures whatsoever. At least this method of cleaning was swift and thorough, was it not? Unfortunately, my house here in the Gaunt mansion no longer has any house elves left. The rest is up to us. In fact, her previous status here had not differed much from that of a house elf. Melopia swiftly cast numerous spells, conjuring a stream of clear water and cleansing light, interspersed with bursts of green light. The killing curse swiftly cleared the entire mansion of magical creatures. Sirius was left in awe. Yet, as an adult much taller than Melopia, he felt it was his duty to partake in the cleaning of the room. Although he currently lacked a wand, nonverbal magic was not an arduous task for him. Channeling his magic through his fingertips, water flowed to wash the walls and floor. The dark, soiled water trickling away through the floorboards. Melopia, in a corner, came across a crooked picture frame. The man in the picture bore a resemblance to Melopia, sharing some of her features. Upon seeing Melopia, he widened his eyes in shock, unleashing a venomous scream. You dare return. You filthy, fallen traitor. You have sullied the ancient and noble blood of the Gaunts, a traitor to the family, a disgrace to Slytherin, daring to consort with a filthy muggle." Before he could finish his tirade, Merope calmly raised her wand. The frame, along with the grotesque face within, shattered into an instant explosion of fragments. Outside the corner, Sirius remarked, "Such familiar rhetoric. The clichés of pure-blood families he had heard thousands of times in the black ancestral home." Sirius looked up, his elegant medium-length hair resting on his shoulder, his expression one of distaste. "Who was that to you? What was he shouting about?" "Nothing," Merope replied, stowing her wand. "Many years ago, in defiance of this ignorant, decaying pure-blood family, I once told them, including my great-grandfather in that portrait, that I was hopelessly in love with a muggle. Tom Riddle." The image of that handsome face still lingered in her mind, but suddenly, as Sirius was clearing away a collapsed cabinet nearby, his fingers brushed against something hard and cold. The object seemed to be buried beneath a pile of splintered wood and debris. Sirius squinted, extending his hand to retrieve it. What could it be? He cautiously unearthed the item, as if it were safeguarded by some form of magic. A ring? Chapter 157, The Gaunt Ring, a gift for Sirius? It was a ring that exuded an aura of ancient history. Its dull metallic sheen and broad face were adorned with a large, dark gemstone, resembling a piece meant for a man. Merope paused her task of clearing the shattered portraits. The Gaunt family ring, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. It should have rightfully come into the possession of Morphin. Was it discarded here because he had passed away? Sirius appeared momentarily frozen. At that moment, he knelt on one knee, his long fingers tightly gripping the ring, his cascading black curls obscuring his cheek, yet failing to conceal the redness that tinged his eyes. "If you like it," Merope seemed to notice his expression and nonchalantly rose, suggesting he could take it, play with it, or wear it as he pleased. Even if it were damaged, it mattered not to her. It was merely a piece of junk in her eyes. However, she advised him to cast a cleaning charm on it before handling it, considering it had once been in the possession of Marvolo, which made her feel somewhat queasy. As she spoke, she approached Sirius, crouching beside him, intending to brush aside his fallen bangs to discern his expression, but her movements abruptly halted. Something was amiss. Sirius's gaze was not one of mere surprise or curiosity. It was more akin to an obsession, his focus seemingly locked onto the ring, as if he could no longer hear the sounds of the outside world. He stared intently at the ring, his fingernails digging deeply into his flesh. "This ring?" Merope followed his fixed gaze. To her, the resurrection stone ring still shimmered with its somber glow. She knew its function: wear it upon one's finger and turn it thrice to commune with the deceased. If she were to don this ring, would she immediately see Tom? Familiar, handsome features. How old was he when Riddle took his life? Riddle was merely in his 6th year then, and yes, Tom had only been in his 30s at the time of his death. Would he appear more mature, more refined? What would he say to her, knowing everything? Would it be scorn, tears, or a profound regret for having fled from her side? No. Merope's expression hardened as she swiftly snatched the ring from Sirius's grasp. Her pale fingertips unleashed an irresistible surge of magic, forcibly prying open his clenched fingers. The moment the ring fell into her palm, she rose and stepped back, gazing down at Sirius, who seemed just awakened from a dream. "This ring is problematic," she declared. "What?" Sirius tilted his head back, his tousled hair falling behind his ear, revealing his handsome face, still clouded by confusion from moments prior. It bore a curse, one imbued with a potent aura of dark magic. Its origins were akin to that of the diary and the diadem, yet it was more subtle, more contained, with hidden curses that were difficult to discern. Had she not been so familiar with Riddle's essence, Merope might have struggled to detect it immediately. "Dark magic?" Sirius exclaimed. He sprang to his feet, leveraging his height to lean toward her, one hand instinctively resting on her slender shoulder. What curse clung to it? A seductive enchantment that strongly beckoned one to wear it? He narrowed his eyes, his knuckles rapping lightly against her shoulder. What would happen if it were worn? He possessed only a limited understanding of such treacherous curses, but his upbringing in the Black family had instilled in him a fundamental wariness. "I don't know," Merope replied flatly, twisting the ring. It would likely result in instant demise within 5 minutes, given Riddle's style. It was truly unexpected. She had not anticipated that Riddle would conceal a Horcrux here, allowing a fragment of his soul to be attached to this very ring, and thus gaining yet another son. Merope tucked the ring into her pocket. "Wait," Sirius leaned in closer. "You're just going to shove this ring, steeped in such potent dark magic, into your pocket? What if something goes awry?" Merope cast him a nonchalant glance. Not much to worry about. In the Gaunt household, items imbued with dark magic and curses were plentiful. If I don't take them away, who knows when they might wreak havoc on someone? She suddenly pivoted, completely evading his touch. "Are you concerned for me, Sirius?" Her voice was a whisper, and as she slightly lifted her chin, the scrutiny in her gaze was unmistakable. Sirius swallowed hard. Suddenly realizing that he had unconsciously retreated half a step, his back nearly pressed against the cold, mottled wall behind him. "You," he stammered, but Merope merely chuckled in amusement. "It won't come to harm in my possession. I will find a way to deal with it. Though the curse is insidious and complex, it is not entirely insurmountable for me. Furthermore, if I am truly disinclined to address it, I could always leave it to Riddle himself to resolve the curse." Merope took a few steps back, nonchalantly raising her wand. A silent spatial expansion charm rippled outward, the low ceiling ascended, and the constricting walls expanded outward. A few transfiguration spells were cast, reshaping the old furniture, and in an instant, the room transformed into a spacious and habitable space. Without hesitation, she discarded the Gaunt family's remnants, as the portraits of several Gaunt ancestors screamed and scolded, only to be shoved back into a dilapidated trunk by Merope. Much to Sirius's delight, if he were to return to the Black Estate, Kreaker would never allow him to carelessly discard anything. "This will suffice for habitation," Merope concluded, stowing her wand away. In the magical realm, casting large-scale spatial expansion charms without prior notification is, of course, illegal. Yet, how many laws had Merope already flouted? As long as she employed sufficient confusion and concealment charms to evade the Ministry's notice, there would be no issue. Sirius surveyed the transformed room, a complex expression on his face. In certain respects, he and she were indeed quite alike, even though she remained a Slytherin. Remember, Merope had moved to the door, her hand resting on the doorknob. It would be best not to leave this house indiscriminately. Sirius's wanted poster is not limited to the magical world. In the Muggle realm, his name has been published in newspapers as a highly dangerous murderer. There are still Muggles residing in the entirety of Hogsmeade. "Understood," Sirius replied quietly. "If you truly wish to go out, we can take a stroll when summer arrives, provided we cast sufficient confusion charms. Hogwarts has not officially let out yet, and I need to return in a timely manner." As she spoke, she exerted a slight pressure on the doorknob and opened the door. Outside, dawn had already broken. The faint morning light seeped in from the east, outlining her delicate silhouette. Merope suddenly paused, reaching into the depths of her pocket. The metallic edge of the time-turner felt cold to the touch. Remus. She had yet to administer the permanent Wolfsbane potion she had developed to him. Chapter 158. Lupin, transformed back into human form. The time-turner was silently activated. Golden grains of sand cascaded down, and Merope's figure reappeared in the shadows of Hogsmeade. One must bear in mind a crucial point before utilizing the time converter. It cannot alter the incontrovertible truths witnessed with one's own eyes. The undeniable reality is that Remus was previously ensnared by numerous wizards with enchanted chains, being dragged towards the castle. Merope hid in the shadows at the edge of the forbidden forest, her gaze calm. The wizards, clad in meticulously tailored robes, wore the Ministry of Magic insignia on their chests, glimmering coldly in the moonlight. Their movements were crude, the clanking of chains resonating harshly in the stillness. It was truly unexpected that Dumbledore would allow a werewolf to assume the role of a professor, one scoffed, impatiently prodding the still struggling wolfish form with his wand. "If it weren't for the time wasted subduing this creature," another muttered darkly, "we might have already caught Black in a shrieking shack." "Enough, stop your complaints. We have to deal with this incident on a full moon night, as if preventing it from biting someone isn't troublesome enough." They dragged the chains, forcing the massive wolf into a temporarily reinforced stone chamber on the castle's lower level. Merope followed closely behind. She observed Professor McGonagall appearing with a grave expression, whispering a few words to the Ministry officials before casting a series of binding, silencing, and shielding charms upon the tightly shut door. Seizing the moment they turned to attend to other matters, Merope silently manifested before the door. With a deft flick of her wand, she whispered the unlocking charm, Alohomora. The additional protective spells crumbled under her precise magical analysis, allowing Merope to push the door ajar, squeezing her slender form through the gap. The entire room was desolate, seemingly stripped of all furniture, save for a high window that let in a meager stream of moonlight. The massive wolf was firmly bound to the ground by several chains, its silvery fur disheveled from struggle. As it raised its eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness, a low growl rumbling from deep within its throat. It sounded almost like a whine. Its fur, sleek and glistening, indicated that this wolf was no longer the gaunt creature of yore. Over the past 2 years, Merope had taken exceptional care of his wolf form. She approached, bending down, disregarding the glistening fangs bared by the gigantic wolf. "Do you remember me, Remus?" Her voice was soft, soothing as a lullaby. A few strands of black hair cascaded down with her lowering head, brushing against the soft fur of the wolf's ears. For a fleeting moment, the wolf's expression froze. The fierce hostility cracked open a sliver of confusion upon encountering that familiar scent. Certain memories embedded within the body had long since become instinctual. This sensation was overwhelmingly familiar and profoundly comforting. The warmth of those hands. The caress tracing along the base of the ears, the neck, the spine. Merope crouched down, her fingers naturally falling atop his head, gently kneading along the contours of his skull, her movements so practiced it was as if she were rearranging a cherished possession. "If you can behave," she remarked casually, her gaze sweeping over his constricted pupils. "I might loosen the chains a bit." Her fingertips grazed the chain links, and a delicate unlocking charm silently seeped in. With a clatter, the chains loosened a notch, still binding, yet no longer embedded deeply into flesh. The wolf's chest visibly rose and fell, its taut limbs relaxing slightly, though its gaze remained vigilant. Merope settled at the intersection of moonlight and shadow. The wolf lay on its side within the halo of light, its silver-gray fur kissed by the moonlight, casting a cold silver edge, while the chains coiled like serpents around its broad shoulders and taut abdomen, casting intricate shadows upon the stone floor. At last, Merope withdrew a vial of Wolfsbane potion from her pocket. The liquid within shimmered with a faint glow, reminiscent of captured moonlight. To leave the chains partially intact was both an act of mercy and prudence. Excessive restraint could drive the wolf into madness from pain. Should it suddenly revert to human form in such a state, the chains might very well snap bones. As for why she wouldn't completely release him, Merope tilted her head, her gaze drifting over the metallic rings. Some bindings, when loosened even a little, accentuated the indentations pressed into his fur, while the edges fluffed up, rising and falling in the interplay of light and shadow. With a gentle pull, she removed the cork from the vial, the bitter scent of the potion wafting through the air. Steadying the wolf's jaw with one hand, she placed the mouth of the vial between his teeth with the other. The wolf emitted a threatening whine, its sharp teeth grazing against her fingers. Yet it stiffened abruptly as her other hand silently caressed the thick, soft fur on its chest. Certainly, even if he resisted, Merope possessed countless methods to coax Lupin into obediently opening his mouth. The potion flowed slowly, and instinctively, the wolf swallowed, the clear liquid sliding down its throat. The permanent Wolfsbane potion, brewed by Merope herself, proved to be remarkably effective. The transformation occurred almost instantaneously. Heartbeats thundered. She watched as Remus gradually morphed back into human form, claws retracting into slender fingers, fur receding into warm skin, the wolf's snout condensing, revealing the lean and pallid contours of a human. The chains adjusted and slid off with the change in size, still loosely encircling the now-forming body. In the moonlight, Lupin's shoulders arched, damp light brown hair clinging to his sweat-soaked forehead. He curled on the ground, breathing heavily, his gradually clearing gray-green eyes widening in astonishment upon meeting her gaze. Meanwhile, Merope had turned her head, calmly retrieving another vial from her robes and tilting it back to drink. It was an age potion. The coolness flowed down her throat. Her form silently elongated in the moonlight, her black hair cascading down to her waist, transforming into the slender, poised shadow of an adult woman. "Remus?" She leaned forward, drawing closer to Lupin, as the round moon appeared before the window, so serene, so gentle. In this moment, he was in human form. Lupin stared at the moon, entranced, his robe entangled in the slack chains, outlining his thin physique. His large hands brushed against the ground, inadvertently shifting the chains. The sound of metal clinking seemed to glimmer with a warm light in his eyes. "Merope, did you do this?" Lupin stammered, turning his head. But as his gaze locked onto her current visage, his words faltered abruptly. "Wait." The young man's ears flushed crimson at a visible pace, his voice rising in panic. "Merope, where are you touching?" Chapter 159, No Longer a Werewolf, The Miracle She Created. Her tone was gentle, like clear spring water trickling over smooth stone walls. With a casual playfulness, a few strands of black hair cascaded down to the man's shoulder as she leaned closer, her pale cheek almost translucent under the moonlight, her pure black pupils shifting slowly to the right. Her gaze was scrutinizing, appraising, tinged with a sense of predatory intent. That hand lingered in place, even bolder now, fingertips tracing over certain areas. Lupin's breathing quickened suddenly. He attempted to reach out to stop her, only to realize his hands remained bound by chains. Any slight movement would press his back against the wall behind him. He had no idea where his wand had gone. Perhaps taken by some wizard after he transformed into a wolf. Now, he was utterly empty-handed, struggling to muster even a hint of magic from his recently restored, weakened form. "Merope, please don't do this." Lupin's voice was hoarse, a mix of lingering frailty and palpable panic. He tried to shift his body, the chains clinking in response. "Let me get up first. There are still so many things left unclear, too many questions lodged in my throat." The chains had indeed loosened significantly, no longer embedded in his flesh, yet they still coiled around his wrists and waist. There was even a cold length of metal resting loosely upon his ankle. The stark contrast between the frigid touch and the gradually rising body temperature after consuming the potion was palpable. The metallic shackles confined him, rendering him both unable to escape and incapable of complete defense, leaving him in a state of vulnerability. Only a small area remained exposed, forced to unfold. However, Merope seemed oblivious to his words. She reached out, her palm firmly pressing against his taut shoulder. With a slight exertion, she quelled Remus's attempt to turn away. His stunned gaze remained locked onto her as Merope leaned closer, her upper body bending down to his. Their breaths mingled in the proximity, her dark hair cascading down, enveloping the young man in the shadow she cast. "Remus," she began, gently brushing aside the stray locks from his forehead. "Stay here and do not worry about any of this. Sirius has already been rescued, and I have found him a safe place. He will not be captured by the Ministry nor kissed by a Dementor." She tenderly caressed his cheek, continuing, "As for Harry and the others, you need not fret. He performed remarkably with the patroness charm in the face of the Dementors." Her tone, almost admiring, lingered as she paused. "It was a very beautiful stag." Stag. It seemed she noticed a glimmer of moisture in Remus's eyes. The cool moonlight continued to quietly flow into the cramped room, and Melope's voice remained calm. "Moreover, you should have sensed it just now," she said, playing with his hair. "I just administered the potion, allowing you to regain your human form before the full moon wanes. This signifies that the potion was a success. Remus, I have developed a permanent Wolfsbane potion for you. From now on," she articulated slowly, "the night of the full moon will no longer be a curse for you. You will no longer have to transform, endure the agonizing pain of bone and blood tearing, or hide in dread as the full moon approaches. Remus Lupin, you are no longer a werewolf." The thunderous proclamation resonated loudly in his chaotic mind. She witnessed Remus's eyes widen suddenly, his pupils constricting sharply under the moonlight. How could this be possible? No longer a werewolf. The curse that had haunted him for half his life, stripping him of nearly all possibilities and exiling him to the fringes. Was it truly resolved? This person before him, declaring an end in an almost nonchalant tone? The overwhelming tide of euphoria had not yet completely breached the dam of his reason, yet more complex emotions surged forth. The disbelieving haze, the sudden void of burdens lifted after years, was nearly engulfed by profound gratitude and a deeper sense of helplessness as he gazed at Merope. "Are you serious?" he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, fearful of shattering the dream. "This potion is permanent? Merope, this is impossible. This exceeds the known realms of magic." It felt like a miracle, an exquisite miracle bestowed by her own hands. "Otherwise, how do you think you returned to being human?" Merope appeared to be losing her patience. Before he could gather his thoughts, the hand resting on his shoulder slipped down. Her fingertips brushed over his chest, which rose and fell with emotional turbulence, as her other hand encircled his waist, unrelentingly pulling him closer. His already weakened body lost all balance, and Remus was unexpectedly tipped backward by her swift movement. A muffled sound escaped his throat, and the chains clinked softly in disarray. A thick woolen blanket materialized beneath him, cushioning his fall. He struggled to prop himself up on his elbows. Merope did not fully rest on him, but supported herself with her arm beside his head. "So," she whispered, her breath brushing against his slightly parted lips, "is it all right?" He was no longer a werewolf. She had resolved it. She had transcended the boundaries that the magical world had failed to breach for centuries, personally restoring his freedom. Remus gazed into her eyes, so near, where he found no pity, no charity, only an abyssal darkness, steeped in profound intrigue. The chains still bound his limbs. The moonlight continued to illuminate the room in pure whiteness. Yet something far more resilient silently shattered. The high walls built over the years, the principles that a werewolf must abide by. Gratitude was real, the disorientation was real, and the long-suppressed emotions finally bursting forth through the cracks were real. Remus's Adam's apple bobbed. Melope's lips curled silently, before he could utter another syllable. Her chilling aura completely enveloped him. Her icy lips pressed against the parched corner of his mouth, sending vibrations through his eardrums. Her gray-green eyes trembled violently, reflecting the depths of her own pupils. Shame, confusion, incredulous gratitude, and an overwhelming sensation of being thoroughly seen and exposed melted together in the cool moonlight and the soft clinking of chains, merging into an increasingly rising, searing darkness. Her hand slipped into his still-bound fingers, their digits intertwining, gently crushing the last remnants of resistance. The night was thick, and dawn was still far off. Chapter 160. What does the moon mean? In a long, cursed life, what does the moon signify? Is it the agony of transformation, the stripping of reason, or the boundless solitude of curling up alone in darkness? In the magical realm, werewolves are beguiled by the moon on full moon nights, descending into irreversible madness. The moon is malevolent, It lures one into chaos and abyss. It is the source of turmoil, the curse boiling in the blood of werewolves, and the most feared entity in Remus Lupin's life for over 30 years. Do you like it? Still under the full moon, in the cramped, secretive room. The moonlight gradually bathed the space in increasing clarity, flowing with the passage of time and the shifting angle. Silver dust floated in the air, and the chains had long fallen slack on the ground. Remus half embraced Melope's slender shoulders, his cheeks still tinged with a faint blush. A tumultuous wave swept over him, his breath erratic. The girl's body temperature was always somewhat lower than that of ordinary people, and even now, the coolness emanating from their skin was palpable. It felt as if it were something he was profoundly familiar with. Melope's movements were gentle. The moonlight poured over them unreservedly. Just a slight tilt of his head allowed him to glimpse through the gap of her shoulder the full moon, the silver disk that had governed half of his fate, now suspended in the indigo sky. He unintentionally murmured, his gaze fixated on that luminous glow. From this angle, the moon could appear serene, distant, and even beautiful. No longer a harbinger of curses, no longer a prelude to flesh-tearing agony. It was simply a moon, silent, ancient, and no longer intrinsically linked to his suffering. Remus hazily accepted all her gentle touches, her breath's rhythm, and the near-controlling tenderness she exerted upon him. He felt as if he might drown in this unfamiliar tranquility, unaware of when he had relaxed his taut shoulders. "Remus, what are you looking at?" Melope suddenly turned her head, her dark hair brushing against his neck. This shift in posture effectively obscured the small window, completely blocking his view of the moon. Now, all he could see was her. Her pale face, framed by shadows, appeared deeply contoured, her pitch-black eyes reflecting a trace of the remaining moonlight and the startled reflection of himself. "Is it possible, under such circumstances?" she murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper as it brushed against his damp, tousled hair. "For you to lose focus, Remus?" Her thumb gently pressed against his slightly parted lower lip. "You know," Melope's tone darkened, "I detest it when someone's mind wanders while engaged with me." Suddenly, Lupin snapped back to attention. A flicker of anxiety crossed his gray-green eyes as he instinctively began to speak, his words hastening involuntarily. "I'm sorry, Melope. He faltered, biting his lip, while the arm encircling her waist tightened silently. "Sorry," Melope repeated softly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Then, with a sudden movement, she slid her hand down and grasped his chin delicately with her fingertips. "Is merely uttering an apology sufficient?" Lupin's unfocused gaze widened in bewilderment. In response, Melope's lips curved into an almost playful smile. "However, since you have apologized, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to follow your words with some tangible actions," she mused. "For instance, by thoroughly pleasing me." Pleasing, Lupin's breath caught. How was he to accomplish such a feat? He had never been taught, nor had anyone ever demanded it of him. His understanding of intimacy was as barren as the desolate years of his earlier life. Yet Melope's gaze rested calmly upon his face, neither urging nor instructing, merely waiting. Waiting for him to explore on his own, to offer himself willingly. Flushed crimson, a warm, bittersweet sensation rising in his throat, Lupin finally lowered his lashes, averting her lucid stare, and awkwardly bowed his head to kiss her. His fingertips trembled, but he was learning, clumsily yet earnestly responding to her request, a selfless offering. Dawn approached. Sparse sunlight gradually filtered through the window. Melope curled within his embrace, her head lazily resting on Lupin's shoulder, her raven hair cascading along his neck. Lupin stirred from a hazy sleep, his arm instinctively drawing tighter around her shoulder. Melope's eyes fluttered open drowsily, lifting her face to meet his. She still bore the visage of a mature woman, sharp yet languid, her disheveled black hair accentuating her pale complexion after just waking. Lupin's cheeks flushed anew. The effects of the age-reversing potion were indeed remarkably enduring. "Good morning." He almost immediately released her, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the now useless chains strewn about. Wait, his eyes froze. The cold stone walls, the rough woolen blankets on the floor, scattered chains, fragments of memory swiftly pieced together. Yesterday, having neglected to take his Wolfsbane potion, he had transformed into a frenzied werewolf and was subsequently confined by the other wizards. Now, with the sun risen, it should be daytime, and as a werewolf, he ought to have reverted to his human form by now. Those wizards guarding him. Lupin's voice quickened suddenly. "By the way, Melope, do you know when they'll arrive? Maybe you should leave first. Otherwise, if the ministry officials see us like this..." "I overheard them say they won't open the door until around 9 in the morning, Melope replied lazily, lifting her eyelids to glance at the faint light outside. "It appears to be just past 7 now. However," she paused, "we could leave ahead of schedule. The ministry has never shown proper respect for Remus. A werewolf who returns to normal at dawn need not be locked away like a beast until 9. Drawing her wand from her pocket, the slender woman moved toward the door, effortlessly unlocking the meticulously warded entrance. Her form began to shrink gradually, reverting to that of a third year, which just as the potion's effect faded. To the headmaster's office, Merope declared without hesitation. Some matters must indeed be brought to Dumbledore's attention. After all, he remained the headmaster of Hogwarts. Ascending the spiral staircase, the grand door of the headmaster's office came into view. It seemed slightly ajar. Merope was about to knock tentatively when voices from within halted her. Dumbledore, you must confront this issue. Appointing a werewolf as defense against the dark arts professor is far too perilous. Last night's full moon chaos is proof enough. But I do not believe the werewolf himself is the problem, Cornelius, Dumbledore's calm voice responded. Remus Lupin is one of the most outstanding and dedicated defense against the dark arts instructors I have known. His teaching has always been well received by the students. Nonsense. How could anyone in the wizarding world support a werewolf standing at the podium? Parents will complain. You must force him to resign. Outside, Lupin froze in place at the doorway. His spine stiffened, fingers clutching the worn edge of his robe. A familiar embarrassment and chill crept up his spine. The sensation of being scrutinized, ostracized, labeled dangerous and wrong, a feeling that had never truly left him. He almost turned away, desperate to flee these words and the impending, harsher judgment. At that moment, is that so? Merope's voice rang out clearly and composedly. Without hesitation, she pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside, Dumbledore stood behind his desk, his blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles widening slightly. Facing him was a short, stout middle-aged wizard, the very ministry official who had spoken moments before, Cornelius Fudge. All eyes turned sharply toward the doorway. But what if I told you? Merope strode to the desk, her gaze sweeping over Lupin's pale face before settling on Fudge's astonished expression. That Professor Lupin is no longer a werewolf? Chapter 161. Snape. The atmosphere between her and Lupin, a single stone cast into still waters, stirred 1,000 ripples. Lupin stood rigid at the office entrance, palms braced against the doorframe, his expression flushed with embarrassment. Merope then noticed that the office was not occupied solely by Dumbledore and Fudge. Snape lingered in the shadowed corner, his cold gaze fixed upon her. Was the door not properly closed? Fudge barked briefly, then hastily masked his tone with a forced smile directed at Merope. My dear young lady, he bent slightly, blinking, striving to sound coaxing as if addressing an incorrigible child, though I fail to understand why you would utter such words. Lupin's status as a werewolf remains an indisputable fact. To date, the wizarding world has no permanent cure for lycanthropy. Feigning benevolence, he added, my dear, I suggest you keep your distance. Werewolves are inherently dangerous, especially when emotionally unstable. Only then did Fudge seem to realize Lupin's presence, his eyes widening abruptly. How is he here? I ordered my subordinates. I saw Professor Lupin confined in that room. Merope interrupted languidly, so I walked over and dispelled the spell locking the door. Actually, I did not expect the Ministry's protective enchantments to be so feeble that even a third year which could effortlessly break them, she added coolly. From the corner, Snape simultaneously lifted his eyelids. His jet-black eyes locked onto Merope's form as he stepped forward with a dangerous air. So, Miss Gaunter, he inquired sharply. What exactly do you mean by that statement? His gaze swept across Lupin's pale, rigid face, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I hardly deem it wise to remain in the company of a werewolf who has previously ventured out without permission and is suspected of being linked to the fugitive Black at this very moment. The air in the office grew taut with the weight of his words. However, Merope suddenly laughed. In front of everyone, she did not even glance at Snape, but instead summoned the heavy high-backed chair from in front of the desk with her magical prowess, sitting down with an air of calm assurance. Perhaps you should first take a look at my latest research findings, Professor Snape. While the others remained standing, Merope leisurely retrieved a dragonhide flask from her pocket. The liquid within swirled. It was a small sample she had intentionally preserved after administering a permanent enhancement potion to Lupin the previous night. Given your expertise in potion making, she lifted the vial slightly, her pitch-black eyes glancing sideways. You should be able to ascertain its efficacy through the properties of the potion and the magic it contains, correct? As he tightened his grip on the potion, Snape hesitated for a moment before striding forward and snatching the vial from Merope's hand. He uncorked it, not directly smelling it, but lightly tapping the opening with the tip of his wand, causing a faint, almost invisible golden mist to rise. Only those with profound knowledge in potion making could discern the essence of advanced potions through such incantations. Snape's pupils momentarily constricted. Merope smiled, explaining to the others. This is the permanent Wolfsbane potion I developed. If administered to a werewolf on the night of the full moon, it can completely cure their curse, thus preventing transformation from that night onward. Snape's eyes widened suddenly. What prompted you to research such a potion? Merope met his gaze. a subtle smile gracing her lips. Did you not instruct me to brew Wolfsbane for Professor Lupin every month? She noticed a flicker in Dumbledore's gaze. But Merope remained unfazed, reclining slightly against the back of her chair, as a witch with a profound interest in potion-making. Is it not natural to conceive and pursue the idea of creating a permanent Wolfsbane when faced with a werewolf who suffers so acutely during the full moon? So, as long as one has interest, they can develop potions that overturn the established knowledge of the magical world? Fudge's eyes widened, his lips moving as if to protest. Do not speak of such matters so lightly. Snape's expression, however, shifted to one of unprecedented severity. His gaze dropped, his hand gripping the potion tightly. His scrutinizing eyes locked onto Merope's face. For a fleeting moment, she perceived a flicker of fervor in his gaze. The instinctive desire of a leading potion scholar confronted with groundbreaking results. Do not regard me with such an expression, Professor Snape. Merope managed a feeble smile. Otherwise, I shall regretfully inform you that, to protect my intellectual property, I do not intend to disclose the detailed formula of the potion at this juncture. Snape, his expression suddenly became quite fearsome. Had he ever expressed a desire for the formula? Lupin stepped forward, gazing earnestly into Snape's eyes, expressing heartfelt gratitude. But in any case, Severus, I am still grateful that you agreed to brew the Wolfsbane for him. Without it, despite Dumbledore's hopes for him to take on the defense against the dark arts position, he would be utterly incapacitated. After Snape cast a cold glance at Merope, he immediately shifted his focus to Lupin. Strangely, as Lupin approached, he stood rather close to Merope, an unspoken, subtle aura having formed between them, one that outsiders found difficult to penetrate. An inexplicable intimacy silently spread between the two. Suddenly, Lupin felt a chill sweep through the air. Dumbledore's voice interjected at the opportune moment. Well, it seems we have resolved the controversy surrounding the werewolf, Cornelius, he said politely. Yet, we cannot solely rely on the word of this young witch. Fudge's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Who among you has witnessed the potion's effects firsthand? Who knows if it is merely some temporary ruse? The ministry requires rigorous validation procedures. Furthermore, even if what she says is true, the incident has already transpired. How could a long-serving minister of magic allow his authority to be challenged? I have yet to address you regarding your Dementor's unwarranted intrusion into my school, which nearly resulted in my students plummeting from great heights. Dumbledore stated calmly, devoid of any smile. Hogwarts is an educational institution, Cornelius. The presence of those Dementors severely disrupts the teaching environment and poses an undeniable threat to the psychological well-being of the students. He leaned slightly forward, his tone gentle yet laden with gravity. I strongly demand, no. I formally notify you that all Dementors stationed around Hogwarts must be withdrawn by the end of this week. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to consider filing a formal complaint with the Wizengamot and publicly question the legality of the ministry's decision to deploy dark magical creatures within the school grounds without the school's full consent. Fudge's complexion shifted from red to white. Merope and Lupin exited the headmaster's office, one following the other. Just as the door closed behind them, she caught sight of Harry hurriedly ascending the spiral staircase. Merope's distance to him suddenly diminished as Harry, panting, nearly stumbled to a halt before her. You managed to get Sirius to safety last night, right? He whispered, instinctively placing his hands on her shoulders. I really appreciate what you did. Without you, Hermione and I might never have thought of a solution. He remembered. He recalled Merope's composed figure leading Sirius into the night under the moonlight, so serene, so steady, as if nothing in the world could defeat her. In Harry's heart, Merope had always been special. She was eternally mature, calm, and strong, like a silent shadow, yet so reassuring in crucial moments. An unconscious reliance swelled within him as Merope gently raised her hand to stroke his back. Not at all, Harry. I owe you my thanks for your assistance. Harry paused momentarily. Thanks to your patroness charm yesterday, Merope remarked casually. The light from that stag warmed my heart little by little. She spoke nonchalantly, yet as her pure black eyes met his, Harry felt something within him gently explode. Almost instinctively, he buried his head deep into the crook of Merope's shoulder. Meanwhile, a step behind her, Lupin's movements momentarily froze. Chapter 162, The Order of Merlin. The first to offer congratulations, his smile faltered, the young man rooted in place. Harry remained nestled within Merope's embrace, so intimate, yet so glaringly evident. The vitality of youth, unreserved dependence, rendered Harry's presence beside her seemingly more fitting. Indeed, Merope had once claimed she felt nothing for Harry. Such a sentiment appeared to be the norm. Harry was still too young, too naive. However, children inevitably grow. How could a man who had traversed the sands of time not recognize the innocent stirrings concealed within Harry's eyes at this moment? Although Merope's true age is merely 21, She seemingly retains the appearance of a third-year witch. In this regard, one might argue that she would be more appropriately matched alongside her peers of the same age. The difference between 21 and the age of those approaching their fourth year is hardly significant. Yet a certain darkness quietly burgeons within, unnoticed by the youth who compares himself to her, his expression so pure and genuine as he lifts his face. Professor Lupin, how have you been since yesterday? The transformation of Lupin into a werewolf had occurred in such haste the previous night that, due to Sirius S' involvement, they scarcely had the opportunity to search for him. Harry released Melope's shoulder, his spring-green eyes fixed intently upon him. Oh, by the way, I summoned a full corporeal patroness yesterday. Certain emotions flitted through Lupin's mind in a hurried sweep. Harry was James's son, the one he ought to care for with utmost vigilance. How could he not? Of course. I heard about it from Merope, Lupin said gently, a smile gracing his features. You did remarkably well, Harry. To conjure a corporeal patroness in the face of numerous dementors is truly impressive. Harry, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed the back of his neck and confessed quietly. To be honest, I was mainly thinking about how I could finally live with Sirius. Yet, it seemed there were more than just Sirius occupying his thoughts. Certain shadows whispered silently within Harry's memories. Lupin, with an air of nonchalance, slipped his hand into his pocket. The end-of-year feast was held the day after Fudge's departure. The Dementors had finally been withdrawn, allowing Hogwarts to bask once again in the clear light of early summer. News of Lupin's condition as a werewolf had already spread throughout the campus, and many parents, just as Fudge had predicted, sent letters to Dumbledore demanding Lupin's resignation. However, within a few days, the announcement of Melope's development of a permanent Wolfsbane potion was published in the Daily Prophet, inevitably stirring a great uproar. Renowned journalist Rita Skeeter reported, Werewolf Professor? Third year, which offers permanent Wolfsbane potion in gratitude to teacher. According to the report, Draco squinted at the newspaper's content, noting that Miss Gunter, as a third-year Slytherin student, had always been the pride of Professor Snape. However, it also appeared that this remarkably gifted girl in both potions and defense against the dark arts had long harbored great admiration and respect for the werewolf professor. As a student, Miss Gunter prepared the Wolfsbane potion for Lupin each month, unable to bear the pain he endured on the night of the full moon, thus dedicating herself to the development of a permanent potion. Yet, one could not deny her prodigious talent in potion-making. Such words were somewhat palatable. The platinum-haired youth scoffed, casting the newspaper onto the table. What nonsense. How could that journalist claim she harbors any admiration for that guy? What is there to admire about a werewolf who wears patched robes all day? Perhaps he possesses some talent, but does that mean Melope lacks it? Melope rested her chin on her hand, leisurely casting him a glance. She expected the reaction from the Daily Prophet. The current report remained in the positive realm, while Slughorn was eager to promote their relationship as if to announce it to the entire wizarding world. My father mentioned that the improvement of the Wolfsbane potion is of great significance. Draco tapped the table with his knuckles, his tone languid. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and the Wizarding Potion Association are engaged in fervent discussions regarding this matter. If all goes as anticipated, you shall receive a Merlin's Medal. To potentially receive a Merlin's Medal at such a young age as a third-year student was indeed a remarkable feat within the wizarding community. From henceforth, countless wizarding families would point to the newspaper and say, "Look at Melope Gunter." Melope raised an eyebrow. "A Merlin's Medal," she echoed softly, her fingertip tracing the rim of her teacup, her gaze resting on Draco's feigned indifference. His pale face remained tightly pressed, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable pride and satisfaction, as if he were the one destined to receive the Merlin's Medal. Melope leaned closer, suddenly narrowing the distance between them, with her long lashes fluttering. Her slender hand rested upon his shoulder, her dark eyes reflecting the boy's startled expression. "So, Draco," she smiled, "will you be the first to congratulate me when I receive the medal?" Chapter 163. The Arena of Truth. Theodore's candor. The boy's face flushed as she had anticipated. His long lashes quivered, and the pallor of his cheeks deepened to a vibrant crimson. Melope noted the astonishment on his lightly colored lips, as if some breath were about to escape. "Why you?" he stammered, pushing her slightly before immediately grasping her wrist again. "Of course," Draco mumbled. His gray eyes locked onto hers. "I would certainly be the first to congratulate you. Who else would it be?" He was likely to attend the ceremony for the Merlin's Medal. His father had remarked that those who receive such honors often hold significant value, and as the future heir of the pure-blood Malfoy family, he ought to maintain relations with such individuals. Yet, at that moment, Dumbledore's voice echoed, "Another academic year has come to a close. Throughout this year, I do not know if everyone has learned anything new, but, of course, a delightful summer holiday is about to commence." The elder smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling as he waved his wand, transforming the entire hall into Slytherin's silver and green. Let us celebrate Slytherin's triumph in the House Cup this year. The applause erupted thunderously, encompassing not only Slytherin but also Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, as all eyes converged on Merope. Following Merope's successful development of the permanent Wolfsbane potion, which had completely cured Lupin, Dumbledore generously awarded Slytherin an additional 200 points. Coupled with Merope's earlier act of saving Harry during the Quidditch match, even though Gryffindor had claimed victory in the Quidditch Cup, Slytherin's lead in points remained insurmountable. Yet, which house could possibly harbor discontent over this? Lupin was an exceptionally outstanding professor, his mastery of defense against the dark arts unparalleled, and his teaching prowess exemplary. With a gentle demeanor and a hint of melancholy, he had cared for all his students. When the truth of his werewolf identity, a terrifying and tragic burden, was revealed, it was Merope who first stepped forward to rescue his life. What reason could they have to begrudge Slytherin's additional points? The applause in the hall continued to resonate, fervent enough to nearly lift the ceiling. It was unclear who stood and shouted, possibly Fred from Gryffindor. Well done, Merope, the potion-making genius who developed the permanent Wolfsbane potion. Potion-making genius. Others echoed in unison. The fervent cheers crescendoed, leaving Draco utterly frozen in place. While Merope's gaze lingered on his expression before sweeping across to Dumbledore's smiling face at the forefront, it seemed as if the elder playfully winked. Is this not the most universally accepted House Cup champion we've had in recent years? In that moment, Merope felt a fleeting connection with the elder, as if those bright blue eyes could see into her very soul. After Dumbledore concluded his speech, several students, eager to approach the professor's table, chimed in. Since Miss Gunter has developed the permanent Wolfsbane potion for you, Professor, you are no longer a werewolf. Therefore, will you still be able to serve as our defense against the dark arts professor next year? Merope did not partake in the discussion. The vicinity around the Slytherin long table had transformed into an unprecedented hubbub, with countless students eager to congratulate her or seek her expertise in potion making. The crowd surged, and Merope, disinclined to engage with others, seized the opportunity to slip away to a secluded corner, where she deftly grasped Theodore's wrist. Her obsidian eyes roamed over his aloof yet handsome visage, and without so much as a word, she began to pull him towards the exit of the great hall. Theodore, unhurriedly setting down his cutlery, acquiesced to her tug, his cool fingers curling slightly. I thought you would seize this chance to depart and pursue further discourse with Malfoy. He had just observed how Draco, abruptly jostled by the throng, wore a stormy countenance, seemingly ready to summon Crabbe and Goyle to charge forth on his behalf. Regrettably, you are mistaken, Merope replied, a smirk gracing her lips. She guided him into the empty corridor outside the hall, pivoted, and rested her hand against the wall beside his ear. Shadows enveloped them, isolating their conversation from the clamor within. Do not presume I was oblivious, Merope remarked coolly. Since the commencement of the year-end feast, you have been watching me. Her sensitivity to the gaze of others was acute. At her words, Theodore relaxed his posture slightly, leaning against the wall she had led him to. Malfoy was quite adamant in stating that you would receive the Order of Merlin this year, he reiterated, his expression unchanged, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. It appears the Malfoy family harbors significant expectations of you. The prospect of winning the Order of Merlin did indeed seem substantial. Merope pondered for a moment, her other hand resting on his shoulder as she rhythmically tapped her knuckles. After all, she mused, the redemption of a marginalized group such as werewolves is politically correct. The essence of her work revolves around gratitude towards the professor for developing potions, morally impeccable, and the public discourse surrounding it is currently quite fervent. A third year which creating a groundbreaking potion for her werewolf mentor. How could this narrative not resonate with the fervently circulated tales of society? People have always been fond of deifying individuals. Indeed, the public sentiment is sufficiently robust. Theodore quirked a smile. Should I extend my congratulations? He murmured, after all, your present identity is merely that of a witch with parcel tongue, devoid of any substantial backing. If you win the favor of the Malfoy family, your future is assured. His words were laden with implication, for the Order of Merlin is not merely awarded based on an outstanding achievement. The contemporary magical world is a stagnant pool. The social hierarchy is stark, with most pureblood families wielding supreme power, and avenues for advancement are thoroughly obstructed. To ascend, one must excel sufficiently to earn the recognition and patronage of a pureblood family, becoming a tool in their service. As for honors like the Order of Merlin, they are, of course, contingent upon the whims of the pureblood elite, despite the so-called public opinion involved, which itself is tightly controlled by these families. The news of Merope's development of a permanent Wolfsbane potion would undoubtedly spark discussions. Yet the extent of the current fervor suggests that someone is orchestrating the momentum behind it. The identity of that individual is all too apparent. Draco's casual remark may have inadvertently revealed much about his family's intentions. Slughorn, too, has contributed significantly to the public discourse. Merope leisurely reminded him, her fingers still resting on his shoulder with a slight pressure. But that influence is evidently insufficient. Theodore lifted his eyelids. How could Slughorn's singular impact possibly rival that of the intricately entrenched Malfoy lineage? What is it that you wish to express? Merope arched an eyebrow, closing the distance between them. Their cheeks nearly brushed against each other, and Merope delicately rose onto her toes, her warm breath caressing his face. In that hushed corridor, with only a wall separating them from the raucous hall, her hand slid slowly down to graze his cheek, fingertips brushing through the stray locks of his hair. She noticed Theodore's eyelashes flutter subtly. Yet, he exhibited no signs of resistance. His ice-blue eyes lifted slightly, imbued with a hint of allure. I know you will not yield to the Malfoy family, given your capabilities and your unfathomable origins. She was the sort who could cast the unforgivable curse with a calm demeanor in her first year, a being unflappable in the face of any tempest. If she desired, she could obliterate all established norms. Did you not previously mention to me, Theodore gently tilted his head, that you detest those who would exploit you in the shadows, Gunter? In a rare display, he leaned his cool cheek into her warm palm, his ice-blue gaze fixated on hers. Merope perceived the intensity in his eyes, as if some long-suppressed truth was finally breaking free. Gunter, I can lay bare my entire self to you. I can divulge all that I know. Offering every last piece of my resources and secrets, I can surrender all that I possess. If she could, she would do so, dismantling everything he loathed. His cheek unconsciously brushed against her hand, the complex undercurrents swirling in his youthful eyes, yet his demeanor appeared remarkably compliant. Merope's fingers continued to caress his skin, her gaze inevitably alight with keen interest. But just then, Merope, a gentle, familiar voice resonated from the far end of the corridor. Lupin stood in the shadow of the corner, his perpetually weary eyes crinkling into a surprisingly refined smile. I think I need you to come to my office. He paused, the curve of his lips deepening. Right now, if you would. The voice was soft, even disregarding Merope's current posture. Merope's fingers lingered on Theodore's cheek, and she felt him stiffen slightly. Raising his eyelids, Theodore's gaze was inescapably veiled with a thin layer of ice, prompting Merope to withdraw her hand and turn to face Lupin. He remained poised, illuminated by the candlelight spilling from the great hall, the young man maintaining his smile, politely awaiting her response. Is that acceptable, Merope? Lupin inquired once more. Theodore gradually straightened, silently detaching himself from the wall, his fingertips brushing over the spot where Merope had just touched. The action was subtle yet conspicuous in the desolate corridor. His frigid gaze locked onto Lupin, while Merope stepped forward decisively. Very well. She slipped her hand into her pocket, her soft lips brushing against Theodore's ear as she whispered, we shall discuss this later. Before departing from the dim corner, Theodore pressed his lips together. Lupin's smile broadened. Merope proceeded smoothly, following Lupin towards the defense against the dark arts office, only to find the corridor eerily silent. There were no animated discussions among students, no hurried footsteps, nor the myriad sounds of couples in conversation. The year-end feast had not yet concluded, and upon observing Merope's reaction, Lupin patiently elucidated, many students have yet to finish their meals, and there are still performances yet to commence in the hall. The hour is still early. However, Merope's stride strangely faltered. She had initially presumed that the end-of-year banquet had concluded, and it was merely a chance encounter at the corner that unveiled this unexpected scene. To her astonishment, he had ventured out in the midst of the festivities to seek her out. Just before her departure, she had observed a throng of students encircling him. As she pushed open the door to the defense against the dark arts office, the silvery moonlight spilled through the window. Lupin was seated in his designated chair, instinctively flicking his wand to draw out the chair opposite him for Merope. Please, take a seat. Merope, ever considerate, promptly secured the door. Lupin maintained his composure as he ignited the candle flames on the desk with a flick of his wand. And soon a cup of steaming tea was gently placed before Merope. He raised his own cup, savoring a sip before speaking. Actually, Merope, I have decided to tender my resignation to Dumbledore. From the next academic year onward, I shall no longer be teaching at Hogwarts. Hasn't the issue of your lycanthropy been resolved? Merope inquired, tapping her fingers lightly against the table. With your credentials, it would not be difficult to secure a suitable position elsewhere, were it not for your condition. Yet Lupin inhaled deeply, his grip on the teacup tightening unconsciously. He suddenly set the cup back on the table, his tone tinged with urgency. What I meant to convey is, if possible, his gray-green eyes fixed intently on Merope. I would still wish to return to work in your shop. The words flowed softly, yet Lupin seemed to exert every ounce of his strength to express them. Merope abruptly lifted her gaze, genuine bewilderment reflected in her eyes. I understand, but Merope, now that you have developed a permanent Wolfsbane potion, he stammered, numerous pure-blood families. including those with ties to werewolves throughout the magical realm, will undoubtedly seek you out in the future, offering substantial sums for a vial of the potion. Her apothecary shop would only flourish further. The demand for staff was certain, and Merope would inevitably require a capable and reliable assistant. And he was precisely the right fit. Lupin closed his eyes briefly, acknowledging this selfish desire of his. He yearned for more interaction with Merope, deeper, unbreakable connections. The image he had glimpsed in the corridor, her fingertips brushing against Theodore's cheek, and the boy's cold yet unwavering gaze lingered in his mind. Suddenly, Lupin took a deep breath, leaning back against the chair. By the way, Merope, he paused, choosing his words carefully. Did you bring the aging potion with you today?